Ye Lin has traversed into an era where elves coexist with humans. However, in this age, the elves possess an outrageous level of strength. A Scizor can shatter mountains with a single punch, and Lucario's aura sphere is comparable to the destructive power of a genuine missile. A single elite trainer can command an army, establishing dominion over a region and controlling the fates of millions. Their influence extends internationally, reaching the status of a strategic weapon. As for the legendary divine beasts, they stand at the pinnacle, wielding supreme authority, concealed within unknown realms, eluding easy discovery. It is at this moment that a miraculous opportunity presents itself. While others face perilous challenges in these secret realms, for Ye Lin, it is an extraordinary chance. Exceptional elves? Within easy reach, rare and precious treasures. At his fingertips, system notifications abound, and let us observe how Ye Lin forges one mythic miracle after another. Chapter 1. The outrageously powerful divine beasts. Scizor bullet punch. As if clad in crimson armor and towering nearly 2 meters tall, the Scizor reacted to the command, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes, its aura soaring to the heavens. In this moment, its scarlet armor appeared as though forged from blood, and like a war god, it unleashed a fist the size of a basketball, striking fiercely towards its opponent. An immense pressure akin to that of a mountain bore down. More terrifying still, this punch not only possessed immense force but also astonishing speed, leaving only a lingering afterimage in the air. Just then, the commentator's voice rang out, laden with tension. Scizor's bullet punch is the trump card of the D Nation's Jing Show athlete. It seems this world championship has been approached with preparation. I wonder about our nation. Before the thought could be completed, it abruptly ceased. The commentator's voice seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, halting even their breath. The opposing Steelix, quick to react, sidestepped with an S-shaped curve, narrowly evading the incoming bullet punch. Yet, behind it lay an immovable object. Scizor's punch crashed against the mountain. In an instant, the earth trembled. Before the astonished eyes of all, the world-renowned Mount Fuji of D Nation was struck, resulting in a 10-meter section being pulverized. This was merely the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another, akin to missiles. The resounding echoes. Massive rocks crumbled, and the terrifying shockwave triggered a landslide. As Steelix rolled down, it was instantly buried beneath the heavy soil that followed. From start to finish, it did not even have time to emit a sound. No! Ling Ji's pupils constricted, her lips trembling, her radiant face turning as pale as paper, yearning to rush forward to save her Steelix. Yet, she was firmly restrained by a companion beside her. Tearfully shaking her head, she repeatedly insisted, "It cannot die. This is a nation's last chance. There is still hope, still hope." In the square of all things, Ye Lin was startled awake by the sound of muffled sobs beside him. Although countless individuals had gathered in the square, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. The footage of the match displayed on the large screen reddened everyone's eyes. After a prolonged silence, someone finally sighed and lamented, "It's over. Once again, we have failed to reach the top 4 in this world championship for the second time. Ever since Masterby withdrew, a nation has truly been left without successors. We once thought Goddess Ling Ji had some hope, but alas." Disappointment wafted through the crowd. Unwilling to witness D Nation's Jing Show flaunting their prowess, they lowered their heads and dispersed. Each person bent over, dejected and forlorn. Yet, within the screen, countless D Nation spectators seated in the inner stands seemed to awaken, all rising to their feet. They erupted in cheers akin to a tidal wave. The commentator trembled as he announced, D Nation successfully advances to the top 4 of the World Championship. A nation is eliminated from the finals. On the screen, he was shaking, his lips pale, eyes tightly shut. His expression was filled with profound sorrow. His words came out haltingly, laden with weight. The despair evident in his gaze seemed to resonate with all the citizens of a nation, eliciting a shared sense of grief. Those who had been hastily leaving suddenly paused, lacking even the courage to glance up, each one fleeing in disarray. Moments later, in the square of all things, only Ye Lin remained, standing there, utterly bewildered. Splash! A sudden sound of water drew Ye Lin's attention. He turned to see a dozen little ducklings adorably standing on one leg by the fountain, preening their tiny wings with their beaks. Meow! As he was lost in thought, a dignified cat sauntered past with an elegant stride, its tail swaying gracefully. As it passed Ye Lin, it shot him a casual glance, wearing an expression of lofty, superiority. Woof! Upon hearing the bark of a dog, the cat's demeanor changed instantly, casting a disdainful look in that direction. 2 meters away, a corgi and a hyena were frolicking, rolling about in the dirt. The ground beneath Ye Lin trembled slightly. Simultaneously, his mind seemed to be affected by this tremor, inexplicably becoming dizzy. Ye Lin frowned, enduring the overwhelming pressure of countless memories flooding in. He pieced together his current situation. Indeed, he had traversed, and he had crossed into a world where elves and humans coexist. His name, family background, and friends remained unchanged. The only alteration was the backdrop of the world. 200 years prior, the world underwent a cataclysmic transformation, resulting in countless spatial rifts. From these rifts emerged the small elves previously seen only in Pokémon games. Naturally, humanity would not sit idly by. Upon discovering that these seemingly powerful elves possessed simple natures, malicious individuals began capturing and slaughtering them for their own gain. The elves retaliated, igniting a protracted conflict that lasted 20 years. Ultimately, the war concluded only after divine beasts clashed with nuclear weapons, obliterating several cities and even a small nation in the process. Henceforth, both sides signed an accord to coexist peacefully. Yet, the might of the divine beasts was indelibly etched in the hearts of all, and later, in certain secret realms, elves and humans, through the remnants of history, finally discovered the most harmonious means of collaboration. Thus, the role of trainer was born. However, are these divine beasts not exceedingly overpowered? Ye Lin mused, gazing at the recorded images in his mind, his lips twitching involuntarily. These elves were certainly familiar to him, for he had been the most devoted Pokémon game enthusiast in his past life, eagerly anticipating each new series. He eagerly seized the opportunity to experience the game firsthand, subsequently penning down his reflections and insights. During his academic years, he even managed to earn a considerable sum through the strategies published online. Initially, upon discovering that he had arrived in the realm of sprites, Ye Lin felt a flicker of joy. This sentiment, however, was swiftly extinguished by the astonishing spectacle of a legendary beast battle. It was at that moment he abruptly realized that the combat prowess of the sprites in this world surpassed all conceivable limits. Not to mention the colossal Scizor that had just graced the screen, resembling a missile as it thunderously smashed a chunk from the mountain, was terrifying enough to leave him in awe. Ye Lin couldn't help but look up. His gaze fell upon the screen, where the gym leader-level trainer was highlighted, sending a jolt of fear through him. Is this merely a gym leader level? He pondered. What might be the case at higher tiers? Lin Ji stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The hierarchy of sprite strength in this world ascends from novice to ordinary, elite, gym leader, quasi-champion, champion, and finally, the master. The gym leader level, merely a midpoint in this hierarchy, could shine brilliantly on the grand stage of international competitions, such as the World Championship, underscoring the formidable nature of sprite prowess in this realm. Lost in thought, he remained oblivious to the fact that the elegant feline, now returning, had its sights set squarely on Ye Lin. Noticing his right hand hanging by his side, it stealthily surveyed the surroundings before silently approaching him, nuzzling against his hand with its fluffy head. Ding! Detection of host's contact with a sprite. System activation prompt. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Ji's eyes. Ye Lin. Chapter 2. Activation of the prompt system by Sun reporting. Ye go. So it's you here. A round-faced boy, panting heavily, rushed over, instantly rousing the languid cat master from its reverie. Cat master emitted a displeased huff, its signature large red gem on its forehead flickering slightly as it swiped a paw. In the blink of an eye, the round-faced boy, who had just come to a halt to catch his breath, felt a chill against his belly and, in a daze, looked down to discover his shirt had been shredded, exposing his pale skin, transforming into a beggar in an instant. He gazed at Cat Master with a mix of shock and grievance, bewildered by what he had done wrong. After giving him a disdainful glare from its lofty position, Cat Master swiftly darted away, leaving behind a cold, indifferent rear. Once the round-faced boy regained his senses, he exclaimed in astonishment, "How did it let you touch it? This is the tyrant of the all things square." Luo Hao. This chubby boy was utterly perplexed. Cat Master had always been a domineering presence, feared even by novice trainers, let alone ordinary folks like them. In the past, everyone would steer clear of it. When had his friend acquired such a remarkable ability to tame Cat Master? Luo Hao immediately scrutinized Ye Lin with newfound admiration, pondering whether his brother possessed an extraordinary talent for forming bonds with Pokémon. Ye Lin, feeling uncomfortable under Luo Hao's gaze, averted his eyes, only to catch a glimpse of the retreating cat master, which made him pause abruptly. Lines of text suddenly materialized before him. Pokémon, cat master. Personality, violent, noble and arrogant. Strength, ordinary. Ability, soft. Due to its supple body, it cannot become paralyzed. Type, normal. Skills, cry, scratch, feint attack, switcheroo. Bite, talent potential, elite. Remarks, with its soft muscles, it can move silently, capable of swiftly capturing prey. Its 6 whiskers can perceive the flow of air. Detecting its surroundings, once grasped, it becomes docile. Was this his golden finger, the prompt system? However, from the information provided, it resembled more of an encyclopedia of Pokémon. Ye Lin squinted, beginning to thoroughly investigate. In truth, the memories that had just been transmitted to his mind indicated that in this world where humans and Pokémon coexisted, discerning a Pokémon's talent potential was exceedingly challenging. It could be summed up in 2 words: sheer luck. Of course, after 2 centuries of cohabitation, despite a period of strained relations, the strategic understanding had led humans to focus more intently on studying Pokémon traits. Consequently, they had gleaned some experience regarding formidable Pokémon, such as assessing their size, skills, and even personality. Without a doubt, the results were often fruitless. Unless one encountered rare variants or shinies, those with inherently distinct appearances, people could only stumble in the dark. As a result, many trainers had gone bankrupt, akin to gamblers. Winning brought glory, while losing could result in dire consequences, with countless lives lost. Yet, innumerable individuals continued to plunge headfirst into this perilous venture. A champion-level trainer could reshape national and even global dynamics. A single individual could rival an entire army, wielding power independent of nations, commanding influence and the fates of countless lives. As for the higher tiers, they remained an unattainable dream. Thus, even though it was understood that being a trainer hinged on luck and talent, families were still willing to invest exorbitant sums to send their children to Pokémon academies. Ye Lin's original self was no exception. However, at this moment, glancing at the ordinary potential indicated in the prompt, he felt a flicker of thought. Did this imply that Cat Master's future strength would be capped at the elite level? While elite was indeed commendable, for an elite trainer could achieve social mobility, transforming into an upper-class individual and enjoying societal privileges, he yearned for a higher talent. Moreover, despite Cat Master's seemingly docile demeanor moments ago, his memories revealed a much darker truth. It had left 3 individuals disabled, 1 paralyzed, 4 injured, and 6 lightly harmed, all from attempts to forcibly capture it as their Pokémon. The outcome was all too clear. It was no wonder that Luo Hao referred to it as the tyrant of the all things square. Given his current strength, attempting to subdue Cat Master was akin to chasing a mirage. Furthermore, a basic Pokeball cost 100,000. His parents' inheritance barely covered his tuition to the academy, leaving him without excess funds. Acquiring his first Pokémon seemed a distant dream. The only viable option was to claim an initial Pokémon egg from the academy for hatching. With this thought, Ye Lin hurriedly said to Luo Hao, "Stop dawdling. Give me a ride." Hearing this, Luo Hao glanced at his watch, and his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Only 7 minutes left. Hurry, hurry. I told driver Lao you to wait at the other end." With that, the chubby Luo Hao transformed into a whirlwind, disregarding his ragged appearance, and dashed off. Ye Lin, possessing superior stamina, quickly overtook him. The two arrived at the northern gate of the All Things Square, where a sleek black Bentley was parked a meter away. Ye Lin opened the rear door and slid inside, followed closely by Luo Hao. "Old you to the school, quickly," the middle-aged man in the driver's seat promptly acknowledged, revving the engine and speeding off. Sun Academy, the largest Pokémon academy in Ninghong City, spans approximately 3,782 acres. The small Charizard at the entrance is one of its iconic structures, modeled after the ace Pokémon of the renowned youth Wei Sheng, a proud alumnus of Sun Academy. However, at this moment, Ye Lin was too preoccupied to appreciate the view. He practically sprinted to classroom 302 for registration. As he and Luo Hao settled into their seats, a piercing bell rang, accompanied by the entrance of a stunningly attractive teacher clad in a fitted white top, her figure accentuated by a pair of glasses. As she ascended the podium, the previously raucous classroom of nearly 40 students fell into an eerie silence, the invisible aura compelling everyone to close their mouths tightly. "Hello everyone. I am the teacher responsible for guiding the new students. You should have reviewed the school handbook, so please remember the important notes. Particularly when we head to the hatching room, refrain from shouting and strive for efficiency. Otherwise, you will be left to choose from what remains." Do not wander off or leave the hatching room's vicinity, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Chapter 3. Luo Hao's Guilt, an alternative prompt. Does anyone have anything else to say? The beautiful teacher surveyed the class, seeming satisfied with the silence. With a slight smile, she declared, "All right, now follow me." Upon her words, the teacher clicked her heels and exited the classroom. The students, filled with excitement, stood up from their chairs, eagerly trailing behind her. And the atmosphere buzzed with renewed energy. Those who were familiar began discussing their expectations for the Pokémon eggs they would receive, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. After all, this was the pivotal moment that would shape their destinies. The journey of a trainer was set to commence from this very step. Luo Hao was so exhilarated that his face turned crimson as he chattered excitedly beside Ye Lin. "I've heard that the incubation facility at Bisen's place is the finest in all of Ninghang. It is said that Senior Wei Shang's Charizard even left behind a Pokémon egg there. My father exerted tremendous effort, yet he couldn't uncover the whereabouts of that egg. I truly hope I can acquire the egg of the son of a quasi-champion." Luo Hao's imagination ran wild, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, a scornful voice interrupted from nearby. "The son of a nouveau riche is just as unsophisticated. Such information is certainly beyond your social standing to acquire. What a delusion." Ye Lin turned to see the boy who spoke, his chin slightly raised, revealing a meticulously tailored collar. Although his appearance was not unpleasing, his slender eyes were filled with a sinister glint, evoking discomfort at first glance. It felt as though being looked at by a venomous serpent. Luo Hao's complexion turned pale, and he clenched his jaws tightly, refraining from retorting. Instead, he lowered his head, fists tightly balled, while Ye Lin noticed his hands trembling. Humph! The Luo family has such limited capabilities. They truly cannot make a mark. As he approached Luo Hao, he intensified his taunting upon seeing him silent with his head bowed. "Luo Hao, if you plead earnestly, I might just show mercy and reveal to you where it is hidden. What do you think?" Li Wei spoke with a smug air, though internally he felt quite the opposite. Even if Luo Hao were to beg him on his knees, he would never divulge the information. He would take pleasure in humiliating him instead, mocking his naivety. After all, that was the son of a quasi-champion. No matter what, his innate talent and potential were at least above the elite level. Such a rare Pokémon egg would never be relinquished to Luo Hao. This aggressive demeanor shattered the refined facade he had just pretended to maintain. Luo Hao's trembling intensified as he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes reddened. The power of the Luo family was far inferior to that of the Li family. Even though he knew he was being insulted, he could only endure it. The little chubby boy's spirits plummeted. He yearned to smash his fist into that detestable face, but dared not act on it, merely contemplating. At that moment, an utterly indifferent voice interrupted Li Wei's tirade. Upon hearing this, Li Wei turned towards Ye Lin, incredulous, only to find Ye Lin unperturbed, meeting his gaze without flinching. Not even a flicker of emotion in his brows. There was even a fleeting hint of disdain in his eyes. "Who is this kid? How dare he speak to me like that?" Li Wei's anger flared instantly, and he contemplated making a move. However, upon noticing that Ye Lin was significantly taller than him, he forcibly suppressed the urge to charge forward, glaring at Ye Lin with a venomous gaze. Seeing their commotion had caught the teacher's attention, she turned to look at them. Li Wei scoffed, muttering a warning to wait for it, before departing. Luo Hao, filled with worry and guilt, looked at Ye Lin with reddened eyes. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." He understood that Li Wei was the type to bear grudges and would not let go of those who offended him. Now, with Ye Lin defending him, and recalling the ominous look Li Wei had cast before leaving, Luo Hao felt a sense of dread. It was all his fault for dragging his brother into this. He felt utterly dejected, not daring to look at Ye Lin, standing there timidly as if all his vitality had been drained away. "If you truly wish to apologize, you could lend me your incubator," Ye Lin suggested. Luo Hao was taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, I just happened to bring two. Remember to take one home later." Ye Lin did not even glance at the onlooking classmates, and simply turned to leave. He was indeed after the incubator. He had seen it in the car earlier, but had not found the right moment to mention it, and now it felt entirely justified. Although incubators were not particularly rare, the disposable ones in Luo Hao's car were not abundant. They differed from ordinary incubators by significantly enhancing hatching speed and increasing the bond between the Pokémon egg and the trainer. Given this advantage, they were snatched up whenever they appeared on the market, making them quite difficult to obtain. An incubator was essential for Pokémon eggs. Ye Lin prided himself on possessing a modicum of shame, and thus would not simply ask for it outright. He never expected that the slender-eyed boy, whose name he could hardly recall, would inadvertently provide him with the perfect excuse. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Wei was oblivious to Ye Lin's perception of him as a mere tool, to be used and discarded without a second thought, not even remembered by name. Otherwise, he would likely be incensed to the point of spitting blood. Watching Ye Lin's unyielding stature, standing tall against oppression, Luo Hao lingered in place for a while, and suddenly, a realization struck him. These two had been brothers since childhood, and this was the first time Ye Lin had asked him for something. Was his purpose truly to obtain the item? Absolutely not. He was doing it for me, to ensure that I would feel less guilty after using the incubator. Oh, how could there be such a good person? To alleviate my guilt, he even resorted to such an indirect approach. How fortunate am I to have such a brother? The more Luo Hao pondered, the more moved he became. Initially, his eyes were merely red. Now they brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over as he gazed at Ye Lin. Unbeknownst to Ye Lin, who was completely unaware of Luo Hao's emotional turmoil, he felt increasingly uncomfortable under the intense warmth of his friend's gaze. Thankfully, at that moment, they arrived at the incubation facility. It stood independently from the teaching building, resembling a colossal mushroom. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly filled with a sense of technological advancement. The exterior was enveloped in a soft material, yielding a tactile sensation akin to fluffy clouds. A gentle poke would cause it to bounce back. Moreover, the entire mushroom structure was seamless, with no visible doors. As the students marveled at the sight, a female teacher stepped forward, tapping rhythmically on the surface, seemingly without pattern, yet subtly forming an unusual design. With a click, the entrance to the incubation facility opened. A wave of warm air enveloped them, not uncomfortable, but rather invigorating. At the same moment, Ye Lin's mental prompt system chimed in once more. Hint: the shiny Pokémon egg is located 67 meters to the left, at the junction between the second and third counters. A shiny Pokémon egg. This was the first time the system had actively provided a prompt since its activation. Previously, he had only triggered it by accessing information from the Elder Cat. Ye Lin was elated, realizing that this was the true purpose of the hint system. Chapter 4. Discovery of the Shiny Egg. The life signs are faint. This was indeed the genuine utility of the hint system. Moreover, it was astonishingly precise. Almost immediately after the prompt, Ye Lin directed his gaze towards the corner of the left counter, swiftly locating his target among the neatly arranged incubation boxes. Only one unremarkable Pokémon egg, lacking the qualification to be placed in an incubation box, had been carelessly set aside. In contrast, the other various Pokémon eggs lay comfortably within their incubation boxes, basking in a perfect environment. Not only was the temperature optimal, but even the airflow was meticulously controlled, ensuring it blew at the right moments. Each incubation box was accompanied by a clock, precise to the minute and second. Suddenly, with a ping, the third row of the first counter, which presented an oval shape, roughly the size of a soccer ball, predominantly white with 5 or 6 green spots, activated. A probe unexpectedly descended into the box. In the next instant, a viscous transparent liquid erupted forth, drenching the green-spotted, white Pokémon egg like raindrops. The previously dry eggshell instantly became considerably moistened. The female teacher, Yin Xia, happened to notice this, her expression subtly shifting as she led the students closer to the direction of the Pokémon egg. As she walked and explained, she remarked, "This is the nutrient solution used for the daily needs of the sprites. Common incubators possess this function as well, though the quality of the nutrient solution they contain cannot be compared to that of our esteemed institution." Yin Xia's words were succinct. Noticing the students' rapt attention, some with their eyes glued to the glass of the incubator, unable to tear themselves away, she couldn't help but reminisce about her own arrival years ago. A hint of amusement danced in her eyes, reminiscent of the melting snow in early winter, heralding the arrival of spring, and the blossoming of snow lotuses on high peaks. Her once cold and aloof visage suddenly radiated warmth. It was then that she realized this seemingly stern teacher possessed 2 charming dimples, captivating anyone who gazed upon her. The contrast between her smile and her usual demeanor was striking. The icy beauty transformed into a gentle older sister. Though the smile was fleeting, it momentarily stunned the students who witnessed it. Ye Lin heard a boy behind him murmur, "No wonder she's the most beautiful trainer at Baisan, spending 600,000 for an enrollment spot seems worthwhile now. All right, you have half an hour to make your selection. Remember, once you choose, it cannot be altered. This decision will shape your future fate, so proceed with utmost caution." The previously taciturn teacher Yin Xia became increasingly insistent as the moment approached, fearing that a careless student might make a hasty choice. Once she concluded her admonition, dozens of students dashed forward, rushing towards their desired sprite eggs. They cradled the incubators protectively in their arms, and even Luo Hao was no exception. Only Ye Lin remained rooted in place. Xia noticed him and cast a perplexed glance his way, initially assuming he was simply slow to react. She stepped closer, urging him, "Student, you must select one quickly, or the premium sprite eggs will be snatched away. There's no rush." "I'm steady," Ye Lin replied, exuding an air of calmness that suggested he had no intention of competing. He appeared almost resigned. "No rush. This is your initial sprite egg, the first choice that defines you as a trainer. It is of utmost importance. If you are not anxious." "I certainly am. How can you be so nonchalant? Have you forgotten the purpose of entering by Sun Academy?" Teacher Xia's brows furrowed slightly, her tone sharper than usual. A faint blush gracing her cheeks, her gaze reflecting a mix of disappointment and urgency. Luo Hao, noticing the commotion, tightened his grip on the incubator and, with a worried expression, advised, "Brother Yi, the teacher is right. They'll really be gone soon." All right. Seeing the two of them poised to lecture him further, Ye Lin reluctantly moved to the left. He was not anxious, for it seemed the glimmering sprite egg was troubled, likely mistaken by the breeders here as a deceased egg. Otherwise, it would not have been neglected, left aside without even an incubator. Indeed, it appeared unremarkable, more akin to an ordinary stone than a sprite egg, hard and devoid of any signs of life or vitality. Left on the ground, it would likely go unnoticed. Had it not been for the clear indications from the prompt system, Ye Lin would have thought he misheard. His lack of movement stemmed from a desire to remain inconspicuous. Choosing such a discarded sprite egg would invite mockery and scorn, a fate he was prepared for. Moreover, having just made an enemy of that boy, he did not wish to hand an opportunity to someone else. Ye Lin preferred to wait until everyone else had made their selections, then feign desperation while picking it up, eliciting sympathy rather than further ridicule. However, the overly responsible teacher proved to be a challenge. With a stern demeanor, yet a warm heart, Xia's attention shifted to Ye Lin as he approached the second counter. Having completed their selections, Li Wei, who had been observing the scene, narrowed his eyes. A lanky boy with bleached hair, sensing Li Wei's displeasure, quickly chimed in. "Huh, the second counter? Those are all just common critters like weedles and caterpies. Looks like he's just a poor kid, completely oblivious to the insider information." Beside the bleached-haired boy, a lanky student offered a sycophantic grin, adding, "Now Wei Good doesn't have to worry. Once we leave the academy, we can teach him a lesson, so he knows not everyone is someone he can provoke." The lanky boy believed he had endeared himself to Li Wei, but instead, Li Wei's expression darkened further, glaring at him in exasperation. "Fool, when have I ever worried? In this vast Ninghang city, there is no one my Li family cannot confront." Li Wei refused to admit that he was indeed planning to investigate the background before taking action. His father had no objections to his bullying, merely advising him to ascertain the family background first, so as not to offend anyone who should not be crossed, lest the entire Li family suffer for it. He was the only son, but he had a younger uncle who had long coveted his position as the heir of the Li family. The lackeys, unaware of the implications of their words, hurriedly nodded and apologized. At that moment, Ye Lin advanced 67 meters, arriving precisely at the juncture between the second and third counters. With a gentle reach, he grasped a sprite egg covered in thick dust. His hands became dirty, yet he seemed oblivious, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he regarded the sprite egg. A notification appeared once more. Detection of faint life signs in the sprite egg. Please place it in the incubator promptly. If not done within half an hour, the sprite egg will truly perish. Damn. Ye Lin's expression shifted from joy to alarm. Unable to suppress an expletive, he cradled the sprite egg carefully, as if nurturing a newborn, and hurried toward Luo Hao. Luo Hao was gripping the incubator tightly, his face contorted in ferocity as he glared at the bleached-haired boy who sought to contest him. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he whirled around, only to exhale a sigh of relief upon seeing it was Ye Lin. However, just as he began to relax, he was left speechless. He gaped at the sprite egg in Ye Lin's hands, which bore no distinction from a rock, exceedingly plain, lacking even an incubator. After a few moments of silence, Luo Hao finally managed to close his mouth, pointing at the dull egg in Ye Lin's grasp, and asked with uncertainty, "Brother Yi, what is that?" Regrettably, Ye Lin had no time to explain. Time was of the essence. He needed to place the sprite egg in the incubator quickly, lest this once-in-a-lifetime glimmering egg be wasted. The allure of a shiny sprite lay in its potential to be the strongest among its peers upon emergence, guaranteed to create a stir within the nation. In fact, there were instances where an exceptionally remarkable shiny sprite sparked a fervor within a species for years, elevating it in esteem among professional trainers. With novice specimens fetching prices in the millions, Even when trends waned, such species remained sought after, consistently ranking high in the top 10 most beloved sprites. Thus, it was concluded that shiny sprites represented a beneficial optimization of genetic potential and evolution, a pinnacle solution for any species. Consequently, anything associated with shininess, be it sprite or sprite egg, commanded exorbitant prices, and yet, there was a scarcity of buyers. After all, in the face of unpredictable talent and potential, shiny sprites shone like beacons in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Almost everyone was aware of this fact. The future of the shiny Pokémon is boundless, and its trainer shall undoubtedly rise in tandem, achieving accomplishments that rival the elite. However, at this moment, only Ye Lin is aware that the Pokémon egg is a shiny. Others remain oblivious to his frenzied anticipation, instead regarding him with a peculiar gaze. Have you made your choice? Yes, I have. Luo Hao stammered in response to the question. Observing Ye Lin's unprecedented impatience, he instinctively replied, without fully understanding the situation. Let us hurry. Noticing Ye Ji's expression, which was more urgent than when he feared being late, Luo Hao ceased his inquiries. Without further ado, he seized the hatching box and followed Ye Lin to the entrance. Teacher, we have made our selection. Ye Lin's voice was not loud, barely discernible amidst the clamor of the hatching room. Yet, as soon as he spoke, the throng of classmates, who were previously engaged in a frenzy of selection, fell silent, turning their heads in unison toward the pair, their faces etched with incredulity. Upon realizing that Ye Lin was holding a mere rock, their astonishment turned to laughter. What? That essay rock? Don't tell me that filthy, ugly thing is a Pokémon egg. Ha ha ha, has this guy lost his mind? This is too simplistic, lacking even a hatching box. The one who chose it must truly be a genius. Ye Lin's classmates believed he was jesting. After all, they had seen casual choices before, but never one so egregiously lackadaisical. What was the difference between this and picking up a stone off the street? Among them, the most delighted was Li Wei, who wore a contemptuous smile. Something so beneath notice dares to challenge me. His last shred of doubt vanished. It seemed that his earlier act of standing up for Luo Hao was not born of courage, but rather folly. The blonde-haired boy, noticing Li Wei's expression, quickly chimed in, Wei Ge, how about we? He gestured ominously across his throat, casting a cold glance in Ye Lin's direction. The lanky boy, unwilling to be outdone, leaned in. Actually, I have a better idea that will surely humiliate him before the entire school. Merely inflicting some physical pain won't suffice to avenge Wei Ge. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's interest was piqued. Go on. The lanky boy, with a self-satisfied glance at the blonde, flatteringly continued, Wei Ge, have you forgotten the oath-taking ceremony for new students next week? It's not just by Sun Academy. Many prominent figures from Ninghong will be present. At that time, cough. Though he did not finish his sentence, the implication was clear to the three. Li Wei's expression brightened, and a glimmer of appreciation shone in his eyes as he regarded the lanky boy. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. When he glanced back at Ye Lin, his demeanor turned sinister, shrouded in a heavy fog of malice. Let him live for another week. In a week's time, I shall crush him before thousands. Meanwhile, the individual at the center of this turmoil, Yin Xia, was profoundly affected, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly agape, revealing the tip of her red tongue. Are you certain you wish to choose this? After regaining her composure, she inquired again, her brow furrowed with confusion and concern for her student's future. Though she did not know this young man well, as a responsible teacher, she always wished for her students to excel. Yet this choice felt akin to stepping into a quagmire, impossible to extricate oneself from. Logically, as a teacher, she should respect each student's choice, particularly at this stage in the hatching room, where the school explicitly forbade any interference from teachers. However, unease gnawed at her. Biting her lower lip, she hesitated, ultimately deciding to gently advise, Student, as your teacher, I hope you will reconsider your choice. This Pokémon egg may be a discarded relic that was never meant to be chosen. You truly need not think it over again. She restrained herself from finishing her sentence, aware that she was treading on precarious ground. Given the established regulations, she could only suggest so much. If she pursued further, she might find herself in trouble. Yet, she felt that having spoken thus far, Ye Lin should comprehend her concerns. But in the next moment, he asserted, I am certain. Teacher, we are short on time. May we leave? Ye Lin, having noticed that 5 minutes had elapsed, was eager to avoid further delay. He spoke decisively. Yin Xia was left speechless, gazing into Ye Lin's resolute eyes, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. Chapter 6, A King Class Ralts. 3 Inherited Moves. Yin Xia was rendered mute. Her gaze fixed on Ye Lin's unwavering determination, and she could only acquiesce. Ye Lin swiftly seized Luo Hao and dashed out. His figure flickered, vanishing in an instant. It was only after his silhouette had disappeared that the crowd began to react, erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. Wait, this guy is serious? What bravery! I've never seen anyone take home a rock before. What could possibly hatch from that? This isn't courage, it's sheer recklessness. I can't imagine how he plans to explain himself in a week. Has he truly given up? The murmurs spread like wildfire. The Pokémon eggs in the hatching room were all on the cusp of hatching, with the longest taking no more than a week. Thus, everyone was curious whether Ye Lin could succeed in hatching it. Regardless, it was certain that after today, Ye Lin would gain notoriety among the new students of Sun Academy, even if that reputation was far from flattering. Ye Lin and Luo Hao raced back, finally reaching the Bentley within 30 minutes. Luo Hao, breathless and drenched in sweat, was about to inquire about Ye Lin's urgency when he saw him retrieve the hatching device from the trunk. Pressing a button, the device whirred to life, revealing a hollow indentation at its center. Ye Lin placed the hard, unyielding shiny egg into the recess, which left a few centimeters of space. In the next moment, the indentation began to shift, advancing toward the eggshell until it fit perfectly. Ding! Shiny Pokémon egg successfully placed. Crisis averted. Hatching commenced. Note: hatching time is 3 days. 3 days? That was indeed longer than the typical hatching time for Pokémon eggs. The hatching device operated at a significantly faster rate than ordinary hatching boxes. A standard Pokémon egg could hatch within a few hours, and even the longest would not exceed a day. Yet, the shiny egg required 3 days, indicating its exceptional nature. There was, however, a complication. Due to the hatching device's unique properties, which enhanced the bond between the Pokémon egg and its trainer, Ye Lin had to remain at its side at all times. This meant he would have to carry the hatching device wherever he went. Nevertheless, a stable hatching environment was essential to avoid any mishaps, so it was best for the trainer to remain at home. Yiga? It's fine. Just take me home first. Until the hatching is successful, further explanations would be futile. Ye Lin had no intention of elaborating. The two had been childhood friends. Seeing Yi Ji's demeanor, Luo Hao understood he had his own plans and silently replied, "Old you, please give Yigo a ride." A few minutes later, Ye Lin closed the door behind him, placing the hatching device in the center of the living room to await the hatching. Time flew by. 3 days later, a warm yet dazzling light suddenly erupted from the Pokémon egg, accompanied by an irregular trembling. The grayish Pokémon egg, akin to a pearl shrouded in dust, was polished to reveal its true luster. Ye Lin could not help but gaze in anticipation, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Only upon acquiring my first Pokémon can I truly consider myself a trainer. I wonder what will emerge from the egg. As his thoughts meandered, the vibrations of the Pokémon egg intensified. A humming sound resonated through the incubator, reaching Ye Lin's ears. Crack, crack. Fissures began to spread, growing larger, gradually forming a dense web. With a sharp, clear cracking sound, a white figure cautiously emerged. It moved with care. Ye Lin held his breath, his eyes fixed unblinkingly. Suddenly, the little creature darted back into the egg, leaving Ye Lin uncertain of what he had just seen. However, moments later, the creature tentatively peeked out again. This time, it displayed more courage, revealing half of its body. It's a Ralts. It extended a small hand, still testing the waters, adorned in a flowing white gown that appeared oversized. Atop its head sat a blue cap, also far too large, obscuring much of its delicate face. Its hair was split by 2 flat, golden antennae, one larger one reaching forward and a smaller one resting behind. Upon hearing a sound, Ye Lin's surprise was palpable. A shiny Ralts? He could scarcely believe it, tentatively reaching out to touch the little cap atop Ralts's head with his fingertip. In an instant, the shiny Ralts flinched. But sensing a familiar presence, it paused mid-retraction, lifting its curious and bashful gaze, tinged with a hint of affection. Ye Lin responded with a gentle smile. In the next moment, Ralts sprang forth from the eggshell, leaping directly into his arms, much to Ye Lin's astonishment. The shiny Ralts was incredibly soft, only 40 centimeters tall, cradled in his embrace like a tender child, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. Simultaneously, relevant information materialized before him. Pokémon, Ralts, shiny. Personality, timid, the trainer can influence its mood. Strength, novice. Ability, copy, upon entering battle, it copies the opponent's ability, becoming the same as theirs. Second ability, telepathy. This ability allows the Pokémon to read its partner's actions, preventing attacks from the partner, making it an exceedingly vital trait in double and triple battles. Type, psychic, fairy. Moves, growl, Tackle, Charm, Shadow Sneak, Confusion, Misty Terrain, Draining Kiss. Talent Potential, Champion Level. Friendship, 8100. Remarks. This Pokémon can keenly perceive emotions through its antennae, establishing a mental connection with its trainer, maintaining a balance between Fairy-type and Psychic-type energies. Champion Level? Upon reading those words, Ye Lin's gaze sharpened, and his breath became noticeably heavier. Although he was aware that shiny Pokémon possessed extraordinary qualities, he never anticipated that the hatchling's innate talent would be so remarkably elevated. This was champion level. The D-Country contestant who reached the top 4 in the previous World Championship was merely at gym leader level, 2 whole tiers below. Moreover, crossing the threshold of elite level is notoriously challenging. Each tier is akin to an insurmountable cliff, demanding the overcoming of countless obstacles and chasms. Within this hierarchy, talent potential serves as the ladder upon the cliff. The higher the talent, the sturdier the ladder, making ascension considerably easier. The champion level of the shiny Ralts was akin to someone taking the fastest elevator while others were still sweating profusely on the stairs, desperately seeking the next step. The disparity was simply incomparable, especially now, in an era where Pokémon prowess resembles the legends of deities, capable of manipulating fate. The term champion signifies the utmost authority, possessing the power to govern a nation. Chapter 7. The Mythical Era, the Underground Battleground. In this age where Pokémon abilities mirror divine legends, the title of champion embodies the highest power, bestowing dominion over a nation. After all, the rank of gym leader has yet to be realized. And even the champion level is merely a myth, with few having witnessed it firsthand. Prior to the hatching, Ye Lin was certain that a shiny Pokémon would not disappoint. Yet he never imagined it would be of such extraordinary caliber. Furthermore, it was a Ralts. Not only does the shiny aspect stand out, but even in its own right, it is exceedingly rare. Psychic and Fairy-type Pokémon are already scarce, and the combination of both makes Ralts' rarity just shy of demigod status. Even the currently sought-after starter Pokémon pale, in comparison. After finally calming his excitement and regaining composure, Ye Lin meticulously reviewed all the information presented. Copy. A second ability. Inherited moves and Fairy-type skills. Misty Terrain, Shadow Sneak, Charm, Draining Kiss. He was taken aback once more. It could only be said that this truly was a shiny Pokémon. Ye Lin gazed at the formidable array of moves, momentarily entranced. This was a being born with such capabilities. It was almost grotesquely overpowered. Were it not for the prompt system being his golden key, if anyone had told him that a newly hatched Pokémon would possess such an extensive repertoire of moves, he would have undoubtedly scoffed. Yet now, the truth lay before him. Ye Lin looked down, meeting the gaze of the blue-haired Ralts. In that instant, his heart softened. The Ralts' qualifications were unparalleled. Its growth rate would undoubtedly be several times that of an ordinary Pokémon. For it, training and battle experience were paramount. The more experience it accumulated, the more advantageous it would be. Moreover, compared to the information provided for ordinary Pokémon, his own shiny Ralts had an additional friendship metric. Ye Lin glanced at the shiny Ralts once more, and it instinctively nestled against his neck, its soft strands brushing against him in a display of affection. The impressive friendship level of 80 affirmed their unmatched synergy, with the added benefit of the telepathy second ability. All that remained was for them to swiftly familiarize themselves with each other's battle styles. In the future, perhaps a mere glance would suffice. No commands would be necessary. And the little Ralts would instinctively understand his intent, springing into action. The following day, Ye Lin carefully placed Ralts in his backpack, preparing to venture to the underground battleground in hopes of fortune. Indeed, in this world, while being a professional Pokémon trainer is an adventurous yet financially draining endeavor. With a fearsome mortality rate, once one truly becomes a trainer, earning money becomes remarkably effortless. With the ubiquitous Pidgey delivery services and the ubiquitous Ducklet takeout, not to mention other lucrative industries, the strong can amass wealth overnight, achieving rapid social mobility. The underground battleground is one such opportunity. 3 years prior, Ye Lin's parents were declared missing, their fates unknown, leaving behind only the house he currently resides in and a pre-purchased spot at the prestigious Bison Academy. Securing a place at Bison Academy is notoriously difficult, requiring a 5-year wait to reserve a spot. This predicament has rendered Ye Lin's current situation quite dire. Over the past 3 days, he has relied on takeout, and the balance on his phone has dwindled to a mere few hundred poke dollars. If he does not devise a means to earn money, survival will become unattainable. Moreover, acquiring a Pokeball for Ralts is essential. Although the little Ralts is small, concealing any information about the Pokémon before a battle is an unspoken rule among competitors. After all, once a Pokémon is revealed, Others can discern its weaknesses and formulate targeted strategies. Thus, it will inevitably influence the dynamics of the battle. Moreover, Pokeballs serve as the homes for Pokémon, and remaining in their habitats aids in their growth. The underground battle arena in Ninghong, known as the Black Factory, is situated quite far from the city. Ye Lin called Luo Hao, and after a few minutes of waiting, his companion arrived. The two of them got into the car and headed toward the underground Black Factory. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver, Lao Yu, cast a surprised glance his way but chose to remain silent as he started the car. Luo Hao, sitting beside him, could no longer contain his curiosity. Brother Yi, have your Pokemon hatched yet? The oath ceremony is just 3 days away, and all the freshmen will showcase their Pokemon. You, stop. The moment the chubby boy got into the car, his mouth began to run like a machine gun. Showing no signs of stopping, Ye Lin quickly intervened. Luo Hao obediently closed his mouth, but the worry in his eyes only intensified. Don't worry, I successfully hatched it. Huh, you really did hatch it. The chubby boy was taken aback, his mind racing back to 3 days ago when he had seen that stone. It indeed was a Pokemon egg. His eyes widened in astonishment. Once he processed the information, he was filled with joy. That's great. I heard that Li Wei, that loser, plans to embarrass you at the oath ceremony. I was so anxious that I couldn't sleep for 2 days. If you hatched it successfully, he won't have a chance. Brother Yi, you truly are impressive. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to hatch it in 100 years. The chubby boy was just a mindless flatterer. Without even having seen the Pokemon Ye Lin hatched, he began showering him with compliments. Fortunately, Ye Lin was already accustomed to such behavior. What kind of Pokemon is it? To avoid another barrage of questions from the chubby boy, Ye Lin quickly redirected the conversation. It's a Machop. As expected, Luo Hao's attention was instantly captivated, and he began to flail his arms in excitement. Brother Yi, let me tell you, my Machop is currently the hot topic in the fighting type. 5 years ago, Master Bai used a martial arts bear to win the rights to the new secret realm. I still remember when. Luo Hao started rambling again. Ye Lin turned his head to look out the window. They had now left the urban area and were venturing into more remote territory. Upon seeing a cluster of connected factory buildings, the driver came to a halt. Luo Hao also curiously glanced around, having never been to such a place before. It was evident that the area had been abandoned for a long time, and its exterior bore no resemblance to the renowned Ninghong. If it weren't for the forum post that would vanish in an hour, which he had promptly screenshot, Ye Lin might have thought he was being deceived. The factory's main entrance was tightly shut, rusty and dilapidated, with faded claw marks etched into it. Ye Lin paid no heed to any of this. Knock, knock. He stepped forward and rapped on the door. Who is it? Ye Lin remained silent. Knock, knock. He knocked twice more and then stood still. The person who had inquired seemed to be waiting for something, and silence fell over the scene. After a few seconds, bang. The sound of a door opening echoed through the air. However, it was not the old iron door before them, but rather a dark corner between the factory buildings. Ye Lin and Luo Hao exchanged glances and then walked toward the corner, where they discovered a massive shipping container standing tall, connecting the two factory buildings. The previous sound of the door opening had originated from there. The container swung open, revealing a dimly lit path, devoid of any guiding figures. Ye Lin, unfazed, stepped inside without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 8. You say you want to compete? Without a moment's hesitation, he entered. Luo Hao, feeling a bit anxious, followed closely behind. Upon entering, Ye Lin realized that the space was not entirely dark. Small lights adorned either side, albeit dimly, enough to illuminate the path ahead. The two moved in silence. The passage was not long, roughly 5 to 6 meters, before they reached a small door. Standing outside the door were two burly men, accompanied by a Machamp that dwarfed them both. Upon seeing the two approach, one of the muscular men scanned them with a handheld device. After a beep, the Machamp glared at them menacingly, exuding an aura of intimidation. After sizing them up and confirming their identities, the muscular man nodded to the one on his right, who handed each of them a mask. Once they donned the masks, the man gently pushed open the small door. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds greeted them as they stepped into an exceptionally vast and bright space. The scene was truly grand. In the center, the largest battle arena stood, surrounded in a circular formation by rows of spectator seats that collectively spanned the size of a football field. Beyond the spectator area were dozens of smaller battle platforms. At that moment, the central battleground was devoid of Pokemon battles, hence the audience seats were mostly half-encircled, facing away from the central arena, watching the battles taking place on the smaller platforms. Cheers and jeers filled the air. Ye Lin observed closely and noted that the seating directions were inconsistent. They were evidently adjustable and rotatable, capable of turning from front to back and left to right. This ingenious design resolved the limitations of viewing angles. One could imagine that if a battle were to occur on one of the smaller platforms, the audience would be entirely focused on that arena. However, once the Grand Central Arena commenced a battle, all seats would turn towards the center, with cheers echoing from all directions, creating a highly immersive experience. The emergence of underground battle arenas was primarily due to a clear regulation on Blue Star, which prohibits professional-level trainers from engaging in Pokémon battles without proper authorization outside of sanctioned competitions. After all, upon reaching the professional level, a Pokémon's destructive power escalates exponentially. This regulation stemmed from a legal trial. Ironically, the plaintiff was the mayor, and the defendant was a gigantic Snorlax. Throughout the ordeal, the Snorlax maintained an innocent expression. But that did not change the fact that it had turned the city's finest government building into a pigsty through its insatiable eating and sleeping habits. Initially, the creature had merely intended to help, but it inadvertently caused a massive disaster. Half the city was affected, with places either transforming into food storage warehouses or becoming mounds of waste, reeking intolerably. Residents within a 3-mile radius had all evacuated, creating a veritable no-man's land. While it sounds amusing, the repercussions were severe, leading to significant damage to infrastructure. This was just one instance. Countless battles had resulted in walls being smashed, roofs collapsing, and streets being shattered. Consequently, Blue Star swiftly enacted a series of regulations. To determine if a trainer is classified as professional, they must be recognized by the league. The league dictates that an application must be submitted prior to a battle. Otherwise, it is viewed as an illegal activity. While one could choose to disregard this, it would only be feasible if they could afford the fines. Naturally, the secret realms operate under different rules. All battles conducted there are deemed legal and just, even broadcasted live. The Pokémon League is a global organization, free from the constraints of any country or individual, solely serving trainers. Being professional signifies an acknowledgement of a trainer's practical combat abilities, as possessing a Pokémon with good potential and nurturing it with various high-grade berries, energy cubes, and nutrient solutions to elite status, without any practical battle experience, will still not suffice to pass the professional assessments. Nevertheless, most elite trainers generally succeed in the professional evaluations, with only a few miscreants managing to slip through the cracks. Ordinary trainers at level 7 can also pass the professional assessments. As for novice trainers, they might as well forget it. Leveling up diligently is of utmost importance. The second reason for the establishment of underground battle arenas is quite simply encapsulated in one word: money. Most professional trainers can be categorized among the impoverished, as the cost of nurturing Pokémon is exorbitant. From spatial backpacks to learning devices, and even the basic necessities of life, every aspect demands financial investment. What? You claim to be broke? Then what business do you have as a trainer? You might as well return home and cultivate some berry trees to contribute a modicum of value to society. Consequently, the underground battlefields have become a sanctuary for the financially challenged, where countless professional trainers engage in underground duels to earn their livelihoods. Moreover, there exists a significant advantage. The first 5 hours for newly registered entrants are complimentary, provided they participate in a match, even if they are eliminated after a single round. However, Ye Lin has come solely to take advantage of these 5 hours. While the Pokémon League has Pokémon Centers, the benefits are reserved for registered professional trainers. As a novice who has just acquired his first Pokémon and has yet to experience a real battle, he cannot afford even a single bottle of nutritional beverage within those centers. Yet here, it is a different story. Within those 5 hours, he can indulge without cost. In preparation for the competitors, the venue is equipped with an array of amenities, including gourmet food, lodging, medical care, training facilities, and even beauty and massage services. Personal training spaces equipped with professional exercise apparatus are available for free rental. Barely 2 minutes into their exploration, a gentle female voice suddenly interjected beside them. "Hello. Please scan your identification here." A stunning attendant clad in professional attire approached Ye Lin and Luo Hao, her smile as measured as if it had been meticulously calculated. Luo Hao hastily produced his ID card, and Ye Lin followed suit, placing his card upon the white, large apparatus at the entrance, which featured a rectangular indentation. A beam of infrared swept over them, and their trainer information materialized on the server's screen. Certification as a professional trainer? No. Upon reading this line, the attendant's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure, as if the previous expression had merely been an illusion. Which match would you like to observe? Here is our list of battles. If everything is in order, you may proceed. She returned their ID cards in succession, along with the match information inscribed upon them. which Ye Lin and Luo Hao could access through their smartwatches. Her demeanor remained unchanged, though her tone now carried a hint of nonchalance. At that moment, Ye Lin halted her outstretched hand, declaring, "I wish to compete. Please register me." Instantly, the attendant's expression froze, a question mark seemingly hovering above her head. "Excuse me, did you say you wish to compete?" Ye Lin responded with a dispassionate hum. The attendant was rendered speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Brother Yi." Luo Hao too was incredulous. He was acutely aware that Ye Lin had only just hatched a Pokémon and was now diving straight into competitive combat. Moreover, this was an underground battle. With far fewer restrictions than formal competitions, injuries were almost inevitable. A freshly hatched Pokémon could hardly endure the intensity of such confrontations. This was close-quarters combat, no holds barred. The nature of this fight was entirely different from the teachings of their school instructors. It was not just inexperienced trainers who suffered injuries. Even seasoned professionals frequently emerged battered. Luo Hao hesitated, grappling with his thoughts. Just then, 3 individuals entered the venue, 2 men and a woman, whose sole visible eyes fixated curiously on Ye Lin, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. After they passed, Luo Hao caught snippets of their conversation. "That kid seems to be competing for the first time. Truly a case of the young, not fearing tigers. The youth of today, TSK. I've noted his match. We might witness an intriguing spectacle this afternoon." Luo Hao's expression grew increasingly grave as he observed Ye Lin successfully register, with the match scheduled for the first round of the afternoon. "Book me a training room." Upon hearing Ye Lin's request, the attendant nodded and proceeded ahead in her high heels. "I will go train. You can watch other matches," Ye Lin remarked to Luo Hao before following the attendant. Left behind, Luo Hao's anxiety mounted. Impatiently, he dialed his sister's voice. "Jing. Hurry over and talk some sense into Brother Yi. He wants to enter the underground battles with a newly hatched Pokémon." "What?" The soft voice on the other end became frantic. "Brother, send me your location. I'm on my way." With that, the call ended abruptly. Luo Hao furrowed his brow as he sent his location, then chose a spectator stand at random, burdened with thoughts. He speculated on Ye Lin's motivations for being here. But to risk the potential injury of his Pokémon for merely 3 hours of free training seemed utterly unworthy. Brother Yi was not a fool. Luo Hao grappled with his confusion. Had he not known Ye Lin would refuse, he would have willingly offered to pay. Moreover, Ye Lin had offended Li Wei for his sake, only seeking a simple compensation of a hatching device. Luo Hao felt at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Clenching his left fist against his right hand, his eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, though Jing might not voice it, it was evident she harbored feelings for Brother Yi. If they were to become family, then how could he not express his gratitude in a manner befitting? Brother Yi would surely not refuse. However, they had yet to address this unspoken understanding, and it appeared the onus was on him to do so. Luo Hao felt invigorated, excitement coursing through him. Meanwhile, Ye Lin remained blissfully unaware of the newfound familial ties. After traversing several corridors, the attendant halted, turning back to present him with a magnetic card. "Enjoy your time." As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at Ye Lin's dark mask before turning to leave. Ye Lin used the magnetic card to unlock the training room door, revealing a spacious area of approximately 100 square meters, constructed from special metallic materials. The walls and floor were waterproof and fireproof, resistant to deformation, and capable of regulating overall temperature. Additionally, the room housed a variety of exercise equipment, including gravity barbells, toxic mist treadmills, fire thrust devices, and frost pull-up bars, essentially encompassing the most popular attributes for Pokémon training. Ye Lin's keen gaze soon spotted a floating device and a mental resistance doll idly resting in the corner, and a flicker of joy ignited within him. It was indeed a fruitful visit. After closing the door and ensuring no surveillance cameras were present, he opened his backpack and released his blue-haired Rallyralis. The moment the little Ralu appeared, it curiously surveyed its surroundings and, without needing instruction, made its way to the resistance doll. Hint: strike the doll 15 times to create a triangular indentation, and a surprise will be revealed. Ye Lin exclaimed in surprise, stepping closer. He immediately issued a command to Rallyralis, who obediently complied, using its small hands to manipulate its body into a slight levitation. As its blue hair floated upward, a surge of powerful psychic energy erupted forth. With a swift motion, the resilient doll was struck, creating a dent. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Continue." With those words, another dent formed, perfectly positioned diagonally below the previous one. After repeating this process 15 times, a triangular shape emerged in the center of the doll's body. Ye Lin's anticipation grew. In the next moment, with a click, Ye Lin watched in awe as a compartment opened in the doll's chest. Thud, thud, thud. A multitude of pink energy cubes cascaded to the ground, bewildering both Ye Lin and little Ralu. There were precisely 10 energy cubes. Ye Lin was filled with astonishment and incredulity. Item: Psychic Energy Cube X10 Advanced. Function: supplements the missing elements within a newborn Pokémon, aids in mental power growth. Swiftly adjusts physical state, and when consumed during training, enhances efficiency, allowing for rapid recovery to peak condition. To his amazement, they were advanced energy cubes. Ye Lin immediately began searching online. Goodness, one advanced energy cube costs between 1,510,000. The psychic type is priced at 8,000. This is not merely an energy cube, it is akin to gold. He inwardly clicked his tongue. No wonder it is said that raising an ordinary trainer can lead a family to financial ruin. Now he finally understood. Ye Lin picked them up one by one. This was nearly 100,000. Ralu? Little Ralu floated over with curiosity, its pale white face nudging against Ye Lin's fingers, sniffing inquisitively. Ralu, Ralu. Instantly, its voice was a mix of urgency and endearment, as it affectionately rubbed its blue-haired head against Ye Lin's wrist. In the next moment, Ye Lin watched in disbelief as a suspicious transparent liquid trickled down from the corner of little Ralu's mouth. What a little glutton. He shook his head in exasperation and tossed the energy cube into the eager mouth of little Ralu. Immediately, a burst of stimulating yet sweet flavor surged into little Ralu's mouth, invigorating its spirit and causing its body to tremble involuntarily. Little Ralu stared in astonishment at the advanced energy cube, which was only a centimeter in size. Its small red eyes were filled with disbelief. It had never imagined that such a tiny morsel could awaken all of its brain cells and heighten its bodily awareness to an unprecedented level. This sensation was utterly addictive. Ralalos swiftly shifted its gaze to the next pink cube. Ye Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, focus on your mental training. This will be indispensable for you. Chapter 10. The Kiss of Absorption, Astonishing Mental Power. Ye Lin couldn't suppress his laughter. Rest assured, focus on your mental training. This will be indispensable for you. Little Ralu excitedly nodded in agreement, its blue hair fluttering with enthusiasm, a clear indication of its buoyant spirit. Without needing further instruction, little Ralu eagerly positioned itself in front of the levitation device and began to harness its psychic abilities. From initially struggling to hover a few centimeters, it gradually grew more adept, ascending higher and higher until it struck with pinpoint accuracy. The entire process took no more than 3 hours. Simultaneously, Ye Lin pondered what other surprises the hint system might hold that he was unaware of. For instance, the design of this combat doll was clearly a clever ploy by its creator, or perhaps a surprise orchestrated by the proprietor of an underground workshop. He realized he had previously underestimated the system's capabilities. Not only did the Pokémon possess complete information, but even the items he observed were similarly detailed. Ralalos, showcase your skills. Despite being drenched in sweat, with its blue hair slightly damp, Ralalos displayed an exhilarating enthusiasm, showing no sign of fatigue on its face. Ye Lin knew the advanced energy cubes were even more effective than he had anticipated. After all, for Psychic-type Pokémon, mental power is paramount. This determines their combat prowess. Trainers indeed strive to enhance this aspect as much as possible, but it is crucial to maintain balance. Excessive exertion could lead to backlash, causing lifelong damage to the Pokémon's psyche. However, with advanced energy cubes on hand, such concerns vanished entirely. The energy consumed by Ralalos during the past hour was solely replenished by the newly acquired energy cubes. Even now, it was brimming with eagerness. Of course, ordinary energy cubes could not sustain such intensity. Only the advanced variety could. Yet even so, the endurance lasted merely a few hours, akin to treating energy cubes as functional beverages. Furthermore, the psychic types were priced at an astonishing 8,000 for just a few hours of training. No professional trainer would dare to spend such a sum. But for Ye Lin, this was a windfall. One must not hesitate in the pursuit of success. As long as it could facilitate Ralalos's rapid growth, with its talents, it would undoubtedly excel in combat. What it currently lacked was merely experience. Ye Lin glanced at the clock. As long as he emerged victorious in the afternoon battle, he would secure 20,000. This was merely the minimum arrangement based on the information on his ID card. Moreover, the more spectators he attracted and the more people placed bets, the greater the corresponding share of the winnings for the victor. He had heard in forums that the highest payout once reached 100,000 for just a single match. Thus, most professional trainers frequented this venue for a taste of the thrill even the wealthy, who yearned to bask in the cheers and applause of countless fans. Relishing the excitement of their victories and defeats, Ye Lin found it hard to fathom just how much a competitor who truly ascended to that central arena could earn, and how many spectators would be in attendance. He had heard that the arena last opened at the beginning of last month, making it nearly 2 months since. Rallo. Little Rallo's voice jolted Ye Lin back to reality. The moment he snapped back, he widened his eyes in utter shock. He beheld Rallolos levitating in midair, a dazzling radiance emanating from its form, enveloping its petite figure in an ethereal glow, both mysterious and magnificent. As it closed its eyes, a strange mist suddenly filled the training space, emanating from the blue-haired Rallolos and spreading outward. In an instant, the entire area was suffused with dense fog. Everything was obscured, including the exercise equipment like barbells that had vanished from sight in an instant. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Kiss of absorption. Ye Lin's heart raced. The powerful telepathic connection allowed him to instantly grasp Rallolos's next move. It was preparing to unleash its second skill. A true offensive technique was about to unfold. The misty terrain was a deceptive inherited move, easily conferring an advantage in battle, albeit with average attack power. Hidden within the fog, Rallolos's golden antennae flickered, radiating light as pink energy surged forth, forming several lip imprints in midair that swiftly flew out, adhering to the walls of the room in an instant. The next moment, the lip imprints abruptly vanished into the walls. Ye Lin blinked in confusion. No way, it's gone just like that? No sooner had he spoken than anguished cries and furious howls erupted from all directions. Ye Lin stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, in the unseen recesses of the training rooms along this corridor, extending a full 500 meters and nearly 5 rooms in length, every Pokémon in training was afflicted. The energy within them was instantaneously siphoned by an invisible hand, leaving their bodies exceedingly weak. Some collapsed on their treadmills, while others faltered mid-exercise with their thrust machines. Even more alarmingly, some fainted on the spot, leaving their trainers bewildered, staring around in confusion. Some particularly sensitive individuals even suspected they had been ambushed and promptly called the front desk, berating the management of the underground facility for the apparent issues. The masters behind the battle arena were alerted. However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, they found nothing amiss, leaving it a perplexing mystery. Following this event, the influx of challengers to the underground battle arena was significantly affected, with a drastic reduction in the number of trainers lasting nearly a month. Of course, Ye Lin was utterly unaware of the subsequent developments. A low hum resonated through the air, and as Ye Lin lifted his gaze, he was met with an astonishing sight. A powerful energy, seemingly from nowhere, surged into the hands of Ralts, which hovered 2 meters above the ground, looking down imperiously. As the energy sphere expanded, a hint of indifference clouded its eyes. In that moment, the young Ralts was transformed, resembling a deity of judgment, capable of effortlessly determining the end of life itself. The very air around them twisted, rippling in concentric waves, gathering, releasing. With a thunderous boom, a burst of light erupted. The space of the 100-meter flat-roofed building trembled violently, as materials that had been tempered and compressed were forcefully pushed aside by several inches. Instantly, the interior expanded by several square meters. The ground, now compacted, was pressed down several centimeters deeper. As the dust settled and the thick mist dissipated, Ye Lin gradually regained his composure, staring incredulously at Ralts. Sensing his gaze, the young Ralts turned back, its earlier coldness quickly melting away like snow in early spring, as life surged anew within its eyes. It floated over and leapt into Ye Lin's embrace, affectionately rubbing its blue hair against his chin, exuding trust and intimacy. Chapter 11. The Awakening of Psychic Powers. No fairy type? Suddenly, limitless vitality blossomed in its eyes as it floated over, nestling into Ye Lin's arms, nuzzling its blue locks against his chin, exuding pure affection and trust. Ding! Congratulations! Shiny Ralts has successfully achieved a class leap, advancing 2 tiers and entering the late novice stage. Reward: Psychic Awakening. Evaluation: a special energy left behind by a mythical beast capable of awakening psychic abilities. Trainer exclusive. What? Psychic Awakening. Ye Lin could hardly believe his eyes. Still reeling from Ralts's extraordinary strength, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the prompt before him. After rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, a wave of ecstatic joy surged through him. To his astonishment, the system offered not just prompts but also rewards upon the Pokémon's ascension. And such rewards were beyond the reach of any monetary value. This was the power of psychic abilities. The identity of a psychic was a coveted dream for many trainers. and Ye Lin had fully grasped their rarity since his arrival here. With the emergence of the Secret Realm, the fusion of Pokémon with Blue Star, and the initial signing of agreements, only a minuscule fraction of individuals had awakened psychic powers. These individuals numbered less than 100 worldwide. Although their numbers had slightly increased in recent years, the records in the Pokémon League logged barely over 2,000. Powerful psychics often possessed strength rivaling that of Pokémon. They could effortlessly manipulate others' dreams, soar thousands of meters into the sky, and some could even avert the destruction of an entire city, contending against quasi-legendary Pokémon. Thus, being a psychic signified a future filled with promise. After all, even the most modest psychics could achieve a high victory rate on the battlefield through telepathic connection with their Pokémon. It was no wonder Ye Lin was brimming with excitement. At that moment, a dazzling purple light, representing psychic power, emerged and began to flow gently outward. As the brilliance swirled, tendrils of energy seeped into Ye Lin's forehead. As if wary of disturbing him, tenderly merging like a stream finding its way into the vast ocean. With a sigh, Ye Lin released a breath, feeling as though the impurities within him were expelled alongside it. His consciousness split into two, with a peculiar mental force residing on one side, complementing rather than detracting from his essence. Ye Lin's brow twitched. In the next instant, the hovering apparatus in the distance suddenly levitated higher and higher, startling the Ralts nestled in his arms. It abruptly raised its head, its crimson eyes emanating a piercing glare. However, after a moment, it sensed the familiar force controlling the apparatus. The young Ralts' expression shifted to one of confusion. Just then, it detected an inexplicable resonance emanating from Ye Lin, strikingly similar to its own power, yet with subtle differences. The Ralts tilted its head, a blend of curiosity and intrigue directed at Ye Lin. Suddenly a soft, almost melodic voice, carrying an undertone of sharpness, reached Ye Lin's ears. "Master, is that you?" Upon hearing this voice, Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback. He looked down, and at that moment, the voice resonating in his ears fused with the image of Ralts gazing up at him. A jolt of realization coursed through him. Simultaneously, a deep, magnetic voice filled with affection echoed within Ralts' mind. An overwhelming joy surged within him. Yet, as their eyes met, the young Ralts shyly buried its head back into its master's embrace. Ye Lin's lips curled into a faint smile. If following the usual progression, even if the young Ralts possessed a secondary ability, he would have to wait until it evolved into Kirlia to communicate telepathically. Now, with the awakening of psychic powers, this process was expedited, allowing them to directly hear each other's thoughts. This conferred an undeniable advantage in battles. For in the heat of combat, there are moments when relying on a Pokémon's instinct is imperative, and commands from trainers may come too late. When that time arrived, the ability to communicate telepathically between him and Ralts would render them virtually invincible. The more Ye Lin contemplated, the more fervent his desire grew. He could hardly contain himself, eager to test this newfound power. However, the fairy-type Move Fairy Wind seemed rather overpowered. As he stood on the solid ground, Ye Lin stroked his chin in contemplation. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, swiping a few times. He entered the term fairy type into the Pokémon League's official website and pressed confirm, awaiting the search results. Oddly, the interface displayed a small spinning symbol for several seconds, indicating it was still refreshing. After a minute, the spinning arrow continued its relentless rotation. Ye Lin's patience wore thin as he re-entered the search. This time, the refresh symbol appeared for only a few seconds. But in the next instant, Ye Lin's gaze froze. The query results displayed on the Pokémon League website were simply none. How could this be? He found it hard to believe. An incredible thought flashed through his mind. Yet it seemed too absurd. His trembling fingers betrayed his disbelief as he typed in Pokémon types. A second later, the encyclopedia data that appeared clearly enumerated the 17 Pokémon types. He perused each line from beginning to end, finding no mention of the fairy type. Only some vague references were included in subsequent supplements. Currently, the 18th Pokémon type has yet to be discovered, but extensive examinations have revealed the emergence of a non-combat auxiliary ability that does not fall under the 17 recognized types. It remains exceedingly rare, with scant documentation, and is categorized as a support ability, not included as a type. Ye Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The veins in his neck pulsed slightly, and he clenched his jaw in disbelief. How could there be no fairy type? Ye Lin's ears burned with excitement. In Blue Star, the dragon type was universally acknowledged as the most formidable Pokémon type. Anything associated with the term dragon can be sold for exorbitant prices, even a regular trainer. after a lifetime of savings, might find it impossible to acquire a single dragon-type Pokémon egg. Even the faintest trace of draconic lineage ignites fierce competition among countless trainers. Such incidents of theft have previously caused uproars domestically, culminating in trials at the Pokémon court. Yet, in this world, the fairy type has yet to be properly classified. It is mistakenly considered merely an auxiliary ability. Few are aware that fairy types are, in fact, the nemesis of dragon types. This is one of the reasons why dragon types flourish so magnificently on Blue Planet. The move Draining Kiss, executed by Lucario, is akin to wielding a cheat tool, capable of healing oneself while simultaneously inflicting damage. If this technique were to be unleashed upon dragon-type Pokémon, those heralded as invincible would likely find themselves mercilessly subdued. Chapter 12. The Water Army's Descent. Eradicating the chance to become a trainer? Those once deemed invincible would find themselves utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, the astonishment of onlookers would be palpable. The mere thought of such a scene ignited a restless excitement within Ye Lin. With the bond of telepathic communication, the synergy between trainer and Pokémon grew increasingly harmonious. Eventually, Lucario was able to unleash its abilities almost instantaneously upon the issuance of Ye Lin's commands. With the intervals between actions diminishing considerably, the 5-hour novice training session was maximally optimized by Ye Lin. On the Baisun Academy forum, a post titled, "It's that time of year again for new students. Let's discuss this year's peculiarities," emerged. Ye Lin's name prominently featured within. Someone meticulously recounted his actions from the incubation room. And before long, the post soared to the top, garnering a staggering number of likes far surpassing those of others. What the hell? He picked up a stone and just left? Can anyone really act like that? I find it hard to believe. Perhaps it's merely a ploy for attention. But it's too reckless. Choosing a worthless egg that can't hatch will surely embarrass him at the upcoming oath-taking ceremony. How else could he stand out among so many oddities and secure the top spot? I almost think he's not quirky, but rather insane. Who would joke with their future? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. It's too early to draw conclusions. Perhaps he's a wealthy heir who doesn't care about Baisun's incubation room. Maybe he already possesses a starter Pokémon from his parents and wouldn't bother with an unknown quality egg. What the upstairs said makes sense. The fool is me. As the fervor began to wane, some remarked on the lack of full context, choosing to abstain from comment, which provoked Li Wei's ire. He felt that his investment in hiring online marketers had gone to waste. What about the marketing company you contacted? Have they perished? The lanky man recoiled slightly, startled by Li Wei's fury, and quickly donned a sycophantic smile. Brother Wei, please don't be anxious. The Water Army is currently seeking the perfect opportunity to strike. Rest assured, the company I hired is reputable. They assured me that not only will Ye Lin gain notoriety in school, but all trainers in Ninghong City will learn of his exploits. At the moment he showcases his Pokémon at the oath-taking ceremony, his video will spread like wildfire online, ensuring that the majority of people online in Ninghong witness it. By then, not only will he be embarrassed, but he shall never dream of entering the world of trainers again. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's grim expression softened slightly, though it remained menacing. With a twisted face, he uttered, "If he dares to provoke me, let him discover just how great the cost will be." After the oath-taking ceremony, I will ensure Ye Lin vanishes entirely from the realm of trainers, never to rise again. Do you understand? The lanky man shivered and quickly replied, "Understood, understood. You can count on me." The yellow-haired individual, trembling with fear, nodded fervently, but dared not meet Li Wei's gaze. He had not anticipated such severity. He thought that a mere reprimand would suffice to expel Ye Lin from Baisun, but instead, it appeared they sought to obliterate his chances of ever becoming a trainer. This was truly ruthless. Although being a trainer is the most perilous and high-risk profession, it is also one of the most prestigious and powerful. All other professions revolve around trainers. For instance, breeders hold a social standing just below that of trainers, with the two roles complementing each other. Generally, upon becoming a gym leader-level trainer, one acquires a dedicated breeder as support. Yet, no matter how powerful a breeder becomes, or how delectable their energy cubes are, they gain only the respect of others without compelling trainers to yield or submit. Pokémon doctors and nurses, among others, are essentially part of an elite trainer's team. Considered standard fare, government officials, in fact, are often formidable trainers themselves. The strength of an individual is directly correlated to their political standing. Even if there are low-ranked trainers in high positions, such cases are exceedingly rare. After all, compelling a trainer of higher level through sheer charisma is no trivial feat yet. Even if one's prowess is lacking, they will not fall below the elite tier. The list of other roles is endless. In this instance, Li Wei's actions directly annihilate Ye Lin's opportunities to become a trainer. Does this not imply that Ye Lin will forever be crushed beneath his heel? For in this world, only trainers can conquer other trainers. The mere thought sent chills down the spine of the yellow-haired individual, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Alarmed, he began to reconsider his position. His attempts to curry favor with Li Wei stemmed from familial interests, aiming to secure superior resources from the Li family and expand their channels. However, it was becoming clear that Li Wei was not a suitable ally. Ye Lin had merely clashed with him once, and now he aimed to ensure Ye Lin would never again rise to prominence. If their family chose to sever ties with them afterward, the consequences were all too predictable. The yellow-haired individual's eyes darted around, searching for a plausible excuse to extricate himself from this predicament, fearing Li Wei's potential retribution. The lanky man sensed the unease of the yellow-haired individual, but paid it no heed. He was eager for Li Wei to trust him even more, as it would allow his family to continue thriving alongside the Li family, with each of the three harboring their own ulterior motives. The discussions on the Bison Academy forum escalated into a fever pitch after the Water Army's intervention. Some individuals outright stated that Ye Lin was not a wealthy heir at all. In fact, his parents had long been missing. Such a sensationalist act would only ensnare him further in his own web, and they were eager to witness how he would fare in 3 days. Goodness, I thought he was genuinely a wealthy heir seeking to experience life, but it turns out he is merely a pauper masquerading as someone of significance. I find such people utterly repulsive. How tiresome. Bison accepts all sorts, it seems. You are mistaken upstairs, while Bison has always welcomed all. The oath-taking ceremony and the new student assessment are two crucial thresholds. Countless individuals have faltered here. Anyone who fails is summarily dismissed, and the tuition fee of several $100,000 is non-refundable. In fact, Bison's dropout rate is among the highest, even in Ninghong City, and certainly ranks top in all of Zhejiang province. This is precisely to filter out the dregs. Ye Lin, is it? I've taken note. I shall closely observe him at the oath-taking ceremony. To be honest, I am now filled with anticipation. I am eager to see whether this hypocrite will crumble when his facade is shattered, or if he will flee in disgrace. The momentum had been thoroughly seized. The excitement escalated, with the Water Army orchestrating the narrative seamlessly from behind the scenes, skillfully maintaining the right balance. Just as Ye Lin was being thoroughly vilified, he also teetered on the brink of infamy. They even staged a performance, with one account praising Ye Lin in vague terms, while another vehemently exposed his lies, ensuring that Ye Lin's duplicitous image became ingrained in the public consciousness in a remarkably short time. Chapter 13. Constantly updated notes. Childhood sweethearts. Li Wei's ultimate objective was to firmly etch the hypocritical image of Ye Lin into the minds of the populace in a remarkably brief period, casting him as a scheming individual devoid of scruples. With preconceived notions firmly established, people would inevitably don tinted glasses of bias. Rendering Ye Lin's explanations futile, no one would lend an ear to his justifications. He sought to deny Ye Lin any chance of redemption, ensuring he would plummet into the depths of disgrace. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Lin found himself slightly breathless while training his ralts. He also endeavored to strengthen his connection with his psychic abilities. Furthermore, as a trainer, physical fitness was paramount. Without adequate stamina, the lengthy battles of major competitions could easily lead to exhaustion. Thus, exceptional trainers often boasted commendable physical prowess, as those with frail constitutions were typically eliminated early on. Beside him, Ralts sparkled with radiant energy, buoyed by an uninterrupted supply of high-level energy cubes, allowing it to train without concern for fatigue or the risk of overexertion. It was indeed a testament to its potential as a future champion. Ye Lin glanced at the notification once more. Aside from the power level evolving from novice to an advanced stage, the remarks had also changed. Remark: possesses formidable psychic strength, maintains a balance between fairy-type energy and psychic abilities, exhibits a strong capacity for telepathic communication with the trainer, and demonstrates exceptional learning aptitude. It appeared that the updates were continuous. Would this mean he could eventually ascertain the health status of his Pokémon or detect injuries? Ye Lin pondered over this intriguing description. Moreover, the recurring mention of maintaining a balance between fairy-type and psychic abilities hinted at the possibility of an imbalance in the future. If his conjecture held true, then the prompt system indeed wielded considerable power. Being able to monitor his Pokémon's physical condition could avert numerous crises, and perhaps even preemptively guard against certain ailments. As Ye Lin contemplated this, he exited the training room. The 5 hours had elapsed, and his access privileges were automatically transferred. Remaining beyond the designated time would result in being locked inside. Just as he stepped into the corridor, he was approached at a brisk pace by two individuals. One was Luo Hao. The other, with flowing black hair dancing in the wind, donned a form-fitting blue knitted dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Though the design of the dress was rather conservative, revealing only a hint of her fair calves, it exuded an inexplicable charm on the girl. However, it was her appearance that truly captivated. Her exquisitely delicate face, now flushed from running, concealed a glimmer of urgency in her clear, transparent eyes. To encapsulate her essence in a single term, she was pure and alluring. Luo Jingjing, the younger sister of Luo Hao. Upon seeing Ye Lin, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she unabashedly linked her arm through his, pouting as she exclaimed, "Ye Lin, you acted far too impulsively this time. If it weren't for my brother, you would have kept it all a secret." Ye Lin, upon hearing this, immediately directed his gaze towards Luo Hao, who coughed awkwardly. Turning his head away in embarrassment, unable to meet Ye Lin's eyes, he felt powerless. After all, his sister and Ye Lin had grown up together, and there were certain things he found difficult to articulate. What if his sister's words reached Ye Lin? In Luo Hao's perspective, they were destined to become family eventually. "Don't pay heed to your brother's nonsense. Since I have promised, I will surely find a way. When have I ever lied?" Ye Lin replied with a smile, looking down at Luo Jingjing. As he met her deep, dark eyes that were intently focused on him, she bit her lip and quickly averted her gaze. Letting go of his arm, an unspoken tension lingered between them. At that moment, a voice resonated through the corridor, announcing, "The first battle of the afternoon is about to commence. Both competitors are requested to prepare accordingly. Assemble at Arena 101 by 2:25 p.m. The announcement looped 3 times, emphasizing its urgency. The doors of other training rooms began to open, and many trainers emerged, engaged in discussions about the upcoming match. Who knows if this battle will be worth watching? Hopefully, there will be some genuinely skilled trainers. Oh, that's a tall order. It's not a grand occasion. These folks only gather a few times a month, and during their presence, we rarely get a chance to shine. That's why the arena battles have become so frequent. Everyone is seizing the moment." Exactly, everyone's thinking the same way, but the quality varies. Be grateful. It's better than having those few elite trainers here, who would crush us mercilessly. Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Yet Luo Hao and Luo Jingjing felt increasingly anxious, particularly Luo Jingjing, who observed the furrow in Ye Lin's brow, her expression growing more serious. "Yigu, should we head over now?" "Let's go," Ye Lin replied nonchalantly. Although he was uncertain about the individuals mentioned earlier, the information suggested that the true powerhouses of the Black Factory were absent that day. Even if formidable opponents existed, they would likely be the lesser of the bunch. This realization brought him a sense of reassurance. With Ralts having recently hatched, its chances against seasoned veterans were limited. However, against ordinary trainers, Ye Lin felt significantly more confident. He quickly made his way to the edge of the first arena. The audience was sparse, and this particular arena was the smallest of the 10, accommodating only a few hundred spectators at most. Ye Lin cast a glance around, noting the disinterest of the audience. Some sat in a daze, others chatted, and some were engrossed in their phones, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the competitor. Luo Jingjing felt a surge of indignation. Her cheeks puffed up, yet she recognized that such treatment was commonplace in the Black Factory. Generally, novice trainers garnered little belief from the crowd and attracted no audience whatsoever. Most attendees were merely there out of boredom. Ye Lin, fully aware of this reality, felt no discontent. Only Luo Hao and Luo Jingjing expressed their dissatisfaction on his behalf. However, with the match yet to commence and them not having seen Ye Lin's Pokémon, they had no choice but to swallow their grievances. Soon enough, 2:25 p.m. arrived. The two took their seats in the front row, with Luo Jingjing nervously gripping the edge of her clothing and Luo Hao swallowing hard with anxiety. On the battlefield, Ye Lin stood ready, yet he could not see his opponent. The referee entered the arena, and upon noticing only Ye Lin present, his brow furrowed in confusion. Just as he was about to speak, a man approached from the opposite side, wearing a rugged mask of a scarred man. His gait was brutish and unrefined, his imposing physique dwarfing Ye Lin's stature. The referee promptly swallowed his words, his expression lightening slightly. It was as though he had completely disregarded the man's tardiness. After glancing at his wristwatch, he raised the microphone and declared, "Time's up. Both competitors, please send forth your Pokémon." As soon as he finished speaking, the referee exited the stage from the opposite side. The rugged man, throughout the encounter, had not once regarded Ye Lin, merely casting a cursory glance after the referee's announcement. He retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, prompting a gasp from the audience below. "It's Golem. What brings him here today? It seems the outcome of this match is already determined." TSK, The opponent is rather unfortunate. It is likely that Zhu Lei could subdue him single-handedly. The audience in the stands has finally begun to engage in fervent discussions. However, the focus is not on Ye Lin, but rather on the man opposite him, who bears the moniker of Zhu Lei. Within the Black Factory, due to the masks worn, the true identities of each participant remain concealed, leading to formidable competitors being assigned corresponding nicknames by the spectators. As for those eliminated in a single round, they are hardly worthy of remembrance. The daily foot traffic in the Black Factory ranges from 5,000 to 10,000 individuals, even if only 1% are contestants. The number of matches held in a single day exceeds 50 to 100. Not to mention, when the central arena commences, the crowd swells far beyond 10,000. And any skill unleashed by either side can evoke thunderous applause. Zhu Lei has garnered a modest reputation here. Although he may not rival the prominent figures and lacks the qualification to ascend to the central stage, he reigns supreme in the smaller arenas, particularly on ordinary days. When trainers with high scores are a rarity, Zhu Lei is a relentless force. He had just achieved 3 consecutive victories that morning. Thus, upon seeing Ye Lin's slight frame, he disdainfully diverted his gaze, internally scoffing, a novice, likely to last only 10 minutes at best. As the white light from the Pokeball flickered, a gray spherical stone materialized. However, this round stone is endowed with muscular arms, a face featuring prominent stony eyebrows, and trapezoidal eyes with brown irises. It appears as robust as its master. Pokémon, Geodude. Nature, stubborn and tough, rather aggressive. Strength, ordinary. Ability, Rock Head, does not receive recoil damage from its own moves. Type, Rock, Ground. Moves, Tackle, Rollout, Rock Polish, Roll, Harden. Potential, Elite. Note, this Geodude has been around for quite some time, engaging in friendly collisions with companions to determine who is tougher and is easily provoked. It seems that the battle notes are more detailed. Observing the information provided, Ye Lin stroked his chin in contemplation. The fact that it is easily provoked is indeed a significant flaw during battles, especially in large competitions. An enraged Pokémon loses its rationality and tends to disregard its trainer's commands, acting solely on instinct. The outcome is invariably grim, with no chance for a comeback. The initial hints provided prior to the battle typically pertain to the Pokémon's inherent traits and capabilities. As Ye Lin pondered, the audience below erupted in cheers upon the appearance of Geodude, completely overlooking Ye Lin's presence. To them, an unknown rookie was unlikely to last even a single round. This battle held no suspense. Meanwhile, the tension in Luo Hao and Luo Jingjing's hearts was palpable, nearly leaping from their throats, with a thin sheen of sweat forming on Luo Hao's brow. At that moment, Ye Lin made his move. The fabric at his chest subtly shifted. Suddenly, it became clear that his Pokémon was concealed there. What followed was a wave of derisive mockery. It seemed he was a pauper unable to afford a proper Pokeball. And one could only wonder what gave him the audacity to enter the arena. I feel embarrassed for him. Zhu Lei, please make this quick and let him understand why the flowers bloom so brightly. The raucous jeers filled the air. Other arenas had yet to commence, and the afternoon's most thrilling match undoubtedly lay with Zhu Lei at Arena 101. Thus, despite Ye Lin being an obscure contender, spectators from other arenas flocked to Arena 101. However, the crowd in the Black Factory held a firm belief in the supremacy of strength, and upon noticing Ye Lin's lack of a Pokeball, they regarded him with even greater disdain. Zhu Lei observed the surging crowd below. As more spectators gathered, their bets were unmistakably placed on him. A grin crept across his masked face, finding Ye Lin somewhat more agreeable. Having a novice as an opponent meant that all winnings would be credited to his account. A rare opportunity indeed. Spectators were free to place their bets, and the anticipated conclusion of this match drew an unusually high number of wagers. With odds reaching as high as 20 to 1, Ye Lin was virtually ignored. The large screen distinctly displayed the stark contrast between the two. Nearly 1,000 bets placed on Zhu Lei, while Ye Lin's faceless avatar only had a mere 2 bets. It was clear who those 2 were. At that moment, the Pokémon concealed within Ye Lin's attire finally unveiled itself. With blue hair and a white dress, it curiously peeked around before swiftly retreating. Most of the audience barely caught a glimpse. Only Zhu Lei, as the opponent, exhibited disbelief. Could it be a Ralts? How could that be? Such a Pokémon is rarely seen even in gym battles. How could it appear in this underground Black Factory? No, he must have seen wrongly. But in the next second, the blue-haired creature peeked out once more. This time, not only Zhu Lei but all present could see clearly. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Ralts. The only difference was its hair color. Zhu Lei, concealed by his mask, could not reveal his expression, but his eyes widened in astonishment. He grappled with confusion. Could this truly be Ralts? If so, why the different hair color? If not, how could it appear so identical to Ralts? Ralts are exceedingly rare on Blue Star. One could count on one hand the number of ordinary Ralts seen, let alone a shiny one. Typically, only those of high standing or family heirs possess such Pokémon. The number of ordinary individuals who have encountered Ralts is minuscule. Thus, very few in the audience recognized Ralts, and those who did remained deeply skeptical, as their mental image of Ralts was of green hair and a white dress. When had they ever seen one with blue hair? Many in the audience desperately reassured themselves that it might merely resemble Ralts. The referee, having recovered from his shock, fixed his gaze on the small Ralts, speechless for a prolonged moment. It was only upon hearing the reminder in his earpiece that he regained his composure and promptly declared, "The match begins." With that command, Ye hastily shook his head, gritting his teeth to dispel his panic, and commanded Geodude, "Rock Polish, roll out." He had entirely shed his previous disdain. Regardless of whether Ralts was genuine or not, he would not underestimate his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have thrived in the Black Factory to this extent. At his command, Geodude crossed its muscular arms over its body and began to rub them vigorously, creating sparks as it did so. With each motion, its previously angular physique gradually smoothed out, picking up speed. In the blink of an eye, Rock Polish was complete. Geodude had transformed entirely, becoming rounder and minimizing contact with the air. Now was the moment. Ye shouted enthusiastically, his hands waving in excitement. Geodude's speed was unprecedented, breaking all previous records, possibly spurred by the adrenaline. This was the most successful Rock Polish yet. Indeed, after he finished speaking with flushed cheeks, the small Onix tightly hugged itself with its two fists, completely pressing its arms against its body. It transformed itself into a ball and charged forward. A resounding boom erupted from the arena as the small Onix rolled, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its aggressive momentum made the frail-looking Ralts appear utterly defenseless. Indeed, this Ralts was a mere imitation. A man in the front row let out a sigh of relief. He had wagered a fortune and certainly did not wish to incur any losses. Luo Hao and Luo Jingjing exchanged a glance, their sibling intuition allowing them to comprehend each other's thoughts without uttering a word. They nodded in unison, their expressions growing significantly more serious. Luo Hao sighed in admiration. Brother Yi truly lives up to his reputation. He never undertakes actions without certainty. Perhaps this time we might even make a small profit. Meanwhile, some spectators gradually quieted down. Although they held no faith in Ye Lin, they felt no animosity towards the Pokémon. The adorable Ralts made some spectators unable to bear watching any longer and discreetly turned away. Suddenly, everyone heard a deep voice echoing above the 101 arena, an enchanting melody. In an instant, the seemingly fragile figure on the stage remained motionless, hands slightly raised, mouth agape. The next moment, as the blue strands of hair on Ralts fluttered, a wave of purplish-red sound surged forth. The sound wave burst forth with unstoppable force, rippling outwards in all directions, causing the air to vibrate as if it were creating layers of waves in the ocean. Wave after wave of sound crashed forth. The small Onix's rolling body immediately froze, becoming rigid in an instant. Its fists, powerless to resist, instinctively tried to cover its non-existent ears. The omnipresent sound wave left it with no place to escape. With a howl, the small Onix collapsed onto the arena, letting out a pained cry. The entire sequence of events had unfolded too abruptly. Ye stood frozen in place, veins bulging on his forehead. It was unclear whether he was affected by the enchanting melody or merely shocked. The audience fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. The 101 arena seemed to have been pressed on pause, aside from the agonized wails of the small Onix. Everything else became frozen in time. A crash. The deep voice behind the black, faceless mask resonated once more, but at that moment, no one dared to overlook it. Upon hearing the sound, everyone inhaled deeply, their eyes wide in disbelief, unable to blink. The situation was far too unexpected. Their minds struggled to comprehend. Driven purely by instinct to ensure they did not miss this astonishing spectacle, the seemingly frail Ralts charged forward with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, boom! The 101 arena trembled violently. The ground shook. Crack! Then came the heavy sound of stone hitting the ground, an excruciating noise to hear. The crowd turned their gaze toward the center of the arena. They beheld the once mighty small Onix sprawled flat on the ground, eyes tightly shut in pain, face contorted. Its arms lay twisted in entirely different directions, its limbs beyond control. Its consciousness had completely faded. and the Ralts that had caused this transformation merely took a few steps back from the force of the impact before using its psychic abilities to float gracefully in midair. Still adorned in blue hair and a white dress, not a speck of dust marred its pristine appearance throughout the encounter. Its opponent lay incapacitated on the ground. At that moment, the undulating sound waves ceased simultaneously, as if the pause button had been released. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at Ralts and Ye Lin. Even the referee was so stunned that he could not utter a word, standing frozen, forgetting to announce the result. This battle had proven far too unexpected. Before the duel, no one could have anticipated such an outcome. Close to 1,000 spectators turned their attention in astonishment. They were left dumbfounded. Suddenly, the angelic Ralts floating in midair moved again. The previously arrogant Ye Lin instinctively began to retreat. In his haste, he failed to notice his footing and stepped directly onto the small onyx's twisted arm. With a thud, he fell flat on his back. Hands supporting him as he turned pale, panic etched across his face. Ironically, Ralts didn't even glance in his direction. With a swoosh, the little Ralts, who had just displayed remarkable prowess, leaped into Ye Lin's embrace, affectionately rubbing its blue hair against his face, its little mouth curving into a crescent of joy. "Well done," Ye Lin praised, gently patting Ralts on the head. The bond between man and Pokémon was extraordinarily harmonious, and countless spectators quietly observed this scene, none daring to interrupt. After their interaction concluded, the referee seemed to awaken from a dream, clearing his throat with a fist against his mouth. "Ahem. The faceless man has emerged victorious. Let us extend our congratulations to him and his Pokémon." Chapter 16. The Strong Man Weeps. Beginner's Breeder's Guide. Ahem. The faceless man has won. Let us congratulate him and his Pokémon. As the referee announced, he covertly scrutinized Ye Lin and Ralts, convinced of his subtlety, while also glancing at his watch. Yet after doing so, his astonishment only deepened. It took merely 35 seconds to achieve a decisive victory. The opponent was rendered incapable of even standing, an overwhelming disparity in strength. Yet the level difference could not possibly exceed 1 tier, otherwise they would never have been arranged to compete in the same arena. But if their strengths were indeed equal, how could such a swift defeat occur? Wasn't he that absurd? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. "What the hell is this? I'm dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" 35 seconds. 35 seconds to obliterate the small onyx. Am I seeing things? Or is the equipment malfunctioning? How could this possibly happen? Is this truly Ralts? My goodness. But why does this Ralts have blue hair? I thought it was a counterfeit. Perhaps it dyed its hair. Some trainers have such peculiar habits. And it seems this elusive faceless master is no exception. That makes sense. The concept of a shiny Pokémon is so far removed from ordinary life that not only have they never thought about it, but they have hardly even heard of it. Therefore, upon discovering Ye Lin's extraordinary prowess, they confirmed that this was indeed Ralts. As for its blue hair, they had their explanations. After all, in Blue Star, Pokémon beauty salons are ubiquitous, and the fees are not cheap. They assumed Ye Lin was no different. As for the notion of a shiny Pokémon, perhaps that thought had flickered briefly, but it was too far-fetched to linger in their minds. On the other side, the most affected was Ye Lin. He slumped to the ground, his gaze vacant. It was only upon hearing the referee's voice that he finally emerged from his daze. But when he caught a glimpse of the unconscious small onyx, his expression paled dramatically beneath his mask. It was then that he understood what had transpired in that brief span of time. All his plans had crumbled. His opponent was not a novice, but a hidden powerhouse. He had walked right into the line of fire. He became the first to strike the bell on the winning streak platform. Such prowess. His intention was not merely to make a name for himself in the black market, but to achieve fame through battle, ascending to the central arena, akin to those prodigies. Upon realizing this, Ye Lin was suddenly engulfed in despair. Alas, why am I so unfortunate? When the referee approached to inquire, Ye Lin staggered to his feet, dejected. He pressed a button on the pokeball at his waist, and with a swift motion, a beam of light enveloped the unconscious Geodude. In the next moment, Geodude vanished from the arena, causing the pokeball at Ye Lin's waist to feel heavier. The more he contemplated, the more his heart ached. He felt that all his prior preparations had gone to waste. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, he was outclassed. Aside from lamenting his bad luck, he was powerless to act. The thought brought tears to the eyes of the burly man. However, concealed beneath the mask of the scarred man, only his bloodshot eyes remained visible, rendering him even more terrifying. Suddenly, he approached Ye Lin. The audience fell silent, and an inexplicable tension filled the air. Luo Hao and Luo Jingjing, witnessing this scene, immediately rose from the front row of the audience and rushed toward Ye Lin. Thud, thud, thud. With a height nearing 2 meters and a weight of at least 200 pounds, he exuded an overwhelming presence. As he drew closer, even Ye Lin's brow furrowed slightly. The Ralts in his arms raised its golden antennae cautiously, its hidden eyes flashing with a glint of apprehension. One could only imagine that if Ye Lin truly unleashed his fury, Ralts would retaliate with unrelenting ferocity. At last, Ye Lin stood before Ye Lin. Ye Lin squinted, tilting his head slightly, only to find the menacing scar on the mask glaring back at him, with the only visible red eye glaring fiercely. At that moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. The sparks on either side were mere moments away from igniting. Just as things seemed to reach a boiling point, Ye Lin's rigid posture suddenly slumped, his imposing aura dissipating in an instant. Then, with an inexplicable tone of grievance and a hint of tears in his voice, he said, "Esteemed sir, I hope that in the future, if you plan to battle, you could kindly inform us in advance, allowing us ordinary trainers to steer clear. You have no idea how long I prepared for today." Standing before Ye Lin, Ye Lin towered over him, yet the two sides' aura could not be compared. This statement left Ye Lin momentarily stunned. What followed was utterly unexpected, shattering his worldview. "I've worked so hard to get here, and you." Woo. As Ye Lin spoke, his voice grew increasingly pitiful, and he unexpectedly covered his face with both hands, slowly crouching in front of Ye Lin, breaking down in tears like a child. Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips. The audience below wore expressions of bewilderment, akin to reliving the moment when Ralts had dispatched its opponent in a single blow. Luo Hao, who had been rushing forward, suddenly halted, causing Luo Jingjing behind him to collide with his back, her forehead turning red from the impact. Yet, neither of them had the presence of mind to voice their pain. They were instead transfixed by the sight of the muscular man weeping just a few meters away. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Even Ye Lin, rarely one to feel empathy, found a trace of subtle sympathy rising within him. Although he was unaware of what the group meant or what Ye Lin had concocted in his mind, he couldn't help but feel pity for him. I will pay more attention in the future, all right? Woohoo! Fine you. Remember, I don't want to encounter you again." The rough voice lamented tearfully. Such a display sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Ye Lin instinctively rubbed his arms, nodding hastily. Upon seeing this, Ye Lin finally stood back up, knowing when to retreat. He covered his face in embarrassment, as if he had just realized the gravity of the situation, and hurriedly fled. No one noticed that beneath the mask, a crack appeared on Ye Lin's otherwise indifferent visage. An inexplicable awkwardness pervaded the arena, leaving the referee at a loss for words. The audience had certainly not anticipated a scene of a muscular man weeping. Coupled with Ye Lin's 35-second annihilation, the events of these few minutes felt surreal. The spectators exchanged glances, bewildered. Meanwhile, as Ye Lin stood in speechless contemplation, a familiar notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Beep! Congratulations to the host for achieving their first victory. Ralts has defeated Geodude with a decisive blow. Ralts' experience is doubled, just 539 experience points away from leveling up. Reward, Beginner's Cultivation Book. Chapter 17, Spirit Grass, Mist Fruit, Points Championship. Reward, Beginner's Cultivation Book. A Beginner's Cultivation Book? Ye Lin mused in confusion. Suddenly, the sound of pages turning echoed in his mind. When he closed his eyes, he envisioned a book appearing in his consciousness. Upon catching sight of the book, it began to flip through pages automatically, an avalanche of text flooding into the depths of Ye Lin's awareness. He felt a slight sting in his brain, yet it remained within tolerable limits. Once the sensation subsided, he reorganized the information he had just absorbed, a wave of elation washing over him. Although it bore the label of beginner, the Beginner's Cultivation Book encompassed a vast array of methods for cultivating Pokémon, some of which Ye Lin had never even heard of. Additionally, what thrilled him the most was the presence of energy cube recipes and nutritional solution formulations. The processes were straightforward, and a note at the end stated, "The level of the energy cubes produced depends on the cultivator's precise control over the proportions and the quality of the materials used." What did this signify? It indicated that although the book was labeled as beginner, the recipes it provided would undoubtedly transcend that level, contingent upon one's ingenuity. This was more than sufficient for Ye Lin at his current stage. As for the top-tier energy cubes, there was no need to dwell on them. They were precious items capable of altering a Pokémon's traits or even their innate potential, rare beyond compare. Intermediate and beginner energy cubes offered little difference in improving a Pokémon's physique. Moreover, this discrepancy could be compensated for by quantity. Consuming several beginner energy cubes equated to one intermediate energy cube, and the same principle applied at higher levels. Ye Lin had initially worried about running short on advanced energy cubes, having already used 3 during the training sessions, leaving him with only 7. And this was merely the first day. With the intensification of Ralt's specialized training, the demand for energy cubes would only increase. The beginner's cultivation book was a timely boon. Not only did it provide recipes, but it also specified the locations of the required raw materials, detailing where they could be found in the city. The pages of the beginner's cultivation book meticulously described the geographical positions of these raw materials, along with illustrative sketches, ensuring that trainers would not mistake any of them. Quite considerate. A smile crept onto Ye Lin's lips, the previously ever-present sense of urgency dissipating. Furthermore, with wild fruits available, who would resort to artificially cultivated ones? The disparity in their contributions to energy cubes was monumental, serving as a critical factor in determining their quality. Perhaps due to the beginner's cultivation book. The recipes were provided with specific steps and methodologies, yet the underlying reasons were not explained. This was to be expected, as cultivators were the second most esteemed profession in Blue Star. To become an exceptional cultivator, one must study material ratios, familiarize oneself with specific elements, understand the characteristics of each food item, and ascertain potential side effects, an exceedingly complex endeavor. However, with the cultivation book at hand, everything was simplified to the utmost degree. It became exceedingly effortless. He merely needed to follow the instructions laid out in the book. After all, he was not preparing to become a breeder, and possessing an abundance of knowledge was of no consequence. Now that he had the key to wealth, all that remained was to take action. With eager anticipation, he flipped open the sections on psychic and fairy types, and indeed, he discovered 2 exceptional materials. Fortune grass, a leaf imbued by the legacy of psychic mythical beasts, enhancing the upper limit of a Pokémon's psychic abilities and broadening its physical endurance, thus laying the groundwork for future evolution. Fog fruit, growing in a unique environment that is exceedingly difficult to locate. It enhances fairy-type potential and significantly amplifies the power of fairy-type moves. These 2 substances were unfamiliar to him. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow and promptly began a search on his smart wristwatch. The arrow symbol spun for nearly a minute, yet the screen remained blank. It seemed that such extraordinary materials had yet to be genuinely discovered on Blue Star, possibly concealed deep within secret realms. He couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. Especially the second item, the fog fruit, which must thrive in a harsh environment. The likelihood of encountering it in the city was virtually 0. The breeding manual also noted that fog fruit would appear in realms abundant with rainforests. In Ninghong, there was only one such realm, which would be unlocked during the annual intercollegiate competition. There were still several months until then. For now, the priority was to prepare for the points championship. Initially, Ye Lin had intended to participate casually, merely aiming to benefit from 5 hours of training. However, after witnessing Zhu Lei's emotional outburst, it felt as if he had suddenly opened the meridians of his potential. After all, a match is still a match. Why not seize the opportunity to strive for victory? The points championship, as the name suggests, was a contest for the qualification to enter the central arena. Unlike the previous arena matches, where even in battles of a higher tier, one would not exceed 1 rank, primarily to protect both trainers and their Pokémon, the championship was different. If one had the courage and capability, they could ascend without limitation. However, the stipulation was that one could choose to challenge opponents with higher points, but must also bear the corresponding consequences. After a challenge, the points of the defeated would automatically transfer to the victor. It was exceedingly ruthless. This indicated that every participant had no opportunity for failure. Victory was imperative. A single defeat would result in a complete reset. Zhu Lei had fought 3 matches that morning and, feeling confident, selected Ye Lin as his opponent. With Ye Lin's points being 0, Zhu Lei aimed for a safe approach. Little did he know that the championship would end before it even began. Although Ye Lin was unaware of this, he gleaned some insights from Zhu Lei's fragmented lamentations. The championship offered rewards and benefits that were worlds apart from those of ordinary arena matches. While the prize for a single match might barely afford a Pokeball, a 10-match winning streak would secure access to the central arena, effectively granting him the status of an ultimate member at the Black Factory. Everything related to the battleground would be accessible to members. Take the training room he had just utilized as an example. Not only could he remain there for 5 hours, but he could also stay indefinitely without any interference. The other exclusive services were simply outrageous. Pokeballs would be heavily discounted based on the ultimate member's points. Sometimes even below 10%. 100,000 could be reduced to 10,000. Moreover, The most frightening aspect was that the Black Factory was not limited to Ninghong. If he truly became an ultimate member, he could avail himself of these privileges wherever the Black Factory existed. Naturally, if some cities had battlegrounds not affiliated with the Black Factory, those would not be included. With determination, he resolved to proceed. Just then, after the referee announced the results. In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, he hastily inquired, "Mr. Faceless, you have won the victory at Arena 101. Are you prepared to compete for the qualification to enter the Central Arena and participate in the Points Championship?" This was a standard inquiry. Upon hearing this, the audience, who had been engulfed in the scene of Ye Lin's emotional breakdown, gradually regained their composure. Surely, the Faceless one would continue, right? Not necessarily. Ye Lin's match was over before it began, and the championship was not something just anyone could undertake. Indeed, Ye Lin had spent a full 3 months at the Black Factory, only to suffer a crushing defeat in a single match. Faceless One was a newcomer. He likely still needed to accumulate experience. A newcomer? Are you certain? Hearing this, one felt a pang of sympathy for Ye Lin. Be careful, or I might perform my own emotional breakdown. The audience was captivated, and some began to argue. They believed that it wasn't Ye Lin's strength that prevailed, but rather the rarity of his ralts. Its reputation overshadowed even that of the trainer himself. Some argued that Faceless One had charmed the ralts, which was indeed a skill, yet a small faction remained envious, refusing to acknowledge his prowess, insisting that they could do the same. The audience below was embroiled in a heated debate, with voices rising in volume. Most leaned towards the belief that Ye Lin would not participate, as it was simply too risky. To them, it was akin to placing oneself on a pyre. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. Not everyone possessed the courage to confront a state of having nothing. They believed Ye Lin to be one of them. At that moment, the magnetic voice from behind the faceless mask re-emerged. Yes. No hesitation, just a decisive word. Instantly, the cacophony of chatter from thousands ceased, and everyone collectively widened their eyes in astonishment. The referee was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, before he quickly composed himself, bowing his head to say, "All right. I will have the staff assist you with registration." Ye Lin's choice once again left the crowd speechless. This was the most renowned points championship at the Black Factory. Its difficulty rivaled that of provincial competitions, and it was far more brutal and sinister. Goodness, to debut in the competition? That's a record-breaking moment, my friend. Who exactly is he? Which esteemed figure is masquerading as a newcomer? Someone spill the beans. I can't fathom it. To be honest, I was quite looking forward to seeing someone perform a handstand while urinating. Ha ha ha. Just moments ago, someone claimed anyone could do it. Where are their voices now? Supporters of Ye Lin immediately chimed in. The individual who had boasted about performing a handstand now felt thoroughly embarrassed, as if he had been slapped in the face. He furtively glanced around, noticing that everyone's attention was fixated on the faceless one, providing him with a temporary cover. He stealthily moved to the edge, prepared to flee. Just then, a hand grasped him. The man turned to see a round-faced individual grinning at him. "My friend, didn't you say you would perform a handstand while urinating? I've never witnessed such a remarkable feat. Why not demonstrate it?" The speaker was Luo Hao. He had heard every word clearly and was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. The man's face flushed crimson, and he shrank back, too embarrassed to meet Luo Hao's gaze. At that moment, the surrounding audience had also caught wind of their exchange, turning to watch with great enthusiasm, eager to stir up mischief. "Come on, let us see it. We want to watch." Of course, some were nervously casting furtive glances, desperately seeking an opportunity to make a hasty retreat. Just moments ago, they had boasted louder than anyone, but now they wished to shrink into the ground like a timid mole. The man being heckled turned a deep shade of red, his limbs curling in on themselves, too mortified to meet anyone's gaze. How fierce his declarations were moments ago, he now stands in stark cowardice. He had been so confident, convinced that the faceless man would never agree to compete, as this was the most prestigious tournament orchestrated by the Black Factory. Each victorious contender would earn no less than 100,000 spirit coins, with no upper limit. However, the failure rate was alarmingly high, nearly 95. He harbored no doubt that the faceless man was merely an anomaly. How could a fledgling newcomer possess the audacity and prowess to challenge beyond his means? Yet, reality proved him egregiously mistaken. The faceless man not only had the guts to accept the challenge, but did so without a moment's hesitation. It is worth noting that even the seasoned Grim Reaper, renowned for his consistent victories in the arena, pondered for a full 2 days before responding to the judge's inquiry. After ascending to the central stage, his name as a champion has dominated for months, transforming into a myth within the Black Factory. If such a figure hesitated, He believed that Ye Lin would be no different. Any moment of indecision would merely grant him time. Even if the faceless man truly consented, he would be long gone by then. How could he genuinely perform an act as absurd as urinating while standing on his hands? Little did he know. The faceless man was a peculiar entity. He answered immediately, without even a moment's contemplation. This was the first time anyone had debuted at the Black Factory and sought to enter the points tournament. How could such a person exist? The man felt tears welling up, standing before Luo Hao, suddenly able to comprehend the anguish that had driven the burly Goulet to tears moments earlier. So this is the sentiment. He is not weak, but rather profoundly moved. He had misjudged him. The man's face contorted in agony. Realizing Luo Hao was not about to relent, he stammered, "I apologize. It was I who spoke thoughtlessly and made baseless claims. I will certainly be more cautious in the future. Remember this." Luo Hao's smile vanished, his expression turning unprecedentedly grave. The man nodded meekly. Others, equally apprehensive, dared not hastily draw conclusions any longer. As Ye Lin registered, he listened to the explanation from the staff member, the same beautiful receptionist he had encountered upon entering. The points tournament differed from the arena contests. It was not randomly assigned, but rather determined by the competitor's own choices. Once confirmed for the tournament, the points would fluctuate every 3 days. Therefore, it was imperative to engage in at least one match every 3 days. Otherwise, if a contestant's points remained unchanged, a match would be forcibly scheduled on that day, typically against a formidable opponent, with a slim chance of victory. Faceless man, your current points total 0. You must select an opponent for a PK match within 3 days. If you win, their points will be transferred to you. Failure results in automatic disqualification from the tournament and a penalty of 100,000. The receptionist spoke fervently, emphasizing the sum of 100,000, cautiously glancing at Ye Lin. However, with the faceless man's mask obscuring his features, she could discern nothing but his deep, indifferent eyes, devoid of emotion, cold as ice. The receptionist dared not look further, hastily lowering her gaze. She never anticipated that in just a few hours, her perception of the individual before her would undergo a complete transformation. A 35-second annihilation. Such a spectacle had not been witnessed in ages. Chapter 19. Next time, I must reclaim my honor. It had been ages. Moreover, she had witnessed the information displayed on the ID card. He had just turned 18. Such accomplishments at such a tender age promised a bright future. As this thought crossed her mind, the receptionist's voice grew increasingly gentle, almost dripping with sweetness. She expected Ye Lin's hand, poised to sign, would falter upon hearing the amount. To her astonishment, he did not even blink, signing his title on the contract without hesitation. Clearly, he regarded money as mere refuse, or perhaps he was a scion of a grand family, utterly indifferent to the 100,000. The receptionist speculated, her heart racing with excitement. If only I could. Lost in thought, a blush crept across her fair cheeks as she gazed at Ye Lin, her expression teetering on the edge of unspoken desire. With her professional attire accentuating her figure, she subtly arched her back, striving to showcase her flawless silhouette. Her voice had transformed into a melodious lilt. Ye Lin, engrossed in the contract, remained oblivious to her changes. After signing, he handed it back and inquired about the disbursement of his prize. Oh, please follow me. The receptionist, initially taken aback, quickly regained her composure, her tone tinged with shyness. As she sashayed ahead, her fitted skirt swayed enticingly, while inwardly she mused. He seemed indifferent to the 100,000, but was eager for the 20,000 from the arena match. It appeared he was deliberately crafting an image. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. A glimmer of realization flickered in her eyes. She had encountered such affluent heirs before, often seeking genuine connections over monetary attachments. A subtle thought emerged in her mind, and a faint smile graced her lips. At that moment, her originally delicate features took on an alluring edge. Ye Lin, lost in contemplation, snapped back to reality only to see the receptionist moving with an almost serpentine grace. Were it not for the knowledge that this world was intertwined with spirits rather than monsters, he might have believed a white snake had taken human form. How could she achieve such allure? Was she somehow connected to the fairies? No, even my little Ralu could not achieve this. Ye Lin stared at her retreating figure, lost in thought. The receptionist sensed his gaze and beamed with delight, swaying even more animatedly. Unbeknownst to her, she was performing for a blind man, as his mind was occupied with entirely unrelated matters. Just as the receptionist's waist began to ache from her exaggerated movements, they arrived at a transparent chamber. Inside, all the arena matches were being displayed. Among them, His own match was being replayed repeatedly by the staff. The room was spacious. At least 500 square meters, equivalent to several training rooms combined. Some were organizing contestant data, while others typed furiously on calculators, repeatedly calculating bets and distributions. The receptionist knocked before entering. Moments later, she emerged, holding a card. "Hello, your prize money from the match is on this card, totaling 42,000. She presented it with both hands. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised as he accepted it. 2,000 for the match and an impressive 22,000 in distribution. The share exceeded the actual prize. No wonder there were so many eccentric contestants. It was all about attracting attention. The larger the audience, the more bets placed, inevitably leading to staggering distributions. Ye Lin took the card and had just turned when he felt a slender finger tugging at the hem of his shirt. "This is my contact information. You may inquire if you have any questions." In the next moment, she swiftly slipped a note into his pocket, her tone a curious blend of shyness and urgency. However, in her haste, she inadvertently brushed against something, and her face flushed a deep crimson from neck to ear. After a barely audible gasp, Ye Lin watched as she covered her face and dashed away. Ye Lin's expression grew even colder. What was that woman thinking? Those unaware might assume he had flirted with her. Yet, it was she who had taken advantage. TSK, next time, I must reclaim my honor. The following day at Arena 102. Welcome, everyone, to the Points Championship. Today, the contenders are the Faceless Man and the Little Whirlwind. Let us extend a warm welcome. The host's voice boomed. The audience generously applauded with fervor, their expressions brimming with excitement. One contender was a newcomer whose popularity surged yesterday, even moving some muscular men to tears. The other was a seasoned veteran, renowned and boasting an impressive score of 200, vying for his third championship title. Who would emerge victorious? The host skillfully set the atmosphere, igniting the emotions of everyone present, even Ye Lin and the man opposite him, whose mask bore the imprint of a tornado, exchanged a glance that they quickly averted. When the host mentioned the muscular man's tears, the audience couldn't help but chuckle, as this joke had already gained significant traction since yesterday at the Ninghong Black Factory. What? You haven't heard? One can only conclude that you are out of touch with the trends, my friend. Now, let both sides summon their spirits. Compared to Arenas 101 and 102, this venue could accommodate a larger audience, with a grander stage and a broader range for executing skills. After all, each championship match attracted no fewer than 2,000 spectators, and this time exceeded 3,000. As the words faded, a brilliant white light flickered on the stage, revealing a deep crimson centipede with 4 pairs of black legs and antennae that were a striking mix of black and red. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, a stream of information floated before him. Poison bug dual type, gym leader level talent, and an ordinary mid-tier strength. Indeed, the competitors in the championship were significantly stronger than those in the arena matches. The innate potential of the spirit alone was the highest Ye Lin had ever encountered. Naturally, he was an exception. Noticing his opponent, Ye Lin decisively released his Ralts. Even with the mask obscuring his features, he could sense the fleeting glimmer of greed in that man's eyes. Perhaps bolstered by some supernatural ability, Ye Lin felt his senses sharpened beyond their usual acuity. Down below, the crowd erupted with excitement. He's here. He's here again, accompanied by his dyed-haired Ralts. Ha ha ha, why are you singing now? Who do you think will win? Ralts is indeed a precious spirit, but the centipede is a poison type. This is the ace of the Little Whirlwind, which previously poisoned a rhinoceros several times its size. I'm betting on Little Whirlwind. I dare not make assumptions, though. I watched the Faceless Man in 2 ordinary arena matches this morning, each time thinking his opponent would win, only to be proven wrong. It's clear to me now that the Faceless Man is a prodigy. The speaker's hesitation was palpable as the other spectators, some having witnessed the morning matches, quickly fell silent. Those who had not seen were left bewildered, still believing Ye Lin's chances of victory to be slim, for based on records alone, it was evident that Little Whirlwind had the greater likelihood of winning. Begin. Instantly, both sides issued their commands. Poison sting. Hypnotic voice. Ralts. The small mouth beneath the blue pot lid parted slightly, as an incredibly penetrating sound erupted, reverberating through the audience, affecting countless eardrums, including those of the centipede and its trainer across the arena. As expected. No one noticed the man beneath Little Whirlwind's mask grimace in discomfort as he clamped his hands over his ears. Yet a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. Little Whirlwind had managed to secure 2 consecutive victories in the championship not by chance, but through meticulous caution. He had observed Ye Lin's previous matches and concluded that while Ralts was formidable, its trainer was lacking, relying solely on the use of hypnotic voice. After several matches, he had discerned the trainer's command patterns. Thus, he felt emboldened to accept this championship match. As anticipated, his centipede had undergone rigorous training to withstand sound waves. Even when attacked, it would remain unaffected, maintaining its focus on the target. The centipede's assault commenced, its body gliding gracefully as several purple poison stings shot forth, all aimed at the delicate Ralts. Even amidst the sonic onslaught, the trajectory of the poison stings remained unwavering. The centipede, despite its pained expression, executed its skills with precision. Many of Ye Lin's supporters in the audience clenched their fists tightly, a wave of anxiety washing over them. It seemed that Little Whirlwind had prepared thoroughly. It's over. The faceless man is going to lose. I just placed 500 on him. One audience member lamented, his face contorted in despair. Yet, in the very next second, he stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole, eyes wide with shock. The Ralts, which had been unleashing its sound waves, suddenly moved, vanishing from sight. Most astonishingly, even the faceless man was nowhere to be found. The two, one trainer and one spirit, had performed an astonishing vanishing act. Little Whirlwind was left utterly bewildered, his mind reeling. How could Ralts disappear so completely, leaving even him in the dark? The centipede, unable to locate its target, found its poised poison stings plummeting to the ground, where they corroded the surface with a hissing sound. The arena floor began to show signs of damage as the poison stings eroded the surface layer, revealing dark stones beneath. Suddenly, the centipede felt a gust of wind from behind. It turned around, only to be launched into the air uncontrollably by a powerful telekinetic force that ensnared it like a web. The centipede struggled desperately, but to no avail. Watch out. Ralts is behind you. At that moment, the centipede heard its trainer's panicked shout, but it froze, caught in confusion. The instant it ceased its struggles, with a resounding crash, Ralts mercilessly hurled the centipede down from above. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Just as Little Whirlwind's warning left his lips, the centipede was struck down, its limbs limp upon impact. In that moment, his expression turned blank, his pupils dilating in shock as he stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, the audience, though taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, were quicker to react than Little Whirlwind. A thunderous roar of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, cascading like waves, relentless in their fervor. Faceless man, faceless man, faceless man. Yet again, it was a swift defeat, and in less than a minute since the match began. Although they were unaware of how Ye Lin had achieved this, once was mere luck, twice was skill. Moreover, the faceless man had certainly triumphed more than just twice. This was merely the most significant match thus far. Employing his supernatural ability to obscure vision, he had indeed managed to temporarily conceal himself from the naked eye. As Ye Lin listened to the synchronized chants surrounding him, a faint smile crept upon his lips, satisfied with the outcome of the match. In truth, he had hardly moved at all. He and Ralts had merely created a brief illusion for a few seconds. The audience was largely unaware of his stillness, though a portion of them had noticed. However, those closest to the front were entirely captivated by the ruse. As for his opponent, the centipede and its trainer, they were the most severely affected. The man opposite remained oblivious. If the centipede's assault were to persist, it is conceivable that Lariola's might not evade it. He has essentially resigned himself to this fate. Ye Lin, of course, would provide no answers to anyone. He would not voluntarily reveal his identity as a superpower wielder. However, should anyone discover this truth, he has no intention of concealing it, for those with superpowers enjoy numerous privileges. At present, he is the faceless man, not Ye Lin. With this disguise, many concerns are alleviated, freeing him from the fear of jealousy and sabotage. As for the Black Factory, it excels in maintaining the confidentiality of its competitors. Otherwise, it would not have expanded to such an extent. The faceless man has triumphed, securing 203 points. The referee announced the conclusion. The Little Whirlwind left in a daze, accompanied by the centipede, uttering not a single word. All the points he had accumulated in the previous two battles were reset, transferred to Ye Lin's ID card. With the points in hand, Ye Lin's privileges within the Black Factory were significantly upgraded, his card now reflecting an additional 100,000 points. The point calculation automatically elevated him to LV2. Lariola's has achieved victory over the centipede, gaining 315 experience. Lariola's is now at the novice, ordinary level. Only 647 experience points remain for the next upgrade. Reward: Special Energy Treasure, 3 magical candies. Magical candies? Upon hearing this, Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, he remained somewhat perplexed by the system's reward patterns. He had also won the morning's arena battle and upgraded his rank to Novice Ordinary, but received no rewards. This time, he merely gained experience without a rank increase. Why then was there a reward? Ye Lin felt a twinge of confusion, but quickly shook it off. Regardless, magical candies are undoubtedly exceptional items, capable of rapidly aiding a Pokémon in leveling up without any side effects. It can be said that with an ample supply of magical candies, one could potentially ascend to elite or even gym leader status in one fell swoop. Chapter 21. The Psychological Shadow Area of the Opponent. Indeed, it is precisely due to their absence of side effects that magical candies are so highly prized. They can only be found in secret realms, and researchers are utterly unable to replicate the mysterious substance that enables Pokémon evolution. Their market value has skyrocketed to over $1 million each. Quite astonishing. A flicker in Ye Lin's palm revealed 3 exquisitely wrapped candies. Larulus immediately sensed something, turning to gaze at him, sniffing delicately. Then, tears of longing visibly welled at the corners of little Larulus's mouth. How insatiable! You truly have an eye for treasures. Nothing escapes your notice. Larulus. The little one looked up, desire etched across his face. Ye Lin contemplated for a moment, then offered one of the candies to Larulus. In an instant, a faint glow flashed across its form, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Everything appeared normal. However, the information displayed by the prompt system elucidated the significant impact of the magical candy. Pokémon. Larulus, shiny. Nature. Cool and aloof. Externally distant yet warm, due to trainer influence. Strength. Ordinary intermediate. 10-22 experience points required to reach high level. Ability. Copy. Upon entering battle, copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Second ability. Telepathy. This ability allows the Pokémon to read its partner's actions, preventing attacks from its partner, crucial in double and triple battles. Type. Psychic, Fairy. Skills. Cry, Tackle. Charming Voice, Shadow Clone, Psychic. Misty Terrain, Draining Kiss. New skill learned. Teleport. Potential talent. King level. Affection, 82-100. Remarks, enormous growth potential, faint signs of a breakthrough. Yet still requires a certain opportunity to trigger. With just one candy, Larulus ascended to the intermediate level. It is no wonder these magical candies are valued at $1 million. If relying solely on battles, it would likely take at least 3 arena matches and 2 competitions to achieve this level. Now, one candy has sufficed. No wonder everyone covets them. Ye Lin marveled. He then continued to examine the other prompts before him. Learning teleport is splendid. Combat will become all the more unpredictable, and combining various skills with teleport can yield even greater results. He nodded frequently in approval. The affection increased by 2 points. The potential for a breakthrough. What could that mean? Upon reading the final remark, Ye Lin's gaze sharpened. Is there a possibility for Larulus's talent to be elevated? This news utterly stunned him. Larulus's current talent has already reached the king level. If it were to rise even higher, could it be to the 8-level king, or even champion level? Taking a deep breath, Ye Lin could not help but feel exhilarated. It seems this must be a side effect of the magical candy. It is said that those top-tier energy blocks occasionally have the capacity to enhance potential, albeit they are exceedingly rare. With this thought, he regained his composure. After all, it is merely a glimmer. Perhaps only by consuming magical candies as if they were mere sweets can one truly achieve elevation. After feeding one to Larulus, he stowed the remaining candies back into his pocket. The impact of magical candies on a Pokémon's level up is monumental, and they can bypass bottlenecks. Currently, the experience energy provided is no less than 600. If consumed during the early stages of evolution, it could undoubtedly enable an immediate breakthrough. A fine blade must be utilized to its edge. Subsequently, Ye Lin did not idle. Observing that Larulus was in excellent condition, even more eager after consuming the magical candy. He clicked on Random PK. His official school term begins in just 2 days. Time is of the essence. He aims to seize the opportunity to secure as many victories as possible, earning money while allowing Larulus to grow swiftly. After all, to participate in the annual intercollegiate competition, first-year freshmen do not qualify unless granted special admission. Furthermore, he must visit the Rainforest Realm in Ninghong. Ye Lin approached the arena on the evening of the second day, precisely at 8 o'clock, when online traffic is at its peak. On the Weka app, a video was quietly released, its shares, likes, and comments skyrocketing at a visible pace. The entire video lasts merely 1 minute and 50 seconds. The protagonist is an individual along with their Pokémon, the only remarkable aspect being that the Pokémon is Larulus, and it has dyed fur. The entrance was unremarkable. The faceless man's mask appeared rather mundane amidst the various bizarre entities of the Black Factory. Yet it is he who has created one miraculous moment after another. Even the battles that lasted longer did not exceed 10 minutes. In this 1 minute and 30 seconds, the same process repeats almost incessantly, opponents transitioning from indifference to astonishment to tears of despair, culminating in utter dismay. Their Pokémon, too, fell in various postures, some knocked out, some toppled, others rendered unconscious. The editor accompanied the footage with an exhilarating background score, synchronizing the dramatic moments of defeat. Boom. A decisive blow to the small Onyx. Boom. The centipede is ruthlessly slammed down from the air. Boom. The Turtwig lies on its back, legs in the air. This 1 minute and a half is packed with highlights, each climax more shocking than the last, leaving viewers utterly mesmerized. Once the video concluded, many remained in a state of astonishment. Ning Xiaobo was among them. While absent-mindedly refreshing Weka, he stumbled upon a video on the homepage. Without even a title, he found himself inexplicably drawn in and clicked to watch. Once inside, he found it impossible to leave. Ning Xiaobo's heart raced wildly, his scalp tingled, and the blood coursed through his veins with an accelerated rhythm. He felt an intense warmth enveloping his entire body. What on earth is happening? Unable to contain himself, he shouted loudly, disregarding the ongoing class. His sudden outburst startled everyone in the classroom, all eyes turning towards him. There stood Ning Xiaobo, trembling hands clutching his phone, pointing at the screen as he stammered under the teacher's disapproving gaze. A lethal monster has emerged from the Black Factory. The teacher's frown deepened at his words. Ning Xiaobo, if you do not sit down and behave yourself in class, I will show you what true lethality looks like. It was only then that Ning Xiaobo regained his composure. Realizing the disruption he had caused, he hastily apologized and took his seat, though his expression remained one of fervent excitement. As soon as the class ended, his classmates hurriedly gathered around him, eager to learn what had transpired. With a sense of pride, Ning Xiaobo played the video. And amidst the chorus of gasps from his peers, he felt an inexplicable swell of pride. The video's popularity surged rapidly, even within the confines of the city. It garnered thousands of shares and comments, with likes exceeding 10,000. The comments section buzzed with activity. My goodness, when did the Black Factory produce such a prodigy? Is this even human? I dread to think of the psychological impact on his opponents. If I were in their shoes, I would surely weep. Chapter 22. Leading the trend of hair dyeing, the injured elf? Is it any wonder that the opponents are in tears? The faceless man is simply too monstrous. Jule, is everyone being polite? Did a single Lalolalis really just tear through everything? The battle maniac? Lethal monster? How many titles does he possess? I'm utterly bewildered. Folks, hey, am I the only one captivated by Lalolalis's hair color? It's actually quite striking. I think I'll dye my hair like that. Stop boasting upstairs. Not everyone can have a Lalolalis, you know? This isn't some cabbage you can just pick up off the street. Oh, are we beginning to show off now? Unexpectedly, the individual who had dyed their hair shot back angrily at these comments. Sorry, but I actually do have a Lalolalis at home. The netizens, taken aback, clicked on the account only to discover that it was a verified Blue V account, one of the heads of the Ninghong Super Elf Research Institute. Wow, we encountered someone truly remarkable. The online community was buzzing. Who could have anticipated a genuine expert stepping into the fray? Before long, this authoritative figure uploaded several photos on the platform, showcasing a variety of Pokémon including Kaisen, Lalolalis, Tyningke, and Michunjia, all sporting vibrant blue hair. Admittedly, this look was quite appealing. Following this, the responsible party's post triggered a wave of shares, serving as a signal. Any Pokémon with superpower attributes began to follow suit, dyeing their hair blue in a fashionable frenzy. In no time, the beauty salons in Ninghong were bustling with activity, overwhelmed with orders. Soon, even trainers with non-superpower Pokémon were swept up in the trend, eagerly seeking to dye their Pokémon's hair blue. Ultimately, a stroll down the streets of Ninghong revealed countless blue-haired Pokémon passing by, almost inducing visual fatigue. Meanwhile, Ye Lin remained blissfully unaware that he was the trendsetter for hair dyeing, still engaged in challenges at the Black Factory. In a remarkably short span, his points skyrocketed from 0 to 389, and he had ascended to LV3 within the Black Factory. He participated in numerous matches, encompassing both ordinary arena battles and point competitions, welcoming all challengers. However, perhaps due to the timing, there were not many contenders for the point competitions. Only 2 appeared over the course of 2 days. Ye Lin made the most of his time by engaging in regular arena matches. At present, his card balance had reached a staggering 6 figures, with a portion of the funds coming from the betting profits of the Luo siblings, who felt that their gains were entirely attributable to Ye Lin's prowess. They proposed dividing the winnings, which Ye Lin graciously accepted, as their relationship had always been one of mutual support. He would not refuse what was rightfully his. That would be excessively polite. Lalu-Lalas's strength was advancing at an astonishing rate, mere moments away from evolving to the ordinary 4th tier. Although the ordinary level comprises an additional tier compared to the novice level, in just 2 days, it had surged from high novice to high ordinary, traversing 4 levels. The ease with which Lalu-Lalas was leveling up, akin to the necessity of eating and drinking, clearly demonstrated the extraordinary potential it possessed. Over these 2 days, the most talked about topic at the Black Factory was undoubtedly the Faceless Man. His name echoed wherever one went, with every spectator engaged in discussions about this rising star. Speculations arose regarding whether he could ascend to the central arena and how far he might go. Initially, Ye Lin found the attention somewhat disconcerting, but he gradually acclimated to it. Even when others pointed and whispered, a mere glance in their direction would send them scurrying to avert their gaze. After concluding his final match, with only a day remaining until the oath-taking ceremony, Ye Lin used his LV3 privileges to purchase 2 Pokeballs, some Pokemon food, and most crucially, a small-scale production device. Though termed small-scale, the price was anything but diminutive. It consumed nearly all his hard-earned savings, leaving him with only a pittance. The device alone cost a staggering 600,000, representing the highest specifications and quality in production equipment. Its functionality far surpassed that of a mere fruit mixer or energy cube machine, boasting multi-purpose capabilities. Thus, the steep price was justifiable. As it stood, he was left with a mere 30,000. After 2 days of labor, he found himself back to square one. No wonder they say being a trainer is financially draining. Now I understand. Clearly, it's time for my plan to commence, or I shall struggle to survive. He had already discussed with Luo how the production of energy cubes, with the intent of limiting their availability in their store and releasing them sporadically, though the specific quality remained uncertain. Beyond this, he revealed nothing, including how he intended to produce the energy cubes or why a trainer would suddenly sell them. Yet, despite these stringent conditions, the Luo family agreed without hesitation. Regardless of their motivations, Ye Lin accepted this kindness. With a soft click, the door behind him closed. Ye Lin squinted up at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky, the darkness of the night resembling a velvet curtain adorned with twinkling stars, instantly uplifting his spirits. It was already quite late. He mused that there might be no transport available. Should he call Luo Hao for a ride? Just as he contemplated this, his foot caught on something, nearly sending him tumbling. Instinctively, his superpowers flared out, allowing him to regain his balance and avoid a disastrous fall. Upon realizing what had caused his stumble, he looked down. In an instant, a dull gray stone came into view, utterly unremarkable. Perhaps I am overthinking this, he thought, frowning as he kicked the stone aside, watching it roll away. Just as he was about to step away, the next moment, beep. A wounded Pokémon is hiding in a tree hollow 50 meters in the direction the stone rolled. A wounded Pokémon. Ye Lin paused for a moment. This was the outskirts of Ninghong, and he had already ventured beyond the confines of the Black Factory. Not to mention Pokémon. There wasn't even a shadow to be seen. Sparse trees dotted the area, their names unknown, casting eerie shadows in the moonlight that resembled monstrous figures poised to pounce. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence. Apart from the sound of Ye Lin's footsteps, no other noise could be heard. With measured steps, Ye Lin advanced along the path marked by the rolling stones, heading towards the renowned Hualong Villa district in Ninghang. Meanwhile, the Luo family was convening a family meeting, yet a protracted silence lingered in the air, with no one daring to break it. The head of the Luo family, after a considerable pause, observed that his son and daughter had exchanged only a few words before lapsing into silence once again, leaving no further explanations. His expression morphed into one of increasing astonishment. What? The energy cube's quality is uncertain, the supply time is indefinite, and there are even purchase limitations? You actually agreed to this? The head of the Luo family found himself perplexed rather than outraged by such bizarre conditions. How could his 2 usually astute and pride-worthy children have acquiesced? Was there some aspect of this he was unaware of? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Who is this person you were speaking of? Brother Yi, they replied in unison. After exchanging a glance, they hastily lowered their heads again. Luo Jingjing bit her lower lip, anxious that her father might not consent. So it was him, the head of the Luo family realized, his taut figure relaxing somewhat. Having watched Ye Lin grow up, he was well aware of his character. Knowing that his children were not deceived, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Moreover, he cast a meaningful glance at his blushing daughter, sighing inwardly. A daughter grows up too fast. Yet, he refrained from being too blunt. Turning to his siblings, he reassured them, "Rest assured, I shall not refuse such a trivial matter. Besides, it was our family's involvement that caused him trouble. This compensation is only right." The head of the Luo family had made up his mind. Even if the energy cube yielded no benefits, he would cover that cost himself. Meanwhile, after walking a short distance of about 10 meters, Ye Lin spotted the stone he had just kicked away, but found no sign of the so-called great tree. After all, if a sprite could hide in a tree hollow without being discovered, it must be a towering giant. Yet, by his visual estimation, the trees ahead were of modest height, hardly seeming capable of concealing a sprite. Nevertheless, the system's prompt could not be mistaken. Ye Lin pressed onward, calculating the distance he had traversed as he approached. Upon reaching a corner separated by a wall, and finding nothing but low shrubs around, he couldn't help but frown. "Turn left. Crawl through the dog hole 1 meter below." "Damn," Ye Lin muttered, speechless as he followed the prompt. To his astonishment, there was indeed a moderately sized hole at the base of the wall, clearly not man-made. Could it have been created by that injured sprite? Pondering this, he wasted no time and bent down to enter the opening. Instantly, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. In stark contrast to the previous desolation, this place thrived with life, a riot of colorful flowers blooming in abundance, as if he had been transported back to spring. The most striking feature was a large tree at the center. It was not particularly tall, otherwise it would not be obscured by the 2-meter-high wall. However, it was impressively thick, wide enough for 5 people to wrap their arms around. Lotus fruit tree. When carried, it can diminish the power of fighting-type moves when struck. If consumed, it enhances the fighting energy within the sprite, boosting the efficacy of fighting moves and allowing for timely recovery of stamina after battle. Its flesh is rich in heat-producing components, making it indispensable in cold regions. Lotus fruit. Ye Lin's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the words in the prompt. He was well aware of this tree fruit, which had been utilized in his previous life to weaken opponents' attacks. This function remained intact in this world, coupled with 2 additional benefits. One was to increase the fighting energy of sprites and their fighting move power upon consumption, and the other was for stamina recovery. Though the exact figures for recovery remained uncertain, Ye Lin knew that the lotus fruit tree was one of the rarest in Blue Star, distinct from the ordinary chuan chuan fruit, which was merely delicious with minimal effects. However, speaking of fighting, Ye Lin's gaze was drawn downwards, towards the dark hollow beneath the lotus fruit tree. The hollow was ominously dark, rendering it impossible to see anything, resembling a gaping maw, ready to devour anyone. Yet Ye Lin felt no trepidation. He simply bent down and peered into the void. In an instant, he locked eyes with a pair of glowing orbs. The next moment, psychic powers surged forth, forming a protective barrier before him. Crack! In quick succession, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. The barrier barely held for 2 seconds. Realizing the peril, Ye Lin swiftly retracted his legs and drew out a pokeball. As white light burst forth, Ralu Ralas emerged without hesitation, as if responding to a mental call, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy in an instant. The pink energy rippled outward, seemingly gentle, yet it created shockwaves that reverberated through the air. Boom! It rushed directly into the tree hollow. 2 seconds later, a struggling blue-black figure was ensconced within the psychic grasp, floating before Ye Lin. It was Riolu. Its body was predominantly blue, with its legs and upper torso cloaked in black. The suspension caused its canine-like form to twist and turn. Its slightly dimmer red eyes flashed with a glimmer of ferocity upon spotting Ye Lin. Yet, Ye Lin's attention was drawn to Riolu's motionless right leg. It appeared fractured. Its left leg strained to kick, while the knee of its right leg was slightly askew. Ralu Ralas gently set it down. "Ralu." The little Ralu responded, its blue fur gently swaying as it raised its hands slightly. As it lowered them gradually, Riolu was placed on the ground. However, for reasons unknown, upon seeing Ye Lin, the previously calming struggle intensified again, as if it had gone mad, ignoring the fracture in its left leg, gritting its teeth in an attempt to rise. It continuously repeated the process of standing up and falling down. Observing the sprite's erratic state, it was evident that it had been subjected to some form of trauma. Ye Lin hastily conjured a mental tendril through his psychic powers, cautiously reaching out to it, applying mental energy to soothe. The effect was instantaneous. The moment he made contact, Riolu suddenly ceased its movements. The fierce expression on its face gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of loneliness that enveloped its entire being. Its gaze seemed to reflect a soul abandoned by the world. Ye Lin found himself at a loss for words, yet a chill crept across his arms. At that moment, he also caught sight of the prompt hovering above Riolu's head. Sprite, Riolu. Personality, Tenacious, diligent, cautious. Due to past traumas, it harbors a strong wariness towards humans. Strength, elite level 1, fractured, may hinder evolution. Ability, unyielding heart. Each time it flinches, its unyielding heart ignites, temporarily boosting its speed. Type, fighting. Skills, quick attack, endure, feint, metal claw, revenge, bulk up, rock smash, quick defense. Talent potential, half champion, if unable to evolve. Its strength will permanently remain at the current stage. Affection, 15-100. Remark, the innate potential is extraordinary, but due to malicious human interference, a special method of healing is required, rendering ordinary medical approaches ineffective. However, once healed, its resolute mind and terrifying talent will be unparalleled. Chapter 24, Semi-Champion Talent. Full Restoration Herb. Remark, the innate potential is extraordinary, but due to malicious human interference, a special method of healing is required, rendering ordinary medical approaches ineffective. However, once healed, its resolute mind and terrifying talent will be unparalleled. Semi-Champion Talent. Ye Lin thought he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes, but the notification remained unchanged. My goodness. If this can be cured, wouldn't it be akin to defying the heavens and soaring to new heights? Just look at this remark. Unparalleled. The system evaluation proclaims a steadfast mind and formidable talent. For an elf, both elements are indispensable for rapid advancement. Without the first, one may only aspire to be a mere elite of the 5th tier, forever unable to surpass the insurmountable chasm of the guild master level. Without the second, one becomes a hopeless case, destined to perish upon encountering real combat. Such elves are commonplace. Yet, those who possess both attributes are undeniably powerful. They are renowned throughout the world. Riolu is precisely that kind of elf. He truly struck gold. Ye Lin's spirit sword. What does a broken bone matter? He possesses the hint system and had previously acquired a basic cultivation book. He refuses to believe that a mere minor injury could thwart him. Alas, it is exceedingly wary of me. Its intimacy level is a pitiful 15, which is rather disheartening. It is worth noting that even a random elf encountered on the road would not possess less than 30 in intimacy. This might also relate to its constitution. Yet, Ye Lin understands. This Riolu clearly bears the scars of abandonment and torment, having fallen to such depths. He wouldn't be surprised if its intimacy level were negative. Given the severity of the bone fracture that ordinary medical means cannot heal, one wonders how cruel the previous person must have been. I recall the League has strict regulations prohibiting any harm to elves. How did this go unnoticed? Ye Lin furrowed his brows deeply, sensing that he was on the verge of uncovering the darker side of this world. This was the first time since his arrival in Blue Star that he felt such an ominous sensation. Never mind, the immediate priority is to stabilize Riolu's emotions. The earlier attempt at mental comfort had only a modest effect. Riolu, hiding in this secluded tree hollow, likely wished for a quiet end. If this mindset continues, with its physical problems unresolved, psychological issues will inevitably arise. For Ye Lin, psychological issues are even more challenging to heal. Let us try the lotus fruit first, and fortuitously, some white herbs are nearby that can be used to create fresh juice. He deftly retrieved a small production device from his newly acquired spatial backpack. The device, though compact, is equipped with all necessary components. Beneath its 2 bionic mechanical arms lie several exquisite workstations, each responsible for different processes. Each workstation is topped with small glass domes, fitted with special spotlighting and sprayers. Ye Lin stood on tiptoe, plucking a dozen connected tree fruits. He then found a few particularly diminutive plants in the adjacent bushes, their leaves white with green veins. He broke the white herb into fragments and utilized the pressing apparatus on the first workstation to extract the juice from the lotus fruit. In the final step, he placed both ingredients in the correct proportions on the third workstation. Buzzing. This segment required the longest wait. The device boasted a built-in power storage function, ensuring it could be used externally. After a considerable sweat, the machine finally signaled with a chime. Snap. The spotlight automatically turned off, and a single drop of the white herb juice hung precariously on the sprayer. The glass dome lifted, revealing a transparent vessel containing a light red juice. Ye Lin lifted it, leaned closer, and inhaled. A sharp, tangy scent assaulted his nostrils, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. He quickly looked up, attempting to ease the overwhelming sensation, only to feel a slight movement against his pants. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Riolu, who had been lost in its own world. Its eyes were fixated on the light red juice, and its trembling little hand had accidentally brushed against Ye Lin's pant leg. It was evident that it was frightened, yet summoning its courage. Hint. Riola's mindset is undergoing a subtle transformation. Feeding successful, intimacy will significantly increase. Ye Lin's spirit lifted. He squatted down, and Riolu immediately released his pant leg, darting back a few meters in an instant. Such speed, indeed befitting a semi-champion's aptitude. While marveling, he carefully placed the transparent vessel on the grass a meter away, nodding toward Riolu. The caution in Riolu's eyes remained, and it tentatively took a small step forward only when it saw Ye Lin turning back to tinker with the strange device. The soft rustling of its movement caught Ye Lin's attention, and Riolu froze, glancing back to see that Ye Lin was still preoccupied. It instinctively exhaled in relief. In the next moment, dragging its fractured left leg, it stealthily approached the vessel. Upon catching the tangy scent, its saliva began to flow uncontrollably, and Riolu's eyes sparkled as it licked its lips. It glanced back at Ye Lin, and seeing him still oblivious, it finally relaxed completely. Its small hand grasped the vessel. As the light red juice flowed down its throat, an inexplicable surge of energy filled its body, especially in its left leg, as if warm hands were endlessly massaging it. The pain diminished almost instantly. Riolu closed its eyes in delight. Hearing the swallowing sound behind it, Ye Lin smiled faintly. Riolu's intimacy has risen to 50. Please continue to make efforts to gain its trust. The basic cultivation book is indeed remarkable. The method of fresh juice extraction is exceedingly simple. The only requirement is attention to proportion. However, the materials are also quite precious. Had it not been for this fortuitous encounter, acquiring the raw ingredients alone would likely cost millions. Most importantly, no one could have conceived of merging these two elements. Moreover, the precision of the proportion control is so meticulous that it accounts for every gram. It is no wonder the effects are so outstanding. After consuming, Riolu gazed at Ye Lin's back. Its expression noticeably softened, with much of its wariness dissipated. Yet Ye Lin knew that this alone was insufficient. He could certainly take advantage of the situation and forcibly capture Riolu while it was injured, but that would lead to countless repercussions. After all, Riolu's injury was inflicted by humans. Even if he succeeded in forcibly capturing it, a profound mark would be etched between them, one that could never be erased. 2 meters ahead on the right, half a meter underground grows full restoration herb. Full restoration herb. Goodness, isn't this akin to the all-healing pills found only in games? One bite restores the red health bar and fills the blue energy bar completely. It truly exists here. Ye Lin gasped in astonishment, instantly abandoning all other thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the indicated direction, fearing that a delay might lead to the herb's demise. Chapter 25. Crafting Potions, Forever Loyal to You. Without uttering a word, he raced towards the indicated direction, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to the herb's demise. In that instant, he felt as if he were possessed by Bolt, sprinting with remarkable speed until he reached the designated spot. Compared to the previous grassy area, this was an unremarkable patch of earth, devoid of any vegetation. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Lin pulled out a military shovel from his spatial backpack and began to dig. Do not inquire why he carries a military shovel in his backpack. To question it is to delve into the essence of a man's romanticism, enhanced by superhuman abilities. Ye Lin exudes an inexhaustible vigor. His hands wielding the shovel seem to blur with motion as he digs, yet he remains mindful of the cautionary advice, refraining from excavating directly in the center. After a minute, at long last, the ground reveals a black herb, no larger than a palm, enveloped in a layer of white luminescence, pressed beneath a stone. Ye Lin hesitates to directly touch it. Instead, he employs his powers, carefully shifting the stone aside. Upon completing this task, beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. Lalu, protect this herb with your powers. Little Lalu obediently nods. A pink aura envelopes the black herb, forming a delicate circular cocoon, allowing Ye Lin to excavate with renewed confidence. With a single thrust of the shovel, the herb's robust roots are unveiled. In stark contrast to its slender leaves, the roots are remarkably thick, as if they have absorbed every nutrient within a 10-meter radius. He crouches down to collect the herb. Universal Recovery Herb possesses formidable restorative properties, capable of healing all external and internal injuries, except those leading to death, and can rectify latent issues in elves, with a 5 chance to enhance innate potential. Indeed, it is a miraculous remedy. How wondrous! Ye Lin gently cradles the herb, his eyes alight with astonishment. This universal recovery herb is practically irreplaceable. If it were to grace the market, it would undoubtedly fetch millions of elven coins, perhaps even reach astronomical auction prices. Its emergence into the world would surely cause a sensation. After all, he had meticulously searched the official website and found no trace of such a herb. To sell this treasure would ensure a lifetime free from the worries of sustenance. However, only a fool would choose to part with it. Ye Lin, though in need of funds, understands that with formidable strength, wealth will flow abundantly. It is an inevitability. Strength is the ultimate safeguard and support. Furthermore, with the guidance of the prompt system, he believes any temporary financial shortfall will not persist. Conversely, to sell the universal recovery herb would be akin to being as foolish as a pig, blinded by immediate gain. Upon closer inspection of the herb's appearance, Ye Lin comprehends why it has remained undiscovered until now. It bears a striking resemblance to toxic herbs. The black roots and leaves, with purple veins, shimmer under the luminescence, appearing to emit poisonous fumes. Hiss, why does this seem familiar? Ye Lin furrows his brow, sensing an uncanny familiarity. He has always trusted his intuition, and since acquiring superpowers, his memory has proven infallible. If he feels this way, it signifies he has indeed encountered it before. In a whirlwind of thoughts, a fleeting image materializes in his mind. This is it, the beginner's cultivation manual. Ye Lin's heart leaps with joy as he promptly shuts his eyes, eager to flip through the pages of the tome. On the last few pages, within the rare plant directory, the third-to-last illustration unmistakably depicts the universal recovery herb. However, it lacks any designation, aside from instructions on its consumption. Were it not for his exceptional memory, he might never have recalled it. Beneath the illustration, caution, do not consume directly. Follow the steps below meticulously, without confusion. Steps are as follows. 1. Separate the roots from the leaves. 2. Remove 2/3 of the root's tip, discarding all leaves. 3. First, place the leaves into a mixing vessel to extract the juice, heating to 45 degrees before adding 2/3 of the root, and continue to extract. Heat until it reaches a full boil, simmering until only 10 milliliters remains, at which point it can be consumed directly. Never consume directly, as excessive energy may overwhelm the body, resulting in self-detonation. What a hassle! This method of consumption would have never crossed his mind without the beginner's cultivation manual. Upon reading the final line, Ye Lin understands why the universal recovery herb has left no trace. Perhaps those who consumed it, unaware of the precise steps, perished without a trace. Ye Lin takes a deep breath and begins to follow the steps. Time passes swiftly, the dawn's light barely breaking on the horizon. By the final step, he is drenched in sweat, his shirt completely soaked. He places the container on the heating platform. Once it reaches a vigorous boil, Ye Lin hastily covers it with a glass lid, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. A glance at his watch reveals it is 3 in the morning. Rilu, unbeknownst to him, has quietly approached Ye Lin, maintaining a meter's distance, yet its curious eyes brim with wonder. The overwhelming solitude that had once accompanied it now dissipates significantly, as if it has re-established a subtle connection with the world. Ye Lin keenly observes Rilu's transformation, a smile creeping across his face. The heating apparatus continues to bubble, emitting a peculiar aroma reminiscent of bitter traditional medicine, tinged with a hint of astringency. The concocted juice is a deep black. At this critical juncture, at last, a chime resonates. The heating device ceases, and the liquid within the container has boiled down to 10 milliliters. The glass lid opens with a whoosh. A rush of steam envelopes him. Ye Lin tilts his head, waiting for the steam to dissipate before gazing at the universal recovery herb. The viscous black liquid appears thick, straddling the line between liquid and solid. Can this be consumed? His gaze is filled with skepticism. Just then, Rilu steps forward, approaching the universal recovery herb. Prompt. Rilu consumes the universal recovery herb, intimacy level 100, and will remain eternally loyal to you. In that very moment, Rilu takes the container, gulping down the thick black liquid. He watches as Rilu swallows several times. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of life energy erupts, as if it has transitioned from the depths of winter to the warmth of spring in an instant, awakening all that is vibrant. Energy surges into Rilu's fractured right leg. To the naked eye, he observes the once inverted knee aligning and healing without external aid. Oh, though Rilu's bones are realigning and healing, it feels no discomfort. Instead, regarding the changes in its body with a peculiar gaze. Not only is its injured leg revitalized, but Rilu senses the energy that had once surged through its right leg now coursing throughout its entire being, increasing in quantity and intensity. An impulsive urge bubbling to the surface. In the next moment, it bursts forth, enveloping its entire form. Rilu is enveloped in a radiant light, as mysterious energy continues to transform it. Chapter 26. The Friend of Elves. Silence is my native tongue. Rilu, surrounded by light, undergoes a profound transformation, emanating an increasingly powerful aura. Ye Lin instinctively steps back. Time slips away, and gradually, the light fades, revealing a completely revitalized Riolu. It's previously malnourished. Wilted fur is now rejuvenated, its dark body gleaming with a newfound mystery. Most importantly, Riolu's entire demeanor has transformed. No longer does it succumb to despair. Its eyes shine brightly, as if a fierce spark ignites within. It seems that all it requires is a catalyst to ignite this flame. Riolu consumes the universal recovery herb. Advancing in innate potential, it has ascended to champion level. Champion level. Ye Lin's eyes widen in astonishment. Half-champion level was already enough to leave him awestruck. Now, with Riolu at champion level, he finds it almost unbelievable. Yet his surprise is far from over. Another prompt sounds. The intimacy level with Riolu has reached its maximum, ensuring unwavering loyalty for life, thus becoming the cherished Pokémon partner of every aspiring trainer. Reward. The host's Pokémon affinity increases by 30, earning the title of Pokémon Best Friend. Pokémon Best Friend. Wild Pokémon will harbor a favorable impression of the host, significantly enhancing capture chances. Pokémon with maximum intimacy will receive mental solace from the host, facilitating their evolution breakthrough. Goodness, is this truly a thing? In the secret realm? Won't this lead to rampant victories? Gazing at the cascade of prompts that materialized before him, Ye Lin was nearly overwhelmed by a wave of exuberant surprise. The more he contemplated, the more impatient he grew. In Blue Star, professional trainers can ascend rapidly, primarily through the points competition orchestrated by the black market. The secret realm, however, is distinct from the clandestine activities of the black market, being officially broadcasted and supported by the state. The treasures within, should one possess the ability, are ripe for the taking. Countless star trainers have catapulted to fame through trials in the secret realm, embarking on their journey to greatness. Ultimately, ascending to the rank of a champion trainer, wielding power over the fates of millions, is the paramount mission of the secret realm's territorial disputes, with nations covertly acting as facilitators. Thus, these two paths are not to be compared. Consequently, the title of Pokémon Best Friend undoubtedly provides a significant advantage in the secret realm. Not to mention, it will also aid in the evolution breakthroughs of his Pokémon. Ye Lin exhaled a satisfied breath. Riolu happened to glance over. Meeting its resolute gaze, Ye Lin felt a stirring in his heart. Riolu, do you wish to battle? In an instant, a flicker of determination ignited in Riolu's eyes. What began as a mere spark suddenly erupted into a blazing inferno. For a fleeting moment, Ye Lin was convinced he beheld a sea of flames. Amidst this fiery spectacle, Riolu nodded without hesitation. Little did they know, this nod marked the inception of a legendary era. On the day of the oath-taking ceremony, as they made their way to the playground, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Yet a singular topic dominated. Hey, did you see that video from yesterday? It was absolutely phenomenal. Oh my gosh, I watched it too. I was completely dumbfounded. The black market has unleashed another extraordinary figure. I'm starting to waver. I was initially set on choosing the crooked-mouthed guy for the black market competition. Faceless Man is incredible. I'm his diehard fan. Faceless Man forever. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's eyes flashed with a glint of approval. Indeed, Faceless Man is formidable. Did you all catch the video yesterday? The lanky guy nodded vigorously. His arena matches are practically annihilations. Even the two longer points competitions were wrapped up in mere minutes. His strength is extraordinary, and he has only deployed one Pokémon thus far. He must have more tricks up his sleeve. Exactly. I've already informed my father to consider him as one of our observation subjects. If he proves valuable, Li Wei's voice trailed off. Casting a meaningful glance at the lanky guy, the unspoken understanding lingered in the air. The lanky guy beamed, instantly grasping Li Wei's intentions, nodding obsequiously, though internally he scoffed, silently ridiculing. Only when it's time to invest does he remember me. All those times I mentioned the sources of goods just go unheard. Does he think I'm a free ATM? The yellow-haired boy observed everything silently, maintaining a low profile as he walked at the back, deliberately diminishing his presence. Li Wei and the lanky guy seemed accustomed to this dynamic, entirely oblivious to the yellow-haired boy's shift. As all gathered beneath the podium, just before the oath-taking ceremony commenced, Ye Lin arrived fashionably late. The female teacher, Xia, merely sighed and waved him to his seat without a word of reprimand. To her, it seemed that Ye Lin might not even survive the final competition of the oath-taking ceremony, likely faltering during the initial display segment. Thankfully, I have requested my father to provide an alternative path for him, Xia thought, pursing her lips, her head bowed. This was her first time leading students. And despite knowing Bai Sun was an elimination-based academy, she wished for none of her charges to be dismissed. Perhaps this time, It was a reflection of my selfishness. Meanwhile, Ye Lin strolled leisurely towards the assembly. As he passed Li Wei, the latter suddenly snorted derisively, taunting, "Only faceless man deserves the title of trainer. He is my aspirational target. Some individuals, will never even come close to licking the soles of my shoes." The lanky guy chimed in, "Of course. Some individuals are destined to be expelled from Bison today. TSK, using a useless person to garner attention. I am eager to see how he meets his end." Li Wei and the lanky guy collaborated seamlessly, stopping just short of naming names. Many classmates, upon hearing this, cast sidelong glances at Ye Lin, a mix of sympathy, disdain, and a sense of superiority evident in their expressions. During this period, Ye Lin had undeniably become a well-known figure among the new students. Yet, this notoriety was tinged with negativity. Regardless, his prominence among the newcomers was unparalleled and unprecedented. Even the leaders on the podium momentarily paused their gazes before dismissing it, as if nothing had happened. However, Ye Lin remained unfazed by their scrutiny, his expression unchanged as he walked past them, taking a position at the back of the class. His apparent indifference caused many to temper their contempt. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ye Lin's demeanor was far from apathetic. Rather, it could be aptly described by a popular internet phrase, "Astonishment is my native tongue." He found it utterly ridiculous that Li Wei would attempt to belittle him, especially when the target of his derision was none other than his masked self. What was this? Am I merely playing myself? In this moment, he genuinely anticipated the spectacle of Li Wei's expression upon discovering his true identity as Faceless Man. Soon after, as all the leaders of Bison Academy took their seats, the oath-taking ceremony commenced. The principal initiated the proceedings with a series of formalities. And once the various leaders had introduced the school's motto and regulations, it finally arrived at the much-anticipated display segment. Chapter 27. Begin your performance. The time had come for the eagerly awaited display segment. The newly arrived students below felt a palpable stir of excitement. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the principal stood up, leaving his seat to walk to the back of the podium. Shortly thereafter, he returned, assisting a venerable, silver-haired elder, standing tall and straight, into view with an unprecedented demeanor of reverence. A buzz erupted, akin to a swarm of bees taking flight, filling the air with a cacophony of exclamations. "Master Bai? Oh my gosh, how did Master Bai arrive here? When did Bison Academy gain such prestige? Wow, today's oath-taking ceremony is going to be monumental. Heavens! I can already foresee tonight's trending topics exploding. This is absolutely explosive." Everyone, not just the new students present, but also the teachers from various classes and other uninformed leaders, could hardly contain their excitement. This was Master Bai, a national treasure of a country, the pinnacle of champions, a leader who has brought countless honors to a country on the international stage, the aspiration and exemplar for all trainers, a benchmark figure in the history of trainers, second only to the leaders of a country. How could such an illustrious individual suddenly appear at Bison Academy? The students, even if they racked their brains, could not fathom such a scenario. Each one felt as though they were in a dream, their thoughts adrift. The teachers flushed with excitement, itching to shout out in exhilaration. Observing the students' expressions, the principal could not help but lift his head with increasing pride, solemnly declaring, "Welcome Master by phone to Bison Academy. Greetings to all." The elderly gentleman exuded a benevolent demeanor as he gazed down upon the throng of youthful faces below, a flicker of gratification illuminating his eyes. The applause erupted like thunder, reverberating through the entire playground, with each individual seemingly intent on clapping their hands to the point of exhaustion. This fervent ovation persisted for a full 5 minutes before it began to wane. Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd. He could not help but raise his eyes, scrutinizing the venerable Master Bai with earnestness. This name was not unfamiliar to him. It had graced his ears since his initial arrival in this world, and he had frequently encountered it in online discussions thereafter. Bai Feng's contributions to country A were unparalleled, and he had indeed forged a historic legacy. Although he had retreated from the global stage in recent years due to the constraints of age, his influence remained undiminished. The mere mention of country A was invariably accompanied by his illustrious name. Yet, Ye Lin pondered, how could such a prominent figure be present here? Master Bai, with his keen perception, sensed an unusual gaze directed at him and immediately turned to identify its source. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, both momentarily stunned. Once Ye Lin regained his composure, he met Bai Feng's gaze with calmness and offered a slight nod. Bai Feng was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the words he intended to speak, lost in contemplation. Master Bai? Master Bai? It was only when the dean spoke that Bai Feng returned to reality. Astonished by the fact that Ye Lin had dared to meet his gaze without a hint of fear, he surmised that Ye Lin was likely a superpower wielder. Even if he had not awakened such abilities, his mental fortitude must have been exceptionally robust, marking him as a hidden talent. What a remarkable gem lay concealed in this modest bison. My journey here has proven worthwhile. A surge of elation swept across the elderly man's countenance, dispelling his previous despondency and replacing it with a familiar vigor, as if he had been transported back to his prime. The dean, standing beside Baifeng, was acutely aware of this transformation. Although Baifeng had initially appeared gentle, there lingered a palpable sense of melancholy in his speech and movements, evoking discomfort within the dean. Yet, in a matter of mere seconds, he sensed the return of the legendary Master Bai. The dean had invited Baifeng to this event, driven by a sense of obligation for his daughter, and now he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless of the circumstances, Master Bai's presence would surely uplift spirits. Meanwhile, Ye Lin remained oblivious to the fact that a simple exchange of glances had led the esteemed Baifeng to recognize him as a superpower wielder. Nevertheless, an undercurrent of apprehension began to simmer within him. Despite the elderly man's outwardly gentle demeanor, in that moment of eye contact, Ye Lin felt as though he were being scrutinized by a sovereign, an omnipotent entity surveying all from a lofty perch. This sensation was unprecedented. It was unique to the elder. Truly, the title of supreme sovereign and champion leader was well-deserved. At that moment, the elder's voice resonated once more. Xiaoyin, enough about me. Let us hasten the commencement for the children. I, too, am eagerly anticipating the proceedings. His voice remained as soothing as ever, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The freshmen below experienced a collective jolt of disbelief, staring at the elder on stage. Could it be that Master Bai not only appeared, but would also participate throughout the oath-taking ceremony? The notion that he had no ulterior motives was met with skepticism. The new students surged with excitement, some with veins bulging on their foreheads, others with reddened eyes, and a few trembling with anticipation. While they were uncertain of Master Bai's purpose for being there, they understood one thing. If they could capture his attention, a radiant path awaited them. Now, we shall commence the Pokémon showcase. All faculty and students will participate, with each class voting for their top 30 trainers to present. The top 10 freshmen will advance to the final competition to select the ultimate representative, the dean announced. Is that clear? Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their voices booming. As the dean's words faded, the students of Class 1 swiftly approached the podium. 50 students lined up in 5 rows, with the first row's 10 students each producing their Pokeballs. A dazzling array of lights flickered as they revealed their Pokémon: a Sprout, a Caterpie, a Rattata, a Tauros, a Meowth, a Ditto, a Tylo, a Bidoof. Most were common Pokémon, and the live voting data reflected a rather mundane outcome. Baifeng maintained his warm smile, though the dean discerned his lack of interest. He gestured for the first row to step back, allowing the other students to take their turn in succession. This rotation continued until a Squirtle emerged, prompting a slight nod from Baifeng. Simultaneously, the audience erupted into applause at the sight of the Squirtle, and the live voting numbers surged. A starter Pokémon's significance to a trainer was undeniable, particularly in the novice stage, where it was already formidable. The showcase continued with Class 2, adhering to the same orderly display. Finally, it was the turn of the comprehensive class, where Ye Lin and Li Wei found themselves grouped together. As the first group concluded their presentations, Ye Lin and Li Wei ascended the podium. Upon seeing Ye Lin, the murmurs grew increasingly animated. Is he the one? One student remarked, pointing to their temple. It seems he's about to be eliminated. Another chimed in, gesturing at the owner of a Caterpie, who was weeping profusely. Look at that poor soul. He can't even produce a Pokémon. How embarrassing it must be to face Master Bai. Hearing you say that, I almost feel sympathy for him. Today's events will definitely trend online. He'll be humiliated on a national level. Li Wei struggled to conceal his delight, casting a smug glance at Ye Lin, expecting to see fear and panic etched across his face. Instead, he was met with the same stoic expression. Li Wei's irritation intensified, his teeth grinding in frustration. Still pretending? I'm eager to see how long you can maintain this facade. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Bison Academy's official website had initiated a live broadcast. Initially, only a handful of student parents were drawn in by the unexpected stream, curious to catch a glimpse of their children. However, what they encountered was none other than the supreme sovereign Baifeng. In an instant, they became enthralled, their own children forgotten as excitement flushed their cheeks. Word spread rapidly, and within 10 minutes, the news of Baifeng's presence at Ninghang Bison Academy had gone viral, and the number of viewers skyrocketed from under 5,000 to 30,000, continuing to climb. Wow, Master Bai has made an appearance. This is his first public appearance since retiring after the Secret Realm competition 5 years ago. How could Ning Hang be so fortunate? I heard the Dean of Baisun Academy and Master Bai's family are connected. The online discussions buzzed incessantly. And as it came time for Ye Lin and Li Wei to take the stage, the viewership had reached an astounding 100,000. Meanwhile, the live voting commenced simultaneously. Begin. With that command, the 10 individuals on stage simultaneously produced their Pokeballs. Li Wei noticed that Ye Lin had also summoned his Pokemon and let out a cold snort. One does not shed tears until they see the coffin. With a flick of his right hand, a resounding bang echoed. A flash of white light illuminated the stage as a fiery-tailed, valiant little Charizard boldly descended. Another starter Pokemon. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement. All starters, but I can't shake the feeling that this one seems even stronger. Is it just my imagination? Brother, you're not mistaken. Look, the tiles beneath the little Charizard are already charred. This is undoubtedly a prodigious talent, surpassing the elite level. Ah, I recognize it now. This is Wei Sheng's quasi-champion's offspring. It even has a tuft of black fur atop its head. What did you say? This is actually Wei Sheng's Charizard's son. The revelation stunned everyone present. Wei Sheng had long been a pride of Baisun Academy, with his ace Pokemon immortalized in a statue, reflecting the school's immense pride. 7 or 8 years ago, after his rise to fame, he left behind a Pokemon egg as a token of gratitude, which now resided in Baisun's hatching facility. The facility's fame partly stemmed from this very egg. It could be said that 1 in 10 students at Baisun came specifically for it. As a quasi-champion, the Charizard was widely revered, its distinctive tuft of black fur setting it apart from others. Thus, when Li Wei's little Charizard made its entrance, it swiftly captivated all attention. After 7 to 8 years, the coveted Pokemon egg was finally in hand. What incredible fortune! This knowledge was not confined to Baisun Academy's students. The livestream chat was buzzing with astonishment. The quasi-champion's offspring. This is going to be insane. How can anyone compete with that? My group mates can only mourn. This is the chasm between a genius and the rest of us. His luck is off the charts. Not only does he have the quasi-champion's offspring, but he'll also leave a profound impression on Master Bai. Li Wei, upon hearing the envious murmurs from the crowd, lifted his chin even higher. Yet, he was aware that Master Bai was also present, and his usual aloof demeanor had softened slightly. Director Yin regarded Li Wei with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. His luck was indeed remarkable. As the heir of the Li family, he was naturally acquainted with him. He would likely not embarrass himself in front of Master Bai. Slightly tilting his head, he noticed Master Bai's lips curling into a slight smile, stroking his beard and nodding gently, his expression markedly more sincere than before. Director Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Wei felt confident in his success. After showcasing his Charizard, he recalled it and stepped back, making way for the next contender. Following him was Ye Lin. The livestream chat expressed sympathy. This guy is so unlucky. His score will surely be low. Who could stand up against the little Charizard? Perhaps no one will even pay attention to him. Suddenly, the tone shifted. The chat, initially full of pity, soon realized that the atmosphere on site was entirely different from their expectations. This boy was not only not ignored, he garnered unprecedented attention, surpassing even the little Charizard. What was happening? Viewers in the livestream were baffled. Meanwhile, the audience held their breath in anticipation, the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. As they returned from the awe of the little Charizard, Li Wei wore an expression of utmost disdain, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of confidence. Already prepared to witness a spectacle, the crowd shared similar sentiments. Class Director Yin Xia lowered her head, unable to bear watching. The only one with a different reaction was Luo Hao, standing tall and proud in the lineup. Those in the same class knew of their relationship and wondered why Ye Lin was not worried about his friend, as his lie was on the brink of being exposed. A false brotherhood? At that moment, no one noticed that as Ye Lin stepped forward, the previously calm Bai Feng suddenly moved. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with anticipation. This was a reaction he had not displayed even during the appearance of the little Charizard. With a swift motion, Ye Lin threw his Pokeball. As the light gradually dimmed, a graceful and beautiful figure emerged, Ralts. Dressed in pure white, her hair reminiscent of the enchanting blue sea. She captivated everyone's gaze the moment she appeared, leaving them spellbound. Ralts. Ye Lin's seemingly worthless Pokemon had evolved into Ralts. This was a precious psychic-type Pokemon. The eyes of the blonde-haired youth and the lanky boy nearly bulged out of their sockets, especially the lanky one. His prepared entourage of hired supporters was all set. With Master Bai present, the stars had aligned perfectly. They had awaited this moment. But now, how is it so different from what he had anticipated? Chapter 29. Igniting the crowd. You call this pitiful? The reality was far from what he had envisioned. Li Wei staggered back a step, staring at the Ralts floating in midair, feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his limbs turning cold. No, this was impossible. He refused to believe it. Unwilling to accept it, his breath quickened. In an instant, his eyes were bloodshot, veins coursing through his eyeballs, his expression grotesquely distorted. Yet, at that moment, no one could notice him. The floating figure in a white dress with blue hair resembled a sudden angelic apparition, entrancing all with her beauty. Many in the crowd wore expressions of rapture. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the peculiar atmosphere. No, it's the faceless man's Pokémon. The crowd erupted like a stone cast into the sea, stirring a tidal wave of excitement throughout by Sun Academy. Oh my gosh! It's truly the faceless man's blue-haired Ralts. Could it be? My heavens, a legend stands before me? Impossible. He is just a new student. Damn. Inxia couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The audience gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Even though their appearances differed, their expressions were uniformly blank. The shock was overwhelming. Ralts had been trending recently, and Ye Lin's Pokémon also happened to be a blue-haired Ralts. How unbelievable. Could he be the faceless man? However, upon further reflection, they deemed the possibility slim. After all, the faceless man's prowess was evident. He had consistently triumphed in underground tournaments like the points competition, where damage was not a factor. How could a new student achieve such feats? Perhaps he was merely fortunate, coincidentally possessing a Ralts like the faceless man, and perhaps even dyed it blue due to the trend sparked by the legend. After all, blue-haired Pokémon were now commonplace on the streets. Among the new students presenting here, every 10 had at least 5 or 6 that were blue. The murmurs from the crowd reached the livestream chat, leaving online viewers in a state of shock. They had originally come to admire Master Bai, never expecting such a twist. Was this a movie? Wasn't it said that this lad was merely a show-off, a petty schemer? This was what you called a show-off. They could hardly remember what that term even meant. If Ralts was not strong, then these trainers might as well bury themselves. Bai Feng was overwhelmed with intense surprise. I knew I had not misjudged him. As a champion, his perception was naturally different from the average person's. He recognized at a glance that this was not mere dying. This was a genuine shiny Pokémon. Such a rarity, 1 in a million. An existence that could transcend species limitations. Little did he expect that this lad would possess such luck. After all, even he had not encountered a shiny Pokémon in quite some time. Psychic type. Shiny Pokémon. With that thought, Bai Feng could no longer remain seated and stood up abruptly. As he prepared to stride towards Ye Lin, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The little fire dragon, accompanied by Li Wei's nearly frenzied roar, unleashed a torrent of sparks. Boom. The sparks at the tip of the little fire dragon's tail erupted instantaneously, surging forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling directly toward Ye Lin. This is bad. Bai Master's expression shifted as he subtly moved his fingers beneath his sleeve. However, at that very moment, the suspended Ralts abruptly vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting white silhouette. This was teleportation. Bai Feng instantly withdrew his hand, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. The mere display of such prowess allowed him to discern Ralts' capabilities, and he regarded it with considerable intrigue. In the next heartbeat, Ralts materialized before Ye Lin, the sparks closing in rapidly. The audience erupted into panicked screams, a cacophony of terror. Suddenly, Ralts' golden antennae swayed ever so slightly, and a deep purple wave of potent psychic energy coalesced into a dragon-like form, launching a fierce assault. The surrounding air distorted slightly. Bang! Boom! The two diametrically opposed energies collided in midair, the purple dragon swiftly engulfing the red sparks. The sparks never even had the chance to retaliate before being utterly consumed. Yet the purple dragon pressed on, its energy compressing relentlessly, inching closer to the little fire dragon, leaving no time for any reaction. With an unstoppable momentum, the purple dragon surged forward, its jaws agape, as the little fire dragon, weakened from expending its skill, was met head-on. The purple engulfed the little fire dragon's form. The little fire dragon emitted a wretched cry, swept up in the energy, soaring toward the heavens. Thud! With a resounding crash, the little fire dragon was forcefully slammed to the ground, its eyes swirling like spirals as it instantaneously lost the will to fight. Ralts defeated the ordinary first-stage little fire dragon, gaining some experience and unlocking the skill, Sleep Powder. A decisive strike. Bai Sun Academy fell into a profound silence. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. In that moment, words were rendered unnecessary, for the truth lay starkly before them. Even the barrage of comments in the live stream fell momentarily silent. Then, as expected, an explosion of reactions ensued. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Is this the level of a freshman? Such a rare Pokémon, such an extraordinary one-hit kill. This exquisite synergy, my apologies, I'm overwhelmed. Even a sneak attack can be so effortlessly transformed into a decisive victory. I can scarcely fathom the true level of this student's prowess. This is utterly monstrous. A freshman possesses such strength. And suddenly I feel as though my 5 years as a trainer have been in vain. The comments scrolled rapidly, and the viewership soared to 200,000. The instant Ralts sent the little fire dragon flying. A throng of new viewers, initially drawn by rumors, entered only to be utterly bewildered by the intense scene before them. It was through the enlightening comments of others that they began to grasp what had transpired, swiftly joining the ranks of the astonished. The on-site reaction lagged slightly behind the barrage of comments, yet the camera captured the expressions of every teacher and student, regardless of their status, all wearing the same look of shock. It wasn't until the little fire dragon crashed to the ground that the silence was shattered. Like a missile descending, Bai Sun Academy erupted with astonishment. My heavens! How terrifying. I can't believe it, a one-hit kill on the son of a quasi-king. Who exactly is this Ye Lin? Wasn't he supposed to be a worthless egg? How did he manage to hatch into something so formidable? I'm starting to doubt my own eyes. Is No Face really him? I can't be certain anymore. At the chairman's table, even Jingji, as the dean, took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He recalled the words his daughter had previously uttered with a furrowed brow, pleading with him. He had taken in the worthless egg. It was the school's responsibility, and it would be rather unfair to eliminate him just like that. He was already pitiable enough. His lips twitched involuntarily. Is that what you call pitiable? Then he certainly has a desire to be pitied. This lad, TSK, so cleverly concealed. To have dispatched the son of a quasi-king in an instant, Ralts must undoubtedly surpass the gym leader level, even. Chapter 30. Taking advantage and acting innocent. Master Bai's invitation? To have so effortlessly annihilated the son of a quasi-king, Ralts must certainly exceed the gym leader level, even. Jingji couldn't help but lick his lips. A freshman's first Pokémon achieving such extraordinary talent and potential, even the dean was envious. It seems my daughter's judgment needs more honing. I need not intervene at all. His expression relaxed, and then, with a tone laced with disdain yet unable to conceal his pride, he remarked, Master Bai, you see, our students are rather unrefined, truly embarrassing themselves before you. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Feng awoke from his reverie and couldn't help but glance over. He noticed Jingji puffing out his chest, appearing anything but embarrassed. Perhaps the earlier outburst by the son of the quasi-king was indeed shameful, but the subsequent display of skill was unexpected and turned the tide to achieve a decisive victory. Who wouldn't applaud such a feat? This lad, at such an age, remains so impetuous, taking advantage and acting innocent. Were it not for the multitude present, worried about this lad's dean losing face, he would have surely called him out on the spot. Bai Feng found Jingji's boastful demeanor exasperating and promptly averted his gaze. As he turned, his eyes fell upon Ye Lin, who remained composed after delivering a one-hit kill on the son of a quasi-king, instantly invigorating him. Bai Feng nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is the talent he yearned for. Just then, a thud echoed. The shocked teachers and students were jolted back to reality, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound. They discovered Li Wei slumped on the ground, hands clutching his head, hair disheveled. His eyes were tinged with jealousy, a crimson hue. He murmured repeatedly, Impossible, impossible. It was as if all his pride had been stripped away by that one decisive strike, and his demeanor was decidedly off. Huang Mao and the lanky boy trembled in fear, their heads bowed low, daring not to utter a word, desperately shrinking their presence, fearful of being noticed. In the next moment, Li Wei seemed to have an epiphany, lowering his hands and suddenly lifting those reddened eyes, struggling to rise from the ground. He lunged toward Ye Lin. However, this time, the school was prepared. The same ambush could not occur a second time. Jingji's expression grew serious. The reason they had managed to turn the tide was due to Ye Lin's strength. Had it been an ordinary trainer, he would have truly succeeded in his scheme. Bai Sun would not allow its century-long honor to be tarnished, no matter if it were the heir of the Li family. Even the head of the Li family would not be forgiven. Thus, as Li Wei stood, a group of security personnel swiftly approached, effectively restraining him. Though captured, his mouth was not silenced. He raged like a machine gun, no? This must be fake. This isn't your Pokémon. Yes, it can't be. You're lying. Speak up. It seemed he had finally found a rationale to convince himself, gradually regaining some semblance of normalcy, yet his aura grew increasingly ominous. His eyes darkened to the point of absorbing light, staring at others with an unsettling glare. Upon hearing his boisterous inquiries, Ye Lin merely rolled his eyes, seemingly annoyed by Li Wei's loudness. With an air of impatience, he inserted his index finger into his right ear and twirled it. Subsequently, he withdrew his finger and held it up before Li Wei, blowing lightly in his direction, then smirking, not uttering a single word, yet conveying a sentiment that spoke volumes. He was completely regarded as a mere buffoon, too lazy to even offer any further explanation. The harm was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly severe. At that moment, a viewer in the live stream, having witnessed this farce, succinctly commented in the barrage. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and Yin Jingji exchanged bewildered yet amused glances. This lad truly has a knack for exasperating people. He appears composed, yet he is indeed just a child. Although their thoughts diverged, their gazes towards Ye Lin shared a similar warmth and understanding. However, when they directed their attention to the subdued Li Wei, their expressions shifted entirely. Li Wei, you brazenly attacked another trainer in front of the podium, violating pertinent regulations. The school will forward your video to the league for adjudication, declared Dean Yin Jingji without an ounce of mercy. He resolutely decided to hand Li Wei over. After all, it was still not the final competition phase. Yet he dared to be so reckless, launching an attack under the watchful eyes of the public. The live stream was still active. Countless witnesses could attest to the incident. No matter how the Li family might try to twist the narrative, they would gain no sympathy. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's frantic struggles abruptly froze. His complexion turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, leaving marks from his own nails. Noticing his cessation of resistance, the security personnel also paused. Li Wei stood listlessly at the podium, his once reasonably handsome features now reflecting a sharp bitterness, with his narrow eyes glinting with malice. He was taken away. The atmosphere seemed to regain a semblance of calm. Just as Ye Lin prepared to step down, Bai Feng timely called out to him, "Young man Yi, please hold on a moment." The audience erupted in a flurry of whispers, even though they had anticipated that Master Bai's visit would not be in vain. The reality of this moment still felt utterly incredible. Simultaneously, a wave of intense curiosity surged within them. What would Master Bai say? The barrage in the live stream fell silent, as viewers fixated on the two, their eyes brimming with eagerness. Under the spotlight, Bai Feng declared, "Young Yi, I would like to invite you to become a Mystic Realm tester and join the testing association." His voice resonated through the microphone, akin to a cannonball being fired, resonating with a thunderous impact. Mystic Realm tester. Master Bai had extended such a prestigious invitation. Even Yin Jingji found it hard to believe. The very title of tester implied an extraordinary status. To become a genuine Mystic Realm tester meant obtaining the qualification to enter any Mystic Realm. Moreover, the threshold for becoming a tester was notoriously high. It was well known that newly discovered Mystic Realms would first invite testers from around the world to evaluate and assess their danger levels. What was termed as testing was, in reality, a perilous venture. Despite the high mortality rate, the speed of skill enhancement was unparalleled, as nothing could compare to the authenticity of training in the wilderness, especially since new Mystic Realms remained unexplored. Unlike the realms that had undergone safety assessments, everything within these new realms was shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. No one could predict the rare treasures or unprecedented Pokémon that might be uncovered. This identity was a harmonious blend of honor and strength. Once one became a tester, even at a lower level, they would have the freedom to traverse small and medium-sized Mystic Realms domestically, apart from the newly developed ones. Upon reaching the intermediate level, the barriers to large and super-large Mystic Realms would merely be nominal. As for the advanced level, there were only 10 individuals in the world, and Bai Feng was among them. Chapter 31, Mystic Realm Tester, The Return to the Black Factory. Upon locking eyes with Ye Lin, Bai Feng's heart involuntarily surged with anticipation. And after witnessing the dazzling Lalu Lalas, this notion blossomed into a towering tree, firmly rooted in his mind. Having experienced the previous World Championship, the morale in the country was dismal. It was rumored that that child, Ling Ji, had remained homebound ever since the competition, seldom venturing out. Furthermore, during this period, Country D had been persistently provoking, creating a palpable tension. A diversion was desperately needed, lest this atmosphere culminate in disaster. Currently, trainers in Country A were few and far between, with related professions in a similar state, and Mystic Realm testers had not seen new recruits in years. Yet, each tester evaluation sparked widespread discussion and national interest. Country A was in dire need of a morale booster, and this opportunity was undoubtedly the most suitable. After all, testers operated on a global scale, not merely representing Country A, but encompassing trainers from all corners of the world. The selection probability was 1 in 100. Moreover, these 100 candidates had to meet 2 criteria. The recommender must be a trainer of at least quasi-king level, and the second condition necessitated being an internal member of the testing association. Only upon fulfilling both conditions could one qualify for participation, thereby seizing the chance to compete on a world stage. This year was already slated for selecting lower-level testers, and by phone, upon observing Ye Lin's enthusiasm, believed he would undoubtedly pass the grueling evaluation and join the testing association, bringing glory to Country A. At that point, the trainers in Country A could rally once more, no longer lamenting their absence from the final World Championship. The more by phone pondered, the more convinced he became, and his gaze towards Ye Lin gradually ignited with excitement. He could hardly wait for the tester selection to commence. However, he understood that they were currently in the recommendation phase, with the association needing to tally and filter candidates. At least 2 months would be required before the selection list was announced. Upon hearing Bai Feng's words, Ye Lin momentarily froze. He had indeed come across information regarding testers online, but at the time, he had merely skimmed through it, eager to grasp the various rules of the Blue Star. Naturally, he was unaware of the profound significance it held, so he casually agreed, his nonchalant demeanor further astonished Bai Feng and the other teachers and students. Was this truly a great figure? To remain unfazed upon hearing the title of Mystic Realm Tester? Indeed, if I could respond with such joy. Perhaps this exemplifies the chasm between myself and the prodigy. Listening to the admiration from those around him, Luo Hao couldn't help but swell with pride. After all, this was his brother. Following Ye Lin, the exhibition continued. Yet, whether in person or via the live stream, attention had shifted entirely. After encountering such an astonishing individual, everything else seemed mundane. Soon, it was time for the final competition. Ye Lin, without a doubt, secured first place in the real-time voting. No one dared to question it. Not even the blonde and the lanky fellow, who trembled in fear. They were terrified that Ye Lin would hold them accountable, particularly the lanky one, who had been deeply involved throughout, concocting numerous schemes. Although he had not anticipated Li Wei's sudden outburst, he knew he could not escape if the league investigated. Thus, he had been furtively seeking an opportunity to slip away. However, Yin Jingji had long been observant, not overlooking the interactions between the two and Li Wei. He had dispatched security to keep a close watch on them. The lanky one was in deep distress. On the other hand, it was now Ye Lin's turn to compete. Yet, no classmate stood opposite him for an extended period. Everyone exchanged uncertain glances, and when the dean inquired, they all simultaneously lowered their heads. Though they remained silent, their actions clearly conveyed a message. Feel free to find anyone else, just don't choose me. Yin Jingji surveyed the room and let out a deep sigh. All right, it seems everyone believes they are not a match for young Yi. Do you all voluntarily concede? In unison, the 9 classmates nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. The intensity with which the head shook raised doubts about whether it might fall off. Congratulations to Ye Lin for becoming the representative of the new students, automatically qualifying for the school team. Applause erupted like thunder. Yin Xia's cold, enchanting visage dissolved into a radiant smile, resembling a snow lotus in bloom. Who could have imagined that just an hour ago, she was furrowing her brow over Ye Lin's affairs? At 7 o'clock in the evening, a comparative video began circulating online. The environments differed, yet the Pokémon were strikingly similar, with only slight variations in their finishing moves. It showcased Ye Lin's campus battle and the No-Face Man's Black Factory arena match. Comments flooded in, all echoing disbelief. Is it possible for a newcomer to achieve consecutive victories in the Black Factory? Enter the points competition? I refuse to believe it. Others chimed in. They merely look alike. You're being too hasty. Perhaps true geniuses do exist. While I acknowledge the notion of genius, if he truly is the No-Face Man, it transcends mere talent and veers into the realm of monstrosity. Indeed, even cheating doesn't manifest in such a manner. Noticing the overwhelming skepticism on the screen, Ye Lin's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems my disguise can afford me some protection. When he deployed his ralts, he had anticipated the potential exposure of No-Face Man's identity. However, the outcome was evidently much more favorable than he had envisioned. The trend of dyed hair had become an excuse. Now, people merely harbored doubts. He only needed to amplify the No-Face Man's attributes, ensuring they could discern the distinctions between the two sides, thus dispelling the current suspicions. At that moment, the host's booming voice resonated from the 103rd arena. Please welcome the No-Face Man. The applause that followed was a stark contrast to the previous days when no one paid attention. Upon hearing No Face Man's name, a tidal wave of applause cascaded forth. Ye Lin put away his phone and stepped onto the stage. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, continued to introduce another heavyweight contender. And here comes our rock brother. As soon as the words left his mouth, a man donned in a burlap sack mask with sunglasses over his eyes walked onto the stage. The moment he stood firm, cheers erupted in waves, rivaling Ye Lin's reception. It was known that Ye Lin had garnered a significant following in the Black Factory due to the No Face Man's highlight reels. The fact that Rock Brother could command such popularity indicated his impressive win rate. As Ye Lin had anticipated, the scoreboard displayed their points, 389 versus 513. This made Rock Brother the highest scoring opponent Ye Lin had encountered in the points competition thus far. It was likely that Rock Brother had the upper hand. I also think the No Face Man is still a newcomer. I regret voting for him earlier. Can I change my vote? Another joined in. I initially believed him to be a dark horse, but now it seems he is merely a small black horse, far removed from the established Rock Brother. As the audience's murmurs grew louder, the match commenced. Chapter 32, The Battle for Ralts's Fame. A spectacle for all. As the match began, the host swiftly exited the stage. Both trainers simultaneously threw out their pokeballs. Roar. A terrifying roar filled the arena. A massive serpent, composed of countless gray rocks, suddenly emerged. It reared its head and howled, its eyes blazing with fury, exuding an overwhelming presence. The creature measured over 9 meters in length and was significantly bulkier than its ordinary counterparts, its pale white pupils fixated on its opponent. Gasps erupted from the front row spectators. One female audience member, frightened, covered her head and dove into her boyfriend's embrace. On the other side, Ye Lin's Ralts also made its appearance. With a determined gaze and an indomitable spirit, it stood resolute, not yielding an inch despite the colossal size difference. Wow, it's not a Ralts after all. This confirms that the popular boy today cannot be the No Face Man. Not necessarily. We'll know Ralts' strength soon enough. If it reaches the elite level, it cannot possibly be that newcomer. The audience began to anticipate the unfolding spectacle. The viral video featuring Master Bi had already gained traction, and it remained a hot topic. Particularly the final invitation from Master Bi and the sudden reversal of the ambush by the newcomer, two climactic moments that had driven the video's views. The 103rd arena could accommodate 5,000 spectators, among whom were some skeptics of the No Face Man's identity, who had come specifically to witness the event. However, with Ralts on the field instead of a Ralts, many doubts began to dissipate. Ye Lin was merely a newcomer. Possessing a precious Ralts was already impressive. And if he had a Ralts too, it would be simply extraordinary. Rock Snake, Dragon Tail. The Rock Snake let out a long howl. The giant tail, composed of rocks, gleamed with a metallic sheen. It then swung ferociously towards Ralts. The tail alone was several times larger than Ralts, weighing over 500 pounds. The sheer force generated by its mass could unleash terrifying destructive power. In an instant, the arena floor shattered beneath the impact, debris flying everywhere. Dust began to cloud the air. The sheer force of the massive creature's assault was something no Pokémon could withstand, and some spectators below could no longer bear to watch. Yet, Ralts remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling dust to reach the rock snake's flank in an instant. With sparks of determination igniting in its eyes, Ye Lin commanded, "Ralts, Metal Claw." The timing of the order was impeccable, reflecting a level of synergy that was truly astonishing. With a swift leap, Ralts's right claw glimmered in the air, its metallic sheen even more pronounced than that of Rock Snake's steel tail. Oh my! Only then did the audience grasp the rapidly shifting dynamics of the battle. Their hearts raced dangerously. Clang! With a sound reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, Ralts wore an excited smile as its claw struck the Rock Snake's twisting spine. Roar! The Rock Snake howled in agony, but its spine bore 5 deep gashes, each half a meter long. Blood seeped from its rock-like skin, sending shivers down the spine. Yet, Ye Lin would not let this opportunity slip away. He pressed the advantage. A flash of electricity. Ralts became increasingly exhilarated, the fire in its eyes intensifying. The moment Ye Lin's command left his lips, Ralts shot forth like an arrow, crossing nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Boom! Without hesitation, it crashed into the Rock Snake's jaw, which was raised in a furious roar. Everything unfolded in a heartbeat. The audience below barely caught a glimpse of Ralts's fleeting shadow. Get out of the way. The opposing trainer suddenly felt panic. His voice strained and desperate. Despite Rock Snake's towering height and weight, Ralts appeared diminutive before it. Yet, in that moment, the trainer known as Rock Brother genuinely felt fear. But Ralts's speed was beyond imagination. Before he could finish his last word, Ralts collided with Rock Snake. And what seemed like a futile endeavor resulted in a starkly contrasting outcome. With a resounding crash, it was the stone that shattered. The Rock Snake fell backward, its heavy body crashing onto the fractured arena floor, kicking up another cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the Rock Snake lost its fighting capability, utterly devoid of resistance. The referee began the countdown. 5 seconds later, the Rock Snake remained motionless. The Onyx has been vanquished, and Lucario emerges victorious. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to No Face. Upon hearing these words, the light in Lucario's eyes grew ever brighter. It approached Ye Lin step by step, gazing up at its trainer. Though no words were exchanged, its eyes seemed to convey an entire universe of emotions. Ye Lin lowered his head, a slight smile gracing his lips as he softly uttered to Lucario, "You did it." Boom. This sound went unheard by anyone. It was the echo of fireworks bursting within Lucario's heart. A culmination of emotions that had been steadily rising since the onset of battle, now erupting forth like a spring of water. Behold, it is capable of combat, and does not falter against any Pokémon. The abandonment by that previous trainer was not its fault. Such torment should never have been borne by it. It is indeed capable. Lucario's heart raced, and in that fleeting moment, the loneliness and despair that had long lingered vanished completely. The only sound resonating in its ears was Ye Lin's voice, imbued with an enchanting quality. Lingering in its memory like an indelible spell, the lost confidence was restored in an instant, and even grew stronger. Lucario lifted its gaze to Ye Lin, and at that moment, a singular thought occupied its mind. I must become powerful enough to honor his trust. Ye Lin, at this juncture, remained unaware that this was merely the inaugural battle that would mark Lucario's rise to fame, a decision that would profoundly influence its journey as a trainer henceforth. Meanwhile, 5,000 spectators stood in stunned silence. What was anticipated to be a closely contested match had concluded surprisingly swiftly. The emergence of No Face as a dark horse had only barely allowed it to draw with Onyx, with betting amounts being nearly equal. The crowd stared in disbelief at the Onyx being carried away for medical treatment, its heavy body leaving a long trail on the arena floor, dragged by a dozen or so people. Yet just moments ago, Lucario had needed but a single strike. The image of that knockout replayed in their minds like a fast-motion sequence. Countless individuals felt a shiver run down their spines, goosebumps rising on their arms. After a brief pause, their reflexes finally returned to normal. Suddenly, the entire audience erupted into a chorus of cheers. Some shouted, some screamed, and others clapped their hands until they turned crimson, seemingly impervious to the pain, continuing to applaud fervently. Chapter 33. Another victory? How dull. Some people clapped until their palms were sore, yet they remained oblivious, continuing with fervor. During the preceding battle, everyone's emotions had undergone a series of transformations, captivated by Lucario's brilliance. However, the brief duration of the match meant that emotions had not yet reached their zenith. And now, that moment had arrived. The collective excitement surged, propelling their emotions to a fever pitch as they unleashed a cacophony of frenzied cheers. They were so astounded that they scarcely knew what they were shouting. After all, it had been far too long since the Dark Factory had witnessed such an exceptionally talented trainer. One decisive victory could be attributed to luck, but a series of such victories indicated a level of prowess far exceeding that of the opposition. On the other side, within the competitors' lounge, a rare gathering of a dozen contenders for the points competition had formed, drawn by the allure of No Face highlight reel. After all, No Face was currently riding a wave of popularity. Defeating him would mean both fame and fortune. Thus, even before the month's end, the number of eligible participants had far surpassed that of previous days. However, at this moment, expressions of disbelief and astonishment filled the lounge, a palpable silence hanging in the air. In this expansive room of several hundred square meters, a dozen individuals shared glances, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Just 2 minutes prior, they had scoffed at No Face, dismissing him as a mere attention seeker destined for obscurity. The disdain of some was evident on their faces. Yet, the slap of reality had come crashing down upon them, unexpectedly and without warning. Fortunately, as adults, they had developed thick skins over time, especially those trainers who had long navigated the Dark Factory, adept at seizing opportunities wherever they arose. A man wearing a robotic mask was the first to shatter the silence. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, indeed impressive. As expected, there are no mere pretenders beneath such renown. I had already discerned his strength." Another trainer, adorned with a beastly mask, chimed in, having previously criticized Ye Lin for seeking attention. Now, he entirely discarded that sentiment and praised Lucario without a hint of hesitation. How terrifying. The speed and strength of this Lucario are extraordinary. To be frank, I feel inadequate. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to at home. Perhaps I should sit this one out. After all, there's no need to stifle a newcomer who has finally emerged from the dark factory, he added, as the others echoed similar sentiments, as if they genuinely wished to give the newcomer a chance. However, just then, one individual could no longer tolerate the charade. This contestant, who had never disparaged Ye Lin, now bore a look of disdain beneath his square-faced mask, refusing to associate with such insincerity. He rose and declared, "No face truly lives up to the title of Dark Horse. I concede, esteemed colleagues, I shall take my leave." With that, the square-faced man exited the lounge, leaving the remaining 10 in a state of awkwardness, caught in a limbo. They had just managed to concoct a suitable excuse, only to have it so bluntly dismantled. Even with their thick skins, they found themselves at a loss for words. They could only sit in uncomfortable silence. One among them discreetly glanced at the lovely receptionist, who, upon catching his gaze, responded with a warm, toothy smile. The contestant felt a surge of relief, believing he had not embarrassed himself in front of her. Little did he know, the receptionist was rolling her eyes internally. With such a stubborn refusal to acknowledge the truth, they would never surpass No Face. Shuna turned her gaze to the screen, her thoughts drifting to the fleeting glimpse of the man's profile she had accidentally caught, leaving her somewhat dazed. Handsome, wealthy, and extraordinarily skilled. He was the epitome of every girl's ideal partner. But now, aside from herself, no one knew the true handsomeness concealed beneath that mask. She resolved to seize this opportunity. As she noticed a contestant attempting to sneak out of the lounge, she promptly stood up. "Hello, are you also voluntarily conceding the match?" Shuna maintained her customary polite smile, placing particular emphasis on the words voluntarily concede. As expected, upon hearing this, the sneaky man flushed with embarrassment and indignantly retorted, "Who said that? I'm merely going to the restroom." "Ah, I see," Shuna replied with feigned enlightenment, then added earnestly, "I apologize, but you're heading in the wrong direction. The restroom is this way." She pointed toward the northern side of the lounge. The others couldn't contain their laughter, stifling their giggles as they turned red in the face. The man, caught off guard, shot Shuna a fierce glare before reluctantly returning to his seat. Seeing this, the others also abandoned their escape plans, resigning themselves to their seats with sighs of resignation. Well, let the competition commence. At least there remains a chance for victory. If we were to flee in such a public manner, we would surely become the laughingstock of the circle. In that case, we could never continue in the dark factory. They had completely transformed from their initial eagerness, now appearing utterly dejected, their spirits flagging to such a degree that even conversation seemed a chore. Soon, the second round of the points competition commenced once again. Liaoyuo's opponent was a dual-type Pokémon, the natural Sparrow, adept in both psychic and flying abilities. The type matchup was unfavorable for Liaoyuo. Even if defeat was averted, it should at least be able to endure for a while. Unfortunately, the outcome was still a swift demise, lasting not even a minute. In comparison to the shiny Ralts, the natural Sparrow's psychic energy was akin to that of an infant. Utterly incomparable, its speed could not even match Liaoyuo's lightning-fast strike. Seizing the moment before the natural Sparrow could fully take flight, Liaoyuo executed a close-range attack. And the natural Sparrow could only let out a pitiful shriek before collapsing, dying far quicker than the Onyx. Subsequently, the points competition was repeatedly restarted, with contestants constantly changing. Yet, the figure on the left remained unchanged. Liaoyuo stood like an undying banner on the stage, unwavering despite the relentless trials and tribulations it faced. As time progressed, even the audience at Arena 103 transitioned from shock to numbness. Initially, they leapt from their seats, applauding and shouting praises for the faceless man. After enduring this spectacle 10 times, by the final match, when Liaoyuo once again dispatched its opponent in a heartbeat, the crowd wore expressions of indifference. In the front row, a spectator who had just half an hour ago extolled the faceless man as a once-in-a-century genius now stared vacantly, responding to the referee's announcement with a dispassionate, "Oh, one again. How boring." Chapter 34, Potential Stimulation, Electric Wave Guidance Power. In the front row, a spectator who had just half an hour ago extolled the faceless man as a once-in-a-century genius now stared vacantly, responding to the referee's announcement with a dispassionate, "Oh, one again. How boring." The expressions of those beside him mirrored his numbness. Upon closer inspection, however, one could detect a hint of pride, a complete contradiction. It was not until the scoreboard displayed Ye Lin's current points that the audience regained their excitement. 2,146. Among all the contestants from the Black Factory, This score ranked in the top 100. In Ninghan's Black Factory, this score could pave the way for dominance. Ding! Liaoyuo has acquired a substantial amount of experience and has successfully ascended to Elite Level 2. Reward: Potential Stimulation Potion. Exclusive for Elite Level and above. Potential Stimulation Potion. Upon consumption by a Pokémon, the latent potential cells within its body will rapidly multiply and spread under the potent stimulation of the potion, transforming from latent to manifest, thereby fully activating. The process may be painful, but the longer the Pokémon endures the suffering, the stronger the awakened potential will be. This. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Almost immediately, he thought of Liaoyuo. However, among his two Pokémon, only Liaoyuo met the criteria for Elite Level and above. The contents within the parentheses caused him a bit of concern. Thus, as soon as he stepped off the stage, he promptly reserved a training room and brought Liaoyuo inside. Liaoyuo, how is your pain tolerance? Liaoyuo tilted its head, and a flicker of pain crossed its resolute gaze. If it were those, its endurance should be considered acceptable. Liaoyuo. It nodded. At that moment, Liaoyuo had made up its mind. Regardless of what Ye Lin did, it would cooperate with all its might, for it believed that its trainer would never harm it. Observing the unwavering trust reflected in Liaoyuo's eyes, Ye Lin realized he need not inquire further. At the same time, warmth filled his heart. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to minimize your suffering and ensure it is not too painful. Ye Lin gently stroked Liaoyuo's forehead. In the next moment, the potential stimulation potion appeared in Ye Lin's hand. The potion was blue, with a layer of colorless foam floating on its surface. Looking no different from an ordinary potion. Liaoyuo, just drink it. Liaoyuo was taken aback by the simplicity of the request. A glimmer of surprise flashed in its puppy-like eyes. In the next instant, without hesitation, it grasped the potion from Ye Lin's hand, uncorked it, and gulped it down. In the blink of an eye, the blue potion was entirely consumed. After finishing, Liaoyuo lowered its paws. Ye Lin waited for its reaction, but Liaoyuo remained still for quite some time. Could it be ineffective? Just as Ye Lin's brow began to furrow, a powerful and unknown force suddenly erupted, completely enveloping Liaoyuo. The blue hue was interspersed with gold, and arcs of electricity flickered within, a most wondrous sight. Liaoyuo, at the center of this energy, contorted its face, eyes tightly shut, its limbs twitching slightly. Clearly, it was enduring some form of agony. Witnessing this, Ye Lin's psychic abilities immediately radiated outward. Employing the same technique he had used when first encountering Liaoyuo, he extended energy tendrils, cautiously probing the energy cocoon. Remarkably, these diverse energies exhibited no rejection towards him, allowing Ye Lin's energy tendrils to venture deeper. At that moment, Ye Lin felt a surge of emotion. In such a critical moment, Liaoyuo had lowered its defenses. How much trust did it place in him? Sure enough, as the energy tendrils made contact with Liaoyuo's forehead, its expression visibly softened, the previously furrowed brow returning to its natural state, though its eyes remained tightly closed. Gradually, the blue and gold energy began to pour into Liaoyuo's body. The air in the training room surged in waves like the ocean. Suddenly, Liaoyuo's body erupted with a force not to be underestimated, rivaling the energy that had surrounded it moments before. Boom! The two forces began to merge and clash. Liaoyuo. The previously stabilizing Liaoyuo could not contain a cry of pain, yet it persisted without opening its eyes. Ralts. The observing Ralts cheered from the side, even wishing to emulate Ye Lin's actions to provide energy assistance. However, it was initially barred from entering the energy cocoon. The little Ralts could only anxiously watch from the sidelines, its blue hair rising in agitation. On the other side, Ye Lin keenly observed that Liaoyuo's entire body began to tremble. He furrowed his brow and immediately shouted, "Liaoyuo, hold on." Instantly, the energy that had begun to waver regained its stability and continued to merge. Liaoyuo suddenly opened its eyes, and in an instant, the electric spark within flickered, drawing all the energy into its body. It joyfully clenched its fist, realizing that it had acquired a new surge of blue and gold energy. Ding! Liaoyuo's potential has been successfully activated, awakening the unique wave guidance ability, electric wave guidance power, and acquiring a new skill, Thunder Wave Missile. What the heck? A unique wave? Electric wave guidance power, Thunder Wave Missile. What on earth is this? Ye Lin was left dumbfounded, though he was familiar with each word. The combination rendered them utterly strange. As a seasoned Pokémon player in his previous life, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Moreover, could Liaoyuo genuinely awaken wave guidance power? Ye Lin felt the need to pause for a moment. After all, Not even the evolved Lucario could necessarily awaken wave guidance power. While he held high expectations for the potential stimulation potion, he never anticipated it would bring him such immense surprise. And this Thunder Wave missile, its very name was terrifying. The power of a wave missile was already fearsome, especially in a world where Pokémon strength was extraordinary. A casual strike could stir up sand and stone, leaving nothing in its wake. Now, with Lialuo still at Elite Level 2, if it were to grow to Gym Leader level, or even Champion level, the power of the wave-guided missile is indeed formidable, indistinguishable from that of a conventional missile, coupled with the terrifying destructive capability of lightning. Ye Lin dared not entertain further thoughts. He scrutinized Lulu closely and observed that, with a mere wave of his hand, subtle arcs of electricity flickered. Though minuscule and easily overlooked, Ye Lin understood that as Lulu's strength burgeoned, this currently insignificant spark of electricity would undoubtedly flourish. At 8 in the evening, as the fervor surrounding the comparative video reached a crescendo, the marketing account that had initially posted it suddenly issued an apology, instantly capturing the attention of a multitude. The apology was earnest, essentially conveying that they had misconstrued the situation. While the two appeared similar, they were unequivocally not the same individual. The comment section erupted with skepticism, labeling the apology as overly hasty. Subsequently, without further ado, the blogger uploaded another video titled The Speed of Audience Reactions. Chapter 35, The Small Secret Realm of Ninghang. Has it crashed? The title The Speed of Audience Reactions left netizens puzzled. They wondered what relevance it had to the question of whether the faceless man and Ye Lin were the same person. Curious, they clicked on the video, only to be bombarded by an intense, pulsating background score. Before they could comprehend, the first scene showcased Lulu fearlessly colliding with a massive onyx, defending his dignity with his diminutive form. In front of their screens, the viewers instinctively tensed, their hearts racing. Some couldn't help but utter no, while others, mirroring the live audience's reactions, involuntarily shut their eyes, unable to bear the suspense. With a thunderous crash, dust settled, revealing the fallen onyx. This scene, vastly different from their expectations, left countless viewers stunned, glued to their screens. Yet, the video editor provided no respite for their astonishment. Another decisive blow followed. Taking advantage of type advantages, in a succession of 9 battles, the faceless man's opponents seemed to compete for who could lose the quickest. The longest any lasted was barely 3 minutes, while the fastest fell in a mere 10 seconds. By the time the last opponent took the stage, his expression was one of resignation to death. In summary, it could be distilled into 8 words: a relentless slaughter, a barrage of chaos. In that moment, the expressions of the online viewers mirrored those of the live audience, shocked into numbness. The entire sequence unfolded in the span of a single video. The final edited frame lingered on the lifeless eyes of a front-row spectator, his words resonating across the screens of all viewers. Another victory? How dull. Instantly, a wave of goosebumps rippled across the necks of the audience. It was then that they grasped the true meaning of the title. Public opinion exploded. Goodness gracious. The blogger deserves condemnation. Down with clickbait. The faceless man is incredible. So fierce, I'm in awe. What divine maneuvering is this? Mom, I wish I could have a Lulu forever. I kneel, faceless man, can I not bow down to you? Please, spare me. It's too exhilarating. No wonder the blogger apologized. The faceless man can't possibly be a newcomer. With such strength, I speculate he's at least an elite. The commenter above is far too modest. I believe he must be at the pinnacle of elite, perhaps even a novice master. This is truly impressive. Comments surged at an astounding rate, with thousands flooding in within 10 minutes of the video's release, while views skyrocketed past 100,000 without signs of decline. Simultaneously, the trending topic, the speed of audience reactions, ascended rapidly through the search rankings. In an instant, it leapt from 50 to 48. Just a few minutes later, it dropped to 40, alongside entries such as Master by returns after 5 years, possible discovery of a new Pokémon, the alternative uses of fire types, how to develop the speed of Kintaro, and Ling Ji issues a statement. It appeared somewhat out of place. However, it did attract the curiosity of some 5G surfing netizens. The influence of the faceless man continued to expand, further distancing him from Ye Lin. After all, such a formidable individual could not possibly be a newcomer. On another front, Baifeng also caught sight of the video. Yet, his perspective diverged significantly from that of others. His suspicion towards Ye Lin deepened. As a champion, his view of trainers was markedly distinct from that of the average person. Moreover, having had close interactions with Ye Lin, he was attuned to the nuances in his commands and battle style, gleaning insights even from their brief encounter. He recognized Ye Lin's decisiveness and efficiency. Pokémon, having spent considerable time with their trainers, are easily influenced. Even a typically indecisive Pokémon may adopt a more impatient demeanor with a hasty trainer. This young man certainly harbors many secrets, Baifeng thought, shaking his head in resignation. He then dialed the contact number Ye Lin had previously provided. After a few rings, the call connected. Master Bai? Ah, Ye Lin. A small secret realm in Ninghang is about to open. Will you participate in the trial? As if fearing rejection, Baifeng continued without waiting for Ye Lin's response. In my opinion, you should definitely go. After all, you've never entered a secret realm before. Undergoing trials will also benefit you for future assessments. Don't worry. You have the qualification for a tester's recommendation and can freely enter ordinary small secret realms. Baifeng was about to elaborate, appealing to reason and emotion, particularly as public fear towards secret realms had surged in recent years, with an alarmingly high mortality rate. Not only ordinary trainers, but even heirs of prestigious families were hesitant to take risks due to their instinct for self-preservation. He worried Ye Lin might decline as well. But just then, Ye Lin interjected, I agree. The three words abruptly cut off Baifeng's discourse. Baifeng was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing, a flicker of joy crossed his brow. You're willing? He could hardly believe it. Even elite trainers would likely hesitate to enter a secret realm. He had indeed not misjudged him. A sense of pride washed over Baifeng. Very well, prepare yourself over the next 2 days. The secret realm opens in 2 days. I will send you the address. Remember to arrive before noon. Understood, Ye Lin replied. Upon hanging up, Ye Lin exhaled deeply. He checked the schedule, noting that 2 days hence was a weekend, thus not conflicting with the Monday military training of the school team. Ye Lin pocketed his phone and resumed training with Lulu. Try hitting the training dummy. With a crackle, a golden current of energy surged forth. The next moment, bang! The dummy was struck squarely in the chest, its parts instantly damaged. Billowing forth thick black smoke, its body reduced to char. Lulu seemed to realize his mistake, scratching his head in confusion and casting a small, uncertain glance at Ye Lin. Ye Lin looked down, meeting Lulu's gaze. That should be alright, right? He was not entirely convinced. Given his increased points, the training room's level had also escalated. Besides the training dummies, other apparatuses were available, such as simulation robots. They functioned similarly to the dummies but were a tier higher, capable of simulating various Pokémon attributes. Ye Lin opted for a bug-type simulation. This time, he refrained from having Lulu use wave-guided energy, instead directing him to employ his metal claws. However, at the very moment he swung, he noticed a faint electric current clinging to the metallic sheen. He instinctively sensed something amiss. However, there was no time to intervene. With a resounding thud, the simulation robot crashed to the ground, rendered immobile. Unlike the puppet, it bore no visible scorch marks. Yet the screen on its head was entirely black, an indication of a system crash. Chapter 36, An Eerie Atmosphere, The Desolate Ruins. Gazing at the lifeless robot, which remained unresponsive regardless of the button pressed, Ye Lin felt a lump in his throat. Could it be another malfunction? Even Ye Lin, who usually prided himself on his unwavering conscience, found himself grappling with a fleeting sense of guilt. Riolu, perhaps we should leave for now. It seems training is no longer necessary. Riolu appeared as though it had committed a grave error, a stark contrast to its spirited demeanor moments ago. Don't worry. It's not your fault. The training room simply isn't suited for you. Next time, we'll head straight to the wild for training, Ye Lin concluded. He realized that a trace of electricity coursed through Riolu's power, albeit faint. Yet, its potential for destruction against electronic devices was astonishing. To truly hone its skills, they would need to engage in real battles with wild Pokémon in the outdoors. Ye Lin swiped his card and exited the training room. This tournament not only allowed him to claim the points of numerous trainers, but also replenished his once-deflated wallet. It provided a perfect opportunity to prepare before venturing into the secret realm. Having courage and recklessness are two distinct matters. He certainly wouldn't charge into the secret realm like a headstrong novice, for that would be tantamount to courting death. His confidence stemmed from two sources: his faith in his own strength and the belief that the hint system would prove far more effective within the secret realm than it currently did. What others sought in vain would become effortlessly accessible under the system's guidance. He had mentally prepared himself to spend the entire weekend within the secret realm. After all, had it not been for Master Bai's invitation, he would have had to wait at least 6 months to gain entry. This would involve verifying his professional trainer status, passing examinations, and submitting an application to enter the secret realm, followed by rigorous scrutiny by the Alliance. Even if Ye Lin consistently passed, the application process alone could take 4 to 5 months. during which his trainer identity would be validated to ensure no criminal record or clandestine affiliations with poaching gangs or larger dark organizations. This was all for the safety of everyone, as criminal organizations had become increasingly cunning. Despite the numerous hurdles, they could still manage to pass assessments undetected. In recent years, the number of dark trainers had surged, with crime becoming rampant, particularly within the secret realms, almost a haven for murder and theft. Consequently, many cameras had been installed within the secret realm, serving both surveillance and profit purposes. However, it was impossible to cover every nook and cranny, especially areas yet undiscovered by testers. Incidents of harm were common. Thus, the consensus remained that the secret realm was an exceedingly perilous locale, as one must guard against not only wild Pokémon, but also watchful humans. As Ye Lin contemplated what to purchase, his feet continued to move, leading him out of the second-floor corridor. The receptionist, Shuna, had been waiting there for him. Upon seeing Ye Lin, her slightly upturned peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight. She stepped closer, nearly beside him, disregarding any notion of personal space. The distance between them was mere centimeters, lost in thoughts of which shopping plaza to visit for supplies. Ye Lin failed to notice until he raised his arm, pinching the card between his index and middle fingers, intending to place it on the device to update his points. Suddenly, he felt his elbow brush against something soft and yielding. Ye Lin, momentarily perplexed, nudged it again with his elbow. This time, he was met with an incredible bounce back. Turning sharply, he caught sight of Shuna, her cheeks flushed, head bowed, revealing her porcelain-like ears, which were now tinged with a rosy hue. Ye Lin froze in surprise. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Shuna broke the silence, but her words, coupled with her bashful tone, rendered the atmosphere even more peculiar. At her words, Ye Lin, still in a state of astonishment, misinterpreted the situation. It's quite nice, very soft." In the next moment, the blush on Shuna's cheeks deepened dramatically, spreading down to her neck, rendering her akin to a boiled shrimp. Her voice stammered, tinged with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. I'm at the training room." Upon realizing his misunderstanding, Ye Lin feigned ignorance, responding with a bemused expression. "Right, the punching dummies are too soft. They can't withstand a single hit from my Pokémon. Be sure to have the maintenance crew replace them." Shuna paused, momentarily taken aback, genuinely believing she had overthought the situation, and felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Yet, her professional demeanor prevailed. "All right, I'll contact the maintenance staff shortly. Is there anything else you require?" In response to her inquiry, Ye Lin composed himself, pondering thoughtfully. "By the way, do you know which store rents out equipment? Renting equipment? Are you planning to go into the secret realm?" Shuna asked, her face losing its blush as curiosity took hold, though a seed of intrigue had been quietly sown in her heart. "Indeed." Shuna's face broke into a radiant smile. "You've come to the right place. Our establishment has a partnership with an outdoor chain store. You can find discounts there, and with enough points, some items may even be free. Given your over 2,000 points, some items should be available at a 10% discount. How about this? You provide me with your contact information, and I'll send you the addresses of the stores we partner with." After Shuna spoke, her heart raced, terrified of being rejected once more. After all, the last time she had shared her contact information, she had waited in vain for a response. The disappointment lingered when her initial courage had been overlooked. Just as she was about to resign herself to defeat, she unexpectedly encountered the faceless man's mask in the lounge. Even with just a glimpse of his profile, her heart fluttered. Whereas her admiration had initially been for his prowess, this time it was purely for him as an individual. Thus, she steeled herself to try again, despite the risk of rejection. If she faced rejection again, she would truly give up. Just as her heart began to settle, fearing yet another failure, a magnetic voice broke through the air. "Sure." Shuna looked up in disbelief, her eyes brimming with joy, as the friend request notification appeared. She remained in a daze until the faceless man's silhouette receded from view, at which point she snapped back to reality. The 2 days passed swiftly. By day, Ye Lin attended classes, and by night, he utilized the dozens of lotus fruit he had harvested, along with some white herbs, to produce another batch of fighting-type energy cubes. In contrast, his stock of psychic-type cubes had dwindled significantly. Now it was 8 in the morning, 4 hours until noon. Master Bai had referred to the secret realm as the Desolate Ruins. Although it was a small-scale secret realm, it had existed for an exceedingly long time, almost a century. It had emerged almost simultaneously with the arrival of Pokémon on Blue Star. Thus, this realm had been thoroughly plundered, leaving virtually no hidden treasures. It was considered one of the most beginner-friendly secret realms. Chapter 37. Acquiring outdoor gear, luxury balls. Even though the Desolate Ruins had been thoroughly scavenged, The threshold for entry remained at least the elite level and required passing the Alliance review, along with a ticket fee of 10,000 Pokémon coins. The desolate ruins lie just a kilometer away from the sprawling Wanluo shopping mall. The chain store that Shuna mentioned is also situated in this vicinity. Ye Lin hailed a taxi to make his way there. As he alighted from the cab and gazed upon the towering structures and the dazzling array of various Pokémon, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, this shopping mall serves as a sanctuary for the realms of mystery. Both begin with the character Wan. Yet while the Wanwu Plaza strictly prohibits the entry of larger Pokémon, Wanluo truly lives up to its name, encompassing all that one could imagine. No sooner had he finished his exclamation than a 2-meter-tall, gray-armored rhinoceros with a menacing horn gleaming in the sunlight charged through the Pokémon-only passageway, bellowing with a mighty roar. Its rider, seemingly a novice trainer, frantically urged the pedestrians to make way. A grumpy, sandy-colored sand shrew, with spines resembling those of a hedgehog, let out a disgruntled shout, only to have its trainer soothe it gently, quieting its protests. Meanwhile, a rockruff and a Litten stood unaffected by the commotion, appearing to have grown accustomed to such chaos. As Ye Lin proceeded towards the pedestrian walkway, he suddenly sensed a shift in the air, becoming more humid. Turning his head, he noticed a fellow trainer beside him offering an apologetic smile, with a Piplup perched atop his head, producing soft cooing sounds. Disregarding the encounter, he waved his hand dismissively and continued directly to the department store. The perils of adventuring in the realms of mystery extend beyond the mere threat of wild Pokémon. He certainly did not wish to be carried out by medical personnel in the end. That would be far too humiliating. Ye Lin's first destination was the chain outdoor equipment store that Shuna had recommended. Riding the escalator to the 3rd floor, he was greeted by the striking emblem of an upside-down Archaeopteryx, prominently displayed. The store was vast, occupying the majority of the 3rd floor of the department store, leaving only a few other outdoor shops to squeeze in. Named Archaeopteryx, this establishment stretched across 3 floors, from west to east, encompassing thousands of square meters. The decor exuded a forest theme, with tables and chairs crafted to resemble natural wood, the growth rings clearly visible. A bearded man lounged behind a counter, only slightly lifting his eyelids upon Ye Lin's entrance, muttering, "Choose whatever you wish." Without hesitation, Ye Lin produced his card from the Black Factory. The bearded man squinted at the sight, his posture suddenly straightening. With a hint of skepticism, he accepted the card from Ye Lin's hand. He recognized it as the exclusive points card of the Black Factory, reserved for participants in the points competition, yet looking at this seemingly youthful lad, he had reasons to doubt its legitimacy. Surely, it must belong to an adult. With a chime, the computer screen displayed Platinum level user, leaving the bearded man dumbfounded, his gaze fixed in disbelief. The Black Factory maintained excellent confidentiality, naturally keeping customer information under wraps, revealing only the user level, which ranged from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, glory, and lifetime. He had never anticipated encountering such a result. Typically, platinum-level users were prominent figures. The bearded man suddenly felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. As if he were sitting on a bed of nails, his throat parched as he swallowed repeatedly. When he caught Ye Lin's gaze, he reflexively rose from his seat, but then realized his reaction might be overly dramatic. Still, he found it impossible to settle back down, so he nervously emerged from behind the counter and approached Ye Lin, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Ahem, you seem a bit unfamiliar with these items. Perhaps I could assist you in selecting some?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he offered himself an escape. Ye Lin, indifferent, replied, "You decide." Upon hearing this, the bearded man's nerves tightened momentarily, and all his cautious thoughts vanished. Without waiting for Ye Lin's requests, he promptly gathered the finest set of equipment available in the store, including a tent, sleeping bag, moisture-proof mat or air pad, climbing rope, rock pegs, harness, ascender, descender, various locks, rope loops, insect repellent spray, and water purification device, collecting a veritable bounty of essentials. "How does this look?" he inquired. Ye Lin briefly scanned the assortment, noting no omissions, and nodded in approval. The bearded man immediately appeared relieved, returning to the front desk to process the transaction. "That will be a total of 1.5 million Pokémon coins." It was indeed less than he had anticipated. The discounts from the Black Factory were quite advantageous. While contemplating this, Ye Lin handed over his card. After all, a mere 50 square meter backpack alone would cost around 1.2 million. The other items were practically a gift. Since transactions exceeding 1 million could not be processed via mobile or smart wristwatch payments, he stuffed the equipment into a larger spatial backpack and exited the Archaeopteryx store. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, his little Ralts, nestled in his arms, curiously poked its head out, scanning the surroundings and sniffing the air. Suddenly, it caught a scent. Ralts. A tuft of blue hair stood on end. Hint. 2 luxury balls are located at exhibition case number 1, 3 meters to the right. And proceed 431 meters ahead. What the heck? Ye Lin exclaimed, startling the nearby ladies, who turned to see a handsome young man and promptly swallowed their exclamations of shock. Turning back, their eyes reflected a hint of regret. What a handsome fellow. Yet he seemed rather eccentric. Oblivious to being labeled a weirdo, Ye Lin immediately set off in pursuit of the indicated route, turning right and proceeding onward. He soon came upon a grimy shop. In stark contrast to the deliberately antiquated appearance of the Archaeopteryx outdoor store, this was genuinely old. Dust particles floated visibly in the air, and even more unsettling, the place was completely deserted. If it weren't for the system's infallibility, he might have suspected he had wandered into some bizarre dimensional rift. Upon entering the shop, the peculiar sensation intensified. Yet, Ye Lin's goal was now in sight. Although labeled as an exhibition case, the glass was covered in peeling paint, and cobwebs clung to its corners. Indeed, on the third shelf, 2 orbs rested, obscured beneath a thick layer of grime that masked their true appearance, sticky and uninviting. The mere thought of touching them felt like a violation of his own sensibilities. Chapter 38. The eccentric old man and entering the desolate ruins. The clear hint materialized before him. Luxury ball, upon use. It enhances a Pokemon's happiness and increases the bond between Pokemon and trainer, significantly boosting the trainer's probability of capturing wild Pokemon. Evidently, this differed from the game. In the game, luxury balls merely improved a Pokemon's comfort level. However, this luxury ball could notably enhance capture probability by a substantial margin. What this implied was self-evident. This was undoubtedly an invaluable tool for capturing Pokemon in the wild. While it might not guarantee a 100% success rate, it could likely reach around 80%. Yet, Ye Lin's expression remained stoic, devoid of delight, while the Ralts in his arms seemed restless, as though eager to leap into the exhibition case. This only heightened his confusion. Logically, while luxury balls were indeed rare gems, with ordinary Pokeballs priced at 100,000, the existence of such legendary luxury balls transcended monetary value. However, what could possibly draw such immense allure towards the Larulus? Something feels amiss, deeply amiss. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he was suddenly jolted by a weight upon his shoulder. With a swift motion, Ye Lin turned to find a face resembling a twisted orange peel mere centimeters behind him. The smile did not reach the eyes, perfectly encapsulating the meaning of the phrase a smile that conceals malice. Even Ye Lin, with his robust mental fortitude, was taken aback. However, he was adept at masking his emotions. Instead of displaying panic, his expression remained impassive, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" The elderly man, perceiving this subtle disdain, was instantly inflamed with anger. He scrutinized the young lad before him, finding him increasingly irksome. Plopping down onto the mat with a huff, he grumbled, "What do you want here?" "Naturally, I am here to purchase something," Ye Lin replied nonchalantly. The old man's ire rose further at Ye Lin's indifferent demeanor, feeling as though he were performing for a blind audience. "Everyone who comes here is a pauper. You should leave," he waved dismissively. "I am indeed a pauper," Ye Lin asserted, emboldened by his own assertion. In all honesty, upon his arrival in this world, he had been in a far more destitute state. He could hardly scrape together 2,000. The old man had never encountered such shamelessness, carrying a luxurious backpack worth 120,000 while proclaiming himself a beggar. How brazen! As Ye Lin noticed the contempt radiating from the old man, his brow remained unfurrowed. He pointed at the 2 luxury balls and declared, "I'll take those." "Is 100 enough?" He feigned a tone of condescension. The old man erupted in fury at this audacity. "Bah! These are the fruits of my labor over half a year. You think you can snatch them for a mere 100? Away with you." Ye Lin's patience was tested by this outrageous behavior. He anticipated that the first customer to emerge after such a long lull would be such an infuriating youth. As he pondered, Ye Lin's mind shifted gears. The elderly man claimed he had crafted these luxury balls. His expression seemed genuine. If he could create such exquisite items, how could he be confined to such a small shop, evidently struggling in life? At this caliber, one would expect him to be among the elite breeders. Ye Lin felt a curious contradiction upon entering, prompting him to tread carefully. His earlier provocations had unexpectedly elicited a passionate response from the old man. Despite the old man's attempts to shove him away, Ye Lin stood firm, impervious to his efforts. How could an old man compete with the strength of youth? Moreover, Ye Lin was no ordinary young man. He was an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, his physique honed through rigorous training. The old man, feeling as if he were pushing against a boulder, turned red with frustration. Undeterred, he pushed against Ye Lin's back with both hands, only to find himself tumbling to the ground in disbelief. Ye Lin shook his head in exasperation and turned around. If 100 isn't enough, I can offer more. What is the issue? The old man, regaining his senses, regarded Ye Lin with newfound respect. Almost instantly, his demeanor shifted. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I can sell, but under one condition. What condition? Ye Lin inquired. You must assist me in conducting an experiment. An experiment? Absolutely not. Ye Lin refused outright, dismissing the notion as absurd. Though luxury balls are precious, they were not worth sacrificing his well-being. The old man, sensing Ye Lin's intent to leave, quickly interjected. Rest assured, all my experiments are completely safe. Otherwise, they wouldn't pass the league's scrutiny. I simply wish to ascertain their true potential. And how does that concern me? Consider it an appeal from an old man. Should you agree to my request, I shall accept any condition you desire in return. This was precisely what Ye Lin had been waiting for. For one capable of creating luxury balls, the old man's background must be extraordinary. Having a formidable top-tier breeder owe him a favor was a rare opportunity. Moreover, with his own strength, he had no need to fear repercussions. Very well. I shall provisionally agree. However, should your experiment cause me any discomfort, I will leave immediately. That I can guarantee. The old man readily acquiesced. Then, as if fearing Ye Lin would change his mind, he hastily retrieved 2 luxury balls from the display case and handed them over. I want to accept your money. Furthermore, take these as well. As he spoke, the old man eagerly presented a collection of Pokémon snacks and various indistinct items. A cursory glance revealed enhancements for special defenses, targeting scopes to increase attack probabilities, and speed-boosting shoes, an assortment of odds and ends. Most enhancements were modest, with the highest barely exceeding 10 points. Ye Lin, feeling justified, stowed everything into his backpack, further solidifying his assessment that this man was not merely a top breeder, but also a research genius. With the old man reluctantly watching him depart, Ye Lin set off toward the Wuhuang ruins. At the entrance of the secret realm, 2 rows of soldiers stood at attention, their expressions grave as they scanned the trainers entering. Even as individuals passed through the detection devices safely, the soldiers remained vigilant. The expressions on the trainers' faces mirrored the seriousness of the moment. They all understood that the secret realm was no trifling matter. Entering was not as simple as it seemed, nor was exiting guaranteed. Even in a well-explored small secret realm like the Wuhuang ruins, there remained a 30% chance of never returning, potentially perishing within. With a beep confirming the accuracy of his information, Ye Lin joined the throng and stepped into the barrier before him. What appeared to be merely a door separated 2 entirely different worlds. Suddenly, the world spun around him, accompanied by a disorienting sense of weightlessness that compelled Ye Lin to close his eyes, drifting into a state of semi-consciousness. When the dizziness subsided, he opened his eyes to find himself lying on a grassy expanse, the air around him remarkably fresh. The dim light required no adjustment. He propped himself up to scrutinize his surroundings. It was as though he had stumbled into a primordial forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees that obscured the sky. Nearby, low peaks echoed with faint growls. Suddenly, the pokeballs in his pocket stirred. Ye Lin glanced down to see a hidden camera blinking red, cleverly concealed within a rock. Had it not been for the alert from his system, he would have remained oblivious. Recognizing that he was positioned in a blind spot, he promptly released 2 pokeballs. He had meticulously cleaned the luxury balls before entering, and the 2 Pokémon had already been inside for some time. To his surprise, the Lucario and Larulus, who should have emerged immediately, hesitated. It was only when the luxury balls were on the verge of hitting the ground that they finally sprang forth, their faces reflecting a lingering sense of eagerness. Simultaneously, Ye Lin stared in astonishment at the intimacy level of Larulus, which had inexplicably surged to 85. Lucario had reached its maximum, so it had no further upward mobility, yet Ye Lin distinctly recalled that Larulus's intimacy was 82 before entering the luxury ball. In such a short span, it had increased so significantly? Suddenly, Ye Lin regarded the enigmatic old man with newfound esteem. Regardless of the circumstances, the ability to create luxury balls of such caliber was not to be underestimated. Surely, the old man harbored secrets. Proceeding 781 meters in the 3 o'clock direction, a Kabuto awaits. Kabuto. The chime abruptly interrupted Ye Lin's train of thought, yet it heralded an unparalleled surprise. In the realm of Blue Star, Dragon-type Pokémon are undeniably the most coveted attribute, without exception. Even the Psychic-type pales in comparison when it comes to popularity. For trainers, possessing a Dragon-type signifies immense power, a stepping stone to greatness. After all, Among the pinnacle of trainers worldwide, each boasts at least one dragon-type Pokémon as their ace. Be it the swift Dragonite of Feng Yao, Zhang Dihai's dual axe dragon, or even Wei Sheng's Charizard, none are exceptions, let alone the Shelmet, which is merely one step away from its final evolutionary form. Even suspected dragon-type Pokémon eggs command astronomical prices at auctions, igniting fierce competition among thousands. Ye Lin could hardly believe his luck. Upon entering the secret realm, he was greeted with such a delightful surprise. He immediately set off towards the 3 o'clock direction with his Ralts and Riolu. Fortuitously, for reasons unknown, as Ye Lin ventured deeper, the surveillance cameras that had been present every 10 meters began to dwindle. After traversing a mere 100 meters, they were nowhere to be seen. A question mark surfaced in Ye Lin's mind. He recalled that the Wuhuang Ruins was among the earliest developed secret realms, boasting a camera coverage rate of 95. They were practically ubiquitous. But now, could this be related to the presence of the Shelmet? His thoughts were clouded with doubt, yet his steps did not falter. The dense, ancient forest gradually thinned, and the once resounding roars faded into a whisper. Aside from the crunch of leaves beneath his feet, there was an eerie silence. Suddenly, he halted. An inexplicable chill crept up his spine. Beside him, Riolu's fur stood on end, visibly alert as it swiftly turned its head. Hiss! A lurking Arbok sprang forth from the shadows of the bushes, spewing foul venom from its maw. Its cold yellow eyes fixated intensely on its prey. In the next heartbeat, it launched itself like a coiled spring, arching through the air and darting straight at Ye Lin. Yet, what appeared to be a lightning-fast assault was slowed to a crawl under the influence of psychic powers, allowing Ye Lin to perceive every detail with clarity. As Riolu struck, Ye Lin leaned back as if in a sci-fi spectacle, the purple venom soaring past his head, mere centimeters from his face. Strangely, none of the splattered venom touched him. Even the few drops that fell vanished the moment they hit the ground, leaving no mark on the psychic barrier. Riolu's expression shifted dramatically at this sight, a fierce determination igniting in its eyes. It would not permit any harm to befall its master. In a flash, Riolu moved with lightning speed, so swift that even Ye Lin could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. In an instant, it reappeared 2 meters away, its claws glimmering with an ominous light. Little Ralts was equally undeterred. As its golden antennae swayed rhythmically, a pure surge of energy began to pulsate, converging towards the Arbok. Taken aback, the Arbok attempted to evade the sharp claws approaching from the left, but found itself suddenly immobilized. Almost immediately, darkness engulfed its vision, followed by excruciating pain. Hiss! The Arbok let out a pained cry, incredulously gazing at its wound, which had been pierced cleanly through its body. Gushing torrents of blood followed as it collapsed, its once vibrant eyes gradually dulling, losing their focus. Shortly thereafter, it breathed its last. Riolu and Ralts jointly defeated the elite Tier 3 Arbok. Ralts has leveled up. Reward, Mutwo's exclusive skill fragment, Psystrike. Psystrike, a psychic-type move that materializes psychic waves to inflict physical damage upon the opponent. Mutwo's exclusive skill fragments are unique to legendary Pokémon, possessing boundless power. Only Pokémon with a potential talent of at least the quasi-champion level may learn it, lest they be unable to withstand the overwhelming energy. Note: 1. Each use requires a cooldown of 1 week. The more fragments one possesses, the higher the proficiency and talent, resulting in a shorter cooldown period. 2. If the cooldown period has not elapsed, attempting to use it will inflict irreversible damage on the Pokémon. 3. Collecting all fragments will unlock the true potential of this skill, mirroring Mutwo's power. Ye Lin was momentarily stunned by the barrage of notifications. Mutwo's skill fragment? Upon reading the first line, he initially thought he had misread, but as he delved into the details of Psystrike, disbelief filled his widened eyes. Indeed, this was Mutwo's exclusive skill. The significance of such a discovery was monumental, known even to the most casual of children in Blue Star. Groudon's Cliff Sword, Rayquaza's Dragon Ascent, Lugia's Sky Attack. Each of these moves possessed the power to devastate cities, even annihilate worlds. The Chronicles of the White Forest Academy had recently recounted instances where, when humanity launched missiles from aerial battleships, Groudon's Cliff Sword obliterated them all in an instant. Not only that, the force of the strike continued unabated, reshaping the land and causing unprecedented earthquakes. Chapter 40. Evolution Approaching. The might of the Thunder Wave Missile. Even with its inability to fly, humanity later exploited this flaw to continue their resistance, yet the memory of that strike still sent shivers down their spines. Hence, the fragments of legendary skills transcended mere strength. They were beyond description. Ye Lin took a deep breath, forcibly calming himself, though the glimmer in his eyes was undeniable. Once Ralts evolved into Galade, the Psystrike unleashed would be beyond his wildest imagination. He knew that at this moment, Ralts' potential had been infinitely elevated, while it currently possessed only one skill fragment. He was confident that as Ralts continued to progress and evolve, it would eventually master Mutewo's exclusive skill in its entirety. As the system's voice faded, a beam of light fragmented in midair, suddenly piercing into Ralts' forehead. Ralts let out a satisfied sigh. Half a minute later, the Psystrike skill fragment had been completely absorbed. The little eyes hidden beneath its blue cap gleamed with delight. Pokémon, Ralts, shiny. Nature, aloof, externally cold but internally warm due to trainer influence. Strength, elite tier 1. Ability, copy. Upon entering battle, it copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to theirs. Secondary ability, telepathy. This ability allows the Pokémon to read its partner's actions, preventing attacks on each other, making it crucial in double and triple battles. Type, psychic. Fairy. Skills, growl, tackle, charm, shadow clone, confusion, misty terrain, draining kiss, hypnosis, teleport, Psystrike. 1 week cooldown. New skills learned, illusion beam, mystical shield. Talent potential, champion level. Friendship level, 88-100. Remark, evolution imminent. It's about to evolve. Ye Lin felt a mixture of surprise and anticipation. He was astonished that in the brief weeks since hatching Ralts, it had grown at such an astonishing pace. While he understood that higher quality Pokémon grow more rapidly, he had not expected it to advance to this extent. Yet, they were merely on the cusp of evolution. The true transformation awaited. I fear a catalyst is still required. Perhaps it is the intimacy shared, or perhaps the exhilaration derived from battle. In any case, to achieve evolution and successfully overcome this hurdle is not a trivial endeavor. As for the formidable Riolu, you have performed admirably. Ye Lin did not forget to offer praise, gently patting its head. The recent defeat of the Ekans showcased a seamless collaboration with Ralts, alleviating much of Ye Lin's concerns. He had long feared that Riolu's solitary nature might render it vulnerable in future team battles. Yet now, Riolu has proven its worth. It possesses an astute understanding of how to seize the moment. A trainer's greatest folly is to favor one over the others, while one may have a prized Pokémon. Neglecting any companion is impermissible. Otherwise, over time, even the most affectionate Pokémon will grow disenchanted and distant. At this, Riolu shyly turned its head away. Yet its fervor swelled even further, longing for another 300 rounds of combat. Gazing at the lifeless body of the Ekans, Ye Lin retrieved a specialized knife from his spatial backpack. Donning silicone gloves, he deftly severed the longest 2 fangs, along with the venom that clung to them. Throughout the entire process, not once did Ye Lin blink. While Pokémon hold considerable value, even if they are not entirely composed of precious components, various parts can fetch a handsome price. Although he currently had no shortage of funds due to the black market tournament, this abundance was merely temporary. As a trainer, he has come to understand just how quickly money can be spent. Pokeballs require funds, energy cubes demand payment, snacks come at a cost. And even the beverages his Pokémon consume must be purchased. Especially considering his 2 exceptional companions, they cannot settle for subpar nourishment, lest it tarnish their potential. They resemble insatiable money devourers, relentless cash machines. Despite his current wealth of millions, if he does not save diligently, he may struggle to sustain himself within a month. Hence, he shall not overlook any opportunity to convert resources into currency. After squeezing the venom sacs of the Ekans and finding no final drop to extract, Ye Lin finally stood up. Let us depart. Riolu and Ralts nodded, stepping forward to clear the path. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes lurked behind an ancient tree, observing Ye Lin's every move. Once assured of his departure, the figure slowly approached the corpse of the Ekans, casting a fleeting shadow of gloom upon its desiccated form. A surge of intense rage mingled with a hint of trepidation welled within. It fixed its gaze upon the direction Ye Lin had taken. After a moment of silence, it followed suit. Before them lay an immense cavern, an abyss that seemed to sever ties with the surrounding primordial forest. The inky darkness of the cave obscured all visibility, resembling a gaping maw that could devour any life that dared enter. Ralts. The little Ralts expressed unease, edging closer to Ye Lin, while Riolu instinctively positioned itself in front of them, alert and prepared for battle. Onward, Ye Lin declared decisively. Since the prompt indicated that the Shelmet lay ahead, he would never entertain the thought of retreat. With that, any hesitation became unnecessary. Hearing this, the previously anxious Ralts instantly regained its composure. its golden antennae twitching as a swirl of purple psychic energy emerged, leading the way into the profound cavern. Riolu and Ye Lin exchanged glances and followed closely behind. Illuminated by Ralt's energy, the dim cave, though shrouded in darkness, revealed the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, a cacophony of sharp cries erupted as several Zubat swooped down with frenzied wings. Hypnosis. Ye Lin frowned, covering his ears while issuing commands. Instantly, a wave of pink sound waves spread forth, enveloping the 6 Zubat like a fishing net. Their movements faltered, and the piercing shrieks that assaulted the eardrums faded into silence. Simultaneously, Riolu unleashed a thunderbolt. With a crackle, electricity surged from Riolu, coursing through its hands. Its eyes gleamed with intensity as it clenched its fists, unleashing an invisible pulse that resonated through the air. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed as a cluster of Zubat was sent flying. As the electricity propelled the Zubat, they darted forward like unnoticed serpents, striking their targets with precision. The previously disoriented Zubat, struggling to regain their footing, were met with arcs of electricity that left their wings charred, and a foul scent of singed flesh permeated the air. One by one, they fell like moths to a flame, collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Murals and the Buried Shelmet. These Zubat, the highest among them merely elite tier, posed no challenge to Riolu and Ralts. However, Ye Lin was equally astonished by the Thunderbolt's potency. He realized that even if one could evade the invisible wave of psychic force, they could not escape the relentless arcs of electricity that pursued them unyieldingly. He assessed the casualties among the Zubat. Perhaps due to the relatively mild charge of the electricity, most were merely paralyzed. The 2 Zubat at the epicenter of the explosion lay lifeless, while the remaining 3 were left in a state of semi-consciousness. Of course, judging by their condition, they would not last long. If one were to further stimulate their cells and amplify the current, it would yield a devastating dual effect, akin to deploying 2 finishing moves in one strike. Ye Lin's thoughts raced as he solidified Riolu's developmental path and pressed deeper into the cavern. His curiosity intensified. After all, throughout their journey, while Pokémon had been notably scarce, only a single ambushing Ekans had crossed their path until they entered the cave, whereupon they were suddenly confronted by a swarm of Zubat. This was highly unusual for a secret realm. Even the most diminutive of secret realms typically housed an abundance of wild Pokémon. He had encountered far too few. Continue forward 53 meters. As Ye Lin stepped over the fallen Zubat, he absent-mindedly traced his hands along the rocky walls while counting his steps. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against an uneven surface. Ralts, shine your psychic light here, he instructed. Responding promptly, the little Ralts projected a purple orb of psychic energy toward the indicated area. In an instant, a peculiar mural materialized before them. Occupying less than a square meter, the imagery captivated Ye Lin's attention entirely. His gaze flickered. There, 2 legendary beasts stood in confrontation, one towering majestically upon the earth. The reason he could discern its significance was due to the swarm of minuscule humans, akin to ants, gazing up in awe at it, creating a striking contrast. Behind it, the blazing sun illuminated the scene. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to resemble another legendary creature, perhaps adorned with resplendent wings. Ye Lin pressed on, soon unveiling another mural. This one depicted a floating Pokémon, its enormous wings resembling hands. The left wing extended slightly downward, and beneath it, the ocean surged with titanic waves, a 100-foot tsunami responding in kind. Such murals were not singular. As he continued forward, an increasing number of images unfolded before him, transporting Ye Lin into a world teeming with legendary beasts, his eyes shimmering with wonder. Master, be cautious. A youthful voice echoed in his mind, prompting Ye Lin to instinctively step aside. It was only then that he realized he had to turn back. Suddenly, a gaping void appeared where he had just stood. He took a few steps forward, and the number of these holes multiplied. As the illumination from Lariola's revealed the scene ahead, Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback. The area was densely packed with openings. Even the mountain walls were riddled with them. Curiously, these holes seemed to deliberately avoid the murals, only penetrating the spaces devoid of artwork. The further he ventured, the more concentrated the holes became, to a degree that could trigger acrophobia with just a glance. It appeared he had stumbled upon the lair of moles, or burrowing creatures. Just as he had suspected, a thunderous rumble shook the earth, causing the entire cavern to tremble. With fragments of rock cascading from above, only 22 meters left. Gritting his teeth, Ye Lin sprinted forward. What once seemed a mere stone's throw away now felt insurmountably distant. The tremors of the ground hampered his movements, rendering his speed intangible slower. The antennae of Lariola's emitted orbs of psychic energy, levitating the debris that threatened to crash down upon Ye Lin's head, only to let them fall elsewhere moments later. Meanwhile, Riolu bulldozed through obstacles with relentless vigor, its claws leaving afterimages in their wake, accompanied by arcs of blue electricity that illuminated its resolute gaze. It tirelessly carved a path for Ye Lin. Continue forward 5 meters. With the destination in sight, Ye Lin felt a surge of adrenaline. He took a leap, lightly tapping his toes on a narrow strip of ground between 2 holes. Fortunately, his supernatural abilities allowed him to brace himself with psychic energy just before he stumbled. Otherwise, even if he escaped the falling debris, he would likely trip over the chaotic and irregular openings, landing unceremoniously. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed from the depths of the cave, followed by 2 deep, menacing roars. Boom! It sounded like a fearsome beast colliding with something. In the pitch-black abyss, a crack began to spread, signaling impending doom. Thud, thud, thud. The ground erupted with fissures resembling a spider's web, each new crack exacerbating the already battered terrain. The violent shaking escalated to a terrifying level. What had begun as a simple up and down motion morphed into a chaotic mix of vertical and horizontal tremors. With each step, Ye Lin felt as if he was not traversing a cave, but rather the mouth of an erupting volcano. Riolu, drenched in sweat, struggled to keep its arms aloft as fatigue set in. Ye Lin could see, thanks to the hints, that its energy reserves were dwindling. Lariola's was on the verge of reaching its mental limits, its psychic energy waning, as evidenced by the dimming glow it emitted. Ye Lin's expression grew grave. He understood that both Pokémon could not endure much longer. Just then, he finally spotted their objective, the Shelmet. It was buried beneath the rubble, its white armor barely visible. With one eye half open, had it not been for the prompt, he might have mistaken it for mere debris and kicked it aside. Ye Lin had no time to examine Shelmet's details. As Lariola's expended its remaining energy to levitate the stones, he seized the opportunity and snatched it up. The moment he did, his expression changed dramatically, his face turning crimson. He nearly dropped Shelmet again, only managing to stabilize it through sheer willpower. Run. Those words were forced through clenched teeth. An inexplicable sense of urgency surged within him, far more intense than the ambush by the Arbok. A terrifying roar echoed from several meters away. Ye Lin had no time to glance back. He activated the luxury ball with his left hand, sending the exhausted Lariola's into it while cradling the nearly 200-pound Shelmet in his right. The veins in his arms bulged from exertion, his face contorted in a grimace. Yet at that moment, other concerns faded into the background. Suddenly, a violent shockwave surged from behind, propelling him forward. Chapter 42. Collapse, an unexpected encounter with Ling Ji. Just as he felt a surge of hope, believing he could be propelled out of the cave by this force, the cracks in the ground expanded once more. The intense tremors rendered Ye Lin unable to move, let alone run. Even with his supernatural abilities, he could not withstand such cataclysmic upheaval, unless he could teleport. Unfortunately, with his current skills, he was far from mastering teleportation. As Shelmet's consciousness began to fade, it sensed a warmth enveloping it. It felt as though it had been lifted, accompanied by an odd jostling sensation. Its first instinct was disbelief. This place had never seen another soul. How could anyone possibly rescue it? Perhaps it was merely a dream. Shelmet pondered as it succumbed to the dual pressures of mind and body, ultimately losing consciousness. The next moment, the ground collapsed entirely. A sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed Ye Lin as he fell uncontrollably. Riolu plummeted alongside him, desperately shielding Ye Lin from the falling rocks. However, it too was nearing its limits, its strength dwindling. Just then, a massive boulder, several meters across, tumbled from above, heading straight for Ye Lin's head. Beedrill. Suddenly, a melodious cry rang out from above. Ye Lin paused, halting his hand from pressing the luxury ball, abandoning the idea of having Lariola's use psychic force to break through the debris. However, before he could raise his head to look, a high-pitched buzzing filled the air as a yellow figure descended rapidly. Cross scissors. The voice of a girl echoed again as Beedrill's twin stingers merged and sliced through the air, creating a cross-shaped green beam that struck the boulder, shattering it into countless pieces that rained down. Simultaneously, Ye Lin adjusted his position mid-air while feigning panic, discreetly pressing the button on the luxury ball to draw Shelmet inside. Meanwhile, he subtly supported himself with psychic energy from his left palm. Thud. Riolu landed first, kneeling on one knee, its hands bracing against the ground. The immense gravitational force caused the area beneath it to collapse, leaving a deep circular pit and 2 distinct handprints. It lifted its head, eyes ablaze with determination. Devoid of fear, Witnessing this, the girl above silently marveled. What a remarkable Riolu. Setting aside its potential, I have not seen such resolve in a long time. Just as she reflected on this, another heavy thud resounded, kicking up a cloud of dust. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Ye Lin brushed away the debris with his hands, inadvertently looking up. In an instant, an astonishingly beautiful woman came into view. Her raven hair flowed like ink, her skin as pristine as snow. Even her casual glance resembled that of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her beauty was breathtaking, almost blinding. Like a peony poised to bloom, exquisite yet untainted. She was a natural focal point, effortlessly captivating all gazes, even sparking a flicker of astonishment in Ye Lin's eyes. Yet, alongside that awe, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He felt as if he had encountered this girl above somewhere before, but the memory eluded him. The exquisite young lady witnessed Ye Lin's fall and initially felt a flicker of concern in her gaze. However, upon observing his movements, she quickly realized he was unharmed and let out a sigh of relief, albeit mixed with astonishment. Falling from a height of 10 meters, he was no ethereal being. Even with a robust constitution, it would be reasonable to expect some injury or at least a trickle of blood. Yet, while he appeared pained, there were no visible wounds to be found. As the girl summoned a Steelix and mounted its back, she traversed the rocky terrain to stand before Ye Lin. The familiarity he felt intensified as she approached him, and when she descended from the Steelix, the sensation reached its zenith. A flash of insight struck Ye Lin. The images he had seen on the grand screen when he first arrived in this world were now coalescing with the figure before him. It was her. What was her name again? Ling Ji. He was uncertain. Yet, she spoke first. It's too dangerous for you to be here alone. Her tone conveyed a hint of disapproval, yet it was devoid of condescension, merely a heartfelt suggestion that would evoke no animosity from the listener. Ye Lin feigned ignorance, adopting a confused expression as he replied, Here? What's south wrong with this place? Ling Ji. The girl who had come to the desolate ruins to clear her mind after her failure in the World Championships did not ponder too long. This is the only part of the desolate ruins that hasn't been explored, and it has a peculiar magnetic field. Trainers cannot enter, and ordinary people cannot find it. There have been tales of novice trainers stumbling in here, which is how the legend of the mysterious cave arose. Haven't you heard of it? Ye Lin, who had pretended not to understand, was now genuinely bewildered. He had indeed never heard of such a legend, nor had he felt any magnetic force in this place. Seeing his bewilderment, Ling Ji's beautiful eyes reflected a trace of exasperation. She had only come over after hearing the loud crash. Prior to that, she had not detected any signs of the cave. She had not anticipated encountering another person here, and her own astonishment matched his. However, her previous melancholic mood had been somewhat alleviated by the shock of their meeting. Both were surprised upon seeing each other, yet their outward demeanor remained remarkably composed, betraying none of their inner thoughts. I'm a new student, Ye Lin stated simply, revealing little else. Yet, his words seemed to encapsulate everything. A newcomer would hardly be aware of such legends, let alone manage to enter the desolate ruins without assistance. Ling Ji nodded in realization, refraining from further inquiries. Observing her expression, Ye Lin couldn't help but smile slightly. He had not spoken a single falsehood, and how others interpreted his words was of no concern to him. After their brief exchange, they turned their attention to their surroundings, which remained dimly lit. The only reason they could see each other was due to a sliver of light shining through the collapsed ceiling. We must find a way out, Ling Ji said. Her brow furrowed in seriousness as she felt the trembling ground beneath them. Compared to before, the tremors were indeed less severe. But it was clear they could not endure for long. Leave it to me. Before Ye Lin could respond, Ling Ji took the initiative, commanding, Drill, find the exit. Steelix, clear the path. She issued her orders with unerring precision, embodying the title of a champion. The two Pokémon, well trained, darted off at once to scout for an escape route amidst the quaking ground. Finally, a sharp cry from Drill pierced the air, and Ling Ji's face lit up with joy as she decisively called out, Let us go. On the other side, a warning blared. Warning, the ground is sinking. If it descends another 7 meters, it will open a passageway to another large secret realm. Extremely dangerous. Another large secret realm? Ye Lin hesitated for a moment, but soon followed the Steelix, pressing onward. Debris flew around them, dust swirling as Ye Lin focused solely on the recent alert. What did it mean? The desolate ruins were concealing another entrance to a secret realm? He recalled what had been mentioned in class about the secret realms of Blue Star. They were akin to portals to another world, yet all were supposedly isolated and not interconnected. This unexpected announcement shattered that notion entirely. Could it be that secret realms were indeed interconnected? Perhaps no one had ever discovered or truly opened such entrances before, leading to the prevailing belief that they were separate. Ye Lin was unable to ponder further, for they had reached the exit. As he caught sight of the light outside, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, mingled with a sense of loss. A large secret realm required at least a champion-level trainer to gain initial access, along with passing numerous evaluations. He knew he was not qualified. Yet, with opportunity before him, could he truly walk away? His pace slowed, as if he were impervious to the trembling ground. Stopping at the threshold, he understood that, even with his rapid progress, it would take at least a year and a half to qualify for entry into a large secret realm. He could wait, but he was unwilling to. Ye Lin had never been one to shy away from challenges. What was danger to him? He possessed a hint system, and besides his Riolu and Ralts, he had now also acquired a Shelgon. Compared to the prospect of adventure, he loathed the thought of watching opportunities slip away right before his eyes. That would torment him, haunting his dreams with the regret of missing such a rare chance. Ye Lin's expression grew resolute, the flicker of hesitation vanishing entirely. What was a large secret realm? He would seize the moment. Had he ever been afraid? With determination surging within him, Ye Lin took a few steps back. Ling Ji's anxious voice echoed ahead, urging him on. The Steelix had already emerged, and Beedrill was tidying up behind him. Ling Ji had stepped out of the cave, her body only half shrouded in light and shadow, just a step away from freedom. Hearing the diminishing sound of footsteps, she felt puzzled. Given his earlier speed, the boy should have been right behind her. Why did the sound grow fainter? Turning back, she was taken aback by the sight of Ye Lin, who had retreated several meters to stand precariously over a massive fissure. What are you doing? Come here, she called urgently, her voice rising in pitch with her desperation. At that moment, she also noticed Beedrill, whose wings were pinned down by rubble. Panic surged within her. As the cave's collapse spread to their location, a deafening rumble reverberated through the air. It was as if time had reversed, and everything was replaying. The violent shaking made it impossible for anyone to stand steady. Yet Ye Lin, positioned at the center of the crevice, seemed oblivious to it all. With arms extended and a slight smile gracing his lips, he directed a satisfied grin toward Ling Ji. Finally, the fissure that spanned the cave widened, revealing a bottomless chasm. An ominous premonition surged within Ling Ji, and her mouth fell open in disbelief. Instinctively, she exclaimed no. Yet, the moment her words fell, Ye Lin seized the incapacitated Beedrill, trapped beneath the rubble, and hurled it towards Ling Ji. Following this action, he leaned back, and before her astonished gaze, he plummeted into the abyss. Ling Ji stood in a state of shock, utterly unresponsive. It was only the Steelix that sensed the impending danger, retreating into the cave just in time to act in unison with the Beedrill, rescuing Ling Ji before the cavern fully collapsed. A thunderous roar echoed as the cave crumbled entirely before her eyes. Ling Ji's legs weakened, and she sank to the ground. A picture of disarray. It was the first time she had lost her composure so completely, her eyes still reflecting profound terror. Even during her defeat in the World Championships, she had never experienced such a void in her mind. She found herself at a loss in understanding the current situation. Renowned for her exceptional intelligence and prowess, the versatile queen was left utterly flummoxed for the first time. In truth, she had only known that boy for less than half an hour. However, the entire ordeal was far too astonishing. Moreover, he had saved her Beedrill. Yet, the Beedrill, even when pinned down, could have freed itself eventually. It would merely take some time. But just now, time was of the essence. 1 second more, and it might have been trapped forever. Could it be that he was willing to sacrifice himself because the Beedrill had just saved him? Ling Ji murmured, unable to conceive of any other rationale. After all, he claimed to be a newcomer, brimming with youth. Yet here he was. Right before her she hesitated to utter the word death. But Ling Ji had to admit that this possibility loomed large. How foolish. She found herself at a loss for words, her heart heavy with tumultuous emotions. As her thoughts spiraled, tears welled in her eyes, making her gaze appear pitifully red. The wing of the Beedrill, trapped beneath the debris, was stained with blood. Yet it remained silent, seemingly unaffected. The Steelix, too, seemed to resonate with its owner's emotions, quietly staying by her side, offering solace. After a moment's pause, she resolutely declared, I must find him. I need to thank him in person. True to her reputation in Country A, after a brief moment of despair, she swiftly regained her composure. Without hesitation, she dialed the League's number to dispatch personnel to seal off the abandoned ruins, while simultaneously searching for a rescue team, relaying the entire incident to by phone. Countless individuals sprang into action, initiating the cleanup of the collapsed cave. Since the collapse, the mysterious magnetic field had dissipated, allowing everyone to locate the site. The rescue team, including researchers, arrived at the abandoned ruins. Upon confirming the cave's peculiarities, the League swiftly enforced a lockdown, suspending the exploration of the secret realm. Ling Ji supervised the entire process, resolutely determined to turn the place upside down in her quest to uncover Ye Lin's whereabouts. Meanwhile, as Ye Lin fell into the chasm, he pressed a button, summoning Larvitar once more. He tossed the last remaining energy cube to the small Larvitar. Instantly, energy surged within him, a torrent of psychic power flooding forth, synchronizing with Ye Lin's innate abilities, enabling him to levitate in midair just in time. Chapter 44, The Silent Secret Realm and the Additional Corpse. Energy surged within him again, a torrent of psychic power coursed forth, harmonizing with Ye Lin's inherent abilities, allowing him to hover in midair. Phew, I won't pretend next time. That nearly cost me my life. Ye Lin patted his chest, glancing anxiously at the ground, which was mere centimeters away. He had merely pulled the bee drill out of instinct, an impulsive act. After all, Ling Ji was an exquisite beauty. As a man, he naturally wished to leave a favorable impression. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would nearly lead to his demise. Why is it so dark? Compared to the initial dimness upon entering the cave, this place felt more like an unfathomable abyss, devoid of light. Only Larvitar, and he emitted a faint glow. As he controlled his descent, an unsettling realization struck him the moment he touched down. The ground was soft, and, whether it was an illusion or not, a slight warmth emanated from where his foot made contact. Ye Lin furrowed his brows in confusion. Hint: cut beneath your feet to enter the silent secret realm. Cut. The term felt oddly unsettling, yet he had come this far. There was no other path to take. Larvitar, you try first. Lar. The spirited Larvitar shook its head, releasing a potent psychic wave that surged downward. Strangely, the next moment, the intense psychic energy penetrated the ground as if absorbed, causing the soft earth to rebound before returning to its original state. Ye Lin's expression grew increasingly perplexed. What on earth was this? He promptly summoned Riolu, having stored it in a luxury ball the moment he decided to enter the large secret realm to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Riolu, come forth. Riolu extended its arms, transforming its hands into claws, a metallic sheen flashing across its surface. The next instant, with a swift motion, it sliced the ground open, creating a gaping fissure. A violent vortex erupted from the breach, akin to a volcanic eruption. An overwhelming suction enveloped both Riolu and Ye Lin. And just as he was about to be drawn into the gap, a sudden noise caught his attention. He looked up to see a figure enlarging in his view, accompanied by a panicked scream. In the fleeting moment before he was engulfed, he saw that person also being swept into the whirlwind. He felt something brush past his vision, and a soft presence grazed his ear. Ye Lin abruptly opened his eyes. Instantly, Riolu's concerned face appeared above him. Its eyes filled with worry as it waved its paws frantically. As for the sensation brushing against his ear, it was undoubtedly Larvitar, supporting himself on the ground. Ye Lin sat up, preparing to survey his surroundings, only to find his hands damp. At that moment, a potent stench of blood filled his nostrils. He lifted his hand, and sure enough, it was smeared with crimson blood, mingled with dark brown soil. The sight was both repulsive and chilling. Ye Lin's expression darkened as he lowered his head. Following the trail of blood, his gaze froze. Merely a meter away from him lay a corpse, sprawled in a pool of blood. The individual was clad in a practical outfit, equipped with numerous pockets, possessing an utterly unremarkable face that failed to attract any attention. It was evident that they had succumbed to a fatal impact. The sight of the body was harrowing, evoking a sense of deep discomfort. Yet, Ye Lin sensed something amiss. Logically, he had arrived here due to the hint system, and besides him, no one else was privy to this entrance to the silent secret realm. Moreover, he distinctly remembered someone falling just before being pulled into the vortex. The identity of this corpse was becoming increasingly evident. To confirm his suspicions, Ye Lin stood, approached the body, and knelt down. He peeled back the blood-stained outer garment. A glimpse of purple serpentine scales caught his eye. An arbok? Ye Lin picked it up, revealing a yellow underbelly, and a flicker of realization crossed his gaze. He continued to rummage through the pockets of the outer garment. Before long, once again, a bank card marked with a password was discovered, accompanied by several pharmaceutical items, including ether, a toxic substance for human use, and anesthetic spray, among others. In short, none of these items bore any semblance of goodness. It appears that the owner of the arbok was, regrettably, a poacher. This conclusion was solidified not only by the abundance of narcotics, but also because Ye Lin stumbled upon a business card. The card was devoid of any information save for a string of numbers. However, He had previously been informed by Luo how that such business cards were exclusive to poachers, serving as a means for task assignments and facilitating communication between parties. Moreover, only poachers would inscribe a password on a reward card. Consider yourself fortunate to have met your demise so swiftly, Ye Lin remarked, surveying the situation from a vantage point. He found it peculiar that in a highly developed small secret realm like the wilderness ruins, there existed a spirit intent on murder from the outset. He could sense that the Arbok aimed for a lethal strike, not mere combat. Had it not been for his adaptability and formidable strength, he might have indeed fallen victim. Ye Lin unceremoniously confiscated all of the individual's belongings and prepared to depart. He was currently in a large secret realm, where the density and levels of wild spirits were unparalleled compared to before. Once the scent of blood permeated the air, it would inevitably attract formidable entities that could not be resisted. At that point, there might not even be a corpse left behind. He needed to vacate the area post-haste. He couldn't help but lament the rampant nature of poaching gangs and dark organizations in recent years. Just this one individual had amassed a small fortune, entirely unearned. Such ill-gotten gains were incomparable to the hard-earned money from the black market. The two concepts were worlds apart. The location to which he had teleported was a forest, seemingly indistinguishable from the previous wilderness ruins, until Ye Lin caught a glimpse of a faint dark red hue nestled among the tree roots, which struck him as odd. After traversing approximately 100 meters, a rustling noise suddenly emanated from the underbrush. Liolu swiftly assumed a defensive posture, while Lalalas prepared for a psychic attack. Then, for caterpies, 3 horned beetles, 3 metapods, and 2 kakunas were seen mercilessly colliding. At first glance, these spirits appeared exceedingly weak. One swipe from Liolu would suffice to dispatch them. Yet, what caught Ye Lin's attention was the fact that each of these spirits possessed eyes that glowed a sinister crimson. This was entirely different from the red pupils of Lalalas and Liolu themselves. It was imbued with a sense of madness. Ye Lin's instincts proved correct. They were willing to expend their very lives to ensure the demise of their opponent. The abyssal secret realm is infused with an abundance of dark powers, causing the spirits within to become irritable and frenzied. Chapter 45. The Stagnation of the Shellmet, Reawakened. The abyssal secret realm is infused with an abundance of dark powers, causing the spirits within to become irritable and frenzied. Upon seeing this notification, Ye Lin finally grasped the nature of the spirits before him. Yet, what exactly was this so-called dark power? He had never encountered such a term before. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. Ye Lin turned towards the source to witness a caterpie, regarded as one of the weakest spirits, utilizing bug bite to latch onto a damaged kakuna. No matter how the kakuna thrashed, it could not dislodge the caterpie. The red glow emanating from its eyes was chilling, until the kakuna, disregarding the damage it sustained, forcefully crushed the caterpie into the ground, its green bodily fluids staining the earth, while the caterpie's mouthparts remained firmly affixed to its shell. Ye Lin felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this truly a caterpie? I must take my leave, Ye Lin resolved. He was indeed unafraid. But without a clear understanding of the secret realm's circumstances, he did not wish to act recklessly. Furthermore, engaging them was inconsequential. Should the commotion attract the attention of larger wild spirits, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Ye Lin's thoughts were astute. He carefully avoided all obstacles underfoot. Unfortunately, it was not merely a matter of wanting to leave. The only remaining caterpie, 2 horned beetles, and 1 kakuna, fixated intently on him. It was as though their minds were solely consumed by the desire to fight. Ignoring their recent injuries, they revealed their menacing visages and charged at him. Liolu, let South engage in close combat. Ye Lin chose to confront them directly, intercepting Lalalas as it prepared to unleash a psychic attack. Hold on, he cautioned, wary of the potential disturbances that could arise from a psychic wave. At this moment, the full extent of the large secret realm remained unclear. The next second, Liolu shot forth like an arrow, transforming into a bolt of lightning that covered several meters in an instant. The 4 spirits lunged forward in unison, with a devastating impact. The tremendous speed resulted in all the attacking spirits being sent flying. Before they could touch the ground, they had already lost their fighting capability. The caterpie's body rapidly shriveled, ultimately losing its life. In the fleeting second before it transformed into a skeleton, a sliver of crimson energy emerged from within it, burrowing into the ground and vanishing without a trace. Ye Lin observed this scene with utmost clarity. The other 3 spirits did not perish, but they were severely injured. Yet, mere moments after hitting the ground, they shockingly rose once more. Their eyes still radiated that disturbing red glow, as if they were bent on never yielding. Ye Lin couldn't help but recall that wisp of crimson that had burrowed into the earth. His brow furrowed. Liolu, eliminate them. Lalalas. Be cautious not to let the noise spread. The two spirits nodded in unison. In a flash of cold light, Liolu retracted its claws and returned to Ye Lin's side. Thanks to Lalalas's psychic control, no sound escaped the vicinity of a few meters. The horned beetles and coconas were left with long gashes across their bodies. Like the caterpie, they visibly withered, resembling desiccated leaves on the brink of oblivion. As the crimson energy seeped from their bodies, burrowing into the ground, their lives were utterly extinguished. Liolu has slain caterpie, horned beetle, and cocona, gaining 714 experience points, unable to absorb dark power, automatically expelled into the ground. This experience point count was rather high. Ye Lin thought, taken aback. Given the levels of these spirits, it should have amounted to no more than 200 or so, certainly not exceeding 300. Yet now, it was more than double that amount. Could it be related to the environment here? Moreover, what precisely was this dark power? Liolu was unable to absorb it, but conversely, did it imply that some spirits could? Ye Lin scanned his surroundings and found an ideal hiding spot. It was sufficiently concealed, surrounded by towering trees, shrubs that reached his waist, and several sizable rocks. He took refuge behind one of the massive boulders and instructed, "Keep watch for me." Lalu, Li. Little Lalu and Liolu stood guard like sentinels, one to the left and one to the right, vigilantly surveying the area. Ye Lin seated himself on the ground, rubbed his luxurious poke ball a few times, and then gently pressed the button. With a flash of light, a spirit clad in white armor, revealing only its eyes and limbs, appeared. However, its eyes remained tightly shut. Spirit, Shelmet. Nature, dull-witted. Strength, Elite Level 4, Stagnation Phase. Ability, Hard Head. Even when executing moves that would incur recoil damage, HP will not decrease. Type, Dragon. Skills, Guard, Fury, Spark, Glare, Bite, Dragon Breath, Headbutt, Energy Gathering. Bite Shatter, Dragon Claw, Water Cannon, Flame Fong, Snore, Rock Collapse, Reverse Scale. Talent Potential, Champion Level. Affection Level, 58 out of 100. Note, interrupted during evolution by external interference, forcibly entering a state of stagnation. If unable to awaken, it shall remain in eternal slumber until death. Alas, Ye Lin, upon witnessing the talent potential, had yet to revel in joy before he was abruptly cast into despair. He had been pondering why the Shelmet was still asleep. Even within the luxury ball, the duration was excessively prolonged. Little did he know, it was forcibly halted in its evolutionary process. The low affection level was not surprising, considering the process of capturing the Shelmet left them no room for conversation. Moreover, it was not an easy feat for the Shelmet to evolve. Much like the Shakila, its temperament and movements were sluggish, especially burdened by its heavy shell, making energy accumulation a tedious endeavor. It awaited the moment to leap into its dragon form, ascending directly into a dragonite. Yet, this process had been so cruelly interrupted. Ye Lin felt a profound sense of loss. Any trainer witnessing such a fate would undoubtedly feel a wrenching sorrow. Awakening. How could one possibly awaken it? Ye Lin mused, stroking his chin. At that moment, a crimson hue re-emerged from beneath, resembling a serpentine spirit, swiftly infiltrating the white armor of the Shelmet. Ye Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he had misperceived. Yet, in the next instant, more crimson threads emerged from the ground, gradually weaving into the Shelmet. By the heavens! Ye Lin instinctively stepped forward, but as he did, a sudden notification barred his path. The Shelmet is absorbing the power of the abyssal darkness, undergoing a mutation, and is on the verge of awakening. Please prepare yourself, host. Goodness, could this be true? Just as he was contemplating how to awaken the Shelmet, this strange power of the abyssal darkness seemed to yield such peculiar effects. However, his expression turned grave. It was impossible to ascertain whether this was beneficial or detrimental for the Shelmet. After all, the effects of the abyssal darkness had recently been witnessed on several bug-type Pokémon, and they were decidedly unsettling. Chapter 46. The Evolution of the Shelmet into the Crimson Dragonite. Indeed, the effects of the abyssal darkness had been observed on various bug-type Pokémon, and they were decidedly alarming. It could result in enhanced power, yet also lead to a loss of autonomy, rendering them uncontrollable. Ye Lin harbored concerns that the Shelmet might succumb to a similar fate. Nevertheless, the situation was now set in stone. There was no point in halting it. The immediate priority was to ensure the Shelmet regained its consciousness. As for the after-effects of the abyssal darkness, Ye Lin surmised that answers would lie within the silent abyss. The Shelmet's eyes remained shut, yet its expression grew increasingly distressed. markedly different from a typical evolution. With the mounting presence of the abyssal darkness, the Shelmet was now completely enveloped, its white armor transformed into a sanguine hue. It was a sight most horrifying, as blood began to seep from its exposed limbs. Ye Lin's gaze hardened. He was about to advance when he received another warning. Warning! The abyssal darkness within the Shelmet has exceeded the threshold of draconic energy. It is unable to withstand it. Please enhance the Shelmet's energy promptly, or it may face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin immediately retrieved a rare candy from the depths of his backpack. With urgency, he pried open the Shelmet's jaws and forcefully inserted the candy within. The action was rough yet swift and precise. A distinct sound echoed as the candy slid down the Shelmet's throat. Simultaneously, a brilliant white light radiated from its body. Observing the positive effect, Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with determination, and without hesitation, he thrust the last rare candy inside. At this juncture, ensuring the Shelmet's evolution was paramount. As draconic energy surged, the cerulean hue gradually enveloped the crimson, merging in a harmonious flow. Gradually, blood and azure intertwined, pouring into the Shelmet's being. The draconic energy and the abyssal darkness have reached equilibrium. The evolution commences. As the words resounded, a dazzling light of evolution burst forth, illuminating the surroundings. Ye Lin, consumed by excitement and anxiety, clenched his fists tightly. The draconic lineage within the Shelmet was undergoing a metamorphosis, the radiance intensifying, revealing the transformations taking place within. 1,000 meters away, Jiangchun and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament. They were surrounded by the remnants of a bad frog, split open, its toxic sac exposed, with purple venom pooling around it. The battered Scizor, Dragon King Scorpion, and Snorlax were equally injured. The group exchanged glances, anxiety etched onto their faces. Wei Kai averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of the bad frog's tragic state. Jiangchun, what shall we do? He implored, as Jiangchun's eyes fixated on their adversaries. Before them loomed a congregation of Nyura and Darubian, led by several blood-red-eyed houndoms. They watched the humans with predatory intent, poised to strike at the opportune moment, ready to tear their foes asunder. Simultaneously, the audience in the Silent Abyss live stream was engulfed in a wave of urgency. The chat buzzing with fervor. Has Fenghua Academy lost its mind, allowing students to venture into the Silent Abyss? This is a death trap. Fenghua Academy was renowned for its audacity, unafraid of peril. While other institutions prioritized student safety, avoiding dangerous realms, Fenghua thrived in perilous territories, seemingly eager for their students to meet swift ends. Yet, it was also the academy that produced the most talents. Last year alone, 10 reached the esteemed rank of Guildmaster, a feat few other schools could boast. The controversies surrounding Fenghua were evident, yet the discourse shifted back to the Silent Abyss. It was undeniably the large-scale realm with the highest casualty rates. Jiangchun and his companions were ensnared in a deadly predicament. Everyone knew the lethality of the red-eyed Pokémon within the Silent Abyss. It was a scene of relentless slaughter. Under such conditions, the chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Even the principal gently caressed the emblems set aside, sorrow clouding his eyes. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying roar of a dragon reverberated from behind Jiangchun and the others. The advance of the Nyura and Darubian halted instantaneously, all heads turning in unison. On the other side, amidst the dense radiance of evolution, a pair of wings gradually unfurled from the Shelmet's back, growing larger with each passing moment. Ye Lin's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through him. He was engulfed in a mix of tension and exhilaration. This was not only for the Shelmet, but for himself as well. For he understood that if the Shelmet were to successfully evolve, it would signify his acquisition of his very first fully formed Pokémon, a near-divine being embodying both dragon and flying types. Thus, his strength would soar to unprecedented heights. The evolution of the armored dragon could only be described as astonishingly rapid. Perhaps it was influenced by the power of profound darkness. The radiance of evolution swiftly dissipated, revealing a blood-hued sprite with tightly shut eyes before Ye Lin. Indeed, it was crimson, as if soaked in blood. Its very skin seemed to be imbued with that sanguine hue, rendering its entire form a vivid red. Ye Lin stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the Dragonite? The creature before him transcended his previous understanding of Dragonites. While they did possess a blood-like coloration, it was merely their wings. The rest of their body remained a deep blue. But now, every aspect, be it the resplendent crescent wings, the elongated tail, or even the mandibles and abdomen cloaked in 3 layers of shell, was a dark crimson. Roar! Suddenly, the Dragonite opened its eyes. and the red light within erupted forth. In the next moment, accompanied by a deafening roar, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire silent realm, rendering the air inexplicably heavy, as if a bloodthirsty deity had descended upon the world. Simultaneously, under the relentless echoes of its fury, Jiang Chun and his companions looked up to see a vast mass of ominous clouds gathering above the silent realm, thick to the point where sunlight could not penetrate. Flashes of lightning flickered intermittently within. The ominous rumble of thunder intensified, amplifying the distant, fearsome roar, sending chills down their spines. As if an ancient beast were on the verge of awakening, Nulla, Dalubi, and Hailuja trembled uncontrollably, a glimmer of human-like dread and horror manifesting in their eyes. Chapter 47. Arrogance, Utter Arrogance. Nulla, Dalubi, and Hailuja, hearing the rolling thunder, began to shake uncontrollably, their eyes reflecting a human-like fear and astonishment. Particularly the three commanding Hailuja, whose eyes glimmered with a faint red light, retreated step by step, desperate to flee, abandoning their intended prey. The very presence of that roar instilled in them an overwhelming sense of bloodline suppression. Deep within, they found themselves unable to entertain thoughts of resistance, only wishing to kneel in submission. In the silent realm, the higher the level, the less influence the power of profound darkness exerted. At the very least, they retained the capacity for thought. Although their personalities became exceedingly savage, they did not devolve into mere slaves of desire like caterpillars, fixated solely on slaughter. Thus, among the wild sprites, the three Hailuja were the most terrified and fearful, even beginning to regret their pursuit of the humans before them. On the other side, Jiang Chun, Wei Kai, and the others wore grave expressions. Upon noticing the unusual behavior of the Hailuja, a realization dawned upon them, and their eyes filled with profound despair. An overwhelming sense of panic surged within them. Even when the Nulla colony had appeared, they had never felt such tension. Yet, the sound, the commotion, and the reaction of the wild sprites had stretched their nerves to the breaking point. It was over. Sigh, I accept my fate. Perhaps it is destined that I shall perish here. Jiang Chun and Wei Kai exchanged glances, seeing regret and uncontrollable sorrow mirrored in each other's eyes. They were still so young, yet fated to meet their end here. Though they had mentally prepared for this day since becoming trainers, when the moment truly arrived, they realized there were still many things left undone, and their time with loved ones had been far too brief. Wei Kai silently gazed skyward, tears streaming down his face. Brother, I may fail to meet your expectations. I am ultimately not as capable as you. The others, too, felt this deeply, shedding tears in unison. In an instant, the dragon's roar intensified, as if the sky received a signal. Following the earth-shattering thunder and lightning, torrential rain began to pour, accompanied by the near-roaring dragon's call. A blood-red figure materialized beneath the dark clouds. A twisted intent to kill filled the air. Bloodthirsty, frenzied, an unparalleled oppressive force descended. Jiang Chun and his companions, merely standing, expended all their strength. They could not discern whether their faces were wet from rain or tears. Their bodies were drenched. Nulla and Hailuja whimpered, curling their limbs, obediently lying flat on the ground, unable even to flee. The audience in the Silent Realms live stream was utterly horrified by the sudden turn of events. As if they had stepped into a horror film. The barrage of comments flew thick and fast. Everyone was left stunned. What on earth is happening? Has a demon descended? Is the Silent Realm about to unleash its ultimate move? I'm in shock, everyone. What is that blood-red figure? When will our cameras achieve higher clarity? I'm about to lose my mind. It's over. Jiang Chun and his group truly cannot be saved. Look at that group of Nulla, trembling in terror, wishing they could hide their heads away. Why has the atmosphere suddenly shifted? Did I stumble into a horror film set? This terrifying pressure, even from behind the screen, leaves me trembling with fear. My hands are shaking uncontrollably. It's too frightening. How desperate must Jiang Chun and his companions be? Indeed, the viewers in the live stream felt their hearts racing. How terrified must the five of them, in the midst of it all, be? At Fenghua Academy, even the principal could no longer remain seated, rising from his chair in shock. Below, the faculty and students were in chaos, each resembling ants on a hot stove. It was truly the end. Woe betide the campus heartthrob. Fate is cruel to the talented. What on earth is that thing? Why has the Silent Realm become increasingly terrifying? I swear I'll never set foot in the Silent Realm. I'd rather drop out. Damn it. Simultaneously, the term, Silent Realm Horror, rapidly ascended the trending topics. Clicking in revealed the live stream, with oppressive clouds overhead, dim lighting, thunderous roars, and a blurred blood-red figure, all intensifying the atmosphere of terror. Many viewers, unprepared for such a spectacle, clicked in only to be rendered speechless before the screen. They quickly uttered exclamations of shock. Goosebumps cascaded over them in waves. Yet, compelled by their innate curiosity, they continued to watch despite their fear. This human fascination with the macabre kept the livestream buzzing with activity. Even those who were terrified remained glued to the comment section, eager to see what would transpire next. The viewership skyrocketed, reaching over 500,000 within minutes. On screen, the blood-red figure became increasingly distinct. The distance of a kilometer was condensed into mere seconds. Soon, the crowd clearly beheld the true visage of the blood-red entity. Its two wings twisted and melded together, resembling a warped, icy crescent moon. Who else could it be but Dragonite? This revelation shattered the understanding of everyone present. How could Dragonite possibly be entirely blood-red? Yet before they could fully grasp the enormity of this, they witnessed it glance down at the ground. Casual yet laden with menace. That gaze felt as if an ancient beast were looking down upon mere ants, scornful and proud. Instantly, countless viewers of the livestream felt their spirits ensnared. The principal of Fenghua Academy's pupils constricted. Jiang Chun and Wei Kai stood in a daze, their minds a blank slate. Everyone was left in a state of utter confusion. Yet, they could not have anticipated that the most shocking revelation was yet to come. As Dragonite spread its wings, its streamlined body minimized air resistance, allowing it to close the distance to just a few meters from Jiang Chun and Nulla in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, the 50,000 viewers of the livestream, as well as Jiang Chun, Wei Kai, and the entire faculty and student body of Fenghua Academy, witnessed the spectacle unfold. Upon the blood-red Dragonite, astonishingly, there sat a person. Jiang Chun and Wei Kai, momentarily forsaking their despair, rubbed their eyes fervently. Yet, no matter how vigorously they tried, the silhouette atop the crimson beast remained unyielding. The quintet appeared dazed, as if ensnared in a dream. The viewers in the live stream were utterly flabbergasted, their astonishment eclipsing even the sight of a ghost. In the next heartbeat, as if ignited by fireworks, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Damn, who is this prodigy? Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing? Mother, I have beheld a deity. The manner of this entrance was simply too audacious. Arrogant. So exceedingly arrogant, I cannot abide such individuals. For those who find him intolerable, feel free to drag him down. We shall not intervene. At this moment, Ye Lin's gaze was indifferent, seated upon the back of the Dragonite, exuding an aura of a transcendent being who regarded the world with detached disdain. Unbeknownst to all, he was solely engrossed in the prompt before him. Pokémon, Dragonite, Shiny. Chapter 48. The Blood-Red Dragonite's initial battle shatters millions of netizens. Pokémon, Dragonite, Shiny. Nature, slow-witted, brutal, belligerent. Strength, Gym Leader Level 2. Ability, Hard Head, even when using moves that would inflict recoil damage. HP remains unaffected. Activated Hidden Ability, Overconfidence. This ability allows the Pokémon to increase its attack by 100 immediately after defeating any Pokémon. Type, Dragon, Flying. Moves, Protect, Rage. Ember, Glare, Bite, Dragon Breath, Headbutt, Focus Energy, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Hydro Pump, Fire Fong, Snore, Rock Slide, Dragon Tail. New skills learned, Dragon Dance, Rain Dance, Steel Wing. Draco Meteor. Potential, Champion Level. Friendship, 70, 100. Notes. Evolution influenced by dark energy, resulting in the transformation into a shiny Pokémon, capable of absorbing and converting dark energy into its own energy. Ye Lin, upon witnessing the transformation into a shiny Pokémon, felt no shock. The sight of the newly acquired skills failed to astonish him as well. However, upon reading the final note, he could not help but reveal a trace of amazement. Capable of absorbing and converting dark energy into its own energy. What does this imply? Does it suggest that Dragonite can harness the enigmatic power of the Abyssal Realm to its own advantage? In that moment, Ye Lin deemed his thoughts excessively implausible. The Abyssal Realm was renowned precisely because, for the past decade, no one had unraveled the secrets of the frequent slaughters among Pokémon within, nor the mysteries of dark energy, let alone employing it for human use. Such notions were mere fantasies. Even the most formidable researchers dared not entertain such thoughts. Trainers held absurdly low expectations of the Abyssal Realm. Forget treasures. Merely emerging alive was deemed sufficient. Yet now, all indications from the system pointed to one conclusion. Within the Abyssal Realm, Dragonite thrived effortlessly. After all, other wild Pokémon were severely affected by dark energy, their sanity often wavering. Yet Dragonite was distinct. It could absorb dark energy without succumbing to the madness that plagued the wild Pokémon of the Abyssal Realm. Although its nature had inevitably been influenced to some extent, nevertheless, Ye Lin perceived this as a boon. After all, being belligerent is a double-edged sword. It might just ignite Dragonite's potential at a critical juncture. Before long, the blood-red Dragonite swaggered boldly, disregarding the two opposing factions, and appeared above the center of the humans and the Nuller. Experience points. Black Houndoom 2819. Experience points. Dialga 1023. Experience points. Nuller 894. A series of prompts materialized. Ye Lin's eyes gleamed brighter with each passing moment. To him, the wild Pokémon before him were not Pokémon at all. They were mere heaps of experience points. The experience points of Pokémon in the Abyssal Realm had surpassed normal levels, fluctuating between 1 to 2 times the norm. The higher the level, the greater the experience points garnered upon victory. This revelation sent Ye Lin's adrenaline soaring. His blood raced through his veins, and he could hardly contain his excitement. He paid no heed to the astonished quintet, his gaze fixed upon Dragonite as it gently descended. Ye Lin leaped down, and as soon as he steadied himself, he decisively shouted, "Draco Meteor!" In an instant, the aura of the Dragonite transformed. Its expression became ferocious, and the dragon-type energy within it boiled like water reaching a rolling boil, erupting forth. Its blood-red wings, emanating a terrifying killing intent, unfurled sharper than scythes. Dragonite's crimson eyes were fixated solely on the Nuller swarm. With a fearsome roar, Dragonite unleashed a torrent of murderous intent, exuding an aura that seemed intent on obliterating everything in its path. Behind it, a phantom of an even more terrifying dragon gradually materialized. Following this, the illusory dragon let out a silent roar, its bloodlust rising to the heavens, as if it could consume the very essence of the Abyssal Realm. The two entities merged into one, transforming into a streak of crimson light that surged astonishingly into the quaking swarm of Pokémon. Houndoom and Nuller, trembling in fear, glanced upward, only to witness the blood-red figure growing larger and larger before their eyes. In the next heartbeat, with a resounding boom akin to a missile strike, the sharp blood-red wings sliced through the Nuller and Dialga without pause, leaving a trail of crimson carnage. A powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings, causing trees to sway, leaves to rain down, and debris to stir incessantly. The quintet of Jiangchun had yet to regain their composure when they were struck by the terrifying shockwave. Pushed backward uncontrollably, their eyes squinting against the dust that clouded their vision. In a frantic attempt, they shielded their faces with their sleeves. But it was their Pokémon who sensed the danger, summoning their courage to suppress the fear coursing through their veins. To prevent their trainer from being swept away, they hurriedly moved forward to support him from behind, striving to stabilize their trainer's stance to avoid being toppled by the aftermath. The live stream audience was rendered speechless, as if suddenly struck mute. In a room filled with nearly 1 million viewers, the barrage of comments fell eerily silent, save for the steadily rising viewer count, which attested to their continued presence. With the camera automatically tracking, all eyes were fixated on the wild Pokémon swarm opposite, at the epicenter of the collision, their hearts racing with trepidation. They felt their bodies trembling, fingers involuntarily quivering. As the blood-red silhouette crashed into the Nuller swarm, countless Pokémon let out anguished cries. The camera momentarily blurred, and as the booming sounds began to fade and dust settled, clarity returned to the lens. Spitting out dust, Jiangchun and Wei Kai hurriedly waved their hands to disperse the debris. In the next moment, they gasped in unison. Before them lay a scene of utter astonishment. What was once a lush green expanse had inexplicably transformed into a vast basin. Spanning 100 meters, the land was barren, devoid of life. The ground lay stark and scorched, with the surrounding rocks obliterated. More terrifyingly, strewn across the ground were a multitude of wild Pokémon, lying in various postures. Some bore no visible wounds, yet exhibited no signs of life. Others lay unconscious, oblivious to their fate. Still others had been riddled with gaping bloody holes. Remarkably, very little blood pooled on the ground. Had they not been with their eyes shut tight, one might have mistaken them for merely sleeping. Jiangchun breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly, as if temporarily deprived of his ability to speak. Heaven's Wei Kai stood in a daze, struggling to quell the tumult within his heart. The other three were equally stunned, rendered speechless for an extended period. Amidst the chaos, only standing at the very center of the storm, while others are covered in dust and disarray, Ye Lin remains unblemished and composed. It is as if he is not the architect of this chaos. At this moment, the camera suddenly zooms in, offering a close-up of Ye Lin. As if sensing something, He slightly turns his head toward the lens, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Instantly, all viewers in front of the screen feel a shiver run down their spines. The reaction is explosive. Chapter 49, Ascending 2 Tiers, all for free. Incredible. This is astonishing. Holy cow, he is looking at me. So handsome, unleashing full power. I need his complete profile in 3 minutes. I finally comprehend what the devil's smile truly means. He is undeniably handsome. Yet why does it feel somewhat unsettling? Good heavens. Has this esteemed figure already foreseen everything? Moreover, I have reason to suspect he anticipated the destructive power of the blood-flying dragon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be smiling like that. Friends, I still have goosebumps. Who is this divine being? The barrage of comments flows in, filling the earlier silence like layers of thick fog, obscuring everything else. Subsequently, the scene of the blood-flying dragon's initial battle becomes teaching material for countless academies. Replayed and analyzed repeatedly, Ye Lin's final smile is dubbed the Devil's Smile, becoming one of his trademarks. At this moment, Ye Lin remains blissfully unaware of all this. The so-called Devil's Smile is, in fact, a misunderstanding. It does not stem from an impression of control or confidence, but rather from sheer joy at seeing successive upgrade notifications. Blood-Flying Dragon defeats Black Lugia. Experience points 2819. Blood-Flying Dragon defeats Dilubi 5. Experience points 5115. Blood-Flying Dragon defeats Nola 7. Experience points 6258. Blood-Flying Dragon defeats Nola 2. Experience points 1479. Blood-Flying Dragon defeated. Notifications come one after another, leaving Ye Lin in awe. Clearly, the experience points from defeats are significantly higher, while those from victories are comparatively fewer. Yet, they are still ample. Meanwhile, on another front, after using Dragon Goddess Dive, the blood-flying dragon stands up as if nothing has happened, right amidst countless corpses. With a casual flap of its wings, it brushes off the dust, presenting itself with unparalleled elegance. Despite the ground being cratered, it bears not a single scratch. Instead, under Ye Lin's gaze, accompanied by a series of notifications, he observes the corpses of the fallen spirits rapidly shriveling away. Subsequently, crimson threads surge into the blood-flying dragon's body, causing it to squint in delight. As the crimson threads multiply, they coalesce before entering the blood-flying dragon's form. A torrent of energy floods in. This time, the creature's eyelids flutter slightly, yet its expression remains untroubled. Ye Lin's last vestige of concern dissipates entirely. It appears that after evolution, the blood-flying dragon's resilience has indeed transformed. It can now disregard side effects, directly absorbing the mysterious, profound power of the silent realm, becoming a source of energy growth. As the final threads of crimson energy enter its body, a faint glow of upgrade luminescence emanates from the blood-flying dragon, its momentum surging. And it doesn't stop there. In just a second, another layer of upgrade light emerges. Astonishingly, it ascends 2 tiers at once. From 2nd tier gym leader to 4th tier gym leader, just 2 tiers away from becoming a quasi-champion. Ye Lin's joy is palpable. What was once deemed the silent realm is, in fact, a treasure trove. It has directly bestowed godhood upon the blood-flying dragon. To put it in perspective, normal Nola, Dilubi, and Black Lugia yield nowhere near such high experience points. They would typically be halved. Yet now, due to the mysterious power of the profound darkness, all wild spirits' experience points in the silent realm are incomparable. It is undoubtedly the best place for trainers to level up. At the very least, apart from the silent realm, Ye Lin cannot find another venue that matches this rate of advancement. TSK, to have ascended 2 tiers again, what a remarkable place. Why do so many people shun it and fail to appreciate it? Such a waste. Ye Lin clicks his tongue in disbelief, as if genuinely perplexed by this. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, is just right to be captured accurately by the camera. People were already astonished that the blood-flying dragon had so swiftly ascended 2 tiers. Now, hearing his words, some nearly choke on their own astonishment. Especially the trainers in front of the screen, who could hardly contain their urge to leap into the silent realm and shake Ye Lin by the shoulders, exclaiming, "Is it us who don't cherish it? Do we not wish to level up? Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you?" What they deem a perilous, life-threatening location has been trivialized by Ye Lin as merely a tool for leveling up. This feels utterly humiliating. The injury is minor, yet the insult is profoundly impactful. Are we not being mocked in a roundabout way? Many trainers, their faces flushed with indignation, find themselves powerless. After all, Ye Lin speaks the truth. The profound power of the silent realm is indeed formidable, but they do not possess a mutated blood-flying dragon. They would consider themselves fortunate if their own spirits enter without adverse effects. To absorb that power and level up? Such a fantasy. Yet, even as many trainers feel belittled by him, a greater number grow increasingly in awe of Ye Lin and the blood-flying dragon. They resemble luminescent bodies, drawing countless gazes upon their entrance, the focus of all attention. For he is remarkably youthful. He appears to have just reached adulthood. Yet, his achievements are beyond the reach of many middle-aged trainers. His age combined with his prowess creates a paradox. It is utterly contradictory, surpassing all expectations. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Ji is sweating profusely, tirelessly communicating with the personnel dispatched by the Alliance, desperately seeking Ye Lin's whereabouts. Yet, she remains empty-handed. Just as despair begins to engulf her, a staff member exclaims, "Wow, look at this video. This kid is unbelievable." As the staff member opens the microblog, their eyes widen in disbelief. By the end, in a fit of excitement, they slap their thigh, their voice breaking from the fervor. Hearing this, Ling Ji furrows her brow, her gaze drawn to the staff member's screen, her steps halting as incredulity flashes across her exquisite features. Her breath quickens. She cannot believe her eyes. Yet, everything that transpires until the camera focuses on that smile confirms that she is not mistaken. He is not only alive, but has also ventured into one of the deadliest realms, the silent realm. Ling Ji exhales deeply. The heavy stone that had weighed on her heart finally lifted. Her heartbeat resumes its normal rhythm, especially when Ye Lin rides the blood-flying dragon, annihilating everything in sight. Her heart races uncontrollably, losing its previous calmness. Simultaneously, Ye Lin's personal information is unearthed by netizens. Having entered the White Forest Academy for less than 2 weeks, a newcomer. These words stimulate trainers, leaving countless netizens wide-eyed in shock. Upon learning Ye Lin's age, some cannot help but leap up, exclaiming in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? At merely 18 years of age, he dares to brave the silent realm, annihilating wild spirit hordes. He possesses a blood-flying dragon with at least quasi-divine potential. What does this even mean? What were they doing at 18? Is he even human? Chapter 50. The explosive chain reaction. Is he even human? We are all newcomers. Why is he so extraordinary? This is utterly absurd. After all, his current achievements. Even if he is a decade older, he could still be described as extraordinarily gifted. Yet he is merely 18. In the annals of the Pokémon League, there has never been a gym leader of such tender age. What? You say that his current identity is not recorded and he remains a novice? But is that truly a concern? The Crimson Dragon is resplendently displayed before all, serving as the most compelling evidence. It could not even pass the Pokémon League scrutiny. If it cannot, who else can? The cacophony of cheers from Fenghua Academy has not ceased since the emergence of the dragon. The expressions of nearly all the faculty and students are enveloped in astonishment, each reacting in their own unique manner. The principal is in shock. The director of education is astounded. The teachers are flabbergasted. The students are shouting themselves hoarse. He is even younger than Jiang Chun and the others. What kind of school is White Forest Academy? This is the first I've heard of it. Oh, a freshman possessing a quasi-deity Pokémon makes me feel utterly useless. To think there exists such an exceptional student. White Forest is bound to be renowned. This student is not mistaken. White Forest has indeed become prominent. Thanks to the live broadcast from the Silent Abyss, millions of online viewers have spontaneously searched, propelling countless trending topics to the forefront. New student of White Forest Academy. Crimson Dragon makes a stunning entrance. You're 18, my 18, seem rather different. Who is Ye Lin? Simultaneously, the alumni group of White Forest Academy erupted. Did you see the live broadcast from the Silent Abyss? Of course, we had to watch. When did our school produce such a prodigy? And as a freshman, no less. Are this year's freshmen truly this outrageous? Oh my, I've seen him. Isn't he the dark horse who annihilated that rich kid at the oath-taking ceremony? There were many who mocked him in the threads back then. Ah, I remember now. Was that called hypocrisy? Was that called sensationalism? I can hardly recognize those phrases anymore. Good heavens, who spread those rumors? How could they disparage such a prominent figure, causing me to misplace my ire and be manipulated? Exactly, I am not a fool. While all classes in White Forest were fervently discussing, there was one class that remained eerily silent. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, for they were among those who had initially stirred the pot on the school forum. Some even mocked him openly. At this moment, those who should have been most familiar with Ye Lin, his classmates, felt an overwhelming sense of shame, too intimidated to utter a word. Yet, amidst the silence, one individual was determined to unveil the facade. Luo Hao, seemingly oblivious to the brewing storm in the class group, brazenly shared screenshots of trending topics and video links, even adding a grinning emoji. His mastery of sarcasm was unparalleled. Just then, Yin Xia, who had hardly spoken in the class group, suddenly chimed in. Following the grinning emoji, she posted a thumbs up, stating, "Everyone, remember to carefully observe Ye Lin's performance in the Silent Abyss, especially the finishing moves of the dragon. On Monday, each of you must submit an analytical essay of at least 2,000 words." At this point, even those who wished to feign ignorance could not. They could only lament their predicament while begrudgingly showering praise in the group, feeling as though invisible slaps were reddening their faces. Meanwhile, the lanky boy and the blonde were on the verge of tears, gazing at the homeroom teacher's message alongside Ye Lin's dragon, reminiscent of the fear they had felt on the day of the oath-taking ceremony. As for the instigator, Li Wei, his bloodshot eyes were fixated on the screen. Huddled in the dark confines of his room, nervously biting his fingernails, his body trembling uncontrollably, appearing exceedingly unwell. At the moment the dragon executed its lethal strike, a resounding crash echoed as his phone was violently hurled to the ground, shattering into pieces. Ye Lin, these two syllables lingered on his tongue, chewed over and spat out, saturated with boundless animosity and malice. Shortly thereafter, he dialed a number. "I accept the conditions you previously mentioned, but I have a demand of my own." On the other end, Jiang Chun, Wei Kai, and the others stood frozen, as if turned to stone. First, they watched as the Crimson Dragon obliterated a wild Pokémon horde, then witnessed it ascend 2 levels in rapid succession. They were left speechless, exchanging incredulous glances. Especially Ye Lin's face, which appeared even younger than theirs, rendered them utterly speechless. Jiang Chun tilted his head in confusion. "Did I see that correctly?" Wei Kai understood his gaze, solemnly nodding in agreement. Their expressions were a complex tapestry of emotions. On one hand, they felt a sense of relief at surviving, and on the other, an indescribable awkwardness. After all, they too were the elite of the school, distinguished graduates. Otherwise, they would not have been the primary force in the Silent Abyss, bringing honor to their school. Yet, in the presence of this individual, their previously cherished accomplishments seemed utterly trivial. Their very lives had been salvaged by him. A dire situation they had thought insurmountable had been effortlessly turned around. The tables had completely turned. Now, it was the wild Nura that faced near annihilation. This world is truly fantastical. Not only Jiang Chun and Wei Kai felt their worldview shaken, but the other 3 were equally bewildered by their current predicament. They watched as he once again dealt with the remaining stragglers. Just moments ago, a black Lugia that had narrowly escaped was flung towards their group, along with 2 Dilubi. By the dragon's powerful strike, Jiang Chun held his breath, lowering his gaze to examine the deep gash on the black Lugia's neck. He inhaled deeply, executing a clean and decisive maneuver, leaving only a fatal blow. It was masterfully executed. Had it not been for the youth of the opposing trainer, Jiang Chun might have believed he was facing an experienced champion trainer. At this moment, Ye Lin was also exceptionally pleased with the dragon's performance. His time spent in contact with it had been limited, and attaining a bond level above 70 was already a satisfactory achievement. The dragon, effortlessly dispatching its foes, was utterly ruthless. Just then, Ye Lin's keen eyes caught sight of a shadow hurtling towards them like a missile, launching a surprise attack. While the Nura were engaged in battle, the black Lugia, with its eyes glowing red, appeared eerily devoid of fear. As if all remnants of rationality had vanished, it unleashed a powerful inferno, charging directly at the dragon. With a hiss, the searing heat was immediately followed by intense pain in the dragon's right wing, which bore a scorched mark. This ignited its fury. In the next instant, the dragon seized the black Lugia with its claw, enveloped in purple energy, disregarding the intense heat, and clutched its throat. With a fierce toss, it sent the black Lugia flying, its body sliding back several meters before coming to a halt, its neck twisted grotesquely on the ground. Chapter 51, Annihilating the Nura Horde. Advancing to intermediate breeding manuals. Its neck lay twisted on the ground, already broken. The body rapidly shriveled. Subsequently, crimson tendrils surged forth, swiftly covering the dragon's wounded wing. The previously charred area visibly returned to normal, even taking on a more vibrant shade of red. This newly activated overconfidence trait, while not particularly melodious in name, proved immensely useful. The dragon's attack power had clearly doubled. Moreover, with the side effects of the dark power eliminated, it became almost too perfect. It not only healed its wounds, but also facilitated its evolution. Ye Lin's mind raced as he reassessed the dark power. It was indeed a double-edged sword. For the dragon, the dark power conferred only advantages. As for Leoru, the power of utter darkness is expelled from his body, rendering him incapable of absorption. Meanwhile, these Darubi and Nulla, although empowered by the absorption of this dark energy, have simultaneously lost their sense of self. The thought of the Dark Houndoom, who could rise again for a sneak attack even after being defeated, sent a shiver down Ye Lin's spine. This is precisely the most terrifying aspect of the Abyssal Realm. Defeat is not the final outcome. Complete annihilation is essential for safety. Otherwise, it would not be renowned as one of the realms with the highest mortality rates. Slay all the violent dragons, Ye Lin commanded, his voice an expression devoid of emotion, akin to a deity arbitrarily determining the fate of mere insects. Indeed, this was the reality. The violent dragon displayed a ghastly grin, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Lin and nodding slightly, as if in complete accord with his command. Just as this thought crossed his mind, as if to affirm it, a notification appeared above the blood-red violent dragon's head, indicating Affinity Level 1. Its actions were ruthless. Dragon claws slashed through the air, leaving afterimages. The tail swept across, severed limbs and dismembered parts littering the ground, soaking the earth with blood. Within moments, the wild spirits on Nulla's side were entirely eradicated. The notification arrived belatedly, detected the violent dragon's extermination of the Nulla colony, leveling up by 2 tiers, increasing ferocity. Rewards now issued. 1. Learning device. 2. Intermediate cultivation book, an advanced version of the basic cultivation book. Upon seeing these 2 rewards, Ye Lin displayed a contemplative expression. Indeed, the rewards dispensed by the system are not necessarily related to the leveling of the spirit itself. They are more aimed at enhancing my own power. Just like this time. Although the one leveling up is the violent dragon, the rewards provided are 2 items not directly associated with it. As for the learning device, Ye Lin chose not to accept it immediately. Who knows how substantial it might be? If it were to appear out of thin air, it would surely startle others. He had not forgotten the flickering red camera earlier. The coverage of the Abyssal Realm is significantly lower than that of the ruins, making it relatively easy to find a place to hide. As for the second item, he accepted it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the basic cultivation book in his mind was enveloped by a burst of light. The words on its surface blurred. When the luminescence dissipated and he could see the book again, it had indeed thickened. In addition to the basic content, intermediate cultivation methods were now detailed within. As he flipped through it, his gaze abruptly fixed on one particular entry. It listed the plants that could be harvested within the realm, along with the intermediate energy cubes that could be crafted and other applications. One of the plant illustrations seemed familiar to Ye Lin. It was the inconspicuous little flower hidden beneath the body of the green caterpillar he had passed when he first entered the Abyssal Realm. This type of flower was not particularly abundant, yet it was not rare within the Abyssal Realm either. There were at least 2 specimens by the corpse of Houndoom. He had initially thought it was merely a common plant, but who could have imagined it was a crucial ingredient in the popular desserts of Blue Star, such as fruit tarts and chocolate crepes, energy sweeteners. It was precisely because of this that they could fetch astronomical prices and gain worldwide acclaim. Could it really be this useful? As he perused the notes on crafting with the little flower, Ye Lin felt a sense of enlightenment wash over him, yet simultaneously, a headache brewed. The procedures were far more complex than the basic ones, but the results were exponentially more rewarding. Indeed, one must reap what one sows. However, undertaking this alone seemed rather daunting. Even with Luo Hao and Luo Jingjing's assistance, it might still be insufficient. Never mind, he thought, I shall wait to experiment later. Shaking his head, Ye Lin closed the intermediate cultivation book in his mind and returned his thoughts to the reality around him. He had not forgotten the phrase he had just heard, increased ferocity. Among the attributes of spirits, this term only appeared in the personality section. Could it hold some specific significance? Ye Lin fell into contemplation. Previously, in the information regarding spirit attributes, he had prioritized notes and levels, while also keeping an eye on traits and skills. However, the personality aspect had always been a fleeting glance, not entirely neglected, but it had not left a deep impression. Yet, the phrase from the notification inexplicably instilled in him a peculiar premonition. He felt certain that all the information provided by the system must hold some value. At that moment, a voice suddenly stammered from behind him. Excuse me, this classmate. Ye Lin turned to see a well-featured young man with his fist resting against his palm, his gaze flickering uncertainly, seemingly quite embarrassed. Thank you for saving our lives. May I know your name? Once we escape the abyss, we would like to repay you. Wei Kai quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, if it weren't for you, we would have perished long ago. Indeed, if there's anything you'd like us to do, just say the word. The other 3 approached, their enthusiasm palpable. After all, whether as a life-saving benefactor or as a means to befriend a remarkably talented individual, Knowing one another was essential. Hearing this, Ye Lin's mind sparked with inspiration. His eyes darted around. The dilemma he had just faced seemed to have found a solution. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by a lack of manpower, and now, assistance had come knocking at his door. Ye Lin feigned a cough, gesturing dismissively with a hand. Adopting an air of a reclusive sage unconcerned with worldly affairs, he remarked, "There is no need. We are all trainers. It is only natural to lend a hand in times of peril." Upon hearing Ye Lin's refusal, the five, including Jiang Chun and Wei Kai, felt the previously slight awkwardness dissipate entirely. They regarded the young man before them with newfound respect. After all, even in the real world, seeking a reward for saving lives is entirely reasonable. They felt undeserving of encountering such a benevolent individual. Jiang Chun and the others felt that meeting him was truly a stroke of luck. Simultaneously, they felt increasingly embarrassed. Wei Kai's face turned crimson, his hands waving anxiously. No, it can't be like this. Yes, we feel too ashamed. Without your violent dragon, we would have met a tragic end. Our remains would have been carried away. They were acutely aware of this reality. Moreover, in the past, their Fenghua Academy had not been spared from perishing within the abyss. And the outcomes had been far more harrowing than what was being described now. Chapter 52, Experience Boosting Artifact, Learning Device. The five now felt profoundly convinced that this young man was not only exceptionally gifted, but also extraordinarily kind-hearted and righteous. He epitomized what they envisioned as a true trainer. A sense of admiration surged within them, their eyes sparkling as if they yearned to sacrifice everything for him. Observing this, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. The plan was proceeding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. These individuals, having lived in the academy for so long, were rather naive. The timing was perfect, and Ye Lin recognized that if he continued to refuse, it would seem excessive. Thus, he sighed, his handsome face contorting into a frown, clearly troubled. If you truly wish to do something, perhaps you could help me collect a few of those?" He casually pointed to the little flowers beneath the corpse of Houndoom, as if he had no other recourse and had resorted to such a clumsy excuse. It was an easily punctured pretext. This, Wei Kai immediately thought to retort. This hardly qualifies as a method of repayment. It was simply a pretext to soothe their consciences. But just as he was about to speak, Jiang Chun kicked him, halting his impending words. Wei Kai turned back, visibly displeased. Jiang Chun merely shook his head, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Wasn't it remarkable that their savior could conjure such a rationale? The two shared an unspoken understanding. Wei Kai instantly grasped the situation, reluctantly swallowing his words. Ye Lin seemed oblivious to their subtle gestures. He was aware that even if he were to gain experience points, it was unlikely to come in such large quantities as before. Earlier, while soaring through the skies on the Dragonite, countless wild Pokémon had fled in terror, creating a scene akin to a mass exodus. Moreover, the recent commotion had left the crater where the dragon god had plunged, still emitting steam. It was reasonable to surmise that within several miles, apart from the five-person Team S Pokémon, no other wild Pokémon could be found. Even if wild Pokémon lost their wits, they would not forsake their instinct to avoid danger. Given that the Dragonite was of a high level, it would undoubtedly require a far greater amount of experience points to level up again, akin to the previous Nola colony, where encountering at least 2 more Pokémon would be necessary. Thus, moving forward in this desolate area, the difficulty of continued leveling would be immense. It would be more prudent to simultaneously concoct energy sweeteners while training and searching for treasures. The energy cubes commissioned to the Luo family had yet to be produced, and trainers were notoriously extravagant. This outing had already depleted a significant portion of their savings. The urgent need to produce energy sweeteners was evident. Was there any workforce more effective than the current 5 individuals? Moreover, it was a fact that he had saved the 5. Although it had been a spur-of-the-moment action motivated by experience points, that outcome could not be dismissed. He was no saint, nor had he coerced anyone. Everyone had willingly participated, hadn't they? Yet, was this not a tad simplistic? Jiang Chun intercepted Wei Kai, but failed to stop another companion. Upon hearing his words, Ye Lin feigned panic, exclaiming, "Ah?" Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he added, Yes, be careful while foraging. Remember to separate the flowers from the roots." Ye Lin rambled on, causing Jiang Chun and the others to soften their expressions. They could discern that this was merely their benefactor's attempt to alleviate any discomfort they might feel, fabricating conditions to lend credibility to this clumsy excuse. A silent understanding passed amongst them. However, in order to cooperate with Ye Lin, they pretended to be unaware. Since the matter had been broached, there was no need to expose it. Yet, they simultaneously resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, They must find a way to compensate elsewhere and ensure their benefactor did not suffer a loss. In the livestream, the audience was equally enamored with the harmonious interactions among the trainers. It was not only Jiang Chun and Wei Kai who grasped Ye Lin's intentions. The viewers also recognized it, feeling deeply moved. Indeed, Ye Lin was a genuinely good person, going so far as to employ such an unusual rationale to spare Jiang Chun and the others from guilt. Are you overthinking it? Ye Lin's true intention is simply to have them work. Someone commented, are you being pedantic? How can that be an issue? Another retorted, if Ye Lin truly wished for them to repay him, wouldn't it be more advantageous to demand money or treasures? Exactly. Not everyone thinks like you, calculating every detail. Just as one viewer raised a question, a swarm of others quickly countered with their responses. Since the battle with the Dragonite, Ye Lin seemed to have acquired an aura of respect in their eyes. This was the privilege of the strong. Had he not displayed such formidable prowess, the comments would have been quite different, labeling him as timid and cowardly. This was the distinction. In today's world, it was all about who had the might. Even if Ye Lin had not directly requested a reward, should he have done so, the audience would likely remain silent, turning a blind eye to the discomfort they felt. After all, the League had regulations, and the mechanics of the secret realm were entirely distinct from the real world. In this realm, the survival of the fittest was taken to the extreme. If one were robbed by their companions, it merely indicated a lack of strength, nothing more. Even if companions returned to the real world to face criticism, they would not suffer any substantial harm. Of course, poaching gangs and dark organizations were another matter entirely. They sought lives, not merely possessions. The 5-person team was exceedingly obedient, following Ye Lin's every command without a hint of dissent. While they foraged, Ye Lin scanned the surroundings. A prompt appeared above the camera, highlighting significant locations. Spotting a colossal tree that could be embraced by all 5, Ye Lin took refuge beneath its shade, inhaling deeply to receive his reward. As the words left his lips, contrary to his expectations, what landed in his hand was a palm-sized chip. Learning device. Upon defeating or eliminating an opponent, all Pokémon in possession will gain varying amounts of experience based on their strength. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. Although there were subtle distinctions, it was indeed the experience-boosting artifact he had envisioned. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for him. With the learning device, even with an expanding roster of Pokémon, he need not worry about cultivation issues. Newly captured Pokémon could temporarily sit aside to absorb experience. For those like the Dragonite, which required vast amounts of experience, this would save considerable time. At the very least, as long as his Pokémon participated in battles, even if the Dragonite did not, it would still benefit. This undeniably resolved a significant concern for him. He had recently fretted over the Dragonite's overwhelming presence deterring wild Pokémon in the desolate realm. But this problem was now effortlessly surmounted. He could have Riolu and Ralts engage in battles to attract other Pokémon. Once the two were overwhelmed, he could unleash the Dragonite to capture them all. Chapter 53. Initiating Experience Sharing, the New Star Cup? Without hesitation, he made his move. Ye Lin formed a circle with his index finger and whistled at his lips. Instantly, from afar, the ominous yet watchful Crimson Dragonite's triangular wings flared slightly. The next moment, its wings beat fiercely, stirring a tempest of dust and debris. The preoccupied Jiang Chun and the others hastily shielded their eyes. As the dust settled, the Dragonite's silhouette had vanished. Jiang Chun let out an unintentional sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, although their benefactor had assured them that the Dragonite was there to protect them, its presence had kept him on edge, preventing him from even daring to rest. He felt an inexplicable sensation akin to being a laborer under the watchful gaze of a foreman. How could that be? Jiang Chun shook his head, dismissing this peculiar thought. Unbeknownst to him, as he wiped his sweat and cautiously separated the roots from the flowers, his actions mirrored the worker image in his mind with uncanny similarity. Meanwhile, the Dragonite descended gently, its demeanor markedly different from before. As the dust began to rise, the Dragonite landed gracefully before Ye Lin, holding the chip that flickered faintly. Suddenly, it emitted 3 beams of light, one directed at the Dragonite, and the other 2 soaring towards the luxurious Pokeballs at Ye Lin's waist. Learning device activated. Initiating experience sharing. A message floated from the chip. Ye Lin pressed the button on the luxurious ball. A brilliant light erupted. Riolu. Ralts. As soon as Ralts emerged, it leaped into Ye Lin's embrace, affectionately rubbing its blue hair against his chest, communicating telepathically, Master, I missed you so much. Observing this, Riolu sulked, pouting slightly. Yet, it stealthily reached out a paw to tug at Ye Lin's shirt hem, turning its head away in a display of feigned indifference. Humph. It is certainly not akin to that capricious rascal Lalu, as the master has proclaimed. I am his swift attacker, his unwavering support. That feeble appearance of Lalu is only fit to cower behind him. Meanwhile, the ferocious dragon, observing the antics of the two Pokémon, found its jaw agape in unconscious astonishment, tilting its head slightly as if to say, "Is it truly possible to behave thus?" Then, as if it comprehended something, it emitted a low, rumbling sound, deliberately turning a blind eye. After all, it is a dragon of considerable prowess, having lived for nearly several decades. It would never stoop to the level of these children. Yet, every so often, it could not help but steal glances at Ye Lin's actions, the fleeting admiration in its eyes betraying its true sentiments. When Ye Lin noticed and returned the gaze, the dragon bashfully diverted its eyes. Awkwardly lifting its left claw to scratch its head, it glanced about, but dared not meet Ye Lin's eyes. Ye Lin, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile subtly. He stepped forward, raising his right hand. The dragon paused, astonished at the hand before it. In a fleeting moment of realization, it shyly lowered its head, positioning itself beneath Ye Lin's palm. Cautiously, it brushed its triangular wings against Ye Lin's palm. In the next instant, it timidly lifted its head, as if to deny that it had just performed that action. However, the visibly softened contours of its face revealed its current emotional state unmistakably. After a while, Leo and Lalu formed a square formation, pivoting around the two of them as they set out to clear the wild Pokémon. Should they encounter any insurmountable foes or those of a significantly higher level, they must remember to call for help without hesitation. Dragon, you shall remain here, concealing your presence, ready to assist them at any moment. Ye Lin gently outlined the plan. The three Pokémon listened intently. Once Ye Lin's words fell silent, Lalu and Leo exchanged a glance, igniting a fervent battle spirit in their eyes. Leo slightly raised its chin towards Lalu. Leo, do you dare? Lalu, unwilling to yield, shot back defiantly, its antennae quivering. Lalu, what is there to fear? Are you scared? Neither Pokémon would concede. At Ye Lin's command, one unleashed a quick electric dash, while the other executed a teleportation. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their spot. In the air, only the faint crackling of electricity remained, along with fleeting blue and white afterimages. Jiaxing Academy, ranked 7th among prestigious schools in Zhejiang province, saw hundreds of students on the playground stirred into a fervor, shouting in anger. The expressions of several mentors above were grave. How dare that little Bising presume to climb above us? Indeed, they had never managed to break into the top 10 in Zhejiang province, yet audaciously leveraged public opinion to claim the title of number 1, unafraid that their boastfulness would backfire. I suspect this entire affair, including this so-called Ye Lin, is merely a ploy orchestrated by Bising. Agreed, it's merely a pretext to garner attention for the New Star Cup. They truly have the audacity. Perhaps not, for Ye Lin seems to possess genuine talent. His status as a newcomer must surely be fabricated. I refuse to believe a novice could possess such prowess. Not only the students, but even the teachers were indignant. The New Star Cup differs from intercollegiate competitions, placing greater emphasis on the individual. Moreover, it encompasses all rookie trainers from across the country, with participants not exceeding 24 years of age. Generally, trainers in this phase are students themselves. Thus, it is often referred to as an alternative school rivalry. The rankings in the New Star Cup directly influence the standing of their respective academies. There have even been instances where one individual turned the tide single-handedly. The rankings within the province and nationwide rely on two aspects: the standings of students participating in the New Star Cup and the proportion of those within the top 100, alongside the overall rankings in intercollegiate competitions. Essentially, one pertains to individual battles, while the other concerns team contests. Furthermore, unlike intercollegiate competitions, participants in the New Star Cup with higher popularity prior to matches garner greater access to resources, including edited footage and personal interviews, significantly impacting their exposure. In an era where visibility translates to monetary gain, everyone understands that the more financial resources a trainer invests, the more effectively their Pokémon can be trained. This is precisely why the faculty and students of Jiaxing Academy were incensed. Their academy had just birthed a star student, renowned throughout Zhejiang province, and this New Star Cup seemed a guaranteed triumph. The principal was even preparing to aim for a top 3 ranking in the province. Yet, this sudden obstacle, Ye Lin, not only overshadowed their star student, but also provided Bising with free publicity. They found themselves firmly beneath the weight of the latter. It is essential to note that these two schools have perpetually been rivals. They have always been at odds, sabotaging one another. Though Jiaxing has consistently maintained the upper hand over Bising, this time, However, they found themselves at the mercy of Bison, which was exceedingly displeasing. The vice principal, seated at the podium, recognized that the students' emotions had reached a peak, prompting a smile to break across his face. Chapter 54. The Arrival of Jiaxing. The Anomaly in the Secret Realm. However, he quickly regained his composure, as if the previous smile had been an illusion. He tapped the microphone, and the playground fell into silence. Students, please remain calm. Let us not forget that we have a friendly exchange match ahead. The slots are yet to be determined. A wave of excitement erupted from the crowd. The students' expressions shifted instantly from anger to exhilaration. They grasped the implication of the vice principal's words. This meant a challenge to Bison. Previously, they had never regarded them with any seriousness, leading to the automatic cancellation of friendly exchange slots. Thus, it had never crossed their minds that such an opportunity would arise. The vice principal's timely reminder was perfect. Indeed, we can directly provoke Bison and decisively defeat them, thereby shattering their claim to being number one in Zhejiang province. Shill, let us maintain the guise of a genuine friendly exchange. This is not a provocation. Right. I misspoke. Will Master Paymo attend? He certainly will. Ye Lin has usurped his title of genius. Would you not be incensed? This promises to be quite the spectacle. The dark horse Bison has boasted about is destined to falter at our hands. With the current heat surrounding this matter, the number of onlookers will surely be substantial. Let us see how they can still boast about the new Star Cup. The vice principal, astutely aware of the situation, likely wishes to ride this wave of popularity to elevate Paymo further. Experience is invaluable. Bison is in for a rough time. The students were brimming with excitement. Gradually, chants of defeat Bison, converged into a tidal wave capable of sweeping away any obstacle. This is precisely the atmosphere the vice principal sought. The bus was already waiting outside the school gates, poised for departure. An hour and a half later, a bus arrived at the gates of Bison Academy. In the silent Secret Realm live broadcast room, a camera focused on a young man leisurely reclining on the grass. He swung his legs, casually chewing on a blade of grass, his eyes closed in repose. A vast tree canopy shielded him from the harsh sunlight. The fierce crimson dragon surveyed the surroundings with a vigilant gaze, like the most loyal bodyguard, ensuring that not even a single caterpie could approach. Its sharp wings, having torn apart countless neurobodies, were now employed to fan the young man gently, the force so light it seemed as though it had not previously stirred a tempest. Moreover, whether intentional or coincidental, the control room of the live broadcast happened to split the screen in half. On the right side appeared Jiang Chun and his quintet. The 5 individuals resembled diligent bees, tirelessly repeating the process of harvesting and extracting juice. Each was drenched in sweat beneath the sun's relentless glare. After all, the dragon god, the blood dragon, had swooped down, clearing a vast expanse, leaving not even a blade of grass alive, let alone any greenery. Nevertheless, the expressions of the quintet were sweetened by a sense of fulfillment, completely oblivious to their toil. The contrasting dynamics of the two groups were starkly pronounced. Just as the audience began to feel an odd sensation, the scene shifted. A potent violet beam shot forth from Larialis's antennae, while the opposing Nidoking, eyes ablaze with crimson fury, bared its sharp fangs and charged forward with a ferocious roar. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the beam connected, sending the massive Nidoking crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The camera advanced, revealing a faint yet distinct snoring sound. The audience initially thought they had misheard until they observed the rhythmic rise and fall of Nidoking's chest, along with the mysterious fluid trickling from its mouth. It became evident he was truly asleep. A few meters away, Riolu raised its arms, both claws glowing with a cerulean light. The opposing Diglett was entirely unaware that it had exposed its vulnerable underbelly, only able to roar in frustration as it searched for the culprit responsible for its predicament. In an instant, a shriek pierced the air, and Riolu gracefully landed, gently brushing the ground as it stood. The elongated metallic claws retracted with a soft thud, and the Diglett fell, eyes shut, oblivious to its fate. Meanwhile, Ye Lin's ears twitched. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he heard the familiar notification sound once more. Ding! Congratulations to Larialis for successfully hypnotizing Nidoking, earning 729 experience points. Experience sharing detected. Riolu gains 351 experience points. Blood Dragon gains 207 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to Riolu for defeating Diglett, earning 812 experience points. Larialis gains 398 experience points. Blood Dragon gains 275 experience points. It's your turn, Blood Dragon. Ye Lin declared, eyes still closed, maintaining an air of nonchalance. At his words, the blood dragon gathered its strength and shot forth with remarkable speed. The defeated Diglett and Nidoking rose once more, their red eyes glaring with madness as they charged toward Larulus and Riolu. Yet, the two stood idle, glancing about for their next target. Just as the Diglett's tearing claws and the Nidoking's poison spikes were about to strike, a sudden flash of energy erupted. A strange aura of red and white emanated from the blood dragon's wings, effortlessly deflecting the toxic spikes and tearing claws, leaving the blood dragon unscathed. In an ironic twist, the Diglett found its own claws lacerating its flesh. However, before any sounds could escape its mouth, a sharp pain struck its neck, blood splattering onto the ground. Almost immediately, it lost consciousness, its body rapidly deflating as its life essence transformed into energy and flowed into the blood dragon. Only a minute had passed since the last notification. Blood Dragon has slain Diglett and Nidoking, achieving a 10 infusion of the dark energy. Total experience points, 1,027. Note: as the defeating Pokémon was not the Blood Dragon, the experience points awarded are relatively reduced. Note: each Pokémon can only share experience points once with the learning device. Ye Lin had anticipated this outcome. Had it not been for Riolu and Larulus's inability to absorb the dark energy, he would not have gone to such lengths to devise this strategy. He continued to leisurely reap experience points, entirely unaware that deep within the abyss of the silent void, nearly a kilometer below, countless crimson energy lines intertwined, coalescing into chains that securely bound the ruptured rifts of the abyss. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. One of the chains snapped abruptly. The dark energy chains attached to it began to crack ominously, becoming translucent. Instantly, an earth-shattering roar reverberated throughout the silent void, unleashing the formidable pressure of the divine beasts. The subterranean magma surged to life as if summoned, flowing vigorously around. The explosive magma evaporated every drop of moisture from the entirety of the silent void. Chapter 55, The Crimson Orb. The Primitive Reversion Form. The explosive magma evaporated every drop of moisture from the entirety of the silent void. On the ground, grass, shrubs, and trees, any visible greenery, withered in an instant, all perishing, while the soil cracked in every direction. The few lakes deep within were reduced to mere pits. The desolation was overwhelming. Ye Lin felt parched, his body drenched in perspiration, beads of sweat evaporating almost as quickly as they formed. The blood dragon, Riolu, and Larulus sensed the unease. Huddling closer together, the quintet appeared bewildered, with one individual, physically weaker, succumbing to severe dehydration and fainting. Jiangchun and Wei Kai's lips were cracked and dry. If one were to gaze down upon the silent void at this moment, they would observe that the once lush greenery had been replaced by a desolate yellow, while unseen energies churned beneath the surface. A terrifying aura brewed in the air, as if the silent void had pressed the pause button. Even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds had ceased. The atmosphere was eerie, profoundly unsettling. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted, accompanied by the rhythmic flapping of thousands of wings. A swarm of flying Pokémon, including Beedrills, Spearows, and Pidgeys, darkened the sky, creating an ominous cloud overhead. The winds heralded an approaching tempest. Then came a series of thunderous booms. The ground trembled violently as a migration of Rhydons, Tauros, Digletts, and Rattatas surged forth. This time, the onlookers could see clearly. These Pokémon seemed to have regained their senses, their eyes no longer glowing red, replaced instead by expressions of panic and dread. If one were to use a single word to describe the scene, it would be apocalyptic. What is happening? Is the silent void about to collapse? Where is the rescue team? Hurry and open the exit. The viewers before their screens were engulfed in anxiety, sensing that something was gravely amiss. Clearly, a significant event had transpired, one that threatened the very existence of the silent void. A kilometer beneath the surface, the upheaval continued. Potent earth energies surged forth from the fissures, swiftly engulfing the dark energy chains. The crimson glow dimmed, clearly losing its advantage. The energy field of the silent void began to destabilize, and the turmoil escalated. Outside the secret realm, renowned Dr. He Jian, who had long been stationed in Zhejiang province studying the silent void, and the near-king-level trainer Jinping, both stood up simultaneously, their faces etched with fear. Dr. He. It's bad. The detector indicates a powerful energy fluctuation in the silent void. It has exceeded the warning threshold. This is the first time we've seen such intense digital fluctuations since the silent void appeared. The young man was drenched in sweat, trembling as he clutched the report. Dr. He and Jinping exchanged grave glances, their expressions darkening with concern, particularly for Dr. He, who had studied the silent void for many years. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, panic lasted only a moment. Their extensive experience kicked in as they issued commands to swiftly activate emergency protocols. Jinping had already set off. Meanwhile, the turmoil within the silent void intensified. The ground began to sink, countless fissures crisscrossing as the once thriving forest transformed into a vast chasm. Jiang Chun and the others trembled in fear. Ye Lin's expression darkened slightly. Prompt. A new space-time rift has emerged in the silent void secret realm, located 39 meters to the northeast. Please enter it quickly to escape the silent void secret realm, as a tremendous mutation is about to occur a kilometer underground. Dragonite, hurry. As the rift threatened to spread beneath him, Ye Lin made a decisive move. With one hand, he pressed the button, retracting his Leafeon and Ralts into their luxury balls. Clambering onto Dragonite's back as it crouched down, he secured his position. In the next instant, Dragonite unleashed a wave of scorching heat, soaring into the sky. The blast of hot air struck Ye Lin's face, causing him to hold his breath. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and the others had also hurriedly climbed onto the back of one of their Pidgeots. Although it was cramped, it was certainly preferable to plummeting into the abyss. With so many aboard, the Pidgeot could not ascend high, skimming at low altitudes. Consequently, Jiang Chun sensed an unusual fluctuation of energy in a certain area. But before he could comprehend the situation, a familiar crimson shadow flashed into the rift. The Pidgeot followed closely behind. After all, the space-time rift was unlike a normal exit. With energy swirling chaotically and intensely active, Ye Lin's head spun, his senses overwhelmed by the terrifying energy, causing him to stagger. Just as he was about to suffocate, Ding detected a crimson object half a meter from the host's right hand. The sudden alert jolted him back to awareness. He barely grasped the last two words before his right hand instinctively reached out. A scorching orb, triangular at the top and cylindrical below, rolled into his palm. The heat burned his palm, yet he held on tightly. The space-time rift was engulfed in darkness, rendering everything invisible. He had no idea what this object was, but he harbored an unsettling premonition that it was connected to the impending upheaval in the silent void's secret realm. Bang! Another wave of energy crashed over him. Ye Lin could no longer withstand it and lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself seated in a large vehicle. Beside him in the aisle sat a middle-aged man with a beard and a buzz cut. The group of five was still in slumber, the sounds of snoring echoing throughout the vehicle. Ye Lin remained silent as the middle-aged man crossed his arms and spoke first. Ye Lin? Yes, my name is Jinping, a quasi-king trainer overseeing the silent void. I hope you can keep this matter confidential for the time being. Confidential? Ye Lin asked, somewhat perplexed. Yes. The monitoring of the silent void's secret realm disintegrated the moment the wild Pokémon fled in panic. We are currently unaware of the situation inside. However, our instruments indicate that the anomalies are intensifying, with an increasingly severe trend. The duration of this phenomenon remains uncertain. At this point, Jinping paused, his expression grave. Failing to notice the young man's stunned demeanor beside him, Ye Lin clutched the orb in his hand, staring at the alert, bewildered. Crimson Orb, Earth Sovereign. A vital artifact for the primal return of the mythical Pokémon Groudon. Just a simple sentence. Ye Lin read it over and over for a full 10 times. Was this the object he had grasped before losing consciousness? He stared intently at his palm, speechless for a moment, as if trapped in a dream. Overwhelmed with joy, he felt as if an invisible hand had grasped his neurons, sending tremors from the depths of his mind. Not to mention the primal form. Even Groudon in its previous state could obliterate the entire city of Ninghong with a single move. He took a deep breath, suddenly pondering a question. Damn it. I haven't even heard any news about Groudon. What use is this crimson orb to me? Ye Lin regained his composure. Just then, the vehicle came to a stop, and upon seeing the familiar gates of Baishan Academy, his eyes widened. Chapter 56. Crashing the scene? As you wished, I have arrived. The vehicle halted, and Ye Lin, gazing at the gates of Baishan Academy, widened his eyes in surprise. What is this? Jinping stroked his beard, seeing the young man finally display a hint of surprise. His vigilance lessened slightly. This was the first time he had witnessed the young man's true emotions since their conversation began. His wariness inevitably diminished a little. Yet his assessment of Ye Lin continued to rise. At that moment, Jiang Chun, Wei Kai, and the others finally awakened, dazed and unsure of their surroundings. Your homeroom teacher, In Xia, asked me to take care of this, Ye Lin remarked, puzzled. Jinping, knowing little about the matter, could only give a brief response. You'll find out once you go in. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin exited the vehicle. The group exchanged glances, and Jiang Chun, scratching his head in thought, followed Ye Lin out. Jinping had yet to finish his instructions. Once the large vehicle stopped, the group entered Baishan together. As soon as they stepped through the school gates, a cacophony of shouts rushed towards them like a tidal wave. "Oh, I'm furious. Go get him. What is this? Kill Jiaxing. How dare he slander you to go?" Exactly. Just a bunch of pretentious dogs with their ridiculous badges, thinking there's something special. You don't even deserve to mention Ye Lin's name. Who is Paymo to dare provoke our Yishun? The sheer anger in their voices was palpable. Hearing his name, Ye Lin was taken aback. Had he been gone for such a short time that the school had changed so drastically? Why were they so eager to praise him? Had he become such a renowned figure at Baishan? He was completely unaware of this. Following the sound, Ye Lin quickly spotted the training platform at the West Playground, where the stands were packed with a sea of people, thousands of them. What the heck? Is today not a weekend? Ye Lin pulled out his phone, which lagged for a full 10 seconds before finally opening. Glancing at the top right corner, he confirmed the time. It was indeed the weekend. Simultaneously, a flood of missed calls and messages erupted, almost crashing his phone again. Ye Lin had no time to check. His gaze fixated on the most recent message. It was from Luo Hao. "You go, it's bad. Jia Xing is here to crash our school, claiming your reputation is in tatters and that Baishan has no capable trainers. Our classmates are about to go insane." Reading this message, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. Crashing the scene? No capable trainers? He chuckled, his voice eerily calm, sending chills down the spines of Jiang Chun and the others, causing them to instinctively take a step back. Meanwhile, on the training platform, a Baishan contestant sputtered his last breath, collapsing unconscious. The once boisterous Baishan students fell silent. The atmosphere thick with tension. Thousands stood in utter silence, their faces ashen. Conversely, the few hundred from Jiaxing were exuberantly arrogant, their jeers ringing loud and clear. "You Baishan are truly pathetic. You don't even have a single competent trainer. And you dare claim to be the best in Zhujiang? Pathetic. Yeah. Is this what you call your school team? No way, no way. You can't seriously be sending such trash to this year's college league. Hush. I'm embarrassed for you Baishan. And you dare boast? TSK, TSK. The coward Ye Lin is too afraid to face us. And yet you still brag? Look up to the sky. The rhinoceros Pokémon has been inflated by your words. From now on, don't even mention Baishan Academy. You might as well call it Bragging Academy. Let everyone come learn how to boast. What a farce. The esteemed school team is at this level. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Why isn't anyone calling Ye Lin your brother now? Hurry and summon your brother Yi to come to your rescue." The derisive taunts and scornful remarks penetrated the ears of the Baishan students, relentless and unyielding. Countless listeners felt their faces flush with anger, their necks taut with indignation, veins bulging on their foreheads. Luo Hao clenched his fists beneath his sleeves, his nails digging deep into his palms. Jia Xing had clearly come prepared, knowing that Ye Lin was trapped in the secret realm and seizing this moment to provoke. They even specially arranged for the school team to humiliate them under the guise of a friendly exchange match, intending to impose a sense of dread upon Baishan, warning them not to aspire to what does not belong to them. The laughter of Jia Xing's 100-strong crowd was raucous and unrestrained, particularly from the last speaker, whose mirth nearly tipped him over. However, the very next moment, his boisterous laughter froze on his face as he stumbled, nearly falling. "As you wished, I have arrived." These 7 light words, amplified through the microphone, resonated clearly for all present. Instantly, the thousands gathered in the training ground, including both Baishan and Jia Xing, turned in unison towards the source of the voice. Among them, Luo Hao and Luo Jingjing were the most exhilarated. Rising from their seats as if propelled by an unseen force, their eagerness palpable as they strained their eyes toward the distance. And behold, the voice belonged to Ye Lin. Microphone in hand, flanked by a stunning teacher, with a group of followers behind him. Upon recognizing him, it was the students of Baishan who reacted first. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted, sweeping through the training ground like a tidal wave. Prior to the live broadcast from the Jiwam's secret realm, there might have been some who were unaware of Ye Lin's identity, but now, he was a household name. His fame at Baishan had reached unprecedented heights, eclipsing even the previously acknowledged top contender. After all, he had brought immense honor to Baishan and introduced the school to a broader audience for the first time through the trending live stream. Regardless of the circumstances, he left an indelible impression, especially since Baishan had previously been a nameless entity in national university rankings. Thus, not only the students, but even the principal felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Ye Lin. The students' perception of Ye Lin underwent a complete transformation post-broadcast. As his formidable prowess became widely recognized, particularly after the so-called friendly match, which was nothing more than a provocation. At that moment, he became their pillar of strength, eagerly awaited his return, and Ye Lin had indeed returned from the Jiwam's secret realm. The emotions that by Sun's students had been suppressing erupted like a volcano, soaring to unprecedented heights. Brother Ye. It's truly the great Ye Lin. Brother Ye has come back. They all shouted his name, especially the student who had been humiliated face to face, tears of excitement streaming down his face. In stark contrast, the mockery from Jiaxing's students evaporated, their expressions darkening in an instant. The tides had turned dramatically, simply because Ye Lin had arrived. Within Jiaxing, one student turned to observe Ye Lin intently, his scrutiny far more discerning than that of his peers, harboring a vague sense of comparison. Jiaxing was caught off guard, but after a moment of stunned silence, they resumed their bravado. Oh, the turtle has finally emerged. You've come at the perfect time. I hear you're also on the school team. Now that they've all been defeated, you're the last one left. Your appearance means we can claim total victory. Payamo, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward upon seeing Ye Lin. This action instantly invigorated Jiaxing's students, who felt as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline, rallying to incite further turmoil. Payamo, show him what. Let this turtle see what the strength of the 7th in Zhejiang province truly means. Payamo, with his chin held high, stood on the training platform, challenging Ye Lin. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Boom. Like a drop of water hitting boiling oil, chaos ensued. The thousands of Baisun students erupted in outrage, indignant at the audacity. You're taking advantage of the situation. Brother Ye has just returned from the vast secret realm, and you dare to challenge him? How utterly unfair. You're not even worthy of Brother Ye's direct involvement. Although Baisun's students had immense confidence in Ye Lin, they noticed his tattered clothing and the scorch marks upon it, clear evidence of a fierce battle. He had just emerged from the Jiwam's secret realm, a place notorious for instilling fear in novice trainers. The energy expenditure there likely surpassed that of ordinary realms. This provocateur was clearly banking on Ye Lin's perceived weakness. Xia, upon hearing this, grew anxious, a hint of worry crossing her beautiful features. Just as she was about to speak, a calm voice beside her cut in, laced with a touch of disdain. If you want to compete, then let us compete. Enough with the idle chatter. Truly insufferable. In just a few words, the impact was far more significant than Jiaxing's provocations. Ye Lin could not abide by such pretentiousness, especially in his domain. With measured strides, Ye Lin approached the training platform, exuding an aura of authority as if accompanied by an orchestral score. As he passed, students parted ways, and with a firm hand, he leapt onto the stage. Upon landing, the referee immediately declared, "The match begins. Both sides, please send out your Pokémon." With a flash, a fearsome black Houndoom appeared, its menacing form reminiscent of a hellish beast, adorned with bone-like ornaments on its ankles. Payamo's confidence surged upon its arrival, for this was his prized champion. Cultivated over time, he doubted Ye Lin could surpass him. On the other side, as Ye Lin released his Pokeball and saw the Houndoom, a look of utter boredom crossed his features. TSK, another Houndoom? Am I destined to battle only Houndooms today? I just took down 3, and here we are again. It seems they just want to let go. The students of Jiaxing, hearing his words, mistakenly believed Ye Lin was intimidated, having rushed over after seeing the trending topic. They hadn't followed the aftermath of the live broadcast, thus remaining unaware of the dire straits Ye Lin had put the Houndoom in. Payamo, however, felt a flicker of doubt, but the urgency of the battlefield left no room for contemplation. Houndoom, use Flamethrower. His command was swift, outpacing many elite trainers, living up to his reputation as a genius. The eyes of Jiaxing's students brightened instantly, recognizing the perfect timing of Payamo's attack. Striking as the Pokemon emerged, catching the opponent completely off guard. Payamo's strategy was invariably effective, a testament to why Houndoom was his ace. Its speed was honed to perfection, often allowing it to secure victory in the very moment the match commenced. Payamo, go for it. Show him what you've got. Eliminate that cowardly turtle. Annihilate it, annihilate it. The students of Jiaxing felt their breaths quicken, their chests heaving with intensity. Each one was more anxious than the last, as if victory was already beckoning to them. Yet, at that very moment, a terrifying roar echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, a crimson shadow loomed over the entire training platform. The roar of the black Lugia instantly diminished, seemingly sensing something, transforming into a pitiful whimper. Payamo anxiously lifted his gaze, and in that instant, he witnessed a colossal, anomalous dragonite descending from the heavens, akin to a meteor falling. bearing an overwhelming force that instantaneously suppressed everything. Boom. Dust and debris scattered as the blood-red Dragonite landed with a thunderous crash. The oppressive aura instilled fear even in the Black Lugia, tainted by the shadowy energy, causing it to tremble in terror. What hope did an ordinary Black Lugia have? In Paymo's panic, he helplessly watched as his Pokémon was pinned beneath the gargantuan blood-red Dragonite, forcefully crushed into the ground. It even ground it down a couple of times. The specially crafted tiles shattered in an instant, creating a gaping hole. The Black Lugia's agonized howls filled the air. Its bones dislocated, bone spurs piercing through its skin, blood gushing forth like a river. Cough, cough, accompanied by a series of violent coughs. The Black Lugia spewed blood, its eyes dimming in an instant. It was evident that its exhalation outpaced its inhalation. It was on the brink of death. The terrifying power of the Dragonite continued to radiate after it crushed the Black Lugia, causing cracks to spread throughout the entire training platform, centered around that shattered hole. The surface fractured, and the very pillars of the platform crumbled. The entire structure collapsed. Roar! Amidst the chaos of flying debris, the blood-red Dragonite stood resolute. As immovable as a mountain, its feet had not shifted even a fraction, firmly planted upon the Black Lugia's head. The claws upon its feet were stained with the Black Lugia's blood, yet upon the Dragonite, it seemed devoid of any gruesomeness, blending seamlessly with its skin as if it were meant to be. It was a manifestation of an ancient demonic deity. All of this transpired in a heartbeat. The excitement on the faces of the Jiaxing students had not yet faded, only to be replaced by sheer terror. Not only the students of Jiaxing, but even the alumni of Baising were taken aback. The situation had completely reversed. Everyone stood agape, dumbfounded. In the midst of it all, the only one unfazed by the unfolding chaos, Ye Lin, wore a familiar devilish grin. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to mention, I specialize in exterminating Black Lugias. Chapter 58. 2 Conditions, Scales of the Ancient Dragonite. The words, coupled with the ferocity of the Dragonite, exuded an inexplicable beauty in its brutality. It detonated among the students like a nuclear bomb. My heavens, this is the Dragonite from the live stream. It is absolutely magnificent. Whoa. Before I couldn't feel it through the screen, but facing the Dragonite directly is overwhelmingly intense. I can hardly bear it. My heart is racing uncontrollably. Does such power truly exist? This formidable aura, this oppressive sensation, I am nearly overwhelmed. Ahem, this is a public setting. Dear classmate, please maintain decorum. This is not a battle, it is a one-sided massacre. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Look at the Jiaxing students, they are nearly paralyzed with fear, resembling dazed fools. Only then did the students of Baising redirect their attention to Jiaxing, having previously been entranced by the Dragonite's might, completely overlooking them. Upon realizing this, they burst into laughter. Paymo, caught in the aftermath of the platform's collapse, fell into the fray, landing in a most undignified manner. At that moment, he appeared disheveled, utterly devoid of his earlier bravado. He looked more unfortunate than a vagabond. The image of the male god had dissipated entirely. Now his eyes were vacant, embodying the wretchedness of one who had been thoroughly trampled upon, completely detached from any notion of genius. More absurdly, the students of Jiaxing stood frozen in place, their expressions nearly breaking, wishing they could burrow underground like moles. They were mortified, especially with the thousands of eyes from across the way fixated on them, akin to the brightest laser beams, illuminating their shock and shame, leaving them nowhere to hide. Every remark and every glance from the Baising students felt like a jab at their dignity. Even the laughter seemed to mock them as worthless. Behind all this, the Jiaxing vice principal, who had been so jubilant moments ago, now wore a face as grim as the deepest waters, his countenance darkened to the utmost degree. The current developments had far exceeded his expectations. His plans lay in ruins. All notions of the New Star Cup, of college league rankings, had shattered into fragments, obliterated in an instant. Noticing the vice principal's expression, Baising's principal Yin could hardly contain his glee, his eyes squinting with mirth. Are they just children, fighting recklessly? Don't think too much about it. The moment those words escaped, they nearly sent the Jiaxing vice principal into apoplexy. His breath quickened, a heaviness pressing against his chest, as if his heart might leap from his chest in frustration. Meanwhile, Paymo remained in a daze, seemingly unable to recover from the shock. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. He couldn't comprehend it. His eyes were filled with confusion. How could this be? His reputation as a genius was not unfounded, nor did he believe he would certainly win. Yet to lose so swiftly, to be utterly crushed in a massacre, was an experience he had never encountered. He had even forgotten about his barely conscious black Lugia, trapped in a spiral of despair. Holding his head, he mumbled to himself, his mental state spiraling into disarray, akin to madness. After a few seconds, he abruptly lifted his bloodshot eyes, glaring fiercely at the unfazed Ye Lin. There are still 2 matches. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, sneering, "Can't take the loss, can you? It matters not. I will ensure you are thoroughly convinced, but should you wish for my agreement, you must bear the consequences of defeat." In an instant, the tide had turned. Bising's passive stance was forcefully overturned by Ye Lin's audacity. The proactive Jiaxing found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Taking a step forward was impossible. Stepping back meant losing all face and reputation. The many students of Jiaxing gritted their teeth in humiliation, their jaws clenched tightly. Agree to him, fueled by fervor. They seemed to forget just how thoroughly they had been beaten. Mo, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out, "I agree. Firstly, after losing, all students of Jiaxing must apologize to us at Bising. Acknowledge that you are inferior to us, that your strength lies beneath ours." The moment those words left his mouth, a stir rippled through the crowd. The students of Jiaxing clenched their fists in rage, veins bulging in their arms. Some bit their lips so hard that blood began to flow. "Damn you! How dare you!" The crowd erupted with indignation. Yet in the very instant those expletives were uttered, they swallowed them back down. How could they challenge this? It was, of course, due to Ye Lin's prowess. He held the authority to dictate terms. Only the strong possessed the right to decide. Seeing their reaction, Bising felt a surge of vindication. After their provocation, it was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He could hardly suppress his laughter. Simultaneously, the admiration in the eyes of Bising's students toward Ye Lin grew ever more profound, elevating his stature to that of the principal. It could be said that any time Ye Lin faced criticism, they would be the first to defend him. In this charged atmosphere, Ye Lin raised a second finger. "Secondly, I want the necklace around your neck." Ye Lin's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion, as if he had merely spoken those words to humiliate Mo. Yet only he understood that this was his true objective. As the moment approached when he would draw near his opponent on the training platform, a notification from the system emerged. Dragon Scale, the reverse scale of an ancient Dragonite, imbued with a rich lineage of dragon blood. The latent dragon-type energy is immensely potent. When equipped, it has a 50 chance to enhance the bloodline, augmenting dragon-type power by 20. The necklace was rather unassuming, with the scale itself as the centerpiece, encased in a layer of hardshell. Had it not been for the system's prompt, Ye Lin would have overlooked Mo's necklace entirely. Upon hearing the notification, Mo instinctively tightened his grip on the shell pendant around his neck, unaware that it was an item capable of driving dragon-type trainers to madness. Worth tens of millions in the market, he merely regarded it as an ordinary ornament. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and declared, "All right, I accept your terms." Vice Principal Jiaxing, witnessing the situation unfold in an unpredictable manner, snatched the microphone from the podium and urged, "Wait, the 2 conditions are unfair. Unless you also agree not to use Dragonite, the first condition is nullified." Principal Yin rolled his eyes at this, thinking to himself, this cunning old fox knows how formidable Dragonite is. Unable to confront it head-on, he resorts to such underhanded tactics. Truly, he has lived long enough to be crafty. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin turned his gaze to the podium and exchanged glances with the vice principal. To his surprise, he smiled. He understood that the bait had been taken, and now it was up to him. What did it matter if Dragonite was barred from the match? His Larvitar was no pushover. Moreover, after the recent expedition into the secret realm, he sensed that the luxurious pokeball at his waist was brimming with energy, indicating that his Larvitar was on the verge of evolution, just a step away. What he needed now was a decisive victory to serve as the final catalyst. Chapter 59, Mental Breakthrough, Evolution Amidst the Explosion. Mo remained blissfully unaware that Ye Lin viewed him as a mere stepping stone for evolution, cherishing this hard-won opportunity immensely. He understood that to preserve his reputation as a prodigy and to gain resource advantages and public support before the New Star Cup commenced, he had to secure victory in this battle. Otherwise, the 8 years of training and nurturing since he was 12 would have been in vain. Gritting his teeth, Mo resolved to unleash his trump card, a Pokémon he had prepared solely for the New Star Cup. This match was of utmost importance. A win would open the door to further competition, while a loss would spell the end for him. As the referee announced the start, both trainers simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. Before Mo emerged a Pokémon with a golden-yellow body and a slender fox-like head, reminiscent of an aged sage. Its body featured brown shoulder-like protrusions, a chest resembling leather armor, and an abdomen adorned with 3 red markings, all while holding a peculiar silver spoon. It was indeed a giraffe. Opposite it stood Larvitar. As it uttered its name, its alluring voice reclaimed Giraffe's attention. Larvitar smiled, its slender form exuding elegance rather than weakness. It was evident that this battle would be a clash of the same type. Both sides were composed of psychic Pokémon. Thousands of students stood momentarily stunned before erupting into excitement. Such a matchup was a rarity, even in the largest battle arenas of the city. The most animated were the students of Jiaxing. Their previous despondence evaporated, their faces now radiant with anticipation. Giraffe had already undergone one evolution, while Larvitar had yet to evolve. "Payamo, I knew you wouldn't let us down," one student exclaimed. "Does Larvitar think it can gain an edge by changing its appearance? How laughable." Another chimed in, "Indeed, the only true strength lies with Dragonite. Ye Lin is insignificant." At these remarks, a student from Bison ignited with indignation. "What nonsense! Only Dragonite is strong. If you possess the ability, catch one yourself. You wouldn't even be able to find a tiny Dratini." The banter escalated into a heated exchange, with both factions nearing a physical confrontation. At the principal's signal, the referee hurriedly issued the command to commence the match. Giraffe used Psybeam. Payamo gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. He had learned from his previous mistakes and would not allow any chance of underestimation. He unleashed his most powerful attack right from the start. Giraffe, with a slight twist of the spoon in its grasp, a swirling wave of colorful energy erupted forth. The deep purple waves unleashed a formidable force, wreaking havoc and creating shockwaves that further compromised the already unstable training platform. Debris flew through the air. Fortunately, the students were situated at a safe distance, though they were still coated in a layer of dust. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiaxing's students leapt to their feet, fists raised, shouting in fervor. Even the vice principal could not suppress his own excitement, clenching his fists tightly. In their eyes, Giraffe's chances of victory were exceedingly high. Without Dragonite in play, the unevolved Larvitar stood no chance against it. Paymo's eyes gleamed as he perceived the dawn of victory beckoning him. Yet, when he glanced upwards, a fleeting moment of confusion struck him. Why had Larvitar not moved? A subtle sense of unease began to gnaw at him, just as the question surfaced. The colorful vortex surged toward Larvitar. The students of Jiaxing, believing Larvitar had been rendered immobile by fear, began to clap excitedly, prematurely celebrating victory. However, the applause faltered in an instant. They watched as Larvitar suddenly levitated into the air, its golden antennae gently swaying. In a flash, a dazzling aura of psychic energy enveloped it, transforming into an invisible shockwave that raced toward the ground. While its wave was not as robust as Giraffe's Psybeam, it contained a devastating force capable of inflicting extreme anguish and destruction. The very fabric of space began to warp. A visual distortion emerged between the two sides of the training platform, presenting a peculiar sight. The continuous barrage of energy soon collided with the colorful vortex. At the moment of contact, an explosive release of energy erupted. Giraffe's Psybeam was utterly overwhelmed, failing to withstand even a second before being effortlessly dispelled. Yet the true harbinger of doom, the psychic burst, continued unabated. Not only did it consume the entire colorful vortex, but it showed no signs of weakening. Advancing with even greater ferocity, the residual shockwaves shattered everything in their path, vanishing in an instant. Then, before Giraffe's eyes appeared an intense wave of psychic energy infused with a compelling aura of destruction. In the next moment, Giraffe was left in a state of oblivion, entirely unaware of its surroundings, as the world around it was consumed by the terrifying sound of an explosion. Boom! The earth shook violently. The training platform was engulfed by the shockwaves of energy, its destruction radiating outward to devastate the playground. The students could see nothing. Before them was a blinding white light. They instinctively shut their eyes against the overwhelming sensory assault, with only the sound of the explosive clash indicating that the battle raged on. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the heart of the terrifying explosion, fissures in space began to tear apart. Vast psychic energy dispersed in all directions, the fierce winds sending rocks flying like projectiles, leaving the ground riddled with craters. A dramatic transformation was underway. Payamo, utterly dumbfounded, fell to the ground, his gaze vacant. As he finally realized that Giraffe had been caught at the epicenter of the catastrophic explosion, his eyes widened in horror, and he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward. But he found himself utterly incapable of even approaching. The moment he took a single step closer, a violent mental shock surged through him. causing a relentless headache. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to advance once more, only to feel a dampness in his nostrils. Stunned, he paused. A gentle swipe revealed his hand smeared with blood. He was, astonishingly, reduced to a nosebleed by the residual psychic waves. At that moment, the other students below also regained their senses, their breaths suspended in disbelief as they gazed at the devastated playground, mouths agape in sheer horror. What on earth had transpired? None could fathom it. To them, what had begun as a routine battle had escalated to such catastrophic proportions. On the other side, Ye Lin's demeanor starkly contrasted with the bloodied face of Pei Mo. Unbeknownst to him, he had distanced himself from the epicenter of the explosion. A gentle breeze lifting his garments, adding an air of nonchalance. As the explosive energy began to dissipate, Ye Lin prepared to step forward, only to halt at the sound of a notification echoing in his ears. Ding! Shiny Larvitar has defeated the ever-brave Jira and gained 1104 experience, utilizing Mutewo's exclusive move, Psyche Shatter, breaking through its own potential, and is now commencing evolution. Chapter 60, Shiny Kirlia, a tri-level evolution. Ding! Shiny Larvitar has defeated the ever-brave Jira and gained 1104 experience, utilizing Mutewo's exclusive move, Psyche Shatter, breaking through its own potential, and is now commencing evolution. Ye Lin's heart leaped with joy. His speculation had proven correct. The shiny Larvitar was indeed unique. In truth, it had accumulated enough experience to evolve long ago. It merely required a catalyst. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the dissipating energy waves began to coalesce once more. A soft luminescence began to encircle the center, a magnificent brilliance enveloping the figure of Larvitar, obscuring it in a shroud of light, leaving only a vague silhouette visible. Ye Lin's gaze remained fixated, filled with anticipation. As the light swirled, it became evident that Larvitar was undergoing a transformation. Meanwhile, Principal Bison was the first to sense something amiss. With a resounding clap, he slammed his right hand onto the table, disbelief and excitement flashing in his eyes. Vice Principal Jia Xing was the second to react. Upon witnessing the familiar glow of evolution amidst the explosion's aftermath, he was utterly overwhelmed. He first stood up, and upon confirming that his eyes did not deceive him, he collapsed back into his chair, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Principal Bison cast him a disdainful glance before turning his gaze toward Ye Lin, his expression radiating unprecedented warmth, his face nearly splitting with joy. At that moment, the surrounding students too began to realize the significance of the event, a cacophony of excitement erupting. Suddenly, the encased Pokémon began to radiate a dazzling light. All attention was drawn to the focal point of the evolutionary brilliance, everyone transfixed. Under the collective gaze, the light dimmed, gradually revealing a graceful figure. It appeared like a youthful maiden bursting with vitality, adorned in a ballet tutu, her slender, bare legs accentuated. Most striking was her cascade of azure hair, cascading down from either side, with gentle waves shimmering under the sun, as if vying to capture the ocean's brilliance. Absolutely breathtaking. This was the evolved form of Larvitar, the shiny Kirlia. If Larvitar was a quintessential little girl, then the evolved Kirlia existed in that delicate space between girlhood and womanhood, embodying both innocent charm and alluring grace. A sharp intake of breath echoed from the front row students, who took several seconds to recover from the stunning beauty before them. Disbelief etched in their expressions. This is simply too beautiful. Others, as if awakened from a dream, emerged from their reverie, unable to suppress their admiration. I dare say she surpasses even the universally acknowledged beauty of Milotic. In response, the students of Bison found the sentiment not exaggerated but rather wholeheartedly agreeable. Nodding in fervent accord, the astonishment of the moment exceeded all expectations. The shiny Kirlia seemed to emerge from the explosion, a harmonious blend of power and beauty. The epitome of every trainer's dreams. They found themselves utterly entranced by such allure. Some had already begun to lick their lips, swallowing nervously, their limbs twitching with eagerness. Oh, I wish to take her home as my beloved. Darker thoughts began to take root. Meanwhile, the shiny Kirlia reveled in her newfound form, lowering her head, gracefully pulling at her skirt, and twirling elegantly. This movement was enough to leave many utterly spellbound. Especially captivating were her eyes, no longer hidden by hair, transformed into a brilliant gold that mirrored the hue of her antennae, shining brilliantly, as if they could rival the sun. Yet, such exquisite eyes gazed solely upon one person. While she delighted in her transformation, she did not forget to bestow a radiant smile upon Ye Lin. Simultaneously, a lively and melodious voice resonated within Ye Lin's heart. "Master, you look splendid." Ye Lin spoke from the depths of his heart. Receiving such praise, the shiny Kirlia blushed for a brief moment, then, with a swift motion, leaped into Ye Lin's embrace, gently rubbing her hair against his chest. Ye Lin, as if anticipating this moment, opened his arms wide, catching her perfectly. As he stroked her silky hair, he glanced at the evolution notification. Pokémon, Kirlia, shiny. Personality, aloof on the outside, lively on the inside. Strength, elite level 3. Ability, copy, upon entering the battle, copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Second ability, telepathy. This ability allows the Pokémon to read its partner's actions, preventing attacks from its partner, making it extremely valuable in double and triple battles. Types, psychic, fairy. Moves, growl, tackle, charm, double team, confusion, misty terrain, draining kiss, hypnosis. Teleport, light screen, mystical shield, psyche shatter, on cooldown. Newly acquired moves, life dew, baby doll eyes, healing wave. Talent potential, champion level. Affection, 9100. Remark, the chance for potential breakthroughs has increased. With the right catalyst, the talent potential may undergo a significant transformation. The evolution had elevated her strength by 3 tiers. Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction. Furthermore, she had also learned 3 new moves, all leaning towards healing and support, which suited Ye Lin perfectly at this juncture. After all, his other 2 Pokémon excelled in offense, while healing and energy replenishment had always been their weak points. Draining Kiss only replenished Kirlia's energy, but Healing Wave and Life Dew were broad-range recovery moves. Her affection had also increased by 2 points. Most importantly, this potential activation had allowed Kirlia's qualification barrier to crack open once more. As Ye Lin reveled in these thoughts, the Kirlia in his arms suddenly sensed something. Abruptly lifting her head and scanning the surroundings, her gaze, which had been filled with warmth and affection for Ye Lin, now bore an icy indifference. The once brilliant golden irises now fixed coldly upon a certain spot in the stands occupied by Jiaxing. The gold glinted like cold, unyielding metal, filled with a fierce intensity. Under her unwavering gaze, the lecherous man, who had been salivating moments before, felt his blood freeze, overwhelmed by a chilling, killing intent. Hastily averting his eyes, tremors coursed through him, every nerve ending ignited with fear. All wicked thoughts fled from his mind, and he yearned to escape this area immediately. Yet, Kirlia would not let him off so easily. She merely narrowed her eyes. A subtle violet wave emanated from the golden antennae, swiftly darting towards the lewd man. Before long, an unpleasant odor wafted from his trousers, leaving a considerable wet patch. The nearby students, alarmed, turned their heads in horror, only to witness a man sprawled on the ground, his expression vacant, with a puddle of yellow liquid at his feet. A female student shrieked in disgust, covering her nose as she fled the scene. The other students, witnessing the commotion, also hastily distanced themselves. The gaze of the onlookers towards the epicenter, where Kyrillian stood, transformed from avarice into reverence and admiration. They were instantly reminded of the cataclysmic force Kyrillian had exhibited prior to its evolution, a truly violent and shocking display. At that moment, the referee regained his composure and promptly declared, Laralala's triumphs over Yangela. Congratulations to Baishan Academy for securing the ultimate victory. The referee's voice jolted Paimon, who had been entranced, staring blankly at the composed man across from him. He lowered his head, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. I have lost, he acknowledged, the reality undeniable. While one might argue that the violent dragon's prowess could be attributed to Ye Lin's advantage or mere luck, Kyrillian's evolution was akin to a resounding slap to the face, a testament to Ye Lin's extraordinary command and training talent. The sheer power unleashed by the yet-to-evolve Laralalas was comparable to that of a late-stage gym leader, a concept unfathomable to all present. Paimon resigned himself to this truth. The pride he had harbored for the past 8 years crumbled in an instant. In the face of such a genuine prodigy as Ye Lin, his so-called genius was rendered laughably insignificant, akin to a child's play, utterly pathetic and easily crushed. It was a comprehensive annihilation. A profound sorrow washed over his face as he pressed the button on his belt, summoning the lifeless Yangela into its pokeball. The moment his words fell silent, every student from Baishan rose, their voices soaring in ecstatic unison. Even the teachers could not contain themselves, cupping their hands around their mouths and cheering fervently, completely forgetting their own identities. The entire school plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. Ye Lin, Ye Lin, Ye Lin. The deafening chorus surged like an unstoppable tsunami, each wave more powerful than the last. Thousands of voices coalesced into a terrifying torrent, reaching for the heavens. In stark contrast, the students of Jiaxing were left deflated, their previous arrogance and clamor extinguished, each one hanging their heads like wilted eggplants, utterly disheartened, a far cry from their pre-match demeanor. The jubilant cheers from Baishan's students infiltrated the air, akin to insidious insects burrowing into their eardrums, an incessant echo in their minds. They could not deny the fact that Ye Lin's strength was on an entirely different level. Even Paimon, the acknowledged best of Jiaxing, had been brutally crushed. What hope did they have? They were likely unworthy of even facing Ye Lin in battle. This was a true annihilation, irrefutable and without dissent. Ye Lin stood as the most formidable trainer of his age, without question. He had proven that sheer strength is the ultimate truth. In the face of absolute power, any minor tactics or commands were rendered trivial, destined to be violently suppressed. He was the undisputed sovereign of combat. On the battlefield, his word was law. Such an intense personal style had never been seen before. Yet from this moment forth, both the alumni of Baishan and the rivals from Jiaxing would forever remember the name Ye Lin. They had witnessed the dawn of his ascendant reign. Before such a rising star, no true trainer could afford to deny him, for that would equate to denying themselves. Thus, amidst the thunderous roars of acclaim, the students of Jiaxing gradually cast aside their biases, hesitantly joining in the chorus. Initially awkward, they soon found rhythm, growing increasingly excited, ultimately merging seamlessly with Baishan's jubilance. Cairilian, responding to the joyful clamor, emerged from Ye Lin's embrace, its eyes squinting in delight. Below, Xia gazed at Ye Lin's sharply defined silhouette, her beautiful eyes shimmering. If she had previously regarded him merely as a student, a mere boy, now she saw him as an equal, a peer of similar standing. His prowess was simply extraordinary. Xia couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. She vividly recalled the scene of Ye Lin entering the egg hatching room, selecting his initial Pokémon egg. When had he grown to such an impressive level? As the cheers began to fade, the fervent gazes of Baishan's students remained fixed upon Ye Lin. He, living up to their expectations, boldly declared, "Is there anyone who still doubts?" Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. 2 matches had ended in thorough domination. The first match, featuring Hailuja, hadn't even lasted 10 seconds before being decisively eliminated. Who else dared to challenge? Who could possibly compete? The students of Jiaxing exchanged glances. Some of the more seasoned trainers immediately lowering their heads under the weight of their own insecurities as they caught the gazes of others. They recognized the truth. Ye Lin was a force to be reckoned with, his Pokémon merciless in their attacks. The violent dragon had slaughtered indiscriminately, while Cairilian, though small, possessed terrifying power. Neither was to be trifled with. Even if Paimon's 2 Pokémon survived, they would likely be rendered useless. They had no desire to repeat that fate. Ye Lin surveyed the Jiaxing students, and wherever his gaze fell, heads bowed in submission. After a few moments, 100 heads emerged, some visibly thinning on top, leaving Ye Lin to wonder how such young individuals could already be so sparse of hair. He stifled a derisive thought, his indifferent demeanor betraying nothing, which left the Jiaxing students too frightened to utter a sound, each one resembling a mute. Clearing his throat, the vice principal, witnessing his students nearly burying their heads in the ground, feeling utterly humiliated, could only pat his chest and muster a forced smile. Approaching Principal Yin of Baishan, he remarked, "Principal Yin, we lost this friendly exchange match. Jiaxing accepts the outcome." The last 4 words seemed to escape his teeth, spoken with great difficulty, as if uttering another would cause him to spit blood in frustration. It was the first time in many years that Principal Yin had seen his longtime rival so vexed. Instantly, it felt as refreshing as drinking ice-cold soda on a sweltering day. Principal Yin's gaze towards Ye Lin grew increasingly benevolent. "Ah, Vice Principal, you're too kind. This is merely a friendly exchange." Principal Yin's smile stretched wide, nearly reaching his ears, feigning modesty, which only served to further infuriate the vice principal. He struggled to maintain his composure and continued, "Yin Principal, no need for further words. This is our debt to you." With that, he swiftly tossed a card towards the Jiaxing side, turning away with a grim expression that seemed to darken like ink. Just as the Jiaxing students intended to depart, a cold voice halted their steps. "Have you forgotten something?" Everyone was taken aback, memories flooding back of the conditions Ye Lin had laid down for the second match. The vice principal gritted his teeth in frustration. His earlier decisiveness was intended to divert attention, but he had underestimated Ye Lin's impeccable memory. He turned sharply, donning a facade of affability. Attempting to appease, "Ye Lin, I apologize. It was our Jiaxing who acted impulsively." He had believed he could evade accountability, only to discover that Ye Lin was not easily swayed. He lifted his gaze gently, exuding an air of formidable authority. What I demand is a public apology from all of you. And Jiaxing must acknowledge on the official website that they are inferior in skill. Chapter 62, Public Apology, the Characteristics of the Safe. He lifted his gaze gently. Exuding an air of formidable authority. What I demand is a public apology from all of you. And Jiaxing must acknowledge on the official website that they are inferior in skill. Instantly, the vice principal clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips turning pale. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, each one plotting how to torment Ye Lin in the future, how to bring him crashing down to the ground. At that moment, his hatred for Ye Lin reached its zenith. If given the chance, he would certainly devour him whole. He lowered his head, hastily concealing the fleeting shadow of malice in his eyes. When he raised his head again, a different expression adorned his face, feigning a look of grievance. He began to argue. You didn't say anything at the time, and I just apologized to you. Why must you be so calculative? This demeanor suggested that Ye Lin was abusing his power. It instantly infuriated the students of Baishan. Principal Yin's expression also darkened swiftly as he stepped forward, eager to speak. However, at that moment, the previously overlooked Zhenping stepped forth from the crowd. The Dragon Tamer's metal on his chest gleamed under the sunlight, radiating an astonishingly domineering aura. Zhenping no longer restrained himself, unleashing his presence directly. It was hard to imagine how they had never noticed such a person before. Many felt their hearts race as they looked over, and the group, led by Jiang Chun, also emerged from the crowd. Yet, compared to Zhenping's status as a dragon tamer and a quasi-champion trainer, they were slightly lacking. Nonetheless, they were figures whom countless students could only look up to. After all, the fame of the 5 talents of Fenghua had already spread among the new students. Upon seeing Zhenping, Vice Principal Jiaxing was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to utter a word, stammering. Zhen the Dragon Tamer, what are you doing here? If I weren't here, would you continue to bicker and refuse to admit your faults? Zhenping's words struck like thunder. Vice Principal Jiaxing opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Ultimately, under the intense gaze of thousands of indignant onlookers, he could only lower his head in resignation, muttering, fine. For at that moment, he felt that he was not merely facing Ye Lin, but the entire Baishan stood behind him. It was as if one misstep from him would provoke this crowd to rush forward in support of Ye Lin. Moreover, how could Ye Lin possibly know this renowned dragon tamer? Doubt and uncertainty plagued his mind. The previous malicious thoughts were temporarily quelled. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. The vice principal finally lowered his proud head. Meanwhile, Pei Mo remained silent. Since the recent battle, he seemed to have lost his ability to speak, wandering over in a daze. He yanked off the shell necklace, not daring to look at Ye Lin, and turned to leave. Before long, Jiaxing's group had departed. Principal Yin disdainfully scoffed. TSK, with such a small capacity, they won't go far. He casually picked up the card dropped by the vice principal, glancing at the 2 million inscribed on it, and couldn't help but smirk. He suddenly realized that once today's events spread, Baishan would undoubtedly gain fame. With that fame would come a rapid increase in enrollment. At that point, many previously unattainable educational resources would become accessible. Perhaps it would even elevate Baishan to a higher level of academia. Thinking of this, Principal Yin's gaze toward Ye Lin grew increasingly fervent. This student is truly a treasure. Jiaxing arrived with bravado, but left in disgrace, allowing the entire faculty and student body of Baishan to vent their frustrations. Not only the principal, but others regarded Ye Lin as if he were a deity. Compliments flowed in abundance, and the adoring glances nearly rendered Ye Lin numb. He felt every movement of his was under scrutiny. Even the simple act of pressing the pokeball to recall Cerulean was exaggerated into something grand. People claimed he had the poise of a champion when capturing Pokémon. Even Ye Lin, with his thick skin, felt overwhelmed for the first time and decided to leave swiftly. Just then, a voice urgently interrupted. Wait a moment, Ye Lin. He turned to find it was none other than Principal Yin, whose face was beaming with delight, his eyes sparkling as they fixed on Ye Lin. A chill ran down Ye Lin's spine. It was his first time being scrutinized so intently by a middle-aged man. After all, he was a 6th-tier gym master. At the pinnacle of gym master strength, what was so enticing about him? Ye Lin felt that if the principal continued to gaze at him with such fervor, he might just lose his composure. Fortunately, Principal Yin withdrew his heated gaze and, after clearing his throat, said earnestly, Ye Lin, the success of this friendly exchange competition was entirely thanks to you. I am sincerely grateful. Principal, what do you wish to say? Principal Yin wasted no time and presented the card to Ye Lin. Although this is for the school, I believe it is rightfully yours. I am sure everyone agrees. Immediately, other students chimed in. Brother Yi is forever the best. Take it, Brother Ye, it rightfully belongs to you. Absolutely. From now on, Brother Ye is my only male idol. Brother Ye is truly deserving. As another wave of praises surged forth, Ye Lin accepted the card while hastily steering the conversation away. Principal, this isn't the right place. Shall we discuss it in the office? Yes. Principal Yin slapped his forehead, realizing his moment of excitement had caused him to forget. Let us go. Ye Lin nodded and turned to Zhenping and the others. Please wait for me a moment. In the principal's office. The large transparent floor-to-ceiling windows allowed for ample natural light, beneath which were potted fruit trees and spirit herbs. However, what truly captivated Ye Lin's attention was a safe. He discovered that the hint system could ignore the safe and directly display the specific information of its contents. Ye Lin remained composed, his eyes unblinking. Characteristic ointment. An ointment that can alter the characteristics of Pokémon. When used on Pokémon with common characteristics, their characteristic will transform into a rare one. Ye Lin immediately thought of the Dragonite. Perhaps influenced by the power of darkness, although the Dragonite had activated its hidden ability after evolving. Its standard characteristics still remained that of its previous form. It had not transformed in time. This item, the characteristic ointment, could undoubtedly solve this issue perfectly. Ye Lin resolved that regardless of what the principal intended to discuss, he must find a way to acquire this item. Coupled with the dragon scale, the strength of the Dragonite would achieve another leap. The principal observed Ye Lin's innocent eyes and couldn't help but marvel at his remarkable achievements at such a young age. Completely unaware of Ye Lin's intentions toward his safe. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the principal's expression suddenly turned serious. Ye Lin, I would like to invite you to represent Baishan in the Star Cup. Chapter 63, The Ultimate Tug of War with the Principal. Ye Lin, I would like to invite you to represent Baishan in the Star Cup. The Star Cup? Ye Lin, having traversed time not long ago, had only heard of some major competitions and was not familiar with the Star Cup. Seeing his interest piqued, Principal Yin seized the moment. Enthusiastically explaining, the Star Cup is a national-level rookie trainer competition jointly organized by Country A and the League, with a singular purpose, to select the most talented trainers. Indeed, a true genius. Once one secures a place among the top 100 in the Rising Star Cup, they are immediately incorporated into the youth development program of Country A, receiving unwavering support and endless resources. The objective is to elevate the prowess of the younger generation in Country A, preparing them for future world championships and even the esteemed King S battle. Principal Yin grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his excitement evident as he gestured enthusiastically, as if he were on the verge of witnessing the ascendance of Country A's youth. Ye Lin, too, began to grasp the profound significance of the Rising Star Cup. This competition imposes age restrictions. Even the ultimate champion shall not exceed the age of 24. The event focuses the nation's attention on the younger generation, aiming to bolster national confidence. Moreover, Ye Lin had a peculiar sensation. Upon his arrival, the missteps at the World Championship had cast a pall over the online community. This Rising Star Cup would undoubtedly intensify efforts, being the first major event following that disheartening failure. Furthermore, the League's allocation of resources would undoubtedly cultivate a plethora of formidable talents. Regardless of whether these champions choose to fight for their country, serve the League, or carve out their own dominions, they will harbor gratitude for the resources provided during those initial challenging times. At the very least, they will not harbor animosity. Simultaneously, this will serve as a catalyst for new blood and an indirect means of influence. Consequently, even if some unconventional newcomers eventually align with dark organizations, they will likely constitute only a minuscule fraction. Those who gain resources among the top 100 in the nation will not despise Country A or the League. Indeed, the political acumen of the upper echelons is not to be underestimated, Ye Lin mused silently. He then interrupted Principal Yin, who was preparing to deliver a lengthy discourse, and directly inquired about the competition's commencement. When does it begin? In 1 week. Registration starts now. So soon? Ye Lin was taken aback, noticing his expression. Principal Yin promptly clarified, the Rising Star Cup is not a one-time event. It unfolds intermittently. The upcoming week marks the municipal selection. The top 10 contestants automatically advance to the provincial level, with subsequent competition dates to be announced later. Due to the unpredictable schedule, there have often been instances where the finals of the Rising Star Cup commenced only after the conclusion of the University League. I recall one instance that extended for as long as 2 years. I see, Ye Lin nodded, his demeanor remaining remarkably tranquil, betraying no hint of inner turmoil. At that moment, Principal Yin began to fret. This reaction is not right. Typically, students, upon learning they have the chance to represent their school in the competition, are filled with fervor, often disregarding the conditions in their eagerness to participate. Young people are inherently susceptible to impulsive influences. He had been confident that Ye Lin would wholeheartedly agree. After all, this was an opportunity to bring glory to the school and to make a name for oneself. An event under the national spotlight. Which young person could resist such a lure? If he weren't already past the appropriate age, he would have been the first to leap at the chance. But why is Ye Lin so composed? His emotional detachment was utterly astonishing, displaying a level of calmness that rendered even this middle-aged man feel more animated. Principal Yin had initially believed the likelihood of Ye Lin agreeing to participate was a certainty. Yet now, gazing at the youth's impassive countenance, he began to waver. Seeing Ye Lin merely nod in acknowledgement, and then resume his silent examination of the principal's office. Principal Yin could no longer remain seated. He clasped his hands together atop the desk, feeling inexplicably anxious, even nervously licking his lips. What are your thoughts? Ye Lin, with his gaze lowered, caught a glimpse of the safe out of the corner of his eye, his pupils shifting. When he lifted his head, however, he wore a bewildered expression. I have no particular thoughts. The Rising Star Cup seems quite good and indeed suited for the youth. This remark sounded rather dull and lifeless, leading one to suspect Ye Lin might as well be an old man. Principal Yin immediately began to perspire, despite it not being the height of summer. His shirt was drenched. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rose from his seat and began pacing behind his desk. Glancing at Ye Lin, he found the youth's expression of innocence, as if unaware of the gravity of the situation, which only heightened his frustration. In that moment, Principal Yin felt like a cat on a hot tin roof, his anxious disposition nearing the brink of collapse. Yet, he dared not express his ire towards Ye Lin. This was Bai Sen's treasured protege. Not only would he be concerned if anyone else touched him, but he would be incensed. Taking a deep breath 3 times, he managed to regain some semblance of calm before earnestly asking, do you not wish to participate? Well, how should I put it? At present, I do not have such an intention. Though Ye Lin's words appeared innocuous, they were laden with a subtle nuance. He indeed harbored a mischievous intent. Recalling an interview with a female celebrity from his past life, where her innocent demeanor coupled with a few seconds of hesitation left the reporter speechless. As he anticipated, the impact of his statement was profound. Principal Yin was momentarily rendered speechless, his pupils dilating in shock, his mind a whirlpool of confusion for a full 30 seconds. This young man was certainly not playing by the rules. What did he mean by not having that intention at present? In an instant, his breathing grew ragged. Why not? Was he concerned about timing? Rest assured, as long as you participate in the Rising Star Cup, all your classes will be adjusted to accommodate you. I will ensure that the teachers cooperate. Was it the rewards he found unappealing? I cannot speak for the provincial and national levels, but in our Ninghang city, the top 3 spots come with rewards from the 3 prestigious families. The first prize alone is 1 million. The school will also offer close to 100,000. Principal Yin was genuinely anxious, speaking in a rapid-fire manner, his words cascading forth without pause. One unfamiliar with the situation might have thought he had transformed into a rap artist, his pace reaching dizzying heights. Ye Lin nearly choked back a laugh. At such a critical juncture, he hurriedly suppressed his mirth. However, upon hearing about the 3 prestigious families, he could not help but feel a stir of interest. Currently, he possessed 3 Pokémon, with only 3 more needed to qualify as a professional trainer. The 3 prestigious families represented the core of the league's cultivation efforts. Their Pokémon being quintessential representatives of their kind, their value beyond measure. Apart from semi-divine Pokémon, these were the creme de la creme. Their overall strength is recognized worldwide. In the realms of secret battles, they are also regarded as vital strategic resources. A well-bred Pokémon from the 3 families would command no less than 3 million, with many fetching upwards of 10 million. However, Ye Lin feigned a long sigh. Principal Yin, I am truly constrained by my resources. You have seen my Pokémon. Which one is not a voracious eater? To care for them demands an exorbitant amount, leaving me no energy for anything else. Ye Lin concluded, slumping into the sofa. He admitted to having given up. He presented himself in a manner of resigned acceptance. He had not spoken falsely. Riolu, Shiny Curlia, and the bloodthirsty dragon. Which of these 3 was easy to care for? Forget about starving them. Even feeding them low-tier energy cubes left Ye Lin feeling guilty, fearing he might undermine their genetic advantages. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty dragon alone constituted the bulk of his expenses. Its food was measured by the ton, and it could not be fed with any additives. Only pure, natural ingredients would suffice. And natural ingredients were, of course, even more costly. The costs associated with labor, vacuum packaging, and logistics piled up astronomically. Who could bear such a burden? Even with his earning rate, he felt overwhelmed. This confession resonated with a profound sense of sorrow, evoking empathy in those who heard it. Even Principal Yin felt a pang of sympathy. After calming his emotions, he joined in Ye Lin's lament. However, as he sighed, a sudden realization struck him. No, wait. He just awarded that young lad a 2 million bonus. Ye Lin pocketed the money, which is likely still warm. Yet here he is feigning poverty? This should have been the school's funds. He didn't even complain about being broke. And this fellow dares to start? This is truly insidious. He nearly got ensnared. At such a tender age, his ability to distort right and wrong is truly remarkable. Principal Yin's expression towards Ye Lin shifted significantly, imbued with deep meaning. He didn't feel like he was being schemed against. Rather, there was an inexplicable sense of novelty. Of course, don't assume he has any peculiar inclinations. This was simply the first time he encountered a young person capable of outwitting him. He had always been the one doing the deceiving. Being deceived was a novel experience. This lad, without uttering a single word about money, managed to convey that implication in every sentence. Such depth of character is indeed extraordinary. Undoubtedly, he will rise to prominence in the future, not to mention his inherent strength. Even if it were merely average, his eloquence alone would likely lead him to great success. After arriving at this realization, Principal Yin's mood stabilized instantly, and he gazed at Ye Lin with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Come on, what is it that you truly desire? He no longer beat around the bush, directly addressing the matter at hand. However, at that moment, he was unaware that his tone had shifted to one of familiarity and trust compared to when he first entered the office to face Ye Lin. Yet, the exceptionally perceptive Ye Lin did not overlook this change. A subtle smirk crept onto his lips as he chuckled softly. Principal, I find your safe quite appealing. Upon hearing this, Principal Yin immediately rolled his eyes skyward. You cheeky rascal, are you truly interested in my safe? I suspect you covet the contents inside. Ye Lin feigned ignorance, wearing an expression of indifference. Principal Yin shook his head, approached the safe, and suddenly let out a chuckle. He then entered the code. With a swipe, a blue and white medicinal patch appeared before him. Carefully extracting it, he gazed at it wistfully before resolutely turning back to hand it to Ye Lin on the sofa. Kid, don't let me down. Rest assured, Principal, I will attend class diligently and strive to be an outstanding graduate of Zhejiang Province. Principal Yin's smile remained wide at the first part, but with each subsequent word, his expression shifted. What does that mean? Is he not satisfied? Lifting his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with Ye Lin, who instantly beamed a harmless smile that, combined with his handsome features, was striking. Unfortunately, Principal Yin only found it infuriating. In that moment, he inexplicably understood the difficulties faced by those in debt. Ye Lin seemed like a sinister creditor, unwilling to relent until he had been thoroughly drained. He plopped down on the sofa, exasperated, waving his hand dismissively. Go on. Go on. The school will sponsor you with an additional 500,000 for pre-competition preparations. It will be transferred to that card shortly. Just don't let me see you for a while. Instantly, a triumphant smile crept across Ye Lin's lips. Knowing when to withdraw was crucial. The results of his extreme negotiations had already exceeded his initial goals. Turning away, he donned a serious expression. Principal, I will certainly strive to bring glory to our school in the New Star Cup and will not betray your trust today. His words were resolute, as if a righteous light shone down upon him. However, Principal Yin could not bear to look, waving his hand as if wishing to avoid conversation, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. With a click, as the door closed, the despair on Principal Yin's face faded, replaced by a faint smile that hinted at deep appreciation. He felt a strong premonition that Bai Sun could indeed have a brighter future under the guidance of this young man. At that moment, Principal Yin was unaware that his thoughts would soon manifest in the near future, and that the decision he made today would turn out to be the most correct of his life. On the WeChat platform, Jiaxing Academy's official website quietly issued an announcement. We sincerely apologize to Bai Sun Academy. We have lost the friendly exchange match, outmatched by our opponents. A mere sentence initially garnered little attention from netizens. After all, the Academy's official blue verification account typically had low engagement rates for posts. However, by sheer coincidence, an account named Campus Chronicles followed Jiaxing Academy and, upon refreshing the homepage, stumbled upon this announcement, immediately piquing their interest. For reasons unknown, the official account of Jiaxing, despite using no superfluous words, exuded an air of resentment. An investigation was promptly initiated. Before long, the enmity between Jiaxing and Bai Sun came to light, with the most captivating aspect being the two recent, overwhelming matches. The focus was on the recent rising star of Ninghong, Ye Lin, and one of the favored genius competitors of the Ninghong New Star Cup, PMO. Goodness, what a major scoop. The marketing account operator could hardly contain their excitement, their face flushed. After editing some copy, they swiftly uploaded the compiled video to WeChat, titling it with a sensational headline. Shocking. Jiaxing's long-standing reputation is utterly defeated by a single individual. The Campus Chronicles account boasted over 500,000 followers, all of whom were college students. As soon as the video was released, a number of perplexed students clicked on it, and upon the video's first frame, they froze before the screen. What on earth is this? The video's creator wasted no time in giving viewers a chance to react, starting with a bombshell. The blood-red flying dragon violently suppressed, crushing the black Lu Jia into the ground of the training platform. Its crimson figure resembled a deity of chaos. At that moment, a girl in front of the screen let out a startled scream. Even the boys recoiled in shock, clutching their wildly beating hearts. But that was not the end of it. Next came the second bombshell. This was an explosion that truly shook the very ground of the playground. And amidst that chaos, a breathtakingly beautiful blue-haired Ye Lin emerged. Chapter 65. Am I merely a number in this world? How could this be? The unexpected appearance of a stunning blue-haired Ye Lin left Shen Xiong dumbfounded before the screen. That unprecedented explosion was caused by Ye Lin? If he hadn't watched the video description, he would have assumed such destruction stemmed from a Quasi-Kings tournament. Yet, the title clearly stated that this was a friendly exchange match between two universities in Ninghong, by Sun and Jiaxing. What the hell? Are you telling me this is a friendly exchange? Shen Xiong could scarcely recognize those words anymore. He even began to doubt himself. After all, as an ordinary college student, he was acutely aware of both his own and his classmates' abilities. Shen Xiong considered himself a member of the school team. Even if he wasn't a genius, he certainly didn't fade into obscurity. Yet, his strength was worlds apart from what he witnessed in the video. Have college students truly descended to such levels of competition? Is there no place for others to exist? In disbelief, he rewound to the beginning, as the footage showed the blood-red flying dragon's overwhelming kick. Even having seen it once, he couldn't help but clutch his wildly racing heart, desperately inhaling deeply. When the video reached its conclusion once again, the shock in his heart lingered long after. He hurriedly grabbed a cup of water that had long gone cold, downing a generous gulp. His emotions finally calmed somewhat, and his thoughts returned. In the first instance, Shen Xiong slammed the water cup onto the table, exclaiming in shock, "Who on earth is this person?" His fingers trembled as he clicked into the comments section, his eyes half open, not daring to look too long, fearful that he might be the only one astonished. However, upon glancing, he was immensely reassured. It seemed he was still quite normal. At this moment, the sensational video with a provocative title has garnered over 10,000 likes, shares, and comments. Many viewers initially clicked on it with the intention of ridiculing clickbait headlines. However, upon viewing the video in its entirety, they were instantly jolted, their hearts racing in disbelief. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. I thought it was mere clickbait. It seems my perspective was limited. My heavens, what sort of celestial being is this? Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch this video. Upon seeing the blood-red dragonite, I leapt up from my bed as a chikorita emerged from the explosion. In my excitement, I performed a standing long jump that sent my bed crashing. Are you alright up there, brother? Don't even mention it. My mother is contemplating whether to toss me and the collapsed bed out together. By Sun. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Of course it does. This is the illustrious alma mater of Ye Lin, which made waves in the silent abyss yesterday. It's him again. He's the same age as me. I always knew I was just a filler in this world. I only wish to inquire one thing. Is this a friendly exchange competition? As it turns out, it indeed was a friendly exchange competition, and the victor was a newcomer who had only just entered the academy this year. Surprisingly, the content of the video was even more astonishing than the title itself, leaving countless viewers utterly speechless. While the Dragonite's debut in the Silent Abyss provided a fleeting first impression of Ye Lin to the netizens of Zhejiang province, this time, the name along with the video ignited an absolute wildfire. On the local trending list, Ye Lin dominated the top 3 spots. Countless viewers, including those from Ningbo and Hangzhou, flocked to witness the spectacle, nearly overwhelming the city's servers. In Zhejiang, Ye Lin truly began to make a name for himself. As more and more people watched the video, authoritative figures gradually weighed in with their opinions on social media. A renowned martial arts academy owner, who had published essential courses for combat trainers, commented upon sharing, decisive and straightforward, "This is the fighting style I observed in the video. Ye Lin has perfected the execution of this lethal tactic on the battlefield. He is an undeniable monarch. I have glimpsed the rise of a new star." Old-timers, if you continue to languish in complacency, you will inevitably be surpassed by prodigies like Ye Lin. When will you awaken? In his concluding remarks, the distinguished academy owner expressed palpable concern. This indeed reflects the current state of affairs in Country A, an alarming generational gap. The trainers from Master Bai's generation produced numerous champions, serving as the spiritual backbone of the entire nation. However, they have aged, only emerging during critical moments, such as the contest for the rights to the Abyss. Otherwise, other nations would not remain idle. The next generation consists of middle-aged trainers like the poster himself, many of whom are content with their current achievements, unwilling to risk life and limb in the abyss for fear of never returning. Consequently, most middle-aged trainers have plateaued at the 6th tier, the pinnacle of their abilities, retreating into stagnation. The poster recognized this predicament and used Ye Lin as a catalyst, hoping to inspire them to rally. It remains uncertain how many individuals will ponder the words of this influential figure, but his actions undoubtedly added fuel to Ye Lin's burgeoning popularity, igniting an even greater fervor. Thus, it was not solely Ye Lin who garnered attention. The two Pokémon featured in the video also sparked extensive discussion and intrigue. The colors of the Dragonite and Chikorita became focal points of debate. Yet, if the discussions remained merely among curious netizens, the video might only have briefly dominated the local trending list. The true catalyst for an online explosion was the official account of the Magic City Research Institute. We have retrieved all videos featuring Chikorita and conducted a professional analysis. We can confirm that both of Ye Lin's Pokémon, the Blood-Red Dragonite and the Blue-Haired Chikorita, are indeed true variant Pokémon. They are pinnacle evolutionists within their species. Boom. Like a nuclear bomb detonating, the tranquil internet was instantly enveloped in a colossal mushroom cloud. The comments beneath the Magic City Research Institute's post erupted. What on earth are you saying? The Blood-Red Dragonite is one thing. But are you telling me the Chikorita is also a variant? Since when did we have so many variants, all under the command of a rookie trainer? I'm dumbfounded. Goodness. This kid must be cheating. Even luckier trainers don't have this much luck. I can't even articulate my thoughts. Shock. Oh, exaggeration. Countless individuals felt their scalps prickle, their minds momentarily paralyzed. The Dragonite and Chikorita, regardless of whether they are considered variants or not, are revered by countless trainers, cherished to their very core. Chapter 66. The Magic City Research Institute. I raise a banner for Brother Yi. The Dragonite and Chikorita, even in their standard forms, are esteemed by innumerable trainers, treasured to the bone. Yet now, to claim they are variants? Wouldn't that imply that their future achievements far exceed the stages these two Pokémon could typically attain? The Dragonite is on the verge of divinity. What could surpass its accomplishments, if not the threshold of a quasi-king? Many netizens shook their heads, unwilling to contemplate further. It was simply too terrifying. Such talent, such potential, was unheard of and unseen. At the Magic City Research Institute, a massive screen displayed the blood-red Dragonite and the shimmering Chikorita prominently. Streams of analytical data flowed across the screen, leaving no trace behind. Below, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats gathered closely. At the center of the crowd, Director Wang of the Institute gazed intently at the two figures on the screen, his penetrating gaze unwavering. Even at this moment, his emotions remained unsteady, excitement coursing through him. The Magic City Research Institute is vast, and though he is the director, he only oversees a specific category, variant Pokémon. It is evident how unconventional and niche this research topic is. Thus, Director Wang's position at the Institute is rather precarious. He stands neither here nor there, with researchers working on more popular topics often holding higher status than him. Consequently, the atmosphere within his research group has always been rather bleak. However, upon an unintentional click by one of his subordinates from Ningbo on the local trending list, the situation took an unexpected turn. Variant Pokémon, and two of them. Moreover, ones that had never been seen before. Whether it be Chikorita or Dragonite, there has been no historical record of variant Pokémon on Blue Star. At first, Director Wang suspected foul play, believing it to be a collaborative video. However, upon analyzing the footage with professional instruments, he was left astounded. This was authentic. Not a single frame was a composite. With excitement bubbling within him, Director Wang eagerly led his team of researchers to conduct a magnified comparison, scrutinizing each frame. The final results nearly brought him to tears. They were indeed apex evolutionary variants, dominant Pokémon. Director Wang understood that, from this moment forth, his research topic would no longer be obscure. As long as this trainer, named Ye Lin, continued to compete in major tournaments, the Dragonite and Chikorita would consistently make appearances. The era of variant Pokémon was truly on the horizon. This represented a groundbreaking testament to the evolution of Pokémon classification. It would undoubtedly trigger seismic shifts within the scientific community. Director Wong sincerely hoped that Ye Lin would journey further. While previous variant Pokémon had garnered attention, they were limited to a select few, and those capable of guiding variants to the end were even rarer. Thus, the plight of variants remained quite peculiar. Despite having received certification and being aware of their prowess among their kin, many trainers did not respond with joy upon encountering exotic Pokémon. Instead, they felt a sense of trepidation. This was largely due to the scarcity of such unique creatures. Even among the elite trainers, those possessing exotic Pokémon were fewer than 1%. Trainers on Blue Star often held an unwavering admiration for the elite, primarily idolizing their Pokémon. The limited number of exotic specimens contributed to the peculiar situation at hand. Research institutions would conduct studies but were reluctant to allocate substantial funding, resources, or manpower. However, the emergence of Ye Lin changed everything. The likes of Dragonite and Chandelure were widely recognized popular Pokémon, and their exotic variants showcased extraordinary abilities in videos, far surpassing the expected standards for their stage. Director Wong understood that in the future, once Ye Lin fully demonstrated the superiority of exotic Pokémon, the prior neglect of such creatures would be entirely eradicated. Witnessing their battles would likely leave him in a state of ecstatic faintness. As Director Wong contemplated how to arrange a meeting with Ye Lin, the fervor surrounding the entire affair had already escalated to an astonishing level in Ninghang and even across Zhejiang province. The registration list for the New Star Cup was released at this opportune moment. Whether it was a promotional strategy from Ninghang or not, Ye Lin's name shone brightly at the top, resplendent and undeniable. The comments section erupted with a flurry of enthusiastic reactions. Is this Ye Lin the same Ye Lin from school? What else could it be? I'm so excited. Our Ye Gu is finally going to rise to fame. The person above clearly hails from Baisun. Jiaxing hasn't dared to show their face for a long time. I proudly wave the banner for Ye Gu. Who dares to oppose him? Enemies abound. Yet I stand as his schoolmate and banner bearer. You're so out of touch, it's painful. We need to arrange a pre-competition interview for the New Star Cup. I want to see my Ye Gu's stunning visage. Wow, has Ye Lin amassed so many fans already? Zhenping awkwardly held his phone, oblivious to the fact that the seemingly composed Ye Lin across from him was feeling even more embarrassed. He wondered how these netizens concocted such cheesy lines and rallied for him, feeling genuinely humiliated. Zhenping hastily set his phone aside, cleared his throat, and returned to the matter at hand. Ye Lin, according to our tests, at the very last moment before your departure, precisely 1 second before the sealing of the Silent Realm, there was a fluctuation indicating the presence of a divine beast. Divine beast? Ye Lin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. It was the first time he had heard news of divine beasts since arriving on Blue Star. How could he not be thrilled? After all, every Pokémon enthusiast in his previous life harbored dreams of assembling a team of divine beasts, and he was no exception. Yet upon arriving in Blue Star, he discovered that the Pokémon here were exceptionally formidable, and divine beasts existed only in legends. This dream had been buried deep within his heart. But in this moment, under the words of the Dragon Master Zhenping, that tiny sprout began to re-emerge. It stirred restlessly. He couldn't help but recall the crimson orb he had casually seized just before the collapse of the Silent Realm, further affirming the divine identity of the Silent Realm-esque creature, the Earth Lord, Groudon. Gulp. Ye Lin couldn't suppress a swallow as his heart raced. Who wouldn't desire a non-flying Groudon? However, he also understood that with his current strength, attempting to capture Groudon would be akin to chasing a pipe dream. Ye Lin quickly regained his composure and promised Zhenping that he would keep this matter confidential. At present, aside from himself and the 5-member team, no one outside was aware of the collapse of the Silent Realm. The Alliance had already secretly initiated further investigations. After Zhenping finished speaking, he prepared to take his leave, casting a deep glance at Ye Lin and wishing him success in the New Star Cup. Thank you. After Zhenping departed, Ye Lin stepped outside to find Jiang Chun and Wei Kai waiting for him, both holding the successfully produced energy sweetener. Chapter 67. The Elite Nightmare of the Alliance Ninghang Division. The energy sweetener had indeed been successfully produced. A flicker of surprise flashed across Ye Lin's eyes. He had initially thought that with the collapse of the Silent Realm, the energy sweetener would be lost forever. To his astonishment, they had managed to produce it before leaving. It was worth noting that now, with the Silent Realm sealed off, the raw materials for the energy sweetener had become even scarcer. One could foresee that the once highly sought-after desserts would see their prices soar dramatically. As Ye Lin approached the two, he overheard Wei Kai lamenting to Jiang Chun. Crepes are way too expensive now. I just inquired at a dessert shop, and they VE skyrocketed to 10,000 each. Is this dessert or gold? Your brother is so impressive. Your family shouldn't be lacking in this regard, Jiangchen retorted. But we can't treat crepes as snacks anymore. My Raichu used to love them, but now we can only indulge every 3 days at most. Upon noticing Ye Lin's arrival, Jiangchen swallowed his torrent of complaints and promptly greeted, Ye go. Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback by the address, but quickly accepted it. In Blue Star, strength commanded respect. Although he was younger than the two, the principle of meritocracy prevailed, and their address was a sign of respect. Nonetheless, their conversation prompted Ye Lin to reflect. He had not realized desserts had become so exorbitant. The reason these crepes, candied fruits, and egg tarts fetched such elevated prices was due to the inclusion of energy sweeteners. Their function was to induce a sense of happiness and satisfaction in Pokémon while restoring 20 stamina. Ye Lin recalled the contents of the intermediate breeding manual, and an idea began to form in his mind. What would happen if energy sweeteners were added to the energy cubes sold? After receiving the sweetener, the two requested his contact information and then departed. Ye Lin resolved to head to Luo Hao's breeding house, but upon remembering that his trainer level had yet to be verified, he decided to stop by the Alliance Ninghang division to register for a level assessment. Within the city, a flight permit was required for flying Pokémon. Ye Lin hailed a car, and 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Alliance Ninghang division. Before him loomed a towering black steel edifice, imposing and grand. This structure exuded an air of solemnity and gravity, and just a glance was enough to instill a profound sense of pressure. Yet, strikingly, the nearby Pokémon Center was white, situated merely a dozen meters away. The stark contrast of black and white created a vivid dichotomy. The white Pokémon Center boasted an entirely different architectural style, resembling a magnificent hall that inspired yearning. Its exterior was entwined with vines, adorned with the unique Sangwon flower of Ninghang, sprinkled with blue and white accents, creating a harmonious aesthetic. In contrast, the Alliance's imposing tower radiated authority and trustworthiness. Taking a deep breath as he alighted from the vehicle, Ye Lin gazed at the towering structure before him and stepped inside. As he entered through the revolving door, he was greeted by the sight of orderly staff and trainers of varying expressions adorned with badges of different ranks. Ye Lin took a number and seated himself to wait. Number 13. After verifying his number, Ye Lin stood and approached the counter to sit down. Hello, how may I assist you? A kindly-faced receptionist inquired warmly. I would like to verify my level. Certainly, please fill out this form. Beneath the glass recess, an information form was handed over, encompassing details such as name, identification number, current rank, the total number of Pokémon, their respective levels, and a myriad of other inquiries. Ye Lin procured a pen from the counter and commenced to fill it out. As the particulars unfolded under Ye Lin's pen, the smile of the counter attendant visibly faltered, her eyes flashing with incredulity as she regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. This was without even registering his Charizard. After all, for a novice trainer to leap to the elite level was already daunting. Should he ascend directly to the gym leader tier, it would undoubtedly make headlines. Ye Lin was acutely aware that he had garnered enough attention recently and wished to avoid being thrust into the limelight. Although those who were privy to his possession of a Charizard were aware, it was still not equivalent to official recognition. He had no desire to flaunt a gym leader badge in public. Being elite could still be construed as a prodigy, but the gym leader status would be akin to a glaring beacon. It would be nearly impossible for others to overlook him. Not to mention, it could attract the attention of poaching syndicates and dark organizations. While he did not fear trouble, he was reluctant to court it. Upon reviewing the information form, the counter attendant's expression had grown exceedingly rigid, her smile now appearing strained. In a state of urgency, she pressed the call bell. What is it? Came a commanding voice through her earpiece. Upon hearing this voice, she exhaled with relief and cautiously relayed Ye Lin's information. The individual on the other end seemed to deliberate for a moment before responding. Bring him up. Understood, Gym Leader Xiao, she replied, disconnecting the call. She then emerged from behind the counter and approached Ye Lin, bowing slightly. Please follow me. Ye Lin nodded and accompanied her into the elevator. He observed her press the button for the third floor. With a chime, the elevator doors slid apart, and an uproarious cacophony of voices greeted him. The moment Ye Lin stepped out, the chatter momentarily ceased, only to resume as the crowd diverted their gaze and continued discussing their previous topic. Nevertheless, Ye Lin could still sense several discreet glances assessing him. Queen Xiao is the examiner for this elite ranking assessment. I fear for my chances. Who wouldn't? Another replied. Had I known she would be here today, I would have come earlier to better prepare. Now I regret it deeply. You're not alone in your regrets. Look at that guy. He's banging his head against the wall. Ye Lin turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a man in anguish, repeatedly colliding his head against a wall until staff intervened, revealing an expression of utter despair. Is it truly that terrifying? Ye Lin murmured incredulously, only to find that the distressed man had overheard him. He cast a glance at Ye Lin, noting his youth, and immediately began to explain with a furrowed brow. This is the elite-level nightmare from Ninghong. Word is spread all the way to Zhejiang province. How could one not be apprehensive? Others nearby chimed in with similar sentiments, voicing their fears about failing and the prospect of having to wait a month for a retake, jeopardizing their stipends. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention to a fainting Ariados on the floor. Opposite it stood a coolly composed woman in leather boots, who raised her gaze slightly, as if scanning the room, before flatly declaring, "Next." Shortly thereafter, a dejected trainer emerged from the door, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. Consequently, the already gloomy atmosphere in the waiting hall grew even more desperate. Chapter 68. Ranking Assessment, Queen Zhao's Instant Defeat. Ye Lin stroked his chin, deep in thought. But just as he was about to take a seat, the screen illuminated with the image of the front desk attendant. She appeared to say something, prompting gym leader Xiao to exhibit a contemplative expression as she offered a brief instruction to the attendant. Soon after, a voice resonated through the hall's speakers. Entrant number 13. Please proceed. A wave of curiosity swept through the crowd as they turned to identify the next unfortunate soul, only to witness Ye Lin rising and stepping into the examination room. The other trainers were momentarily stunned. Wait, didn't he just arrive? Can one really bypass the line? He isn't some high-ranking official's child, is he? The notion of a fast track was unheard of. Was the league truly so degenerate? It was disheartening. PSH. Just a pretty boy. He'll probably be tossed out shortly. Don't be hasty. Who would dare doubt Queen Xiao? Indeed. She is merely a step away from becoming a champion, and the examiners are seasoned veterans. The elite-level nightmare is no trifling matter. This kid likely won't last even a single round. The crowd erupted into mockery, with even the headbanging man feeling as though his earnestness had been wasted. The examination room was unexpectedly vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Even more daunting were the omnipresent cameras, alongside various environmental setups. You are the contestant for this assessment? Xiao Xiao was the first to break the silence, emerging from the shadows. With a click, the lights of the three-tiered arena illuminated, revealing all combat fields in their entirety. Indeed, Ye Lin replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Xiao Xiao regarded him thoughtfully before suddenly asking, have you considered your options? The ranking assessment is no trivial affair. There is only one opportunity to leap a rank. To jump from novice to elite carries a significant risk of failure. Should you lose to me, you will have to start anew from the novice level, with no chances of further advancement. Her words carried a weight of earnestness. For the ranking assessment was a singular event, not a best-of-3 format. The outcome would be determined in one decisive moment, devoid of any opportunity for retraction. I understand. Let us begin. Ye Lin offered no further words, his demeanor nonchalant, as if he were the examiner himself, while Queen Xiao seemed to transform into the subject of evaluation. It could only be said that the aura one exudes is elusive and profound. For the first time, Queen Xiao found herself somewhat overshadowed in presence. A flicker of intrigue igniting within her. Recognizing that Ye Lin would not be swayed, she ceased her attempts at persuasion. With a graceful flick of her slender, fair hand, she snapped her fingers. In an instant, the tiles beneath the battlefield parted, revealing a lush expanse of verdant grass. Willows and camphor trees sprang up on either side, manifesting a grass-type arena. On the other side, the trainers who had previously scoffed at Ye Lin were rendered speechless upon hearing the exchange. Did I just mishear that? Surely not. Queen Xiao just said he aims to leap from novice to elite? Goodness, he's a formidable contender. No wonder he moved through so swiftly. I can finally comprehend. The spectators' opinions of Ye Lin began to shift. However, few held optimism. A leap in rank? Is that merely a fanciful notion? Let alone a leap. Even advancing by a single level is a monumental challenge. The only tiers available are novice and ordinary, while the ascent may be rapid at first. Once reaching the latter stages of the ordinary tier, crossing 2 levels in one go is nearly insurmountable, not to mention jumping directly from novice to elite, which spans a staggering 7 ranks. It's utterly outrageous. Absurd. It was the collective sentiment of all the trainers in the waiting hall. Simultaneously, on the large screen, Ye Lin and Xiao Xiao unleashed their pokeballs. As the radiant light dissipated, a toad-like figure emerged onto the lush battlefield. It was none other than Bulbasaur. However, upon viewing its displayed level, Ye Lin's lips curled into a confident smile. This battle was assuredly his victory. The waiting hall was suddenly filled with exclamations of astonishment. Bulbasaur evolved into Ivysaur, one of the 3 starters. Moreover, this time, they had randomly drawn a grass-type arena. Many trainers could hardly bear to watch any longer. This was an absolute rout. However, on the battlefield, a flicker of seriousness passed through Xiao Zhao's eyes as she gazed upon Riolu. This Riolu was no ordinary creature. The moment she laid eyes on it, she reached a conclusion. After all, one could gauge a Pokémon's prowess not only through its battle performance, but also by its appearance. This Riolu was evidently well-bred, with sleek and shiny fur, piercing eyes, and a robust physique, definitely not to be underestimated. A sense of alarm gripped her heart. She instinctively bit her lip. Just then, the machine in the assessment room announced, "Ranking begins." As soon as the words left the speaker, Xiao Xiao, no longer underestimating Ye Lin, decided to seize the initiative and commanded, "Ivysaur, Leaf Blade." In a flash, Ivysaur shook its body, and 4 dark leaves wrapped around pink buds sprang forth from its back, transforming in midair into countless razor-sharp green leaves. In the next moment, like the sharpest of daggers, they shot towards the opponent. The onlookers in the waiting hall clenched their fists. The Queen Zhao's reputation was well-deserved. Some cheered, while others began to worry for Ye Lin, as they all shared the same predicament. Some trainers even hoped to witness a miracle. Yet deep down, they knew the likelihood was minuscule. From the moment Queen Xiao launched her attack, it was clear she held nothing back, unleashing a powerful move right from the start. But the next second, they were taken aback. Before the myriad of leaf blades could close in, Riolu vanished from sight, leaving behind only a fleeting blue-black shadow. Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of ferocity appearing on her otherwise cold features. "Use Vine Whip." Upon hearing this, Ivysaur's expression grew serious as the dark leaves behind it reformed, swiftly elongating into a flailing green whip. It raised high, striking down with a terrifying force towards the oncoming Riolu. The speed of Riolu was nothing short of extraordinary, creating an audible sonic boom. To everyone's astonishment, Riolu, undeterred by the impending Vine Whip, leaped high into the air to meet it head-on. In the next moment, it managed to grasp the vine with its hand, much to Xiao Zhao's shock. Before she could react, Riolu's body trembled, and with overwhelming force, it yanked Ivysaur from the ground, leaving Ivysaur completely unprepared as it was hurled towards Riolu. "Quick, use Vine Whip for protection." Ivysaur hastily wrapped itself with several vines, barely forming a defensive barrier. But just then, Ye Lin spoke. Double return. The force of the Vine Whip it had just endured, combined with its own strength, created a powerful double effect. A dazzling white light erupted from Riolu's fist, accompanied by faint crackling sounds of electricity. In the next moment, the 2 Pokémon collided. Boom! The ground caved in, debris flying, and a cloud of dust erupted. Outside the large screen, countless trainers could not help but rise to their feet. At that moment, they forgot their roles as assessors, utterly swept away by the thrilling battle. Expressions of shock adorned their faces. Riolu's strength exceeded their wildest imaginations. They could no longer comprehend this battle. All previous certainties had been shattered. Finally, as the dust settled in the assessment room, everyone outside widened their eyes in disbelief, the hall falling into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing amplified in the stillness. They beheld a multitude of fissures appearing in the battlefield, with a circular pit of 5 meters in radius at its center. At the bottom of the pit lay Ivysaur, unconscious with its eyes tightly shut. At the edge stood the proud Riolu, its posture upright, eyes shining with brilliance. It resembled an unyielding pine tree, inspiring admiration and reverence. All present in the waiting hall were stunned by this scene. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. Did this just end in victory? It was unclear who first broke the silence. But soon others began to emerge from their dazed states, still somewhat disoriented. Everything had happened too quickly. They could hardly prepare. It felt as if the blink of an eye had concluded the match. Was this truly an assessment? Adding it all up, including the Pokémon's entrance, it barely exceeded 3 minutes. Of course, they had seen brief assessments before, but typically it was the examiner annihilating the examiner. Yet now, this suddenly emerging contestant had obliterated the illustrious Queen Xiao. Surely this was not a jest? Dozens of trainers wore bewildered expressions. No, well, I could understand a win. But wasn't this a bit too swift? Indeed, was this some kind of game? Defeating the queen in an instant. Was this something I could witness without payment? Goodness gracious. This was more shocking than Boran. I felt utterly dumbfounded. This was my idol. As their excitement mounted, they finally regained their composure. each person more exhilarated than the last. For they all understood that at this moment, the legend of the elite nightmare had been shattered. And in such a brutally overwhelming manner, it was simply outrageous. Prior to witnessing this, if anyone had approached them claiming that Queen Xiao would be defeated in seconds by a contestant, they would have burst into laughter and mocked the assertion. But now, witnessing it unfold before their very eyes, they realized just how astonishing it was. Goodness, I'm covered in goosebumps. Me too. I'm so thrilled my hands are shaking. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the waiting room, resounding throughout the hall. I remember now. He is Ye Lin. A boy in the back excitedly flailed his arms, pointing at the large screen and shouting. Seeing the confusion on some faces, he nearly jabbed his finger at the screen. That's the one who entered the silent void, turning the tide against the dragon, annihilating the entire Nuola clan, Ye Lin. Suddenly, half the people in the hall displayed expressions of dawning realization. Meanwhile, a smaller group, spurred on by others urging them to check the trending topics, finally lost their composure upon seeing the friendship match between Bai Sun and Jia Xing. It turned out, a master had been right beside me. This was the biggest dark horse in the recent Ning Hang headlines. They had only seen him online, feeling too distant to recognize him immediately. But once someone pointed it out, the veil of obscurity was lifted in an instant. The trainer's emotions surged like a pressure cooker reaching its boiling point, erupting into a frenzy. Shouts cascaded one after another, the sound waves rising higher and higher, breaking through the soundproof assessment room. Inside, upon hearing the uproar from outside, Xiao Xiao struggled to regain her composure. She fell into a daze. For the first time, astonishment appeared on her cold face. A myriad of emotions surged within her, only to be suppressed once more. She gazed at Ye Lin with a complex expression, unconsciously biting her lower lip. She was at a loss on how to assess him. Ye Lin was simply exceptional, in every conceivable aspect. Her Ivysaur was certainly not the strongest Pokémon, but this was an elite-level assessment, and Ivysaur was among the top contenders. If she were to deploy a gym leader-level Pokémon, it would be deemed unfair. Yet it seemed that against a genius like Ye Lin, playing fair was simply not an option for victory. But therein lay the dilemma. How was she to determine his rank? Her Bulbasaur is of elite rank 4, effortlessly dispatching a Riolu. This attests to its true strength, which is at least rank 5. Perhaps it is merely a step away from the gym leader level. After much contemplation, Xiao Xiao finally spoke. In this ranking assessment, you have passed at elite rank 5. Just as she began to elaborate, Ye Lin interjected. Examiner, I am at rank 3, correct? Ah, yes, you are indeed at rank 3. Xiao Xiao initially appeared perplexed, but upon noticing Ye Lin's subtle signals, she understood, casting a discreet glance at the camera. It seemed he intended to downplay his abilities. She was aware of this and chose not to be overly rigid. Considering the upcoming Rising Star Cup in Ninghong, she found some understanding. Even as Ye Lin exited the assessment room, Xiao Xiao continued to observe his retreating figure, lost in her thoughts. Upon emerging, dozens of trainers in the waiting hall immediately surged forward, surrounding Ye Lin as if he were an idol, their faces flushed with excitement. Ye Lin, could you please sign an autograph for me? Ye Lin, are you also participating in this Rising Star Cup? Could you do a live stream for us to learn some training techniques? The cacophony of voices nearly overwhelmed him. Sensing the situation escalating, he glanced at the elevator, still stationed at the 21st floor, and realized he had some time to spare. Ye Lin decisively maneuvered through the crowd, slipping into the safety passage. Trainers on the 3rd floor, witnessing the commotion, were about to pursue him when the announcement echoed once more, calling in the next participant. The group exchanged glances, resigned to halt their pursuit with a collective sigh. Meanwhile, Ye Lin sighed in relief, grateful that the assessment floor was not too high. However, just as he turned the corner of the staircase, he was met with a clamor far louder and more chaotic than that of the 3rd floor, likely comprising at least 100 individuals. Ye Lin, disinterested in the unfolding spectacle, was ready to descend without engaging. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Ding. A semi-legendary Sloth King detected 17 meters southeast at the corner of the staircase. At that moment, Ye Lin halted. A Sloth King? He was quite familiar with that creature. Chapter 70. The ultimate slacker representative, the embodiment of apathy. This creature was indeed well known. The quintessential representation of lethargy in the Pokémon world. With a Sloth King present, the lackadaisical demeanor of ordinary Pokémon appeared trivial in comparison. What? You claim you are already lazy enough, refusing to attend class or complete assignments. But can you manage to sleep over 20 hours a day, only consuming a few bites of food due to your unwillingness to move? Can you endure a battle where your opponent relentlessly attacks, knowing you could win, yet choosing instead to take hits the entire time simply out of laziness? In this regard, the Sloth King is truly unparalleled. Yet, ironically, its ultimate evolutionary form, the Sloth King, possesses an astonishingly formidable physique. This leaves trainers feeling quite helpless. For even if one possesses a Sloth King, most trainers do not feel joy or contentment. Instead, they become increasingly anxious. After all, no one knows whether their ancestral Pokémon might, in the heat of battle, simply choose to slouch instead. Thus, even Ye Lin couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest upon hearing that name. Of course, this interest was primarily for the amusement it provided. Nevertheless, for a semi-divine Sloth King, Ye Lin was willing to invest a bit more attention. With a click, he opened the door to the second-floor staircase. The previously indistinct murmurs suddenly became crystal clear. Look, that person has started again. The inherent laziness of the Sloth King indeed poses a hellish beginning for novice trainers. But must they be subjected to daily humiliation? I can't listen to any more of that. They are just picking on the Sloth King for being lazy. The Sloth King is indeed quite pitiful, but who could maintain their temper in such circumstances? It has failed the ordinary rank assessment 10 times. Simply because the Sloth King was asleep at critical moments. Why do I feel like the Sloth King is retaliating against its trainer? I've heard of the Sloth King's laziness, but this level of lethargy is unprecedented. Shoo, look, it has started again. Intrigued by the commotion, Ye Lin approached the second-floor ordinary rank assessment hall, which had amassed over 100 individuals. They were gathered in the southeast corner, eager to witness the spectacle. Following their gaze, he spotted a young man in a black vest, with a Dragonite tattoo on his exposed arm, standing over the Sloth King, cursing at it. You are utterly useless. I should never have taken you in. You are nothing but a waste of resources. Get lost. With that, he pivoted his foot and kicked the Sloth King, which crashed against the iron wall of the hall with a resounding thud. The sound of bone colliding was so loud it made the trainers present wince in discomfort. Some averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight, while others remained expressionless, indifferent. The league has strict regulations against Pokémon abuse, yet such occurrences are far from eradicated. Once trainers capture a Pokémon, it is perceived by the public as their property. Despite any intentions to intervene, they are often silenced by a dismissive retort from the owner. What business is it of yours? Those who attempt to stop such behavior find themselves at a loss for words, unable to counter the argument. With each incident, the number of bystanders willing to take a stand diminishes. Consequently, in recent years, instances of Pokémon abuse have surged. As long as it does not reach the point of bloodshed or dismemberment, very few actually intervene. This alarming trend persists even within the league's assessment hall, where such acts of cruelty can be witnessed openly. To everyone's surprise, the tattooed man, still unsatisfied, observed the Sloth King remaining motionless, its eyes dimming further. And he approached it again. In the next moment, he raised his left foot high, a menacing expression crossing his face, a grotesque smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Die! As his words fell, he aimed to stomp down on the Sloth King's head. Stop! A chilling male voice rang out. The tattooed man, undeterred, continued his descent, showing no signs of slowing. The last glimmer of light faded from the Sloth King's eyes. Yet, at that moment, the tattooed man was startled to find that his foot could not descend, his expression freezing in shock. He turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, only to see a young man with a cold demeanor and piercing eyes approaching him, his gaze filled with malice. Huh, a pretty boy thinks he can interfere with me? The tattooed man scoffed, unwilling to relent. But Ye Lin had already positioned himself nearby. Perfectly nestled in the corner between two walls, the crowd gathered behind them, rendering the surveillance unseen. Ye Lin's eyes shifted, dark pupils locking onto the man as if peering into an unfathomable abyss, sending a chill down his spine. The tattooed man, taken aback by the sudden intensity, momentarily lost his composure. In that fleeting second, Ye Lin's fingers, hidden within his sleeve, moved ever so slightly. Instantly, the tattooed man was sent sprawling to the ground, crashing down with a resounding thud. To the bystanders, it merely appeared that he had lost his balance and fallen. Damn it! The man scrambled to his feet, cursing under his breath. With narrowed eyes, Ye Lin swiftly slid his left foot back, his body uncontrollably tilting backward. Thud! This time, the back of his head met the ground, leaving the tattooed man dazed and unable to rise, a large bump forming at the back of his skull. Misfortune seldom arrives alone. With great difficulty, he shook his head and sat up, feeling a persistent buzzing in his skull, as if 1,000 bees were buzzing chaotically around his ears. He had yet to fully regain his senses when he felt a dampness in his nostrils. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it and discovered his hands smeared with warm, sticky blood. Damn, this is truly absurd. A burst of laughter erupted from the onlookers, unable to contain their amusement. Even the sloth-like old man beside him slightly turned his head, revealing a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Ye Lin's eyes sparkled. In an instant, the detailed information about the sloth-like old man materialized in his mind. Spirit, sloth old man. Personality, fond of sleeping. Prefers to remain in one place. Strength, ordinary level 4, on the brink of evolution, prone to drowsiness. Traits, lazy, can only use a move every 2 turns. Can utilize charging moves, but will be unable to act in the next turn due to laziness after charging. Attribute, normal. Skills, scratch, sleep, instant amnesia, desire, headbutt. Double return, true chi fist, water pulse, prank, ice beam, thunderwave. Talent potential, semi-demigod level 7, has the potential to break through. Affection level, 50, 100, enhanced by the inherent affinity of a spirit friend. Remarks, a rare spirit adept in various attribute skills. With cultivation, it can develop towards an all-attribute direction, with the potential to break through to the demigod level. Due to being on the edge of evolution, it is prone to falling into deep slumber. Chapter 71, Layered Pressures, Fire Fuels Flames. Remarks, a rare spirit adept in various attribute skills. With cultivation, it can develop towards an all-attribute direction, with the potential to break through to the demigod level. Due to being on the edge of evolution, it is prone to falling into deep slumber. P.S. If it changes its trait, it will become your most powerful partner. Ye Lin's spirit sword. He had initially thought that the sloth old man, with its semi-divine qualifications, was exceptional enough, but who would have imagined that it also excelled in various attributes? Its skills encompassed electric, psychic, fairy, water, and ice types. The remarks indicated that it could be cultivated towards an all-attribute direction. If this could truly be achieved, the future accomplishments would be unimaginably formidable. After all, among all spirits, only Mew and Arceus could be deemed all-attribute. The former is the progenitor of spirits, a super mythical beast. The latter is the creator deity, standing atop the pinnacle of spirits, at the apex of the divine beast hierarchy. Any one of them could incite a seismic upheaval in Country A, the Alliance, or even the world. Ye Lin's elation was palpable. Furthermore, he now understood the reason behind the sloth old man's lethargy. It was in the evolutionary stage, and its inherent laziness was exacerbated by its drowsiness, making it a physiological issue rather than a chosen behavior. Unfortunately, it had encountered a master who was woefully ignorant of all this, subjecting it to various forms of abuse that had reached a reprehensible level. Ye Lin noticed a line of red text that read, "If the current state of the sloth old man persists, its evolution will be directly thwarted. This cannot continue." Ye Lin frowned, his resolve solidifying. From the moment he had heard about the sloth old man, a thought had flickered in his mind. But upon realizing that it had an owner, he had repressed it. Until the abuse unfolded before his eyes, he finally made up his mind. The most crucial item in his plan was the trait-changing ointment he had acquired from Principal Yin. Initially, he had intended to use it to facilitate the transformation of a Dragonite, but at present, it was evident that the sloth old man needed it far more. Meanwhile, the tattooed man had finally managed to rise from the ground, his face flushed with anger. He glared venomously at Ye Lin, his eyes filled with malice. Although he was unaware of how he had fallen, he vaguely sensed that it had something to do with the pretty boy before him. In his heart, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ye Lin, gritting his teeth as he spat. "What exactly do you want?" Ye Lin's mind raced, yet his expression remained icy. Being slightly taller than the tattooed man, he looked down upon him, saying, "I want nothing, merely to propose a wager." As soon as he spoke, the others grew intrigued. Their curiosity piqued as they directed their attention towards Ye Lin. The tattooed man was no fool. His expression shifted to one of curiosity and suspicion as he rolled his eyes. "I won't take your bet. I still have to participate in the assessment. Get up, you worthless fool, and stop playing dead," he retorted, his tone menacing as he approached the sloth old man, evidently preparing to deliver another beating. The sloth old man, who had been rejuvenated by Ye Lin's intervention, saw his eyes dim again, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have resigned itself to despair. At that moment, the luxurious ball at Ye Lin's waist stirred unexpectedly. "Riolu?" He was momentarily taken aback as he gently touched the luxurious ball, attempting to soothe it. Suddenly, he recalled the initial encounter with Riolu, who had been in a pitiful state, limping and covered in marks of abuse. Whether it was from the dark organization or trainers like the tattooed man, it was clear that it had suffered at the hands of humans. It seemed that Riolu was triggered by painful memories. He quickly activated the bond of a spirit friend. The calming effect of a fully bonded spirit was exponentially enhanced. In an instant, the affinity energy, perceptible only to spirits, emanated from Ye Lin, causing the spirit ball containing Rolu to tremble slightly before finally settling down. Beside him, the sloth old man suddenly lifted its head, its gaze unmistakably locking onto Ye Lin from a meter away. It completely forgot about the impending punishment, fixated solely on him. For reasons unknown, the sloth old man felt an unprecedented warmth from this human, an irresistible urge to draw closer. In its eyes, a flicker of unrecognized reliance began to rise, as it pondered, "Why Iason, he my master?" Seeing this scene, the tattooed man erupted with fury, now standing directly before the sloth old man, his left hand raised high. Yet, a single phrase from Ye Lin halted his motion, his brow furrowing deeply. "You certainly can refuse, but you will not leave here today." "What do you mean?" The tattooed man turned back. Ye Lin casually gestured towards the ceiling, where the red light of a camera was blinking. The tattooed man seemed to grasp what Ye Lin was implying, fear flooding his eyes as he looked at him in disbelief. "There's already evidence here. I will wager my identity as a trainer to report you." "How does that sound?" His demeanor was relaxed, a devil-may-care smile playing on his lips. But to the tattooed man, it appeared utterly deranged. "Are you insane?" He widened his eyes, cursing in terror. Yet his hands began to tremble involuntarily. The reason he had felt so emboldened was due to exploiting loopholes in regulations, relying on the assumption that no one would sacrifice themselves to save another spirit. But who could have anticipated that he would encounter a madman today? The surrounding trainers were abuzz with astonishment. "Wow, this guy is truly formidable. Well done. This is how abusers should be dealt with." "No, it can't be. Sacrificing oneself for another's spirit? That's a losing proposition. Indeed, is it really necessary? Why take it so seriously? It's precisely because of people like you that abusers grow so brazen. Regardless, I support him. He is a true man." Voices of various opinions filled the air, some admiring, others incredulous, some confused, and others in awe. Gradually, the supportive voices began to drown out the doubts. In the end, someone even started to cheer and applaud. They had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the abuser, yet due to the constraints imposed by the Alliance regulations, anonymous reporting was not an option. Many, despite their discontent, refrained from stirring trouble. However, Ye Lin's actions ignited the fervor within these trainers' hearts. They were still young, not entirely desensitized to the prevalent issues in society. Even those who disagreed would refrain from voicing their opinions in such an atmosphere. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by all, a boy discreetly pressed the recording button. The tattooed man, upon hearing the voices and witnessing the smile of the person opposite him, felt a shiver run down his spine, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He was entirely at the mercy of the situation, feeling as though he were being scorched by flames. Chapter 72, Permanent Trait Transformation, a single blow to annihilate the world. He was indeed trapped, consumed by an overwhelming sense of agitation. Yet, he had no recourse. He had to comply, if he dared to proceed with a name-based report. The tattooed man became acutely aware that he had provoked a lunatic. What are the stakes? The words escaped his teeth with a venomous edge. He was seething with anger, regretting his decision to step outside today. Who could have foreseen encountering someone with such a deranged mind? Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. "I propose a battle with your lazy king. If I win, it becomes mine. If I lose, I will compensate you with 100,000, with everyone here as witnesses, and the examiner as the judge. Should I emerge victorious, you will immediately initiate the transfer process." He left no room for the tattooed man to escape. The beauty of the Alliance battles lay in their efficiency. The transfer procedures would consume not a single moment. Ye Lin sought to ensure that the tattooed man would have no opportunity for regret. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man, who had initially felt anxious and apprehensive, immediately burst into laughter. It seemed he had overestimated his opponent. This was no madman. This was a fool. His heart swelled with joy. Just moments ago, he had felt it unwise to venture out, but now fortune had smiled upon him. The lazy king was a worthless creature. Since it had been with him, it had never won a single battle. This 100,000 was practically being handed to him. Even if, for the sake of argument, the lazy king did win, he would merely lose a means of venting his frustrations. Moreover, the possibility of victory was utterly negligible. If the stakes had been different, he might have been concerned. However, in this case, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. To refuse would be sheer folly. "I accept," he exclaimed, eager to respond before Ye Lin could change his mind. Little did he know, he had already stepped into a trap. The onlooking trainers shared similar sentiments to the tattooed man. After Ye Lin finished speaking, the The cheers around them dwindled, and they exchanged incredulous glances. Some even contemplated stepping forward to dissuade Ye Lin from his course of action. Yet, the tattooed man was unwilling to allow anyone to disrupt his plan. Eagerly, he declared, "I'll head to the battlefield first. You can have the Lazy King for a few minutes. Consider it my gift to foster your bond." Though he spoke these words, a mocking expression adorned his face, revealing his ill intentions to all present. Yet, Ye Lin accepted without hesitation, walking directly to the Lazy King and embracing it. The Lazy King felt the warmth, its face exhibiting a rare expression of confusion. So this is what being held felt like. Seizing the opportunity while someone informed the examiner and others attended to the spectacle at the battlefield, the crowd around Ye Lin began to dwindle. He surveyed his surroundings and, upon discovering an unoccupied training room, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He entered and locked the door behind him. The Lazy King cautiously glanced at Ye Lin, its eyelids half closed. Still somewhat drowsy, Ye Lin opened his spatial backpack and retrieved a bowl-shaped green ointment. He then gently said, "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt." Although it was their first meeting, the Lazy King inexplicably trusted the man before it, nodding slightly. Ye Lin proceeded to apply the ointment to the Lazy King with the small brush that came with the bowl. The Lazy King immediately felt a cooling sensation enveloping its body, yet it maintained its languid demeanor. By the time the entire jar of the trait ointment was used, the Lazy King's skin was entirely covered in green. It began to wait. 30 seconds later, the vibrant green visibly faded. It was gradually absorbed. Lazy King Intimacy Level 2. Lazy King Intimacy Level 3. Lazy King Intimacy Level 5. As the trait ointment continued to be absorbed, the Lazy King's intimacy level surged. Once the green ointment had been completely absorbed, the long-anticipated notification finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully applying the trait ointment to the Lazy King. Trait transformation complete. Lazy trait transformed into Strongman. Strongman trait. Pokémon possessing this trait have their attack power doubled during battles. The transformation is permanent. It truly was a Strongman. Ye Lin clenched his fist in exhilaration, overwhelmed with joy. The Strongman, the Lazy King. This was exhilarating. What could a Dragonair possibly compare to the might of a Strongman? With a single punch, worlds could be shattered. The imagery was simply astounding. From this moment forth, the Lazy King would experience a qualitative leap. Previously, it had been hindered by its lazy trait. It was worth noting that the final evolution of the Lazy King, the King of Naptime, boasted an astounding base stat total of 670. Such figures eclipsed many quasi-deities and even legendary Pokémon. After all, the base stats of creatures like Zapdos and Moltres barely reached 580, falling short of 600. Even Mewtwo, the most formidable Pokémon in the original lore, with its final X and Y mega evolutions, only reached 680. The data alone illustrated the sheer terror of the King of Naptime. To say that a single punch could annihilate the world was no exaggeration. Yet, it had previously failed to demonstrate strength commensurate with its stats, allowing it to be overlooked by many. The Lazy King's original lazy trait was a profoundly detrimental buff. Even without a trait, it would fare better than this. Thus, the successful transformation elicited such excitement from Ye Lin. He could already envision the spectacular future awaiting his Lazy King. In the next moment, the Lazy King stood up from the ground and approached Ye Lin, affectionately rubbing against his palm. Its prior lethargy had vanished, replaced by eagerness and determination. The intimacy level had soared to an impressive 90. Ye Lin was confident that, at this moment, even if the tattooed man were to have a change of heart, he could never reclaim the Lazy King. Ding ding. Hearing the sound, Ye Lin understood that the battle was about to commence. He took a deep breath and asked the Lazy King beside him, "Are you ready?" The Lazy King nodded solemnly. Its spirit was rejuvenated, and its eyes sparkled with fervent battle desire. Ye Lin felt his blood surge with excitement. He opened the door and strode towards the battlefield. The examiner had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them enter, an unseen worry flickered in his eyes. On the opposite side of the arena stood the tattooed man, brimming with confidence and wearing a derisive smile. Surrounding them were hundreds of onlookers. Evidently, news had spread like wildfire in those brief minutes. Ye Lin even recognized several familiar faces among the crowd, including a few trainers from the third floor. Even the counter clerk had come to witness the commotion. With victory on the line, the match began, and both sides sent forth their Pokémon. As the referee's voice fell, "Go, Lazy King!" a ripple of disbelief spread through the audience. No way, they're actually letting the Lazy King take the stage. The youth was indeed brimming with youthful exuberance. Though victory may elude him, I hold deep admiration for him. The The tattooed man across from me observed Ye Lin, amused by his inability to change his Pokémon in the heat of the moment. His laughter grew increasingly hearty, and with a slight tremor of his hand, as he released the Pokeball, a Mareep materialized before us.